What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, December 10th, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Johnny Cakes Allville's here.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
And Jason Bishop.
Yo.
You got the Christmas sweater out early, Cakes. That's the Ovi Christmas sweater.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I mean, Coach Carberry is joining us. The Caps are on a mega heater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Break it
Big
out.
game tomorrow.
Big one. Just a
I bet you it's going to be like a playoff atmosphere.
Cap.
I mean, it's only December 11th, but
Cap one's going to be popping off tomorrow
on
night
Thursday
with the Canes in town.
Are you, when we're off? I mean, I know you just take off whenever you want, and weird days,
Yeah, I do.
Fridays and Mondays. And
He was, before you even arrived, he was advising Cakes on what days to take.
Man, I appreciate that. He is my
I'm a
he is
vacation
my
expert.
Vacation consigliere.
You should start your own like IG account,
I
and,
should.
like, YouTube,
I know.
and
Yeah.
just blow up.
He doesn't know what IG stands
But
for.
here's
but
No,
sure.
I have no idea.
But the question is, during the break, because I know you don't like to go downtown
Right.
really at all, but during the break you could.
Uh-huh.
You should go do the old suite thing.
I might. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Just gotta
You
figure
really
out
should
the day.
lock it up. Just pick a date. Just go. It would totally
Call
work. You-
JVS.
Call
Yeah.
JVS.
Oh, yeah.
Well, text him.
Definitely do
Don't
it.
bother him with a
Well,
call. He don't want to hear your voice.
That's true.
You don't even have to tell this guy to do it because
He's already
I will
done it,
scan the
probably.
calendar and I'll find a good spot or two and I will definitely take advantage.
Now, I do think that the day of you'll lament it because it means you're getting in the car driving. But
Mm.
when you're there, it's amazing.
I got to come down here on Thursday night because of my daughter's company's Christmas party. So I got to, and it's at the Anthem.
Okay.
So I got to
Cool.
come down here on Thursday. I got to come
They're
down here
doing
for
another
work.
concert.
Who's the
Yeah,
entertainment?
who's the artist?
It's a cover band called Liquid Blue. Apparently, they're the best cover band. Like Hollywood superstars hire this band
Okay.
at their house parties.
all right.
Very good.
I think it's called Liquid Blue.
All right.
Valdez, you'd have to look that up. I'm pretty sure it's Liquid Blue.
do like
I've
a
never
cover
heard them.
band.
I've never heard them.
Yeah.
I don't know
They're
what
probably silly.
they probably are. But that's Thursday night at the Anthem. So I got to come down to work, go home, and come back.
I
on
always
Thursday
heard
night.
lore about. I've never seen this band, but they're legendary around here. The Leg Warmers are apparently a huge like
I've seen the
cover
Leg
band.
Warmers.
I've never seen them, but
Yeah.
I know that
they would perform down at the
they've
beach
been
all the
everywhere
time.
around here. Yeah.
But
Probably just
Apparently
crank
this-
out 80 sillies all over the place.
apparently this band is really good. So
Very good. You'll enjoy.
But that'll be on Thursday night. But yeah, I'll try and get down here one night for either a Wiz or a Caps game.
Definitely should.
Speaking of which, we're going to have both the Wizards coach, Brian Keefe, and the Caps coach, Spencer Carberry, on the show. Coach Carbs will join us at 7, and Brian Keefe a little bit later in the program at 7:45. Should mention it's a game show Wednesday. We have tickets to go see the Caps, or tickets to go see, actually, the Terps and
Terps.
Motley Crue, which we'll give away at 8:45 on a game show Wednesday. Also, we'll start getting into Commanders Giants.
Mhm.
Paul Dottino, Giants host and reporter for WFAN.
Wouldn't it
will
be
join us at
nice if
8:20.
this game was actually going to mean something? Maybe for a wild card spot or even a division spot. But both teams
Oh, it
eliminate.
does. It does mean something for the pick in the draft.
Well, it's true.
They're
No, you know
jockeying.
what?
But the two teams have combined losses. Combined losses are 15 in a row.
I actually
Mhm.
think it means a lot because, especially if they have the common sense to get Jaden out there, it's reached
better.
a point where everyone needs to see him get through a game, play well, and rinse and repeat these
Yeah.
last 4 weeks.
Yeah, I agree.
It actually means a lot.
And he looked fine yesterday. JP Finley was hanging out with JD at Union Station last night for a charity event. They were giving away bikes to kids.
Saw that.
Right.
And
With
he looked
Malik
fine.
Washington.
With Malik Washington, yeah.
Yeah.
And JD looked fine. I mean,
Any cars for kids?
No
I
cars.
didn't see
just
any cars, just
100
bikes.
JD bought 100 bikes.
Very
bikes
nice.
for kids.
Very nice of him.
Give him props. Yeah, so I actually think even though the season's over, it's very critical, and he's just got to get through some games.
Yeah.
And then the second part is he's got to play well.
Yes.
Got to play, I give him a little pass to be a little rusty, but you got to show the flashes.
Well, the Giants are a soft landing spot for every quarterback they face. So if he gets the start and he's able to finish the game, this is a great opportunity for him to put up some stats and have a good confidence builder.
Yeah. It's just getting to the point where it's ridiculous now, where he goes out there and you're just expecting him to go out. Like, it's ridiculous. We got to get over that.
Well, and then as bad as they played against Minnesota, I mean, that's one of the worst games this team has played. And they've had some bad teams.
Right.
It's one of the worst games that they've played ever.
They laid a gigantic egg in Minnesota.
Yes, yeah. I mean,
It was
hard.
embarrassing.
It's hard to get shut out in an NFL game.
Well, to get shut out by the Vikings.
Correct.
What did the time of possession end up being? I didn't even look.
35-20, 36-24.
Wasn't as bad as you would think.
It
given
felt
the
like
start.
a 20-40.
Yeah, the first
Yeah.
half was ridiculous.
First half was worst I've ever seen. I've never seen a TOP like that before. So in the wrong side for us.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure
we'll,
it's happened, but
we'll get the Giants' perspective from Paul Dottino coming up at 8:20. I know,
I mean, they
with the
fired their
Giants,
coach. And,
they're at least optimistic that they've got their quarterback in Jackson Dart.
although he gets hurt all the time,
Scatterbill
too.
will come back.
Yeah. And who knows who their coach will be because they fired the coach.
But Abdul Carter gets suspended every other game.
Yeah.
Well, we can ask Paul about
He's,
that.
yeah, he's immature. bit
So
of a
we'll get into
clown.
that.
Yeah.
Hey, they made it official yesterday that Philip Rivers did sign
I mean, it's just
with the
unbelievable.
Colts
Pass is
Yeah.
physical.
It's
practice
so amazing.
squad.
I mean, it's just so amazing.
Yeah.
I think it's the
I
greatest
think
story ever. Wait, right, if he plays and unbelievable, imagine if he got to win, you got to write a Disney
If
movie.
he went
about
out and beat Seattle,
it. You got to do a Disney
Oh,
movie about
How
it.
badly do you want him to play?
Oh, so
I
badly.
definitely want him to play.
I want him to play, and honestly, I want him to play well. Like, I'm sure some people will root against him because they don't like the
I'm not
idea.
rooting against him.
I'm
I think
rooting
it's an
so for him.
impossible
Yeah, I'm not
task.
rooting against him. I just don't think
If they were playing the Saints, okay, maybe he
Yeah.
can throw a couple touchdowns. But they're playing at Seattle.
this is a toughie.
How
but-
could he even be in shape? That's what I don't even understand. Forget about the rust factor.
Mhm.
Like, the rust alone makes it impossible.
They say he threw it great.
I'm sure he has an arm.
Yeah.
But like conditioning. Like, it's a thing.
He's
you still have
probably-
to be conditioned to play quarterback in the NFL. Obviously, you're not sprinting, but you have to be a level of conditioning.
He's not going to do any running.
Well,
I mean, he
didn't
wasn't
do any
5
running when he
years
was in his
ago.
prime.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
that's
but you
an
still
issue.
gotta
You still, dude.
or moving
You don't think
nonstop.
it's
Yeah.
exhausting
I
to
understand dropbacks and
drop
everything.
back and
Right.
play and adrenaline.
No,
and,
I get.
There's lots of commercial breaks. You're off.
he must
you know
be in shape, like working his kids out. Like, I know he's got 100 kids. And I think
Maybe.
he's got a
But
football
the-
field. In his
He
backyard.
obviously looked good in the tryout.
Yeah.
Didn't he not have the strongest arm to begin with?
He's never had like a cannon.
It's
No.
a weird throwing
I mean, it's
motion,
not Dan Marino, but
Yeah.
it's good enough.
but he knows the system. That's the
Knows
big
the-
thing. He
No,
knows
he's a system
Steichen. He
guy.
knows the system.
It's gonna be.
Steichen trusts him. Look, they're grasping.
It's gonna be Jonathan Taylor 40 times.
Oh, yeah. That's
Did you
the
see
game
the
plan.
clip yesterday where Gruden was with him and his kid? I'm sure it was old, but and they were
Which
just,
Gruden?
John. And John was going through like the having the kid do his cadence,
Mm-hmm.
and he was doing, what do they call it? Green 80, yeah, green 80, whatever. They're doing it with the kid, and then and Philip, obviously his dad is teaching him, but even something like that, like I guess he's been teaching his kid. He hasn't done a cadence in 5 years,
Mm-mm.
and
He
it'll
can
come
do
back
that in his
somewhat
sleep.
naturally.
The
to him,
question
but-
is, will the players respond to his case?
Is Riley
Oh,
Leonard?
yes.
Is Riley Leonard officially out?
No.
Okay.
he must be so butt. Like,
No.
they
no,
just
I mean,
think he's gonna be a starter and Philip would be the backup.
Yeah,
The
I was
idea?
listening.
possibly.
I was listening to Orlovsky, and Orlovsky was like, if I'm Riley Leonard, he's like, what injury is this? He's like, you have to get on the field. You're a 6th-round pick.
Well, I'm sure
Yeah.
he
Get a
wants
chance to play.
But if his knee's banged up, you can
I-
only do so much.
I don't want to rain on the Rivers parade, but have you heard the conspiracy theory behind all of
I
this?
have not.
That he is supposed to come out, his Hall of Fame gets reset from being signed and
Mhm.
participating, and he is supposed to be set with being up for the Hall of Fame with Drew Brees, with Eli Manning, and there are a lot of people who think that he may
This way
be
he'll be a first ballot if
Yes.
he waits.
like if he waits, it gets reset for another
Well, that's
for
fine,
like
but
6
the league
years or
doesn't
5
have
years.
to accommodate that.
I don't
know,
think
but-
he's worrying about that. I like if I'm Philip Rivers and I get that call, I'm probably excited. Like he's a competitor.
Of course. But why would you call Tom Brady? Now, Brady owns the Raiders. I'm sure there's complications,
Yeah.
TV, and et cetera. But I mean, there's so
Well, how about this?
Everybody's got to
Taylor
call a
Heineke?
game.
How about
I would
this?
rather have Taylor Heineke
Do you know
this
who's
way.
7 years younger than him that played with the Colts?
30. So who's
Luck?
someone who's
You can't hire
37?
Luck.
Andrew Luck.
You can't do
Oh,
Luck.
no,
It's
but
been 10
Andrew Luck
years.
doesn't want to play.
I know.
Yeah, he
Andy
just
doesn't want to play. Like, I definitely think Rust, even if you don't play with a few weeks, I can't even fathom 5 years of not playing and then having these monsters who
Yeah.
only get bigger, stronger, faster
Right, coming after
coming
you.
after you.
Especially
You know how-
Seattle.
Yeah.
Think about you know what you are now. Like,
Seattle is just
He might get sacked 8 times.
You're
if
a
he plays in
shadow
the
of
game.
yourself now. Now we're different. We're in our mid-50s. But
Yeah.
even in your mid-40s, you're a shadow of yourself of what you were in your 30s.
of course.
You're like your reaction time. Like it's just
Oh,
Quick,
hitting
But you
the
have more
coordinator.
knowledge.
Actually,
You're
you do,
savvy.
But he hasn't been doing it. And listen,
Your
I'm not
vision.
against him.
Vision stinks.
I'm rooting for him like you wouldn't believe.
I mean, Flacco took some time off before his initial comeback.
Not 5
right?
years. The 5 years
Okay.
is cray.
Turns
It's
out
the
that to
crazy-
get
5
EB
years
in the
is-
NFL, you just need to be an old quarterback. Taken out of like
What do you
the
mean?
closet. For you to get into the NFL outside of
Oh,
the
I lo-
Commanders,
Yeah.
you need like an old quarterback
I
to be
love this.
resurrected.
Well, I love because I just love this.
If
I
he,
just-
it's a great story. If he starts, I'd rather watch that game than the Commanders game.
Man, it'd be a close
It's
one. I'd
probably
have to
the
have, you know what?
call.
I would have to dust off the other TV.
Are they playing it? No,
I'd
you know
bring
what?
it
They're
too.
playing at Seattle. It's a
Yeah.
4:00 game. So
Oh,
there,
perfect.
there you go. Yeah.
Well, let's say they were up against each other.
Yeah.
I would
I'd
have-
rather,
well,
if
I'd have
Rivers
to
was
have
starting,
TVs.
it's too good of a story
I
not to
can't
watch.
turn it off, Jaden, because I still need to watch him.
Well,
I'd be excited if I had the Seattle defense in a fantasy matchup if Phil Rivers is
I've
starting.
got him in one league.
personally.
Well, you
So-
want the Seattle defense anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
They're good. They're good
So
on
in-
their own.
in
But
an
against a
ideal world for
44
They
them-
put up 30
quarterback,
points a couple weeks ago when they shut out
There's
Minnesota.
no way they could start him over Leonard if Leonard is reasonably
No, if
healthy.
Leonard's healthy, he's
has to
going to
play.
play.
They're still
yes.
calling him the emergency quarterback. But
Right.
some people are saying this is an emergency. Your
Yeah.
team is in tailspin.
Will it be an emergency
You're
if he plays
fighting-
like butt?
They're still
You're
in
fighting
play-
for the playoffs.
They're still in wild card hunt. Actually, they,
Yeah.
I think they have the current wild card. The
Hey,
last one.
Valdez, you'll be pumped for this. Their real emergency quarterback's Tyler Warren, the tight end.
Yeah.
Imagine the tight end gets
That'd
thrown
be
in a
size for those
quarterback.
for those fantasy points.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they're also in the mix in the division. They're just one game back.
Yeah. So the game,
Jacksonville's 9-4.
they're not giving up.
Texans and Colts are 8-5.
Yeah, they're in the mix, but I don't think they're going to make
What's
the
the
playoffs.
spread on that game right now? It's got to be like 9.5, 8.5, 9.5, maybe even 10.
But Jason, by
Probably.
tiebreaker, I believe the Texans are the last wild card team in the AFC.
Okay, so they're on the last spot.
just
out.
by current tiebreaker, because division record
Mhm.
for the Texans is 4-1 and the Colts are
What-
2-2.
What's the scenario that he gets in? So Riley's still
head-to-head.
Riley's still hurt, or
he
Riley.
really just goes out and plays like butt, which is very possible.
Or Steichen just trusts him more because Riley probably was getting hardly any snaps at all.
Yeah, he will
You
not
know,
play well.
I mean, that's kind of what
There's
we
no
heard
way
about
Riley Leonard will
Shador
play well.
Sanders.
There's no.
right? So
There's
they don't think Riley's ready, or maybe they don't think he's good enough. I mean, he's a 6th-round pick.
They
The
can't
development
start
guy.
him.
there-
They
I was going to say,
can't
there's no way Phil Rivers
They
starts
can't
the game.
start him. It's an insult to the league.
So I
So-
mean,
so
we
they
don't
start
want to
Leonard.
root for injury, but we
No.
kind of.
No, I think Riley Leonard will handle it himself. He'll be terrible. That'd be my guess.
Then Phil to the rescue in the second half.
And then Phil to the
Possibly.
rescue.
Or
That's the
maybe
scenario.
mop up duty in the fourth quarter. That's
Yeah, but he's just
Few
going to
reps.
hand it off if he's mop up. He's just going to keep
Oh,
handing
don't
it
let
off.
him pass.
Maybe once or twice.
Don't let him pass.
And
Dude,
it'll be a
he'll be in
screen.
YOLO mode no matter what. I mean, he's like, this is the last hurrah. I'm
Oh,
44 years old.
if there,
We've seen what Joe Flacco's done. When
yeah.
he's
If
been
there's
given
ever a bigger
opportunities.
effort in the history of
Yeah.
quarterbacking,
Again, I am not. The 44 is daunting. It's not that daunting relative to the 5 years off. 44 has been done before. Warren Moon, or at least in that vicinity, right? Vinny.
Yeah, but it's,
Guys in that vicinity. Tom Brady.
it's the
It's
time
been
off.
done. It's the 5 years away that's blowing me away, and the age. I mean, 44 obviously is not doing him any favors, but that's been done before. The
It's
5
no, it's the
years-
5 years away.
No, Tommy Maddox was off. Right? You
Much,
remember him?
much younger.
And who was the guy with Pittsburgh? I think
That
it
was-
Tommy
that
It was
was
Maddox.
Tommy Maddox, yeah.
Was there another guy that's been out
This
a
is like
long
it's like the
time?
champion store of quarterbacking.
Yeah.
So Flacco won the Comeback Player of the Year award last year, right? 2024. He wasn't on an NFL roster until late November.
Okay,
So
but it's not
I
5
get it. It's not
years.
5 years, but
I mean, a couple months.
and he just
Except-
came in and 13 touchdowns, just 8 picks.
Totally different, in my opinion. I mean, I don't think Heineke's been on a roster. I would take Heineke knowing what Heineke could do. Heineke could run. And believe me, I've been one of his biggest critics. But he could complete short passes, couple YOLO balls.
Well, should
It's
be
good for
fun.
Well, there's a ton of guys you could take. I mean, guys who are 30 years old, 25 to 30, you could take and throw in there that will be much faster and more agile.
Right, but right.
I mean, there's
Now,
a ton of
obviously-
guys.
Right, but
I mean,
in other words, with Rivers, obviously, there's zero chance he won't run for an inch.
right.
But at least with Heineke, when the play breaks down, he can get something You know what I mean?
But if Rivers is playing most of the game, they're going to give the ball to Jonathan Taylor and whoever their backup is.
I know, but he still has to throw 10 times.
Maybe 10. Yeah, maybe 10. There'll be
10.
screen passes, but yeah.
I think you'd be surprised, especially with a coach that trusts him.
I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
I hope you're right.
As I mentioned, we got Spencer Carberry, who will join us at 7 as we talk about the Capitals, who've been on fire. Brian Keefe, head coach of the Wizards, jumps on at 7:45, and Paul Dottino covers the Giants. That's who the Commanders play this week. He'll be on at 8:20 here on the Junkies.
All right, here's your no-huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and you meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays and no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. So get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Hey, in 9 days, we are having our holiday show, our annual drinking show, and it's out and about. You can join us at Hyde Social in Clarendon, right there in Arlington. December 19th, annual holiday show. Going to be broadcasting live. Doors open at 6 for everyone to join in on the fun. You can start your holiday early with the Junkies.
You know, it's wild. Today, I pulled a JP, and I don't do. I mean, honestly, I'm sure it's happened maybe one. This might be the second time in 30 years that I left the house without my backpack.
Right.
It's just
Your mind was elsewhere.
I was just doing a bunch of stuff this morning. I actually had a tough night's sleep. I was sleeping down in the basement. Got up. It's a miracle I got here because my phone was dead.
Did you get up in the middle of the night and go upstairs to the bedroom? Or did you
Oh no, I did the opposite. I started upstairs, went downstairs around 1. I just needed a different change of scenery because I was flopping around like a fish.
Right.
And then I started in my media room because that's the place where I'll go. And then I ended up in the basement, like rec room.
Mm-hmm.
And then because I wake up all the time, I checked my phone and my phone was dead. I was like, oh Lord.
Didn't
I
charge
yeah, well, I couldn't because I was moving around. I didn't know what time it was. Luckily it was 4:15.
Oof.
So it was fine.
Your body told you to get up.
My body told me to get up.
Mhm.
I had plenty of time. But then I'm kind of scrambling. My mom, she, with the socks, we always talk about the compression socks that she wears so her feet don't get swollen. She sleeps very lightly. She hears me walking around. She says, Eric, can you put on my socks? So she is obsessed with the socks. She doesn't want me to not put on the socks before I go to work because then it's like 6 more hours or 8 more hours.
But
Right.
she sleeps without the socks.
I guess in theory, they want you to not sleep with the socks.
Gotcha.
In theory, in a perfect world. But I've looked it up. She could go 24, 36 hours with the socks. It wouldn't kill her. No big
Right.
deal.
But she prefers to take
She
them
wants
off.
to do them in like a normal human.
Yeah.
She wants her socks in the morning and off at night.
Right.
And so I get it. But she's obsessed with it. And so it'll wake her up at 4:15 if she hears me. And so I was like, yeah, let me do this. Let me do that. I'm getting the coffee. I saw some cookies. I'm sitting there. I saw that we were on Hard Knocks. We're trying to find the audio for 20 seconds. So I wanted to listen to that. That was cool.
Mhm.
And then I walked out. I grabbed another bag for change of clothes. And
Your mind was.
I was just doing a million things. And
It's a different routine.
I got out of my car to go get my bag. And there's no bag.
Yeah.
I literally couldn't believe it.
You probably went into panic mode.
Oh, on top of this, yesterday we were, it's a new routine for us because the guys, B. Mitch and JP, they're great guys.
They
Have a
come
great
in
relationship.
after
They
us.
come in
here.
after us. It's a little bit of a cluster because you got a 5-minute commercial break to get your S out of here, get them settled. They can't just come in 1 second
Cakes had
before.
to do the hit with Derek Forrest right out here
I
on
did it
the
in
counter.
I did it
Yeah.
at one of the other 980 studios.
Yeah, that's what I did it too.
Yeah, last week I
Fine.
did it in the other office over there.
Mhm.
So
Usually we do it right here.
yeah, you got to get it. No, we're used to for, I don't know, last 10 years or so, having our own studio. We can linger for hours if you want. We never do, but you could.
Mm-hmm.
Might linger for 15, 20 minutes. So I'm hustling out of here. And then, Valdez always makes me conscious of me leaving a mess. Well, I definitely don't want to leave a mess if people are coming in. And so I got all my commercial reads and the all this stuff. I threw away my my wired AirPods. Now they're not expensive. They're like $20.
Oh, okay.
But I had them in the pile.
Right.
And
Dunsky.
in my hurriedness, because I know those guys have to come in, I kind of bumbled it and I threw it away on my nut little case thing. And then I got home. I realized I don't have them. I know exactly where they are. I don't have the courage to call Valdez and say, hey, can you thumb through the
Go to the
trash and get my AirPods? I wouldn't have done that to you. They're just I wouldn't do that to another human.
Hey, I've rummaged through the trash to get scripts for you guys. Sorry, I would have done
Yeah,
it.
No,
it's happened.
Well, I appreciate that, but I didn't want to ask you to do that. So I've just been discombobulated the last couple of days. I'm using Jason's computer. I'm just out of sorts.
Yeah.
in
The
last
good
24
computer,
hours.
not the one with the cracked screen.
Yeah, he was kind enough to give
clip.
me his good.
Yeah, I
one.
wouldn't give you my baby. I couldn't give you my baby.
Right.
Well, that'll work for the
That's
day.
a beat up baby.
It is a beat up
Is all,
baby.
all I know.
But I have to say, somebody played the audio or sent it to me, and I heard it for 20 seconds. It's just us talking about Jaden coming back, whatever.
Yeah, this is on Hard Knocks, right?
Yes, a pretty quick turnaround. Those guys are pretty amazing because it sounded like it was audio from us like a day or two before the game.
Before the Vikings game.
Yeah, and then here we are, Tuesday night, last night, and they
And they got
already
it
have
on.
it all edited, and it's no video, it's just audio, but amazing turnaround. They had Zach Ertz mic'd up, apparently.
I would
When he
love
went
to have
down,
heard
all that
yeah.
emotion and
What was he saying? Do we have it?
I don't think he has it yet. We're trying to get our HBO password. That's another thing because I don't have my computer and I have the password saved.
Yeah.
You had the password, right?
If a listener has an HBO
I had to get
password,
sent
give us
the
a call.
code, but I can get access to my account. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, the code
You think I'm
thing.
gonna remember all my passwords?
I don't
No
either.
chance.
Of course not.
Impossible.
No, it's
I
impossible.
get codes
But
sent to me.
I do what you're not supposed to do. I save them all on my browser.
Oh, really?
I do.
Okay.
I know they say you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
I do too.
I save them all there.
In fact,
how,
on my,
how the F else are you going to remember?
how about this? My phone, I have a note which says passwords.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have half of them. Just
Yeah.
has a few. And
Yeah.
they're constantly changing.
And the effing code thing, sometimes it'll send it to your wife's phone for whatever reason. You know, for me anyway. Sometimes they send these codes. You got to call your wife at work. Can you send me the code? You know, and then or vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's panicked, can't get the code.
One thing which murders
Freaking
me
code.
is that sometimes they'll show you and then it just shows you the last 2 digits of your phone number. They'll say,
Yeah,
we're going to send a text
sure.
to that. Just a weird coincidence. My wife and I have the same last 2 numbers.
That's weird. That's
So sometimes I'm
bizarre.
not, it's like,
So you're
am
not
I,
sure
am
which
I,
one.
am I
You don't
sending,
even know.
yeah, like, is this one going to my wife or is this one going to
my
me?
God, what a nightmare.
very inconvenient.
What a
very
f-
weird.
Yeah,
It's weird. Both of us end in 44.
Yeah.
So it'll be like all the asterisks,
Mhm.
44. I'm like,
Well, you know how
which one?
I've been locked out of my account so many times that I'm actually scared to log into Jason's computer on my Twitter. That if I get something wrong, it'll lock me out.
Yeah.
And then God only knows, you know.
Right.
Just use your phone.
Sometimes it's hard. The phone is so. I have the font so big, I get one line. You know what I mean? It's almost
You
worthless
get
to
the
me.
Phil Rivers font over there.
But
When
don't
you
you?
have-
I have
mine's
big
pretty
font.
big.
I mean, here's mine.
Mine's big. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mine's
I
about
mean-
the same.
I have big font on my phone.
Mine's regular.
I think
Haven't
mine's
changed it yet.
medium.
I can't
I
see
got
anything.
medium font.
I mean, I don't know. I could pitch to zoom it. I could make it even bigger, I suppose. But yeah, my phone is virtually useless for something like what we're doing today.
Well, hopefully we can get that HBO. I'd like to get that audio. I'd love to hear the Zach. Ertz
Somehow,
stuff.
by hook or by crook, if anybody has that HBO, we have. Could you just send it to Valdez or something
Yeah.
via Twitter so we can just log in and get a clean audio?
It's about the Commanders looking better against the Broncos, and then you had the Vikings.
It's called
game.
false hope. Is what
It's
that
about,
was.
it's about
Yeah.
wanting to see Jaden play well, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, we didn't see that.
No.
I
Hopefully
thought
we
it
see it
was
Sunday.
okay. He only had 3 possessions. First one was fine.
If you had to grade him, though, what would your overall
I would give
grade
him a
be?
C.
Yeah,
But I
Yeah,
thought he was fine on the
best.
first drive. Second drive was a nothing, and the third one, you know, it was a debacle.
Yeah.
later in the show,
It was a debacle.
we're going to tackle a statistical breakdown that the Ringer had about Jaden Daniels and his propensity to scramble. Some interesting nuggets from the Ringer.
Hmm.
Hey, college football, of course, you've got the playoffs about to start. I think my brother's going to the Miami game. He's all fired up because Miami made it. And I remember when they were
Mhm.
making the selection, he's like, "Do you think Miami's going to get in?" I was like, "I don't know. Watch the same TV shows you do."
Yeah.
Right.
So he was fired up that Miami's going in. I think he told me his wife's bitter because he's gonna go roadie to.
So he's going to College Station.
Correct.
Why
He's
is
going to
she-
get
why
yelled
is
at
she
by
bitter? Does-
90,000
I don't know because it's right around
Aggies fans.
Christmas. You probably have a lot of stuff going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's
What's the
December
date?
December 20th. They play.
December 20th.
Okay.
All right, so he'll be back on the 21st. So
She'll be fine.
he'll have a
I
few
think so.
days.
She'll be
But who
fine.
knows?
Oh, a few days.
But they get in. Notre Dame doesn't get in, and now you've got like ADs and commissioners just squabbling. What do you make?
What? Tell me exactly what he said.
Well, he's blaming the big quote was there's permanent damage between us and the ACC because the ACC on social media was promoting Miami to get into the playoff over Notre Dame. Notre Dame is not in the ACC in football.
An unbelievably important business partner of yours in football and a member of your conference in 24 other sports. I'm one person. I don't see the logic in that. I know other leaders at the university didn't see the logic in that. And the ACC is important to us, and we're important to the ACC. And think about football for a minute. Those ACC teams want to play us in football. Interesting stat. Since 2014, when we started our football relationship with the ACC, if you look at stadiums, ACC games sell out roughly 23% of the time. When Notre Dame goes to an ACC site, it's 90% of the time. When you think about ratings for ACC football games when they play Notre Dame, there's a tremendous lift. I don't understand why you would go on a social media campaign to attack an important partner. Well, who's some of our important partners in the football space? NBC. We wouldn't do that to NBC. Now, I understand they have to stand up.
He's
Now,
not.
did he-
First
they
of all, the
didn't
ACC,
attack
they're not
them, right?
attacking Notre Dame.
They just promoted Miami.
Yeah,
Is that
and
fair
on the-
that
and
they
on-
did promote Miami
Well,
over Notre
he
Dame?
sees that as an
Well, yeah,
attack.
because Miami's in the ACC.
Right,
Notre
for
Dame
football.
is not. So, I mean, who cares about women's volleyball or field hockey? Right? Those sports don't
Yeah,
bring
but
in money.
basketball matters.
Basketball doesn't matter like football.
Not like football.
And the ACC network was playing the Miami Notre Dame game over and over and over and over again because they were promoting Miami. He shouldn't have a problem with the ACC in Miami. He should have a problem with maybe Alabama getting in, but Alabama's best 4 wins trump Notre Dame's best 4 wins by
I'll
5
say
miles.
this. He's defending his university. I got no problem with him. He's defending his university.
I have a problem with what he said.
And I'm
He-
okay with it. I mean, he
Permanent
might
damage.
be wrong.
Yeah,
he might
that's-
be wrong, but he's defending his university. He's defending his alums. He's
I get
defending
it.
his
It's
program.
a lot
That's
of
his
money.
job.
Yeah. But he shouldn't be saying there's permanent damage with the conference. He should just say,
don't
I
know.
believe we should be in over Miami. But you know what? You shouldn't be in over
He
Miami.
might not be lying. There might
They
be
shouldn't
permanent-
be.
They might hold on, but there might be permanent damage on his end.
on his end.
Yeah, there
maybe.
might be. That's
The-
what he's saying.
The Big
Okay.
12 commissioner jumped in, and he said Pete's behavior, that's the Notre Dame AD, has been egregious. It's been egregious going after ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID. We all knew, and it was very transparent. They were very transparent about it. And as Notre Dame and Miami got closer together, head to head would be a factor.
Of course. I don't know why he's got a problem with Miami getting in over him. They beat you.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
beat you, sir.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with Alabama, different story because they've got one more loss, but their resume is much better than yours. I've got a problem with him angry at the ACC when they're promoting Miami, and Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame the entire time based on head-to-head.
Do you have a problem with Notre Dame basically withdrawing themselves from
Yes.
bowl participation?
They
actually
should
do not.
they should be banned from postseason next year for pulling out.
I actually do not because the other bowls are trivial. They've ruined the bowl system.
The one that they
I
turned
think
down,
it's beneath. I actually think it's beneath
the
them
one
to
they
be in
turned down was the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Yeah, I mean they don't need to be in the Pop Tart Bowl.
Yeah, but that's the whole point.
Hey, I thought
the whole
Catholics
point
don't
is
usually pull out. They pulled out.
if you
I thought they do pull out. That's the
Oh,
whole
that's true.
thing.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
That's a good
yeah,
point.
I got
yeah.
mixed up
Yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah.
I was just trying for a
What,
joke.
Catholics
Didn't land.
the Catholics pull out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
My
sure.
my grandpa didn't.
Yeah.
He had 11 kids. But see, the problem with it's one thing to pull out if you're going through a coaching change, like Iowa State and Kansas State pulled out because their coaches are
Yeah.
leaving. It's a big transition, but they were fined $500,000. The Big 12 fined them $500,000 for pulling out. If you're pulling out because you're pissed off with the ACC, you should be banned from the postseason. You know what you are? You're a wuss. That's what you are. You're a
That's
wuss.
fine.
Notre
I
Dame's a
just-
wuss.
I just think that they've just ruined the bowl system, and I don't blame a powerhouse like Notre Dame or Miami or any traditional powerhouse if they decide I don't want to be in the Pop-Tart Bowl.
They're not the first team to
Yeah,
bail
they're
from
not.
bowls. It
Yeah.
happens pretty
Yeah,
frequently.
I have no problem
All right,
with
but
it.
it's one thing.
It is beneath them.
It's one thing. I think it's beneath it. I don't think teams, especially when you have players that are trying to, propel themselves to the next level, get extra practices in, especially a freshman quarterback, you're hurting them.
Yeah, you can make
You're
that
hurting
argument.
them.
You can make that argument, but also a lot of kids will skip those dumb bowls.
Some,
The seniors, the upperclassmen, will skip them.
some, sure.
Yeah, because it's
But the
injury
stupid.
risk.
The bowls are what they are, but the reason that he gave because we're pissed off, that's the problem. That's the problem I have.
I
with
did
that.
laugh at his scorched earth policy against the ACC, where he's basically saying your product is inferior. When Notre Dame shows up, your ratings go up, your attendance goes up. If we're not involved in your games, basically they're afterthoughts, is what he's saying.
Well, he kind of has a point.
Yeah, it's a point.
The champion of the ACC isn't even in the playoff.
Right.
That's true.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, that's a
The
whole
AC
nother. That's a whole nother argument.
the ACC is an
tiebreaker.
entire joke. I mean, the Syracuse Boston College game or Louisville game decided who was going to play in the ACC championship.
That Duke
Well,
coach was rah-rahing like they should get into the playoff. He was delusional.
He's doing what Eric is saying that the AD for Notre Dame is doing. He's just promoting his school.
Yeah.
But the tiebreaker system, that's a whole nother argument. But If Notre Dame has a problem with it, join the ACC in football. If you would have joined the ACC in football, you would have been in the ACC championship game. You would have won it, and you'd be in the college football
Right,
playoff.
but you know he's not going to do that because he
I
can't
know
get
he's not
the
gonna do
TV
it.
deal that he's got.
I know he's not going to do it.
Or just win the head-to-head matchup.
Beat Miami, you got no problem.
Yep. 1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. You can also text us on the Main Street Bank text line. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Welcome back to the show. Junks on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980. Don't forget Spencer Carberry, head coach of your Washington Capitals. He'll join us coming up at 7. And Brian Keefe from the Wizards, he's on at 7:45.
Mm-hmm.
Caps with the big one tomorrow night
Caps,
at
Panthers.
Capital One Arena.
Caps. I'm
Hurricanes.
sorry, Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Top 2 teams in the Metropolitan Division. Caps at 39 points. Carolina 38. Right behind the Capitals. Just want to point that out. Caps in
What
first
exactly
place.
you've been watching? I just kind of look at the box scores and watch highlights. But what are they doing much better than they were doing when they were going through that
Penalty
lull?
kill had an uptick and the power play on the West Coast trip. Now they're still lower than where they want to be in the standings, obviously. They've been scoring a boatload of goals outside of the Columbus game after the road trip. But then Logan Thompson just came in and said, well, I'm going to shut
And
Columbus out,
Yeah.
and had an amazing performance to get his 100th win. Ovi's heated up. The problem is Leonard goes to the IR and Chucky goes to the IR as well. So those are
What happened
those
with
are
Leonard?
health issues. Leonard got hit up high. He's got a upper body
So it's a
injury.
concussion?
I
that
don't
your
think it's
guess?
that. He was spotted in a sling in the locker room. Like
Oh,
he's going to be
that's
out
not
for a
good.
while.
That's not good.
I'm not sure how long Chucky is going to be out, but that's going to test Logan and their goalie depth. They had to bring up Clay Stevenson from
Oh, those
the
are
minors.
two. Those are two significant injuries.
Those are pretty significant. Yeah.
I mean, when your backup goalie play, he's going to play 25 games or so,
So
right?
who did they bring up? Somebody from Hershey?
Clay Stevenson.
All right.
That's the backup
I don't know
goalie.
anything about that dude.
I know very little about him. You know what? I just want to see him sitting on the bench with Logan Thompson racking up dubs
Mm,
for the most part. I mean, not to be a jerk, but this is where you lean on Logan Thompson because he's been outstanding.
So I don't know how many of you guys still bench press during a workout.
Mhm.
I
Cakes
haven't-
doesn't. I'm sure EB does.
Yeah, with dumbbells.
Yeah, I do it with
Dumbbell
dumbbells
presses.
too because
I don't do
bad
anything-
shoulders.
I don't do anything with barbell anymore.
But if you've ever done bench press, especially if you've done it alone, there've probably been times when you've had scary incidents.
Yeah, close calls.
You got to roll it
Close
down to your
calls.
waist, and then you don't put the clips on the side, and you lean over to one side, and you lean over to the other side. And
Right.
you let
Well,
the weights fall off.
apparently this Brazilian man, Ronald Montenegro, was lifting weights when he was doing bench press, and it slipped out of his hands and crashed onto his chest.
Oh,
He was at a gym. There were gym goers who rushed to try and help him out. But
You know what he was doing?
ultimately,
He was doing the thumb bit. So a lot of power lifters, it's a way you can get a little more strength. I remember doing it when I was hardcore into like trying to max out and stuff. You put your thumbs, instead of wrapping your thumbs here, you put your thumbs here, right? And so it actually gives you a little more leverage. And so what happened is he had his thumbs, on the same side as his fingers, and it just rolled out.
and
It-
so that
it landed on his chest, and you could see he gets up and then he falls down.
right.
looks
yeah.
like he had about
Dunsky.
maybe over 200 pounds on it. Looks like 3 smaller plates. I can't quite
I
tell.
thought it was. I thought it was 315. It
Okay,
looked like
it might be.
oh,
Yeah,
it's-
you know, at
He had 3
315.
plates.
he had 3 plates
He's benching
going.
like an
oh, but
offensive
you look at him.
I
He's
saw
not.
it. I
He
saw
is
it.
not 3-plate worthy.
No, he's a pretty skinny guy.
Yeah, but I mean, still, he must rep it out to some extent.
Or he's trying to max out.
I'm telling you, he did the thumb bit. He had his thumb in front of it, and it just rolled out of the thumb. It is kind of
so what happened to him?
He died.
Oh, he did die.
yeah.
Oof.
He stood up and he collapsed and Dunsky.
You can put that on the list of ways I will
That-
not die.
that's
bench
awful.
pressing.
That's
It's,
awful.
it's
I have
impossible
felt-
to die when you don't ever do.
Why didn't he
what
ask a
that
couple
guy
guys
did.
to help him?
Well, sometimes if you don't know people at the gym, like
Yeah, you're gonna put
I
up
don't usually ask
315.
for spotters.
I would
Yeah,
never.
but you're not putting
I
up
don't-
You'd rather
315.
die than ask for a
No.
spot.
I would-
But you
I-
wouldn't try that heavy by yourself, right?
I always. If I have any doubt in my mind, I will ask anybody
Yeah.
to come
Hey,
spot
just-
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smart.
That is smart. Look, you don't want to die lifting weights in the
When
gym.
I
But
sort-
I've had this situation which Eric has described before, where I'm lifting on my own. Maybe it's at home. I don't know. And you either going for an extra rep or you just don't get the rep, and then you just gotta pull the old
No.
and have the things slide off.
I've had a home gym my whole life, but pretty good equipment, not like cheap stuff. And so I've had safety bars for the last 30 years, right? So you could put those safety bars, and they stay basically just at your chest level or an inch below. So it would prevent that, right? But when you're by yourself and you're on your first bench that your parents got you and you're 18, You don't have that.
It's a rickety bench from like
Right?
Sears.
But you could have if you bench inside a rack, you can have safety bars to prevent that. But
But it's
at the
crazy this
gym
guy
where
died,
you guys
though.
they probably don't have
Trying
that.
to be macho.
Yeah.
You know what? Every time I'm at a gym too, I always have a watchful eye out. If I see someone who's getting
Oh,
ready,
you're worried about other people?
if I see someone who's getting ready to lift heavy,
You're not just looking at chicks?
oh no. I'm not just gawking at,
Yeah.
at silly spandex.
Right. You're looking
But-
for potential
but-
danger
Yeah,
situations.
yeah. If this dude looks like he can't put up 225,
Yeah.
I'll kind of keep an eye out.
Right.
Or
Go over
like
there and save them.
usually the guys who are doing heavy weight will ask somebody to spot them.
Yeah.
It's the people who are
The macho boys who want to
not macho
There's
boys,
probably
but
people that are a little timid.
yeah, they are. But like somebody who they weigh like 180 pounds and they're trying to do 225 for a couple reps, they're a little more hesitant to ask people to lift weight. Or
I
to,
don't know.
to
I
spot
see a
them when they
lot of
lift weights.
guys go solo, like the big muscular guys at the gym.
Well, they probably know what they can handle.
Yeah,
though.
but they usually have a backpack that might have one of those big water jugs, and they're just on a bench for like a half hour.
you can bench by yourself,
Yeah.
but you can't push it, by yourself.
Well,
Unless
look,
unless you're in
apparently-
a rack.
He apparently had been doing reps before. Just sometimes you go for that extra
No, I'm
rep,
telling you,
or
it
it
fell out.
slips.
He put his thumbs in front and it rolled out. 100%.
Well, if that
how
happens,
old
wouldn't
did
it
he
kind of
look?
Land on
Looked
your,
like he's
Yeah.
35,
55.
40 or something.
no, I thought he was our age.
He
Oh,
was.
he was in
Yeah. I mean, he
mid-50s.
looked like a grown ass man.
Hey, he's 55 years old.
You know,
Oh.
he
Double
shouldn't be trying to do 3 plates. You're that
Probably
old.
right.
Hey, he was
You
flexing.
Mid
He's
50s.
probably feeling pretty darn good about himself. A split second before he donked off. If he's pushing 3 plates at his age, pretty darn good.
Such a brutal way to die.
Well, the good news is quick.
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably pretty quick.
Pretty quick.
How-
You probably don't realize you're going to die.
Yeah.
And then, pass out and that's it. You're donked off.
Sacred silence envelops you. Then it's just over.
But it is an embarrassing way to go.
Oh, it's not great.
Yeah.
Does he get joned on at his funeral?
No,
By
I mean,
his
you
boys.
got to be
I mean-
respectful for the.
not at the funeral?
maybe at the after party. The gathering afterwards.
After
Maybe.
party.
There might
I
be
mean,
some snickering.
At Chris Kringle, they're joning on him when the boys get
Yeah,
together.
the Brazilian version of Chris Kringle, whatever.
I mean,
that
we
is.
still mercilessly make fun of Craig and how ugly he was. I mean,
Man, I can't believe Craig's been gone for 20 plus years.
That's crazy.
Hasn't it been 20 plus years?
At least.
yeah. It was
21?
We were at HFS, so it was 2004,
Four?
2005,
Yeah.
2004. I don't know. That's crazy.
He was a little stronger. Wouldn't be dead.
Just
All right.
brutal.
Let's go real quick. Let's go to Solomon. That's a big name, man. What do you
Solomon?
think the boys call him? Solly
Or Sol.
What do your boys call you?
So they call me Saul, Solomon,
Okay.
ST. It kind of depends.
Okay.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, man?
What's up,
How
bud?
are you?
I'm good. So I wanted to call and talk about the situation with college football, and particularly Notre Dame. I do believe that. Oh, by the way, before I get into that, thank you guys for taking my call. First time caller. I enjoyed this for over the years that you guys have been on.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Very
man.
nice of you. So
Yeah.
many people say
Yeah.
that. I have to say, it's really nice. You guys don't put them up to that, do you? People just say that. It's really nice.
No, nobody
Is it
asked me to
on
say anything.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
But
What's going on?
absolutely. Notre Dame, I think that they should have had an opportunity to at least play for the championship. And I believe that a lot of college teams, no matter where they are, if you're Division I, if you're playing these games, you should have an opportunity to play. And I think that not having a conference championship for each one of the conferences, it kind of puts people behind teams behind the 8 ball, and it hurts the student athlete.
Well,
I
they
just believe that-
decided they didn't want to be in a conference. They could be in a conference if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm. They're just going out there grabbing that money.
I totally understand that. I understand that, but what I'm saying is that if we have a playoff system where each conference, if you win your conference, you automatically are bidded or have an opportunity to play for the national championship. I just think that it hurts the student athlete if you don't allow these teams, no matter where they are, Division 1A, an opportunity to play for the conference for the national championship. That's my take
But
on
not
that.
all leagues are
Well,
created equal, right?
They
So you can't do every conference champion because some conferences are weak.
I mean, there's only 12 teams. If you want to expand it to 16 teams, all right, and eventually I think it'll get there. That's one. Notre Dame would obviously be in, but there's only 9 conferences now. Next year there'll be 10 because the Pac-12 is getting back together.
And if you look at Notre Dame,
But
they
there's-
lost their first 2 games, right?
Yeah.
They lost to Miami and Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Both really good teams. And close game, they lost 41-40 to Texas A&M. They lost by a field goal to Miami.
Mhm.
After that, they had
They
2
beat
wins
US
against ranked teams.
Yeah, USC was their best win. But there's 9 conferences, all right? 5 of them are in. The majority of the conference champions are in the playoff. If you wanted to expand it to all 9 or 10, all right, that's a different story, but you'd have to expand it to 16 because some of these at-large teams, you can't not put Oklahoma in because you want to put, Kennesaw State in. You can't do that.
Coming up next, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, here on the Junkies.
The NBA Emirates Cup continues with the Magic beating the Heat last night 117-108. Desmond Bane with 37. The Knicks down the Raptors 117-101. Jalen Brunson with 35. Head coach Mike Brown. Brunson helped us in the first quarter.
We were able to score with them or keep it close because Jalen had a big first quarter, which he obviously is more than capable of doing. That's just who he is when you're talking about, an MVP candidate of the league.
The Wizards returned to the court Friday night against the Cavaliers. Chicago White Sox have won the draft lottery. The Nationals pick number 11. The Tigers keep Kyle Finnegan on a 2-year deal. John Morosi says the Nationals have had steady communications with the Orioles about Mackenzie Gore. Virginia beat Maryland Eastern Shore 84-60. UConn over Florida 77-73. GW against Delaware tonight at 7 p.m. Then they face Florida Saturday. Commanders practice at 1 p.m. today. Sunday they take on the Giants. Capitals are back against the Hurricanes tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're presented by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Nobody's playing as well as the Washington Capitals. Joining us right now is their head coach, Spencer Carberry, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More positions, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Morning, guys.
What's going on?
Good to
man?
have you.
When was the last time a guy won back-to-back Coach of the Year awards, Cake?
Are you starting that now?
That's a great question.
I don't know, man. They're on a little run
It's an
here.
amazing question, EB. I don't know.
I think it's in play.
Are you saying that?
I predicted it last
Are you
year.
saying Coach Carb should make extra room on his mantle for his second Jack Adams
He
trophy?
might-
Is that what
he
you're
might
saying?
want to, the way the boys
Slow
are playing.
down. Let's slow down.
All right.
Okay, we will.
Well, you
slow
guys are
down.
doing something right now, Coach. I asked Cakes
Oh,
what it
thank
was, and he was throwing out a couple things. What are you guys doing so right now in the last couple weeks as opposed to when you were going through that little lull?
I think there's a bunch of little stuff that that's helping us, and I think we've sort of got that swagger and confidence back as a group, and when you get that, I feel like it can really snowball for your team. You win a few tight games, and then now when we're in these situations, whether it's when you don't have your best, when you come back from a road trip and you're a little bit exhausted, like you still feel like you can get 2 points and win a hockey game, like the other night at home against Columbus, or when you go into Anaheim and you play against a real good team. Like those situations, we just have a lot of confidence right now and swagger that no matter what way it looks, we're gonna find a way to win.
Yeah, Coach Carbs, that West Coast trip went about as good as you could script it. 2-0-1 with points in all 3 games against 3 quality playoff caliber teams, like you mentioned. And talk about the trip and specifically the special teams, because I know they improved on this trip, including the you guys had to fly straight from, I believe, Long Island out to the West Coast for those 3 games.
Yeah, so we sort of grouped it into a 4-game road trip because we started in Long Island, then we flew across the country. So we played that Sunday 1:00 afternoon game in Long Island, then flew to LA, played those 3 games in California. And we even put this home game in the trip as kind of a segment of 5 games because it was such a quick turnaround. Like we flew home on Saturday. We stayed overnight in Anaheim, flew home Saturday, got in at by the time guys are getting home, it's close to 6:30 at night. And then all of a sudden the next day you're playing a game at home and you've, lost 3 hours coming back through the 3 time zones. So it was like a 5-game sort of segment. And I thought we played really well through that, managed it. To your point, the special teams has gotten a lot better. The other night was a prime example. We take a 4-minute penalty. We're up 1-0 on Columbus. 10 minutes to go in the game. Huge moment. We take a 4-minute double minor high stick and we get a massive 4-minute kill in that moment right there where the game's on the line. And so I think there was a bunch of moments like that, special teams wise, through that 5-game segment that really helped us.
Yeah, I saw the quote from Chicky. It really speaks to you talking about you guys being road weary. He said, quote, "I'm not going to lie. I couldn't believe waking up this morning. We were going again tonight." And he was talking about that game against Columbus, coming off of that West Coast trip where you guys got in late. You got to wake up the next day. Another game on the slate. Talk about how these guys grind through that schedule, to deliver another good result.
So for people that don't know, this year is a little bit unique with the schedule because of the Olympic break. Like, we don't play a game for almost 3 weeks in February.
Wow.
So
That's
what they've
big.
done is our amount of games has not changed. It's still 82. It just now is
More
so much more
condensed.
condensed.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we've had to alter some things schedule-wise. You're playing constantly every second night. I mean, we played 3 weeks since like the beginning of November. We played every second night or back-to-backs for, 3.5 straight weeks going up to that Columbus game. So, like to Chicky's point, you just have to find different ways to manage it, get guys rest, some recuperation. Like we gave an example when we flew back the Columbus game. We said you just show up at the game. Now, a lot of guys came in the morning, but we made it optional to come in for a pregame skate just so guys could get a little bit of extra rest, mental and physical, to show up for that home game.
Coach Carberry, fill us in on these injuries. Ryan Leonard had been playing well, but he's going to be out for apparently an extended period of time. Charlie Lindgren's going to miss at least a week, it seems like. Fill us in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we've got a few guys banged up. John Carlson, we'll see how he is this week. We've had a few days here to recover, so we'll see how he is today. Ryan Leonard's going to be out. Still no update or nothing that we're releasing at this point, but he's going to be out for an extended period of time. Leno, and then Chucky's trending positive. Like we put him on IR, so he's going to miss the 7 days. But I think hopefully today, tomorrow, he takes some positive steps and potentially getting back on the ice. But we'll see with that. That will be a TBD.
Coach Carb, it's nice that you were just talking about the condensed schedule and the travel, but you get 3 days off before this big one tomorrow night. I said earlier, I feel like, it's only December 11th tomorrow, but I feel like it's going to be a playoff atmosphere playing Carolina.
Yeah.
Top two teams in the Metro. You guys are hot. They're pretty hot. Obviously, there's kind of a tradition to play Carolina in the playoffs, and didn't work out too well last year. But this seems like a big one. This seems like a big one tomorrow night, even though it's early December.
I would absolutely agree with you. Anytime we play against Carolina, I feel like they're sort of the standard right now in our division, and our guys will be up for that game Thursday night at home after a few days off. And then we sort of finish with this. We've got 7 games before the break here, basically playing every second day, and so we want to finish strong going into the Christmas break here, where everybody sort of puts a pause for 72 hours and 3 days of nothing. So we want to finish this last little stretch on a positive note and playing to our standard.
So LT really dug deep in that 2-0 win over Columbus after getting back from that West Coast road swing. And what a way to bag his 100th win as an NHL goalie. And you gave him the puck in the post-game celebration in the locker room. And I wanted to play your quote for people that didn't hear it, talking about how good Logan Thompson was in that game. Here it is.
And we needed to get on the board. That's a big play by Willie and Chicky. And hey, to be honest with you, we did a lot of good things. Their guy was good, but our guy was.
Now, is that just off the cuff, or is that just like did you have that?
No, honestly, Jet Greaves was outstanding. Like both teams, that was a really good hockey game, and 1-0. You're like, geez, what was going on? Was it like watching paint dry out there? And there was a lot of really good chances both ways, and both guys were outstanding in that game. And Jet Greaves made a bunch of big saves on us, and LT just made a few more, and it was I meant that like both. LT was unbelievable in that game, and especially when you're up 1-0 and then you got that penalty kill late, but they're going to push right to tie that game, and he was unbelievable. Made some big saves there to preserve the 1-0 win or the 1-0 lead.
Coach, I also saw the maybe even bigger pop in the room was when you gave the guys 2 full days off before the Carolina game. And you know your team, like these guys need it after being on that West Coast trip.
Yeah.
Like they need some time to just rest their bodies at this point, but with the condensed schedule to get ready for this big divisional game on Thursday.
Yeah, no doubt. And we're not always right with this, but I thought the timing of, like I was saying earlier, we had been playing since November 11th, I think it was, like we were on that road trip. We went at Pittsburgh, then we were in Tampa, Carolina, Florida. We'd played every second night. So that was a grind for 3+ weeks, and going out west, the time zones, the travel. We had the Florida trip, we had the California trip. I thought it just was appropriate with the way that we had played as well, and what guys were putting into these games, to just give them and as much of a physical rest, the mental rest of like, get out of the facility, don't listen to me and hear me do film or any, like just give them a mental break, be with your family, and kids if you have them, and just get away from the game for a couple of games. Then we come back refreshed and ready to go for a big one tomorrow night.
Joined by Spencer Carberry on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. So what did Coach Carberry do during the days off?
Oh, I got, it was great. I was able to see my son had a middle school hockey game yesterday. I was able to go to.
Oh, that's awesome.
We actually did a little tourist in the DC area, went to the Botanical Gardens last night. Walked around that at night. They're open, I think, some nights.
I've heard of that, Cakes. I don't really know what the hell it is.
I know you've never been to it.
I don't think so.
That I know.
Yeah, it was good. We walked around that as a family, and
that
yeah,
was definitely
so
the wife's idea, right?
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, I got you. I hear you.
What are you going to do for 3 weeks off when the Olympics get here?
Yeah, that. So we come back, like we'll play or start practicing on the 17th. So I want to say we have about a week, call it 12 days for the staff. It'll probably be around 10 days. So we'll probably plan something as a family. The kids have school, but we'll probably try to do something to break that up.
Gotcha.
Hey, Coach, before you go, I wanted to give a quick tip of the cap to Aaron Ness. He's not a household name, but he just reached a milestone of 800 career games. I know you know who he is, obviously. Played in the AHL for the Caps affiliate Hershey Bears. I mean, that's a level of dedication to the game of hockey that's not matched by many people. He's not pulling in 7 figures like a lot of NHL players. He's a lifer for the love of the game. So I just wanted to give you a chance to speak on him because I know that you obviously know him and all the work he's put in.
Unreal. I'm glad you said that because Aaron Ness is one of the great ones as a human being, leader, and he has helped me as a coach the years I was in Hershey and all the things he did for our teams. Unbelievable. Guy's a warrior and one of the great professional hockey players I've been had the fortunate and blessing to be around, and he there's no one better than Nesser, and he's done a lot for this organization and helped develop a lot of our young players.
Coach, real quick, Ovi's playing so well at age 40, and Ovi, I mean, he's unbelievable. I can't believe that he's scoring at this pace at this age, but he didn't have the last 5 years off. Did you see the story that Phillip Rivers, the quarterback, might play for the Colts at age 44 this weekend?
Hey, some of the memes come out.
He's actually a grandfather.
Yeah, he's a grandfather.
Oh my gosh. Has it been confirmed he's actually going to play?
No, he's signed to the practice squad.
Yeah, he's on the practice squad. He might play. Kind of depends on.
They actually said, I'm just reading about it while we're doing the interview, that he, like in his workout, he could spin it. Like the arm is fine, but they say the football shape, that's another issue.
A little different, yeah.
But he's never been a guy that's going to like evade a rush.
Right. He's Coach Carberry's exact age.
Can you imagine?
My gosh.
Could you imagine suiting up, like let one of your guys go down? Or, Wilson gets hurt. We need an enforcer. Here comes Carbs.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember Phillip, like, because you know, when you start following football and you're like, you see a guy's entire career, like he was in that draft, I think with Eli, right?
Is that right? Was that
think so.
Eli and Philip Rivers? You
so,
might be right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, like I remember there's a bunch of really good quarterbacks in that draft, like Roethlisberger, him, and they all and watching his career and his sort of weird side angle that he would throw with, that's unbelievable. If he gets into a game, oh my gosh.
If there was a guy, all right, so hold on. Let's just say you were in an absolute pinch. You got the playoffs coming up. You lose, let's say, 2 of your top 3 guys at any one position. Is there a guy that's retired in the last 2 or 3 years that you actually think, if I call this guy up, he could suit up and contribute? If you were in a pinch, is there anybody in the last couple of years?
I think our sport, like, I think it would be tough. Like the quarterback position, because of the arm and you don't have to move that much, I don't know if you could do it.
Yeah.
O is the one unique guy. Like I could see O because of his shot.
Right.
Because of his shot and ability to play on the power play and get into areas where he doesn't have to move a ton.
Right.
Because of his shot, which I don't think no one else in the history of the game has a shot like he's had. So I think he could. I absolutely think he could. Couple years off, get right back in it, and shoot a few pucks in the net, no doubt.
Plus, Ovi's going to be playing on some beer league for the rest of his life, right? Like he's never going to stop.
Wasn't Yager still playing?
I think he might
Maybe
be
a
somewhere.
vodka league, but beer league, same difference. Either or, you know.
Yeah, and you know it's interesting. We're going to play Winnipeg, so Jonathan Tays, not to that age, but he took a few years off to deal with some health stuff, but still, I don't think he played a game for 2-something years, and he's, into his later 30s. So maybe you got me thinking now of like into your 40s. Could you miss 2-3 years and then come back and actually be able to, look okay in an NHL game? You got me thinking.
Well, Coach Carberry, by the way, all over the 2004 draft. Eli won, Philip Rivers 4th. Ben Roethlisberger a little bit further down at number 11. Pretty good draft.
Sean
Taylor,
historian.
Sean Taylor was number 5 that year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sick draft.
Yeah.
Good stuff,
That's
Coach.
pretty good knowledge.
Yep. Good luck tomorrow night, man. Big one against Carolina. We'll be pulling for you guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of the week.
Good talking,
Coach Spencer Carberry, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Just looking at that draft, I mean, studs in that draft. But one name jumped out at me and I have no idea if he's in prison or I've forgotten. Maybe he's even dead. What happened to Kellen Winslow?
Ooh, I think he was
some
definitely in prison. He might be in prison.
I'll have to look it up.
He might be out. But
yeah, he had some issues.
That dude had a F ton of issues. He had some real sexual issues.
He had demons.
He had real
On
demons.
February 19th of 2021, he agreed and accepted a 14-year prison sentence for 1 count of rape, 2 counts of assault, sentenced on March 3rd, 2021. So
he's
gonna,
in the middle of a 14-year
He's going to
sentence.
be, he's going to be put away for a while.
Wow, it's sick. What a talent, too. He had talent.
What a way to put a downer on a great draft class. Good job, JP.
Yeah, right.
Well, the downer was, I mean, let's be real. The biggest downer is Sean Taylor at number 5.
I mean, sure, of course.
But there were some great players selected in that 2004
2004 was
draft.
a good one. Yep.
So, Coach Carberry is always awesome. Thanks for joining us. All right, coming up next, let's get back into the Washington Commanders. We'll hit the Skins here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here. FanDuel, the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
9 days. That's when we're going to have our annual holiday show. You can join us at Hyde Social in Clarendon. December 19th for our annual holiday drinking show. We're going to be broadcasting live. Doors are open at 6 a.m. for everybody to join in on the fun. So put it on your calendar. Start your holidays early with the Junkies.
This will probably tilt Mike Marr because he's been to Hyde Social. I don't know. This will be my voyage to Hyde Social.
Me too.
I don't think.
Did you ever go to Pamplona?
I think I went to
Oh.
Pamplona.
It's the same
maybe-
spot.
I don't think I
Maybe
did.
once.
You didn't?
I think one time.
I'm just not in that spot, that Arlington area
I've
anymore.
never been to Hyde Social. I'm looking forward
We
to
used
it.
to go out there
For
and
a
do
great
like
day.
4 or 5 appearances a year. Like we'd always be out.
I know where you've been right down the street from.
Pacers running stores.
Right.
Yeah, not about 100 times, but many times.
So you make sure our rides are all strict and everything, right? It's not going to be what company that used to work with us, right? It's not going to be that. Like I'll just say it's not going to be wrapped anymore. I don't think we do anything with
No.
them anymore, right?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys will be all set up.
All right, let's get into the skins as we hit the skins cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts, grilled right at your table. It's a dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the family. Oseo means come on in.
I mean, no offense, CB, but I am getting a little bit tired of hearing your rendition of SAD HDTR.
Oh,
At this
win.
point.
Win.
Is that
I
the
know,
last
but
time you've been
I'm
to
just saying,
SAD?
I'm tired of hearing it. I'm
Oh,
personally tired of
It's been
hearing it.
2 months, 2.5 months.
I've heard it for 8 straight weeks.
I mean, if you could,
I can't help it. Those are the rules.
I know. I understand the rules.
yeah, but I thought we said by Wednesday. we
No,
played
it's
a
by
good one.
Thursday.
Okay, at least changing the rules.
It's Thursday.
He's changed the
I'm not
rules.
changing the rules.
I think it could be a little bad.
To be honest with you, we should play it all week.
You're probably
For
right.
eight straight losses.
It's,
Hey,
Yeah.
Titanic.
It's fine. It's a lost season. I'm not.
My kid got the recorder.
What do you mean?
In third grade, they wanted to start playing an instrument, and the recorder is like the little clarinet or whatever. I don't know the
That's not
difference.
even an
It's like the
instrument.
easiest instrument
Everybody got the
planet.
recorder.
She just got it yesterday, so she's doing
Lesser
bells.
recorder's a lot of fun.
But next year they have to pick an instrument for the band,
Like a real
and her friend, who's her best friend, is actually a grade above, so she's a fourth grader as well as a third grader. They're having this discussion, and at least right now, it's a year away. Isabella's like either drums or saxophone. I was like, let's go saxophone.
Wrong.
That would be awesome.
That's a lot.
I get a lot of drum reels on my
Oh, you
thing.
do?
I'm a
Like just
big
like
fan. of,
amateur drummers or like real like
they're
or
like
pro drummers.
I guess it's both.
Okay.
Like they're
mix.
good drummers. They're good. And you remember that? You know that? Probably don't. I think it's a site. I think it's called Romeo.
Never heard of
All right,
that.
but the reels have gone viral.
No
Before. Like
idea.
the guy from Chili Peppers, when he heard the one song, I can't remember which. I think it was who's the actor that was in a band.
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto.
Yeah.
His most famous song. Right. So what their bid is, they get famous drummers to come in.
Yeah.
I know this is Hit the Skins. We'll get to it. I promise. But they get these famous drummers in studio, and they go, "Have you ever heard the song?"
Mhm.
And a lot of people think they're lying, but they think no. And they play the song, and then they hear it one time without the drums, and then they play it a second time, and then they
Yeah,
have to
they-
fill in their version of drums.
Yeah.
And usually, it's pretty remarkable how similar to the original it is.
Guys are talented. They have the ear
freaks.
for it. And
They have
know,
an ear
they
for
know
it.
how to fill
Or
in
they
exactly.
make their own fills
Yeah.
and their own thing and their own take on it. People go, "That's even better than
Yeah.
the original."
Sure.
But Chad did an unbelievable job on the Jared Leto song.
Mhm.
So a lot of those come up. Like even John Stamos just did a song that people have stunned that he had claimed he hadn't heard it. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
But it was awesome. Like, and John Stamos is just like filling drummer for like the
Yeah, I
Beach
mean,
Boys.
but he's got real musical chops. Like, he knows what he's doing.
But I also have to point out, you guys have to have seen this on your reel. Where this guy, he's like a Serbian guy, and he has these pedals. I don't know anything about drums, but he has these pedals, so he's doing both feet, and it's going.
Doing
So
like,
he's like the
double
world's-
bass.
He's like the world's fastest drummer.
Yeah.
He's playing the fastest thing you've ever heard with his feet, and then with his hand, and it's spinning the sticks, and the hand, and sticks, and it's twirling around. And
you love drummers.
he's playing
apparently.
with his elbow, and it's a show. You guys
Well,
don't get those on your reels?
No.
I want my kid to choose saxophone
No,
over
no,
drums.
no,
drums.
It's a
Because
bit.
drums will just be
No, no, it's a bit.
so loud.
I'm gonna talk drums.
That's too good.
Like something like really awkward.
Yeah.
She tried cello for a while because she was into the Addams Family show. And Wednesday plays cello. Yes. I was happy to return that.
Sad.
All right,
The girl I was on YouTube, her name's Sina. I've talked about Sina before. I think she's German.
I think I've seen her.
And she does all these covers of all the
I've
great
seen her.
classics.
You know, sometimes outside, because her kid is outside.
Sometimes,
yeah.
she'll do it on the street, but she does it everywhere.
Yeah.
But she plays all of
I've
the
seen her.
great songs. She's unbelievable.
Yeah, sick.
Yeah.
And
she's
female drummer.
she's probably 19 or 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I follow this girl. She's like about 12 years old. DJ in like the Netherlands.
Right.
And she's, she's making her own mixes.
Your reels sound wild.
I'm big into music ones. I love all the music
Apparently
ones.
so.
If I see one where I like Billie Eilish is like with her brother and she's like 17 and she's creating a song, like one of her. Give me one of her most famous songs.
I don't know her
Birds of a feather.
Yeah, like birds, whatever. And she's like 17 years old and she's making it with her brother and they're like in there and they. When I see like behind the scenes and they're making the song, I click on that and then I go to that and then I just watch all those videos where they make the song before they're famous.
Yeah, where they just cultivate it. You're like, oh, that's the hit that we've heard for a decade now.
The genius developed right there.
Pretty amazing.
I hit all. All right, let's hit the skins for a little bit. Not a lot. I mean, we all know.
You want the updated number on the Skins?
I would like that.
Last I heard it was 1.5. Has it changed?
1.5.
Yeah.
Yep. Giants laying 1.5. Totals 47.5.
Weather. Have a weather update. You love weather. Cold. I know it's going to be
Well,
cold.
it's supposed to be
windy, snow, precipitation. I need to know all these
You know what?
things.
That's a good question.
No precept. No precept? You know that or you're just guessing? You're
pretty
guessing.
confident.
You're pretty confident. It's called a guess.
I think we're supposed
It's
to
an
get something
informed
this week.
opinion.
Okay.
I think we're supposed to get something this weekend. I'm not sure about New York. I'll look that up.
Yeah,
All
please.
right. So obviously the big question is Jaden. We don't know. Dan did say yesterday. The audio of it. No, fine. You don't have to have it. Dan did say that basically they're not going to hold him out. So if he gets cleared by the medical, he's going to play. This hasn't been cleared yet, I guess, technically.
He didn't sound the most positive when I heard him talk. It didn't sound overwhelmingly like, yeah, Jaden's 100%. He's going to play. It sounded like,
Yeah.
here's what we know now, but I can't give you any details for the game.
All right. Updated weather.
Yeah.
Sunday.
Yeah.
This is from AccuWeather.
Okay.
33 degrees, 23 is your low. Considerable clouds, cold snow possible.
Okay. In the forecast.
Yes.
Possibly.
Sounds like a disaster.
Well, it snows.
It sounds like an under, is what it sounds
Yeah.
And
Sounds
I
like
hate
winter
unders.
I mean,
weather.
it doesn't say how much snow. It says snow possible.
Yeah.
Now, interesting subplot to all of this in the midst of all this misery. I guess the NFC East is being featured in Hard Knocks
Mhm.
this year, right? And I know about you guys. I woke up this morning, got a bunch of tweets. Hey, it's cool to see you guys mentioned, or they used your audio, whatever, for a few seconds of Hard Knocks. I think Valdez has. It's about 15, 20 seconds. So I think it's coming back on commercial or whatever.
The NFC East operates in 4 of the country's largest markets. The media scrutiny is intense and endless. When a season goes sideways, things can get downright ugly.
They did play better, but they lost. They've now cemented a guaranteed losing season. It's been one of those terrible, terrible years. But that's what I
want to see Jaden back.
Yeah, I want to see Jaden balling.
Yeah.
And I want to remind everybody reminded everybody why we love him. I need that from Jaden. Good job, Kate.
Come on, man.
I mean,
Normally, I'm never in
you
it.
hijacked it.
If he got a yep in there, he was barely in there.
Normally, I'm always in the cutting room floor.
Leave Schreiber is money.
Steve Schreiber's great.
He still does
He's
it, right?
awesome.
That was still
Yeah,
him.
I believe that's still him.
Plus the songs that they pick.
It's a great job. It's great production. It's top notch.
That said, I can't from HBO Max. Yeah,
I did
I
too.
gotta cut back.
Hey, you can see that when we highlight it. But it's very cool to be on. We appreciate that. But what's also interesting is just a turnaround on that. We talked about them last week. That aired last night. They wiped out Zach Ertz of all people, and of course he had the horrific injury. And I know Valdez has some audio wiped up. I don't know if this is actually when he got hurt or whatever. This is when he got hurt.
Some days just go from bad to worse.
No. No.
Zach Ertz got hit hard as he went up to get it. I think that hyperextended. Yeah.
I think like hyperextended.
Yeah. Where'd you feel it?
In the back. But I don't think I can get up myself.
Okay, we got you.
Oh.
It's every player's worst fear,
Oh.
an injury that might end a career.
Oh.
A steep price to pay for the game you love.
Get up, A6.
Zach Ertz is out with a knee injury. That's a huge loss, man. Huge loss. He's been a warrior this season.
Yeah, I feel so bad.
Right,
It's just awful.
Felt horrible for him.
Brutal. He did jump off sides a few many times, but not for me. But you don't want to see that happen to anybody.
No, you never wish an injury like that, especially potentially career ending at his age. Awful.
That's why the emotions poured out at the end.
Yeah.
100%. But even if you're a first-year player and you've tear your ACL and your season's over, and you have a year recovery ahead of you, or 9 months, whatever, it's just brutal.
It sucks even if you know it happens to you and then you can't play in the next couple of Tuesday night basketball games.
Sure. So, yeah, terrible thing there. It was interesting that Hard Knocks, it seemed like they handled it with class. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Cakes, as far as you think A, that Jaden will play, and B, are you feeling comfortable?
I think that he will play, even though James kind of soft it yesterday during his media availability. And look, if it's just a sore elbow, he has to play. He has to go out there. If it's further and he can't, support himself, if he gets knocked over or gets blocked, okay, I can understand him sitting out again. But if it's just a sore elbow, he has to play.
It's just a sore elbow. This is a pain tolerance thing. Hello, take some Advil, get a shot, whatever it takes, get out.
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out today, right? If he's full participant.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be limited.
It's
My
week
guess is they're
15.
limited.
Every single player that's available to play in a game is reduced to some level.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody's
Everybody's
healthy week
banged
15.
up. Everyone's banged up.
So if you're healthy enough to play, hopefully he's able to make it through an entire game. That's where we've gotten to. Can he make it through an entire game, start to finish? Recently, he's not been able to. And that's a real problem.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge issue.
If that continues next year, now we've been playing what would you set the over under?
Right.
Let's say he plays in 11 games next year.
Okay.
What are you thinking for the future?
It depends how well he plays.
I mean,
He plays 11 games and he plays very high level.
You mean the future? Does he get a second contract? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
If he plays at a very high level, yeah.
I mean,
think
yeah.
so. He's got to play at a high level.
Eric's right. It kind of depends on how he plays.
Got to play at a high level, and you just say, you know what? He's just going to be one of those guys that.
But I don't know if you can
Like, are you not going to re-sign Joe Burrow? Let's just say Burrow was up. Like, he's had injuries, but he's great. So you deal with it. So,
yeah, but if he only plays 10 or 12 games a season, you're going to be cringing when he's putting pen to paper on a deal that pays him north of $70 million a season by that point.
You're cringing, but if he's great, you do it. Yeah. I think. If he's great. But
I think your Burrow point's a really good point.
Yeah.
Like Burrow's injury prone, and you just got to suck it up and just hope that it's one of those years where he doesn't get hurt.
He needs
But when he gets hurt, Joe Burrow,
Mhm.
they miss the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, not because of him.
True.
I mean, when he's out there, he plays. But again, Jaden has to play really, really well, which he hasn't this year when he was healthy.
If you're injury prone, you got to be a freaking monster for them to keep banking on you. And if you're not, they move on. It is what it is. And I think he's a monster, but he's got to remind everybody. We need him, and really he needs to remind people these last 4 weeks.
I think he's got to show, number one, that he can stay on the field for 4 games. It's only 4
Well,
games.
he's got to show this week that he can do it for one entire game, because that's been a
You
struggle.
question just even one game.
Whoa. How could you not at this point?
Yeah.
Well,
I
the way
agree.
the season's
Remember-
unfolded.
Remember, he didn't get injured in the last game. He just got hurt and he got up slow and everyone panicked. He didn't get injured.
I know, but he didn't finish the game.
Yeah.
Maybe not his
everyone's panicked.
choice,
Yeah.
but he
wasn't-
didn't finish the game. It makes you question it.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll talk to the head coach of the Washington Wizards, Brian Keefe.
All right, guys. EB here for my friends at Offenbachers. Turn up the heat. Literally make wellness part of your lifestyle. Right now, you can get spa rebates up to $1,500 during their Turn Up the Heat event. And for the first time ever, that's right, saunas are here. You can get the smallest, the biggest, whatever you want, the most elite saunas. They have infrared. They have steam sauna. I got the steam, the traditional. It's incredible. We use it all the time. You can combine that with cold plunges, enjoy the recovery, the relaxation, the stress relief of all that stuff. Offenbachers has got it all. Highest quality available. Visit Herndon, Rockville, Gainesville, or Annapolis. Ask for Alex or Dave. Turn up the heat. Saunas are here, and they got spa rebates up to $1,500 off.
Welcome back to the show. Time now to head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We welcome in Brian Keefe, Wizards head coach. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing great.
Doing well.
It's been wild, man. I feel like I know you've been pissed a lot the last couple days. Has this been a trying season for you, or is this kind of standard and this is what the ebb and flow of a season?
No, I'm not. I think it's normal. You're going to have moments where, hey, we all are competitors here, where you're going to, we all want to win and stuff, but it's all part of the process of us getting to where we want to go, and that's to be consistent with our standards and how we're playing. And we are showing improvement here lately, but hey, we're all competitors. I think that's all normal.
I know you're not going to, trash one of your guys. I wouldn't expect you to, but everyone knows that, I guess Cam didn't meet some expectations. Well, I don't expect you to say anything negative about the guy, but what does he or other players that might be in a similar boat have to do to get back into good graces?
Well, first, I think there was some, reporting out there that was completely false. I think I addressed this in the media yesterday.
Yeah.
He had an excused absence. I don't know where some people get this information. Completely false, complete nonsense. But, he's like any new player that's new to our system, how we're play. He's learning our expectations basketball-wise, but we have a lot of guys like that in that situation. We also have a very deep roster at the wing, and we're looking to see other guys develop, and we're seeing Justin Champagnie, and obviously Will Riley's playing very well right now, and Jameer Watkins. So we have a very deep roster. So this is just normal stuff that happens for the year. I really love coaching Cam, and he had a great practice yesterday, and we just keep moving forward, and guys will get better.
So why didn't he play in the Hawk game?
We were looking at different rotations, and I think that's all. We hadn't played well in a couple of games before that. We wanted to try something new. He hadn't do anything wrong himself, but he's learning our system and how we do stuff. And we wanted to give other guys a chance, and some of the other guys were playing well. So it's just a natural thing throughout the year. Guys are going to be. We have a very deep roster at that position. I don't think that's anything abnormal. It's just who's going to play well, what combinations, and I think we're always looking at that's just what we do as coaches. All normal stuff.
Coach, what is it normal this number of injuries that it seems like you're going through with a lot of guys that are heavy in your rotation? I mean, Sarr, Coulibaly, Trey Johnson. I'm sure Kispert. I mean, my God,
you got a bunch of them.
You got a bunch of guys that you kind of rely on.
That stuff happens. That's just part of the deal in the NBA. I think every team goes through that at some point. Those guys will be back at some point, but it's opportunities for other guys to step up and grow. And I think you saw that in the last game versus Atlanta. Really great minutes for, Jameer Watkins, Will Riley. We saw the impact we had. And when those guys were in the game, they made a run to get us back to a tied score. So, we always look at these as opportunities, next man up. That's just part of the deal in professional sports.
Yeah, one of those guys who's taking advantage is Vucevic. He has double digits in 4 straight, 16, 16, 10, and 18 in his last 4.
Oh, he can score.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's, obviously he's someone we brought over here a couple of years ago, and he's just continued to grow. And when his opportunity's been called, he's always produced. And we loved him from the very beginning. I remember when we first got him, we threw him in the mix right away. And he's always had this no fear mentality. And you can see that when he's on the court. He's improving on both ends, but he's a pretty gifted offensive player.
So we talked about Bub a couple of weeks ago, and his playing time has gone up. He got a start, and against Atlanta, he really had a strong game, 9 assists, 14 points. I'm a little bit tainted because one of the games I went to last year was his season high, and he scored over 30. What do you see him from Bub? He's still very, very young.
Yeah, our roster is very young. We've talked about that with you guys before. We have 9 guys under 22 years old. He's still a developing, emerging player. Obviously, his role's changed a little bit this year. He was coming off the bench a little bit with some of the injuries. He came back into the starting lineup, and I thought he played one of his better games of the year. And it wasn't just the scoring. It was just how he controlled the game. He really pushed the pace for us, got us organized, and then his assist to turnovers was terrific. He's played a little bit more with the second unit this year, where he's been having to be a little bit more just initiating everything. This is all just part of the development process for him. But he's one of our guys who brings a toughness to us, a joy to the game. I think you guys see that when he's on the court. He's continued to develop. We're going to work with him every day, but I've been pleased with how he's been playing here the last couple games.
And he's shooting pretty good from beyond the arc. I'm curious, the 3 guys that were drafted in the first round last year. All right. So Sar, Keyshawn, and then Bub. If they just had a straight up 3-point contest, 100 shots, who knocks down the most?
I think I'd probably beat him. If you would throw me into the mix,
Okay.
I think I'd beat all 3 of them. So now they're all shooting really well this year, and that just continues to show what we're about here. Those guys put a tremendous amount of work into the offseason. And and it's still early in the year, but these guys put a lot into that, and they continue to put a lot into that. And then you're seeing that progress here in the core. And I think that's what is the exciting part of our team, is that when we get these guys into our system and we do a great job of drafting guys who really care about their craft, they're going to get better. And those guys are an example of that.
You mentioned Will, and I know when he was down, he had a big game, I don't know, 35, whatever the hell he did, and you guys brought him right back. And you're seeing the signs. I'll be honest, the games that I've watched, I haven't seen him blow up yet, so I haven't seen that. What are the strengths of his game? Like, what are you kind of counting on, even though he's still a developing player? Like, what does he provide right now at this young of an age?
You can see his processing ability to be able to read the game. The game's pretty slow for him. He sees the angles. He sees the scoring opportunities. He sees the passes. He's developed into a really good offensive rebounder, kind of like Justin Sampenny. He's one of our lead guys on our team with that. Mm-hmm. And he just brings an activity level to the game that's really high for a young player. He's got a really bright future. I think it's a testament also to our go-go and our relationship with that really just we're one organization. Him and Jameer had been assigned to them, and then when they returned to play with us, we put them right in the mix, and that's really part of our development process, the use of our go-go and their coaching staff. They're running the same system we're running. They're working on the same things that we do here in practice. So it's a good transition when those guys get more opportunities and get rhythm there. They really kind of go right into the lineup with us, and it's been really helpful.
All right, Coach, always good talking to you. Hopefully we'll talk to you after a couple of wins next time.
Well, we got a couple last time. We got Atlanta, we got Milwaukee, which was a good win. So we got a couple in this last 10, but we'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Coach.
it.
Bye.
All right, buddy.
It's Coach Brian Keefe staying optimistic.
Dude, he's remarkably optimistic.
I don't know how he does it.
That's the only way you could coach. Like you do, like what he's doing. You
Yeah.
have to be.
You gotta be
positive.
I mean, he signed
positive.
up for it. You know what I mean?
He knows what he's getting
Like,
into.
he wasn't taking over
He's
the
a
Oklahoma City
player.
Thunder.
Look, he's a developmental guy, right?
Yeah.
He's all about developing the guys. So listen, I'll say you're starting to see some pieces, and just need a couple
they got to
more.
stay.
So
They got to stay
Sar's
healthy.
been good when he's on the court. Keyshawn's been good.
Yeah.
Bilal
can be
and
a
you know
part
what?
of it.
CJ McCollum, he's going to be wanted. So there are going to be playoff teams, that are going to want CJ McCollum because he's shown that he can still ball.
That means more picks coming our
Well,
way.
I didn't buy his answer when I asked him why Cam Whitmore didn't play in the Hall of Fame.
I did not.
When he played in every other game.
Right.
I didn't buy it.
Hey, it's about the
That
rotation.
he was trying to get other,
sample new
especially when you have 4
rotations.
guys hurt.
Well, they said publicly that there's certain standards that they didn't think were being met on the court, and you could see some plays where it just looks like he was a little lazy.
Yeah, I know.
It is what it is.
He's Cam Whitmore.
Yeah, but he has flashes.
He's okay.
He has flashes.
No, but he's
dude. He
been
can play.
when he plays. I mean, he plays in the regular rotation. He puts up 9, 10, 12, 15 points a game.
He can put up points.
Yeah, I just didn't
He
buy
could
the
be a
answer.
piece. I mean, look, I know JP's all about the stars, but you need pieces too. So he could be a piece potentially. And then really Trey Johnson, we still haven't really seen him.
I'm going
blow
to tear up
the way
my
we can.
rookie of the year ticket for him today because there's no point.
Not looking great.
You don't
yet.
think he's going to pass Cooper Flag?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Or
pretty sure that's
Con
not.
Knipple.
Pretty sure that was $20 that I threw into a black hole.
All right. Got to take a break. If you want to chime in throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067.
The NBA Cup, Orlando Magic win over the Heat 117-108 with Desmond Bane scoring 37. Jalen Brunson 35 as the Knicks take down the Raptors 117-101. Head coach Mike Brown, second quarter was where we got it going.
After that first quarter, everybody on our team just started getting aggressive. We just said, forget what we're supposed to be doing offensively. If they get up in you, just attack, drive. If you can finish, go ahead and finish. If you draw two, go ahead and kick it.
The Wizards are back Friday against the Cavaliers. Phillies on a 5-year, $150 million. Edwin Diaz and the Dodgers a 3-year package worth $69 million. Several teams have contacted Altavoni about the national starter Mackenzie Gore, including the Orioles and the Phillies. UVA beat Maryland Eastern Shore 84-60. UConn over Florida 77-73. BYU gets a 3-point buzzer beater to beat Clemson 67-64. Commanders practice today at 1. Caps welcome in Hurricanes tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Coming up at 8:45, your chance to win some great prizes on a game show Wednesday. You know what we haven't played in a while? The old Who Am I?
Who Am I is a good one. It's a good one to break out.
Are we doing the round robin?
It's a lot of pressure on the round robin.
Well, we'll get Benj and Mike Moore involved.
I mean, it can be pressure packed. If
You can lead that.
You can freeze in that one.
Matt, just,
You get fired up for round robin. Who am I?
Let's make it more interesting. Matt, just kind of get the rules on the round robin.
Those guys behind. So we'll do that at 8:45. Commanders Giants at 8:20 with Colts. Really good insider. Covers the Giants.
We had him on before the season started. Didn't he? I believe he predicted a playoff spot.
Wow. He was high on the Giants, and he was one of the only people, if my memory serves me correct, who was down
on the Commanders. Yes.
Okay.
Got 50% of it right.
Yeah.
Going to happen. So
I didn't think the Commanders would be in this position. I knew the Giants were going to be trash this year.
Yeah.
I knew that Dable was going to get swept out. I mean, you saw the writing all there because their schedule was brutal. They lose neighbors like in the first 3 weeks of the season. Right.
Faith.
So Jason lives in Ashburn, and there's a house which is garnering a lot of attention, even nationally. I've never seen anything like this. It's Christmas season. It makes the Griswold Christmas vacation look like
I can only imagine their electricity bill.
Oh,
I always
can't even
this
imagine.
stupid thing from my electric company, and everybody gets the same piece of mail where it says, "This is the standard amount of electricity used. This is your amount of electricity used, and it's always higher." I can imagine what that house's electricity is during the months of November.
I've only driven by one. There's 25 to 30 cars on the road. Stop.
Right.
Taking pictures.
Yeah. So I'm retweeting it at Jones Radio if you want to check it out. But the entire house is lit up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
years,
impressive,
right?
actually.
Flashing.
I mean, it looks like, the 4th of July show or something they put on at the National Mall.
You could see it from like Bear Trip.
It's similar to what they
It's from
do.
outer space.
So I live right by the Mormon Temple. I think it's detailed, but I live right.
Yeah.
Just give your address.
Yeah. And I live in that neighborhood, and there's a million cars. It's like this, but like on some steroids. For a single family home, it's unbelievable what they're doing.
Would you like that if that was on your street?
I
wouldn't.
It would only not nothing to me. But if cars were coming by and ruining my day, like the traffic at the Mormon Temple does, then I care.
That's what they do.
Yeah,
it's the
if they
it's
ruin
the
your
golfers,
traffic
the people that
If that was my next door neighbor, I would be livid.
Yeah.
If they're ruining
Because you-
traffic and it's hard to get places, then I'm bitter.
Because that thing's on probably until 10, 11 at night.
Well,
I mean,
easily.
there's people coming up
it
and down
might
the
be on
street.
Well, it's not even that. Can't the lights kind of go through your window?
You better have some
Wouldn't it-
blackout shades.
Oh, yeah.
Unless, well, not everyone has blackout shades.
You better have
I would love to talk to those neighbors.
blackout shades available.
I don't know.
That
Should we,
one
give,
out.
should we give the address?
Well, the story is it's
It's-
from Rosetta Place.
Some Rosetta Place. It's an Ashburn.
I'm sure
Which
everybody
section
knows.
of Ashburn is that?
Ashburn, I guess that's considered farm. I don't know. It's behind the food fish restaurant there in the little strip mall. Behind that, the neighborhood behind that. It's right off, kind of right off Waxpool.
Waxpool. One of the busiest roads maybe on the planet.
Oh,
You're
I
an
mean,
inflatable.
it's data center central.
You're an inflatable guy.
I've
right?
done
Do you
inflatables
have
before.
inflatables
I've
in
got
front of the
one-
house now?
Inflatables are embarrassing.
I've
So
got,
sorry.
I've got
They're
lazy
embarrassing.
about outdoor Christmas decorations. I don't really have any this year. Just honestly, I don't feel like doing it because I've already done the inside of the house. I'm just like, I don't really care about the outside that much. So I've done inflatables before. Yes.
We did the outside.
Would you
What's
rather?
your inflatable? I feel like it's probably the Grinch. I see a lot of the
No, look,
Grinch.
It's a big giant like dog with a Santa hat. Is one of the
Sheepdog with the Santa.
yeah. It's nothing crazy.
What are you going to say about these?
I was going to ask you, would you rather your next door neighbor have their lights like it's a UFO or your next door neighbor have 5 inflatables in their front yard?
I guess inflatable.
Yeah, definitely.
Inflatable
Wouldn't be as big action.
drive by. You know,
I think that house, I can't tell, has the lights synced up to music because that's,
Yeah, they
Is
do.
that what it is?
because that's one of the new hot
No, they do.
things that they do.
Yeah, they have a speaker out there and
Yeah.
Christmas
Well,
music.
well, imagine you're the next door neighbor and you're blaring Dean Martin
Well, it's
while their lights are off.
They have shut
Well, I know,
the
but-
music off.
I know,
You
but,
can't do that all night.
but Jason goes about at 7:30.
Yeah.
Last night it was 8:30.
Okay.
All right.
Wild night.
I'm just saying he's trying to sleep at 6:45
Yeah.
and he's listening to Holly Jolly Christmas.
Well, some of these houses are linked up to charities, and I wonder if the charity pays for all the lights or maybe the
Yeah, I don't
electric bill. Because there's another.
what do you mean hooked up?
Well,
Explain that.
there's another house that has a bunch of decorations. I've sent pictures to Mike Marr. Remember that picture I sent you over Halloween with all those decorations?
Yeah, with all the.
Yeah, it's right near Broad Run High School. But there's a big sign out in front of it. There's a charity.
So people
To
can
it.
like donate,
They can
like as they
donate.
go by, probably like
So they're
Yes. So I'm
using
wondering if
address.
this house on Rosetta Place. No, I'm just guessing. But sometimes they are linked to charities, and the charity covers a lot of the cost.
Right.
I don't know. Some
know.
Because
people are
think
just-
about how much those lights would cost.
Oh, I mean, it's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, but
Thousands.
Has to
obviously,
be.
obviously, it's a house full of losers. This is their big.
This is their thing.
This is
Oh,
look at
what a
me.
Scrooge!
This is look at me.
Oh, they
think
love the
they're losers.
ADs.
Yeah,
Of
this
course.
is their AD.
Look, I don't
thing.
mind it because they're not on my block. Okay, so it's okay to drive by it. Oh, it's pretty cool. Kids love it. But if that was on my street, I would be.
Yeah, you
So I
would
just
be
put this
happy.
up as our poll of the day, sponsored by Search. So junk at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off more. I don't know if I phrased this. If you want a neighbor with a house put up like the house in Ashburn.
Oh, I
It's
would.
just
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, I would vote no.
If you've seen it, call us.
I don't really like the outside of our house, but I like it simple, like just the lights, like maybe a spotlight on a wreath, maybe some candles in the windows.
That's kind of boring. I like me some flashy,
Classy.
tacky lights.
classy.
Yeah.
So you
No,
like
spot-
classy.
I mean,
Spotlight, lazy lights.
It doesn't
Spotlight.
need to be-
no, that's classy.
No.
I'll take a picture if there's a house. Whether they have perfect grass. Have grass envy. Yes, but they do it the right way.
What do you mean the
Perfect.
right way?
Classy, simple.
All right.
If you call it lazy, it looks
Just
so
have
much
one.
better.
I 100% agree. That's trashy.
What? Oh, spotlights?
No, this
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
Yeah, it's trashy. They're trashy.
I would call it.
On a
or
neighborhood
if you're on
street.
like one of those TV competition shows, like
Right.
who has most lights on their house.
How long would it take to set that up? I mean,
Months.
Yeah, a month. Easily a month.
I would ask them why are you so broken? Like, what's wrong? Like,
And
I
if
need
you
to
have
know.
that much money to spend on all those lights, why are you still living in Nubby Ashburn?
That's probably $1 million house, if not more.
I want to know. JP says there's a right way. What's the right way to do light?
I just told you.
Spotlight. That's it.
Just a little.
No,
He says candles in the window. And
yeah,
A
like
couple things. Just
I've
not
got
over the top.
I've got garland.
the white lights. Yeah, you can do that.
I've got garland around my front door, and then over the garland, we have a little Christmas tree on the porch.
It's understated.
I mean, we have a spotlight in the front
You're
yard.
festive.
We got the hello.
Oh, you
I
have
don't
the
Yeah, that's silly.
I don't know what I like.
Oh, you've never seen my
I don't know what I like. I might know, but what?
You never seen the Christmas Story? The movie Christmas Story?
Sorry.
I don't think I've ever seen
Grinch.
Christmas
Yeah,
Story.
I know.
The leg lamp is delivered to the family.
What is the leg?
It's a major award. It's bad
Yeah.
wins. It gets delivered
It's
to
a leg.
a mind
with a
palace.
leg as its base, and it's lit up, and we have it up.
like
in
a
one of
leg
the-
with a fishnet.
Yeah.
My 55 years is the first I've ever heard.
Never heard of leg lamp. Never heard of fragile.
No,
Must be Italian.
Must be Italian. I'll take a picture of it.
he doesn't get the reference.
I'll take a picture tonight and send it to you. But anyway,
Just to
That-
alert the Grinch, you have a huge crumb on your
We have
your
a-
hoodie.
We have a lot of listeners that live in Ashburn. I wonder if anybody lives on that street or right by. Love to hear from them. 'Cause I would think the neighbors. Actually, I also want to scout on these people. Without slandering them.
Yeah.
But my guess, I'm with you, EB.
It's just a desperate attention. It's so desperate.
But now they're known for it. They
That's the
probably
thing.
ramp it up every. Do they ramp it up
It's
every
their
year
bit.
too?
I've
You
only
ramp
been
it
by
up
it
for
once.
this?
I've only been by it one time. It was a couple years ago, but I haven't been by it.
I think the story said it started in 2021.
Yeah, it was a
I
couple
think
years
a
ago.
lot of neighborhoods have a one house that goes over the top and is, it's stupid. But people go by it.
But it's nothing like this.
But this is pretty close to
It's
the
an extreme.
I
I don't
remember
know
there
how
was
you
a
can have
house.
any more covered.
There was a house.
You can't.
This is way inside off Northview Drive where we lived. That was like that. It did everything.
Does this house do like Halloween? We have people to a lesser extent that go over the top, and I just look at them and I go, and it takes them a week to get all their hay and pumpkins and get rid of it. Like,
Skeletons.
I'm like, you guys are losers, man.
My HOA had a contest. Doing there was.
I can't think of anything.
What do you mean? You're in the spirit.
Fine.
It's a lot
So
of
I'm
work.
a week setting up like headstones and
It
skeletons.
takes
no,
an
not the ones
hour
that-
out of your
not
day.
the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones that go over the top.
Yeah.
Not an average person's home.
Mike Marr, you still have that picture that I sent you of that house in Ashburn that had all the skeletons? Gotta show the boys. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably 900 skeletons in the front yard. But,
Look,
all right, let's go.
graveyard.
Let's go to the phone. People have driven by the house.
All right, let me see here. Let's go to Jamie in Annandale. Hey, Jamie, what's up?
What's up?
So Lurch, I did go by that house. I don't know if you were, or you probably not you obviously, but your wife maybe knows of this Facebook page, but it's Lights of Loudon or something like that. My wife went on it. We went touring the Lights of Loudon, like all these houses in neighborhoods and saw all these displays. And there was 25 cars in that house that you were talking about.
Right. That would piss me
This
off.
show.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
And that happens all night, every night.
Yeah. And the guy,
Do they turn it off ever? Does it turn off at midnight?
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, I don't know how that.
At 2
I
a.m.
got a guy in my neighborhood who has lights, and it's synced up to a radio station in your car, and you can listen to the music.
Oh,
while
it's
you're
the
looking at
106.7
play.
The Fan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the EP music.
Right. Thank you, buddy.
But you think there's just one plug to turn the whole thing off? Imagine the amount of cords.
How many
I know,
power strips they need?
In my
Oh,
house,
like 100.
in my house, we're modest. I'm sure you guys all do 10 times more than us. We have on top of the piano, we have all those houses that JP's mom got us through the years, right? We have like 12 houses on top of the piano and right adjacent to it.
Mhm.
We have a Christmas tree, and then we have some lights over the fireplace. That's basically the extent of it in one room. I don't even like walking over the power strips each night and turning them off. I can't imagine what they're doing there. They must be on some sort of timer.
Has to be.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They have to
But
have like a master switch inside the house
I
or
can't
something.
even. But to be honest with you, I'm not even interested in it.
Do you think if one little,
not even
if you think if one little light breaks, the whole thing goes off?
It might be all interconnected.
I don't know.
My big tree, which is I don't know, 16 feet high, whatever it is.
Damn, that's a big one.
It has the built-in lights, but clearly a few of them knocked out because now there's a strip like really high
Yeah,
that the lights
it's
are
out.
on,
I
and
know.
then there's one at the bottom where it's on, and I got these massive
You
pieces.
haven't
So I
supplemented
had
it?
to, I had to buy extra lights.
Yeah, you
just
gotta
outside lights,
rewrap
and
it.
then I just wrap with the outside lights.
Dude, we went and bought our tree last weekend. And of course, I was against it. I was like, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to put it on the car.
How much?
Here's the thing. These little trees now in my neighborhood, they're like 3 feet tall.
Okay.
Like real trees, they're charging $80.
For a
80
3-footer?
for a 3-footer.
For a ROM-sized tree?
Somehow we had a kid who was clueless, and he said all those over there in that pile,
Yeah.
he said were like $12 a foot or something or
Okay.
whatever. I mean, it was very reasonable.
Right.
And I think I got what the going rate is, like a $250 tree. I got one for like $80, $70. I mean, we pulled the okey doke on him because we had some teenager out there,
Right.
clueless.
He didn't care.
Yeah, he
He
couldn't
didn't
care less.
and I wasn't going to correct him.
Nope.
Right.
Size.
Coming up next, we've got Paul Dottino.
Dottino.
We'll talk Commanders Giants
Yes, sir.
with the little Giants insider here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. All you have to do, head to FanDuel.com/EB to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Coming up at 8:45, we're going to play Who Am I? Your chance to win some Terps tickets. We also have tickets to go see Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins.
Very good. Last time I saw Motley Crue was I believe it was at the Capitol Center. It was a long time ago.
That is a long time
That's a
ago.
long time ago.
How's Tommy Lee doing with his college degree? Remember he went back to school?
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit clearly for a reality TV show. I'm pretty sure he didn't get any sort of real or honorary degree. I think he was at Nebraska, if my memory serves correct. I didn't really watch much of it. I think that's where he was going to school, or he was being filmed at the school. I don't know how much school he actually attended.
All right, we're trying to track down Paul Dottino, insider who covers the Giants, host and reporter for WFAN.
I have to tell you, so yesterday, just a quick side note, I had my annual urology appointment.
Okay.
With my guy. I'll just say Dr. Juan, good guy. I've known him. It's wild. I've known this guy socially for 30 years because he's a friend of a friend through college.
Okay.
You know, he's a guy that we've gone out drinking with before. And now as an adult, you know, I see him every year, and every time I see him, I have to pull my pants down and bend over.
That's part of the deal.
You know, he does his thing.
I mean, he can't give you an exam without your pants being down.
He gives you the most invasive exam a male can have. He gives me once a year.
Yep.
Right. And
I thought they didn't have to do that anymore because of the blood tests.
I think that thorough doctors like to do both.
Yeah.
I think I'll be honest.
Just having fun with you.
Thorough. We're going to put thorough in the air quote.
Well, I like to be thorough. My father passed away from prostate
Understood.
cancer,
Right. Yeah.
so it's something I'm on top of, and everything looks good. He says my prostate's amazing, so that's great. But it is.
You gotta still have strong stream.
That's what I want to talk about. So my PSA is silly, and as you get older, it's like, you know, this is old man radio right here.
Yeah.
They start to test your PSA, and you want it to be under 1 or under whatever number it is. Mine's always great.
See, but that's
so
from
healthy.
the blood test. That's not from the old.
Yeah, but they also like to do in conjunction to make sure it's not hard or rigid. They don't feel bumps. Like you can catch it going on before. So there's a reason why they do it. But as you get older, all of us, listen, you go in there, I get stream envy of LDs. He
Don't go
stream
next to
shames
him. Yeah.
us all the time.
Every single
Because, you
time.
know, he's still a young man.
Yeah.
And he goes in there and, you know, he drinks 6 gallons
He's younger.
of coffee.
He's not young. He's younger.
Well, what is he, 36?
36 or 37.
Okay, that's 20 years younger.
Yeah.
Okay. He's going in there. He's like an elephant.
I
when he
know.
uses it, and it's
I know.
It's
I've been there.
embarrassing. So I'm older. Listen, if I have a few beers or I haven't been to the bathroom in a while, I could crank out one that somebody in their mid-30s might be proud of.
Yeah.
But oftentimes I go in there, it's pretty weak.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm old.
You're Curly Neal dribbling.
When I go now at my age, I'm 55. I go in there and you do a test where they have you go into this thing that catches it and it measures the velocity. So that's how they could tell how
They've got analytics on your stream.
Analytics on your stream.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
important.
last time I went in there, you would have thought I was 120. It was drip, drip. It was pathetic.
What if you can barely go? Like
That was
they,
part
did
of
they
it.
tell you to
And
load
here's what I
up?
said. And I said, dude, listen, I've been up since 4 a.m. I've already had 5 cups of coffee, a Mountain Dew, and water. I've been to the bathroom 5 times
You've
already.
evacuated.
And so what he says is, as you get older, this is gross, sorry, but your bladder doesn't bounce back as quickly as it does when you're younger. So if you go to the bathroom a bunch, it gets kind of tired, and then you can be kind of pathetic, like when you show up. So he gives me a pass because my PSA's silly. It feels silly. Everything. I didn't
You
go
had
to
too
the
many
bathroom.
reps at the bladder.
I didn't go to the bathroom like all day yesterday prior because I wanted to present. I wanted to nail that velocity test. Did better.
Good job. You
Did
stored
better.
it up.
Did better.
Well done. That's
Where did you
impressive.
fall? Like, did they have a range?
Listen, he wasn't thrilled with it, but I was thrilled with it.
All right, we're going to pivot from your stream talk.
Okay,
We're going to go to the
sorry.
Rude Guest Hotline.
It was a good filler.
The most
thank you.
reliable heating
I
and
had
air
that on
conditioning
standby.
products in the DMV. We say good morning to Paul Dottino, Giants host and reporter for WFAN. Ahead of this colossal matchup between the Commanders and the Giants in Week 15. What's up, Paul? Good morning.
Hey guys, good to talk to you. It's not exactly Gibbs and Parcells, is it?
No,
it's not.
It certainly is not.
I feel like are fans of the Giants a little. I almost feel like they're probably more optimistic than the fans here in Washington because of Dart and what you saw from Scadaboo? Like, what is kind of the state of the fans there?
Well, because of the removal of Brian Dable, the head coach, and also Shane Bowen, the defensive coordinator, just shortly thereafter, those were the two, I guess, pinatas, if you will, where the fans were just beating the crap out of those guys. So the fact that both of them were jettisoned actually has given some sense of soothing and comfort to the angry fans here, who really thought, and justifiably so, the Giants roster is significantly better this year. They've had 5 giveaway charity games where they lost with either less than 5 minutes left or in overtime. So, it could very easily be a team that could be a game under 500 that's realistically the kind of football this team has played. And unfortunately for them, the record does not indicate that. And it is what it is. And the head coach paid for it. The defensive coordinator paid for it. And that's been, besides obviously Scadaboo and Dart injecting some life into the franchise, and obviously then Scadaboo got hurt with the broken ankle. That combination has somewhat soothed some of the sunburn, if you will, that these fans have experienced over the course of the season.
I have some buddies from Long Island, huge Giants fans. I mean, they couldn't wait to see Dable go. But, from my perspective, from the outside, I think he's a pretty good football guy. I don't know why it didn't work out. What's amazing to me is why the GM kept his job. How did he separate himself and distance himself from the coach he hired?
Well, if you believe the premise that I'm going to put forth to you, and obviously Giants ownership, when they made the move to jettison Dable, they made it very clear in their quotes. They believe this roster has dramatically underachieved.
Okay.
The one-loss record is not reflective of the talent that's on the roster. It is the best collection of players that the Giants have had under the Shane Dable administration. And yet, the results, the one-loss record is not even close to what it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you're going to believe that premise, then GM, who is responsible for roster building and player acquisition, he should not pay the price because he built a roster that you believe is a 500 caliber roster. And the guys who helped, if you will, I use that word in quotes, the players to underachieve are the guys who are going to get paid for it, have to get punished for it.
Mm. Paul, when we had you on, I think in August, you were obviously very high on the Giants. I understand your bias, but I think you predicted they were going to be a playoff team. But you were also very down on Washington, and this has been a disastrous year for Washington for a billion different reasons. A lot of people thought from last year, winning 12 games or 14 games, if you include the 2 playoff wins, that this team was, a possible Super Bowl team. But they've had an awful year. Jaden's been hurt. But you weren't very high on them. And I'm just wondering why. No. And you turned out to be right. But why weren't you more positive about Washington this year?
Well, I saw a Giants team in 2022 that had everything fall their way, and they made the playoffs. And then the dose of reality came in 2023. I felt Washington was in the same boat. First of all, I'm not very big on Jaden Daniels. I think he's an incredibly lucky quarterback. He's got a lot of talent, but he certainly is built like a thin pretzel. I was not convinced that his durability was going to last. In fact, I talked to people in that organization last year, and midway through the season, I said, you guys may be able to do something here if he survives the season. And I'm not so sure he's going to survive the season. He's going to get hurt. And trust me, I know about quarterbacks who are risk takers and don't have the body to absorb the punishment and get hurt. Jackson Dart obviously is playing with that kind of scenario here with the Giants, and it's risky business. So I did not believe in Daniel's durability. I don't believe in his frame. I think in this league, he's going to get pulverized. And the durability question was a major factor for me, in addition to the fact that I believe they were incredibly lucky last year, and that's how they won 12 games. I figured they would fight to reach 500. I thought they and the Giants would probably be like an 8-win team, and they would fight for second place behind Philadelphia, and Dallas would be in the basement.
Well, that's not exactly how it worked out, is it?
No.
For whatever the reasons are, it is what it is right now. And these two teams are now, in the match put together, and they're going to have a game now on Sunday. And, I don't even know if Daniels is playing. I mean, do you guys have anything more on Mariota or Daniels?
We should know more later today. We don't have any official word yet.
Our guess is he will play, but it's not official.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is going to be something. Look, I know it's a very unpopular take with a lot of people, right? I'm not a big Lamar Jackson fan either. I get the man's incredible athleticism, tremendous athleticism, but durability concerns when you play the kind of style that he plays, and then what we have seen that when you get to the postseason, he usually chokes on the apple. That's just the way it is. Some guys are going to be, as long as they can stay in the lineup, they'll produce and they'll make some great plays and they'll make you drop your jaw. And Daniels can definitely create some magic, but I wouldn't want him to be my starting quarterback.
What do you make of, by the way, just side note, the Colts signing Phillip Rivers?
It reminds me when Steve DeBerg came out of retirement, back when Dan Reeves, the former Denver and then Giants coach, had gone to Atlanta, and he had injuries cripple his quarterback room, and Steve DeBerg, who had retired several years earlier and had actually been a quarterbacks coach with the Giants when Dan Reeves was here, came out of retirement after, I think, you guys have to look this up, but I think it was like 3 or 4 years. He had not played. And he came out of retirement at age 44, just like Rivers, and he actually started a game for the Falcons.
I love that.
Played in a few, but started actually a game, and it was just dreadful. It was just really, really bad. So, I'm not holding out much hope for this situation should he get to a game.
Hey, Paul, real quick, what are the fans / media talking about for possible coaches next year? Do you want to see an established current coach? Or a coordinator, maybe a college coach? What do the fans want to see for New York? For
the fans just want somebody to get this team out of the quicksand. I don't think they care if the guy comes from Mars, quite frankly, because they're so disgusted and frustrated about what's happened over the last decade. I would think that after going the coordinator route for the last 3 of the last 4 coaches, although Shermer had been a previous head coach in Cleveland and failed miserably, and that basically was a ditto here. But 3 out of the past 4 Giants head coaches were coordinators who did not have head coaching experience. So I would think they would shy away from that and try to go to somebody who has been a head coach in the league before. That's just a guess. See, what we don't know, and you guys can appreciate this, we don't know what that pool is going to be like. Is Mike Tomlin going to survive in Pittsburgh? Is John Harbaugh going to survive in Baltimore? There's is Stefanski in Cleveland? Probably not. I mean, there could be another several significant names added to that pool of available coaches in another month or so. So to me, I'm telling fans, I'm sorry. I know everybody wants to speculate. Everybody wants to throw names out there. I could give a horse's butt, because I don't know what the pool is. I don't know who's on the shelf before the Giants go into the store and have to buy somebody.
Paul, always fun talking to you. It's Paul Dottino from WFAN. Thanks, pal.
All right, guys. Good to talk to you.
Yep.
All right, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
Coming up next, it's a game show Wednesday. Going to give you a chance to win Terps tickets, and we'll give you a chance to win some Motley Crue tickets. We're going to do round robin, who am I? Each of the junkies, the boys behind the glass, will give a clue. And if you can figure out who we're talking about before your opponent, you'll win the prize. It's as simple as that. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
We all know legends aren't made overnight. The best athletes, they train, they prepare, they plan for their success. And when they hang up their cleats, when they're done, their legacy lives on. What about your legacy? Trajan Wealth specializes in retirement strategies and wealth management. Their fiduciary advisors can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market. Don't leave your future to chance. Call Trajan Wealth. Here's the number, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit them online today at trajanwealth.com. Retirement planning built on trust, because your legacy isn't just about what you earn, it's about what you leave behind. The number, 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com. Do that today. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
A lot of people have been hitting us up on social media wondering about our holiday show. Well, we announced it earlier this week. We're going to be out and about at Hyde Social in Clarendon.
Yep.
Next Friday, December 19th. Broadcasting live starting at 6 o'clock. The doors open at 6, so you can join us at Hyde Social. Start your holiday early with us, the Junkies, at Hyde.
We're expecting a banner turnout for the Junkies holiday.
What'd
show.
you give us numbers for, Jason? Are we
that's
doing
what-
a draft?
This is the
No, no,
order.
this is
Oh, this is Who Am I?
This is the clue order.
Okay.
Got it.
It is Who
And
Am
by
I?
the way, I did not set this up.
Well, you're
This is-
one.
It's just random.
All right, I thought we were
Well,
going to do the
I'm
spin the wheel.
screwed because
No,
I'm
we're
the
not-
last.
Well, that means you might not have to participate.
You
which
might
you'd be
not have
happy
All right,
with.
let's hope. Okay, because I
Get a
won't be
winner
able to
first.
track whoever
And
you
maybe
guys
a bonanza for you.
So call us now at 1-800-636-1067. Jason loves the round robin Who Am I more than anything.
I mean-
so the way it works is he's going to think of somebody. He'll give a clue. If
But-
by chance a listener knows who you are talking about, they would win the prize.
Right.
If nobody chimes in, it goes to the next person who gives another clue,
And-
which could be a totally different person.
Correct.
It was like explaining quantum physics to Mar back here.
Oh, was
His
it?
brain is broken.
I understood it, but if it makes it to me in the clue giving, I'd like to apologize in advance.
What number are you?
Sometimes it's hard.
I got 6.
6?
It's probably
Okay.
not going to get to you.
I hope it doesn't because I'll tell you right now I fail.
I actually
I'll
hope
fail.
it does.
But
get
I
again-
kind of hope it does too.
Yeah.
But Mike, again, the clue that I give here in a few seconds, who I'm thinking of is going to be someone probably totally different
But
than who
that's
you're
fine
thinking
as long as the clues line up.
Yeah.
Yes.
of. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to line up.
But you know, if he starts off with Russian politician,
Yeah.
you're I do pooty poot. That's
Yeah,
it.
you know,
Who's
yeah.
number one? Number
Yeah.
one is
Right.
the critical
He
person.
has number one.
I got
Are you
number
not
one.
You're
listening?
number one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Boris
What?
Gelson.
Yeah, it's not going to be. I promise it's not going to be a Russian
Yeah,
politician.
probably
All right.
not.
Let's punch up 3 contestants. You can call us at 1-800-636-1067. And let's do this. Let's establish this. If they guess and they miss, they're out of the contest.
Okay. That's
Okay.
fine. That works.
All right. All
A
right.
lot of strategy.
EB, you got to
involved.
punch them up.
All right, let's go to Antoine in Capitol Heights. Hey, Antoine.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's up, Antoine?
All right. Let's go to David. David's in Blacksburg.
We got to have multiple people. All right.
3 people.
Yeah, lock up. There you go.
All right, there we go.
Are you in
David.
Blacksburg, David?
Yes, sir.
Are you you're not a Hokie student? You just live in Blacksburg.
I just live in Blacksburg.
All right.
All right, and let's go.
Are you
to-
James Franklin's neighbor now? That'd be cool.
I wish.
By the way, he did hire Brent Pry.
Brent
Brent
Pry.
Pry's staying on as D coordinator.
that.
He is.
That's really weird, but props to him for having the
It's
ego
very strange.
to be able to do that.
Has a former coach been fired at that university and then the next year was hired
It's
as
a
a
weird
coordinator?
dynamic, but
I don't know if that's ever happened before.
yeah.
All right, let's go
Kind of
to
weird.
John in Vienna. John, you there?
Yeah. Good morning.
All right, here we go.
All right. Clue number 1. This is from Jason Bishop. If you know the answer or you want to make a guess, say your name. We'll give you the guess. If you're wrong, you're out of the game.
Wow. Yeah, we'll get a filler. All right. The clue is I'm a famous Christmas TV character.
I'm out.
I mean, it could be a billion. of them.
Okay.
I'm a famous
All right.
Christmas television character.
Is anybody going to hazard a guess?
If they have a guess and they're wrong, they miss a turn, right?
No, they're out.
They're out
Oh,
of the
they're
game.
out. Ooh. Yeah, I
All
probably
right, let's
wouldn't-
go to
I
clue
probably
number
wouldn't
2. Who
guess.
has number 2?
I have clue number 2.
All right.
You're already
You can make it
out?
obvious.
All right, I've got one. First clue was famous TV Christmas character.
Right.
Your second clue is I'm an animal.
Antoine.
Antoine's in.
Ooh, bold. This is bold.
The Grinch.
Incorrect. You're out. Antoine's out.
Sorry, Antoine.
Antoine, you're out.
Is the Grinch really an animal?
I really felt like that was stupid.
I guess.
Kind of
really.
a creature. Kind of a
Yeah,
creature.
kind of a creature. If I said creature, I think that's yeah.
Yeah,
All right, so we have 2 contestants left. Antoine from Capitol Heights out. That leaves David in Blacksburg and John in Vienna. Who's got number 3?
I do.
All right.
All right.
I binge.
I am hazardous on the roads.
Hazardous.
Gotta turn your radio down,
road.
whoever that is. You gotta turn your
I
radio
have no
down.
idea who Cakes was
I think
thinking
that's a
of.
solid clue. If
I think I know
we're
who
tracking
Cakes was
together.
thinking.
I have no idea who Cakes is thinking
I
of.
mean, David or John, nobody's gonna.
I think I'm good with Ben.
David's in.
Rudolph.
Rudolph. Gotta be
Rudolph.
Rudolph.
Well, was that David?
Right.
Oh,
Rudolph.
Yes.
And that's who you were thinking of.
So I was
That's
going
what I
with.
had as my guess.
I mean, it's maybe the most famous
had Rudolph.
TV Christmas character of all time.
Why is he hazardous on the roads? Shouldn't the red nose help out on the road?
Well,
Also, he
I would know
flies.
firsthand.
Yeah. Also,
You
he
just got hit by
flies.
one recently?
He's a flying reindeer. You're not going to run over that guy, but
Yeah.
it works for the
Did
game.
Ben tell us? Did you tell us a story recently? Did you get hit by a deer? I can't remember.
Did I get hit? But I hit a deer
When?
like 2 months ago.
Did you talk about it on the air?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You did talk about that.
Congratulations. Was that David that won?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're going to hook you up with 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue.
He sounds like a guy that
The
would love
return
Motley
of the
Crue.
Carnival of Sins. That's Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
David's one of my people.
One of my peeps. All right. So
We're
we
going
got
to
to
still go the same order? Or do we
Yeah, same
reverse it?
order. Same order.
Oh, does it go to the next?
Order remains the same.
No.
Does it
go
go
to
to
the
number
next.
1 again?
Oh, you want to go to the next? Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right. That's fine. So number 4, whoever has
Okay,
4.
that works.
All right, let's punch up 3 contestants.
You might be on deck, EB. Get prepared.
I don't want to
You're
do
not
it.
dodging 2 bullets, baby.
All right, let's go to Chris in Springfield. Hey, Chris.
Morning, fellas.
Hey,
All
Chris.
right, let's go to Jay, Silver Spring. Hey, Jay, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys?
And we'll go to Mike in McLean. Fancy
By the way, is
McLean.
Chris in Springfield formerly Chris of Lorton? Or am I getting my people mixed up?
Different guy.
Different
guy. Okay.
Different guy.
All right. I thought
Takes,
it was
believe
the
it or
same
not, more
voice.
than one Chris.
I know.
I know. He sounded familiar.
He knows voices.
My ears are just
Chris
better than
from
yours.
Chris from Lorton is a brand. He wouldn't
He
change
is
his
a
brand.
That's true. It's a very good point.
All right. So who has number 4?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
we got
have
you.
it.
Who has number-
Not me.
Hello?
Not me. I don't
Mar,
have number 4.
is that you?
No, Mar is
Oh,
6.
is this? I guess this is 4.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. It's kind of looked like a 5.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm an athlete who also acted.
Athlete who acted. Okay.
I don't know. Got no idea.
I'm an athlete
have idea.
that also acted.
All right, Chris,
All right.
Jay, and Mike.
Have no
You know
idea.
the answer. You jump in. I'm clue number 5, so I'm up next.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, I have a question.
Yeah.
This isn't like Christmas related. This is just.
To my knowledge, no.
No,
You
this
can make
is,
it Christmas
I can,
related.
okay, but that's
Yeah.
not the premise of the
No.
whole game.
Right.
Okay.
Athlete who acted
Okay.
is what we're at.
I'm tall.
Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
Michael Jordan. Jay.
Sorry, my friend. You can confirm this because I just want to show that I wrote somebody else. You can't read it, but it's not Michael
It's not-
Jordan.
no,
You're
it's
out of the
not
contest.
All right, but you said tall.
Yes.
He's out.
The clue was I'm tall. We go to number 6.
All right.
EB's shaking in his boots that he's going
I think we only got one guy left. I think the other guy hung up.
Yeah, we got to get another
We
guy.
only have Chris. All right, hold on. We want to
Need
get
a spare guy.
Want to get Dan in here?
Yeah, get Dan.
Dan, tap Dan in.
Dan and Bristow, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, you get to play.
All right,
Give
so
him the first 2 clues.
First
again.
2 clues. I'm an athlete, former athlete who also acted, and I'm tall. Those are
I
the
don't
two.
think he said former athlete, did he?
Oh, I'm sorry. You said athlete who also has acted,
Yes.
and I'm tall.
Could be former.
All right. So now we are on number 6. So Mike.
Mike Marville.
So you're a tall athlete who acted, who beat up the Hulkster.
All right.
Dan.
Go
Dan,
ahead.
go.
Oh, this is very specific, I think.
Go ahead.
Oh, Dolph Lundgren? No.
No.
Well, I, mean,
I think I
you-
know who he's going
You
for.
really boned me here, buddy.
By the way, that means that he's out. So we have a winner.
Yeah, you're off the hook, EB.
I am. I'm trying to think.
Congratulations. Who's left?
Chris.
Name.
Chris.
Hey,
Chris.
Chris, you win the 2 tickets to the University of
Well, hold
Maryland
on.
men's
Who-
basketball team Saturday, December 13th versus Michigan. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contest.
I think I know who it is. I actually
Hold on.
know who it is.
Dennis Rodman? No.
I don't think so. I think he's going with Andre the Giant.
Nope.
No.
Looks like I'm stumping everyone.
All right, hold on.
Is it
It's an
John? Is it
athlete?
John Cena?
Not John Cena.
He's not tall.
Beat up the Hulkster.
Beat up the Hulkster, WrestleMania back when.
Hold on. So Dennis Rodman, not a good guess. Good guess, right? Didn't he
It's
do
a
a
good
lot
guess.
of WrestleMania stuff?
I would have.
acting?
If I was the next clue, I would have been.
I mean,
done.
Andre the Giant, a great guess. I mean, he was in Princess Bride, and he definitely
Is it The Rock?
body slammed the Hulkster.
Hulkamania
is running
wild.
Valdez got it. It's The Rock.
Yeah,
Rock.
because The
Is he
Rock
tall?
played. I mean,
He looks tall, but who knows?
I guess
played
he's an
defe-
actor. Yeah, I mean,
he played defensive end at University of
I'm
Miami.
gonna guess he's pretty tall.
Yeah.
6'5".
Well, and also
That's
being a
tall.
wrestler kind
He's
of counts
tall.
as being
Yeah.
an
All
athlete.
right, that works then.
Right?
one.
Don't you think being a wrestler counts as being an athlete?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
That's not the athletics I was.
He wasn't thinking of. Who was your
Who
very
was-
first?
Ray Allen.
He was Ray Allen. I was
He got
Kareem
game or whatever that
I was gonna
Abdul-Jabbar.
do Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I was
going
going
to
to guess Kareem
Yeah.
Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
Damn it.
All right, we're
He
done.
guessed
Good.
Michael Jordan.
See, that wasn't that bad.
No, pretty
We should
good.
do this game
You know
more
what? I
often.
like the twist.
Yeah.
I like the twist, Bish Bucks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pat Tippin, congratulations. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk a little Jaden Daniels. An interesting nugget in the ringer about Jaden that might concern you.
Tease the season at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, featuring the Callaway Elite family of drivers. You can get up to 8 yards longer with more forgiveness compared to other Callaway models. Now up to $120 off. And don't forget, Golfdom's got gift cards in any amount for that special golfer in your life for the holidays. You can shop them in-store or online. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home of the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom. Get there.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Magic over the Heat 117-108 in the NBA Cup. Desmond Bane had 37. The Knicks over the Raptors 117-101. Jalen Brunson 35. Head coach Mike Brown, defense was critical.
You know, to hold a team like that to 13 points in a quarter, that was the difference of the ball game. Thought in the second half, getting back in transition and them scoring only 8 fast break points when they lead the league in that category was huge for us.
Wizards return Friday night against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Chicago White Sox take draft lottery at number 1. Nationals will pick number 11. Kyle Finnegan and the Tigers get a new 2-year deal. John Morosi says the Nationals have had steady communication with the Orioles about Mackenzie Gore. Virginia over Maryland Eastern Shore 84-60. UConn downs Florida 77-73. GW against Delaware tonight at 7. The Revs will take on Florida Saturday in Sunrise, Florida. Commanders practice today at 1. Capitals welcome the Hurricanes tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. You know, I don't want to get that many texts from our boss. And usually when you get it, you figure it's something really important. But this time he just sent something, right? This time he just sent like an interesting nugget from the Ringer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's definitely worthy of talking about. And it had to do with Jaden Daniels. And what it said was that Jaden Daniels last year was scrambling at about 13%. And this year, his scrambles have gone up to nearly 16%. One might say that's only a 3% increase, but for a guy that's injury prone, if you're okay with me calling him injury prone, you would think that in year 2, with a better offensive line, that you would want that scramble rate to come down. Instead, it went up this year. How concerning is this for you? And if you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067.
I don't have a problem with the actual scrambling rate because if Jaden Daniels is in trouble in the pocket, I would rather him try and bounce out and scramble than take the sack in the pocket and lose 7, 8, 10 yards. If he scrambles, the problem I have is he's not protecting himself because his percentage of slides is very low. Compared to other quarterbacks like Drake May. Drake May has slid 15 times out of 50 scrambles, 30%. Jaden Daniels has slid 4 times out of 41 scrambles, and that's 10%. So he's taking bigger hits because he's not protecting himself as much. Now, we've talked about it before. Quarterbacks who slide, sometimes they can get hit hard. And now it's usually a penalty on the defense, and they can get hit in the head. But practical matter, if you slide, you're probably going to protect yourself a little bit more than taking the hit, trying to, stiff arm a guy or get tackled.
Or maybe he goes face first a lot. He goes head first.
So I don't have a problem with the scrambling number because 3% is very small. I have a problem with the fact that he's not sliding as much.
Yeah, the slide rate here, they have 5 quarterbacks listed. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. Again, Jaden Daniels slides 10% of the time. Caleb Williams is at 23%. Drake May's at 30%. Patrick Mahomes, 21%. Josh Allen, 17%. The difference between Josh Allen, Mahomes, and Caleb Williams,
bigger guys,
and even Drake May, they're all stockier.
Yeah.
Now, Drake May is not as thick as you'd think. He's pretty thin, like in reality.
But if you look at him, you'd say he's a bigger guy than Jaden.
He's definitely bigger than Jaden.
Yes.
But he's probably only 10, maybe 15 pounds heavier than Jaden.
I would guess more, but that's just a guess. He looks heavier than
When
10.
I looked it up one time, he was listed. I mean, you never know with the listed. He was listed only 10 pounds heavier.
I don't buy into the listed number.
It's a little concerning,
Definitely concerning.
if you look at just this last game, he had 2 kind of headfirst dives, scrambles. See, maybe those don't get categorized as dives where he went down headfirst. But he had that one where he was just upright and like 3 guys were tackling. He puts himself in danger too much.
Yeah, it's hard though. Like when you're watching it, we all understand. Oh, he's trying to get the first down. Do we want him to slide 5 yards in front like a Russell Wilson and not get the first down?
The other part of the equation is
if it saves him getting hit in the head or getting, like a rib broken.
Yeah, but we're down 14-0 and we need a first down. Or a lot of times you need that effing first down.
I know, but
they're meaningful.
What are you willing to pay for the first down? Are you willing to pay him being out for 6 weeks?
Well, there's no guarantee, but there is a risk.
And sometimes he's not getting that first down on those runs. And maybe he needs to look at throwing more when he's outside of the pocket, because they also looked at what happens when he rolls outside of the pocket. How often is he throwing? He's only throwing 39% of his out of the pocket dropbacks. They say that's the lowest in the league by far. Justin Fields is at 45%. Drake May is at 49%. So full 10% higher than Jaden Daniels.
I'm going to say something unpopular and probably wrong, but it is how I sort of feel. And that's, this year is such a mess, and it's been so many fits and starts. I almost consider it statistically insignificant. He has played 7 or 8 games, parts of anyway. And so, there is some data there for sure. But I'm almost just going to throw it out. It's just been a disaster. Get back to me next year and let's see where we are. That's kind of where I feel like it's just, every day it's like a new day. It's like starting all over and getting the rust off. And it's just been such a poop show this year.
It has been. And again,
I can't take these that seriously.
And again, I don't have a problem with the actual scrambling percentage at 3% more than last year, because he's a competitor and I want him to bounce out of the pocket. And if he doesn't have a guy open, try and get 8 or 10 yards as opposed to getting sacked in the pocket and not scrambling and getting a loss of 10 yards. I just want him to do a better job protecting himself once he gets out there.
Probably the answer is, if we are going to analyze it, is it appears maybe he hasn't. I feel like he's a little gun shy because of rust and et cetera. And he's not firing right away to these first reads or second reads or getting off that first read quicker. I think an emphasis that would take care of the second part would be getting rid of the football quicker.
Yeah.
Right? So before you even get to the running part, just get rid of the ball quicker.
Yeah. But what he's not doing
quicker.
What he's not doing.
I feel like he's a little slower and he's holding on the ball a little longer this year. But again, I think that's because of rust and fits and starts. Lack of reps. Don't know the personnel. It's just weird. It's been a cluster.
What he's not doing, though, on those out-of-pocket ones. So I get it. Yeah, a quick pass, you don't have to worry about it. It's not even part. But on those occasions when he's bouncing out, he's not throwing the ball downfield. Now, maybe he's playing it safe. Like, he's very good with turnovers. Generally takes care of the ball. But maybe he should take a couple shots downfield versus taking shots to the body.
That, and if I'm Cliff during the offseason, I'm going to have him work on sliding instead of the head first dives, because you're giving yourself up by sliding. They're not allowed to hit you. If you're diving head first, they can hit you all they want.
Yeah.
Like, that's, to me,
I think he's doing it on purpose. He's not stupid. He's doing it because he wants the yards.
Yeah.
He's
understood, but it's less risky to slide feet first.
But then you don't get the first down.
Okay.
True.
For a guy that's
But maybe it's not all for a first
point,
down. I mean, what if it's first and goal or first and 15 and you don't need the first down right then?
That's when he should.
Yeah.
That's what he should.
If it's 3rd and 8.
A lot of times it's 3rd and 8 when he just takes off, and he's gonna go for it because he is a freaking competitor. I don't care what anybody says. He's not gonna just give himself up.
I know he's a competitor, but I have, if I want him to play here for a decade, I need to coach that out of him.
It's his MO, right? And look, you want to talk about a small sample size. They went through plays in the Minnesota Vikings game, and in one of the plays, they point out that Daniels passed up on 3 potential throws. 3 guys open, and he did, on a short scramble, get a first down, but as he got the first down, it was one of those head first dives, and he dove right into a tackle.
Right. Again, if he gets rid of the ball quicker, that's where it all starts. If he gets rid of the ball quicker, all this other stuff takes care of it. And I do think, I don't think he can't read the field. He's proven he can read and make progressions. But I do think it's something that you need reps with. And when you haven't played in a while, you get a little out of sync. You're not into the rhythm, and you don't make as good a reads, and you get a little indecisive, and you take off running and put yourself in jeopardy. And I think that's what's happened.
And this is another reason why I think he needs to play and not be held out for the rest of the year like a lot of people want.
Totally.
To sit him and protect him, he needs to play so he learns more about the position.
Yes.
He needs to learn more about how to develop.
Reads.
Make those quicker reads and learn to get down when you're in trouble instead of diving or taking the tackle or taking the sack.
All right, let's make out some of these calls. Let me see here. Let's go to Jim in Tyson's. Jim, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Jim.
Oh, I'm sorry. I pressed it. Don't know why it didn't come up. There you go.
Jimmy.
Jim, hey, bud.
Hey, love you guys' show.
Thanks, man.
I'll be honest with you. I felt this way in the beginning of the year as going in and watching Jaden. Every time I see him run, there's a lot of folks in the town who love that. I cringe. And the reason I cringe is I go back to Robert Griffith and I go back to some other quarterbacks. And we saw we saw them go up the bell curve and they were up there. And as they started to come down, when things got tough and they couldn't locate receivers and they didn't have the game plan down exactly the way coaches, they ran. And I really believe we've got to get this number to 8 to 10% scrambling. I think in terms of his development, he has to find a way to stay in the pocket and locate receivers. And I don't know which one of you guys said it. I agree with you 100%. If he isn't starting to minimize the scrambling, he's going to have a really difficult career because he's got to locate the receivers and he needs to develop that
I think
way.
he's just got to get rid of it quicker. But I do think that this year it's an impossible thing when you're playing every other game, right? You just can't get into a rhythm.
I agree, but one thing to think about, we all operate under the assumption that he's going to have better receivers next year. There's no guarantee with Peters or anyone that the receivers are going to be any better.
Right.
I mean, we're going to have Terry. We're going to have Terry. We're not going to have.
You know what?
We're not going to.
Not going to have Noah Brown.
That's fair.
Probably won't have Debo.
That's fair. But you know what would be nice? And there's no guarantee, but it would be nice if whoever you have, they're at least available. Like kind of the same guys. They got different guys. They're trying out different guys every week. That's also contributing.
Well, I appreciate you taking my call. Have a really nice, happy holiday.
Yeah, thank you. You too, Jim. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's one thing. Okay, if you're going to have to go with Jalen Lane as your number 2 or number 3, or Robbie Chosen or more, at least
some of those names, man.
Okay, they're not that good. I get it. But at least you know what you got if you have the same guy every week. They're putting different guys out there.
Yeah, but my problem is I want those same guys week in and week out
to get open.
Well, not that.
To be better.
I want them to be quality, high quality NFL wideouts.
Of course.
Not guys that Adam Peters picks up the phone and says,
well, that's my
who's
point.
on the scrap heap that we can
That's
sign?
my point. Right. Guys like Robbie Chosen and Chris Moore aren't going to get open consistently.
Right.
That's
why
you
can
need
make
to
that argument, but I can also make the argument a guy like Tom Brady. Okay, you say best ever, but he had run-of-the-mill receivers that he made great.
Well, it's Tom Brady.
Jaden did that last year. He did that with Oz and De'Ami Brown.
Right.
Yeah. He made those guys viable.
They were available. That's my point. When we have different guys every week, and he's in and out of the lineup, in and out of practice, standing there in sweats, up in the box, now he's playing.
That hurts, but I would also argue
it's a cluster.
I would argue that Oz and De'Ami Brown are a couple
Better?
cuts above Robbie Chosen and Traylon Burks, and guys like that.
They are, but that's not who they were supposed to replace. They were supposed to replace Jalen and McCaffrey were supposed to replace them. And those guys, I thought at times
those guys seem to be serviceable.
Yeah, have proven their worth.
McCaffrey was carving out a role.
800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in on the topic.
All right, let's go to Elijah in D.C. Elijah, what's up? Y'all with the junk.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I personally don't hate the running. It's not what you do, it's when you do it. And sometimes I would be frustrated at times. They're trying to get defenses to respect a part of his game without presenting enough, nuances. It's almost like a boxer going in there and he's not going to jab at all, but I'm going to heave a certain thing at you. This is what I'm good at, and this is how you have to do a better job setting these things up. And they have to recognize, no, you can't, the type of player he is, you don't want to hold him back, but you also don't want to push him forward, in a way that isn't going to help him. And defenses this year, they aren't turning their back to him. A lot of people don't realize if you look at the numbers, football is a numbers game. So he's trying to make decisions based off of, okay, this many guys got their back to me. This is what's open now. Some of their game is still built off of finesse which makes the quarterback have to almost, you're not going to finesse a good defense, grown men up and down the field for 60 minutes. And they still trying to finesse people. And now we're seeing you're not going to be able to do that. And you're going to, maybe in high school, in college, but after a while, and that's just what we are seeing.
All right, so
there
hold on.
has
Let
to
me
be
come
an
to the chase
adjustment.
then. So are you a move on from Cliff guy then?
This is more complex, and Danny, they didn't shut me down, but it was like, well, there are other guys that can be brought on. My problem is Cliff leaves, and then we draft a whole bunch of rookies who now have to have a different offensive coordinator. I don't know if everybody's on the same page about moving forward and how this is going to look, and what are we going to rely on? And I'm looking at the game. I'm like, well, what are we going to hang our hat on next year? I'm not really certain. The offensive line and the running game, but there are elements that they do have that can be used next year. But some of these things just can't happen the way that they're happening. And so if Cliff goes, my concern is we're going to have to learn a new playbook. Even if Pritchard, he's going to Stanford, so he's talking about we're going to go 2 levels down to get into. Come on, man. So we're going to have to really identify our game plan, identify our coaches accordingly. Because even if Cliff stays a year, and then I think at some point this offense is going to change. So you might as well do it early, or you might as well adjust it to the degree it needs, so you're not behind the ball again, rebuilding a rebuild with
Elijah,
new terminology.
Thank you.
He's getting a little bit ahead of himself.
Elijah, thank you.
Let's get Jaden Daniels healthy through one game, and let's go from there.
Right.
You've lowered the bar to just one game, not a season,
at
not
this point.
4 games, just one game.
Yes.
I think the thing here is, I agree with EB. 3% doesn't seem like much, but the goal is to keep this guy healthy, and you probably want him scrambling less. And he has to learn how to protect himself.
But
the
again,
sliding statistics, which Jason brought up, that is concerning. Like Drake May is sliding 10%.
But again,
everybody's
if he
sliding.
gets rid of the ball quicker, it makes those things less important.
Also, the
No,
percent.
but they're just judging the scrambles.
I understand.
But
if
also-
he's scrambling less, it's okay if it's at a higher percentage if it's 4 times a game versus 10.
Yeah. But also the percentage of him not throwing the ball when he does get outside the pocket.
That
it's
should increase.
very low.
It should increase. But again, this year's been such a disaster.
It's been a real disaster all the way around. 800-636-1067. We're going to take more of your calls next on this topic. Is Jaden not sliding enough, not protecting himself enough in the pocket behind this line? You know what? People are on the fence here, but I don't have a problem with the actual number going up to 16%, but he's got to slide more when he gets out of the pocket. 800-636-1067. More calls next.
All right, guys. I'm always out there trying to stay active, riding a bike, golf, was hitting balls yesterday, 29 degrees. It's insane. But I'm old. Injuries happen. Back spasms, bone and joint pain. Can slow you down. My hips bother me. My knees are cracking. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call people. Here's the number. Memorize it. 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. Call them. They'll make a huge difference.
Welcome back. Talking about Jaden Daniels. The Ringer has some nuggets about his scrambling, that it's up this year from 13% to 15.7% of his dropbacks. Seems like a lot. 15.7% of his dropbacks are ending up in scrambles. But he's only slid 4 times on 41 scrambles. Contextually, that is very low. Drake May is at 30%. Josh Allen's at 17%. That's the next lowest that I see, but he's a much bigger dude. Yeah. Jaden's at 10%.
Caleb
How
at 23%.
worrisome is this to you?
I mean, it's pretty worrisome. It's just stressing the fact that he's taking more hits than these other quarterbacks and starting to pile up. You're seeing the results of it.
And he's not built like these other
with
guys.
him missing multiple games and getting knocked out of games.
I wish he hadn't been knocked out so we could just say, no, this doesn't matter. But when you get knocked out, now all of a sudden you can bring all these stats and throw them in your face, and you can't really defend it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's bang out some of these calls. Let's go to Art in Fredericksburg. Art, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Chucks.
Hey, brothers, I thank you for taking my call. I've been trying to call in for so long. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm an old Marine, and they say an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I think that everybody's been dancing around the fact that it's the play calling that's the problem. So predictable. Every first down, 80% of the time, it's a run. The plays are unimaginative, and Jaden is put in a situation where it's Jaden drop back, you don't find anybody open, scrambling, gets the first down.
I'm going to guess that 80% of the first downs are not runs, but that's just the guess on my part.
It's about 50%.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to
and the whole. I mean, maybe you could make some sort of argument about the predictability. The whole issue here is that they're not looking at what you're looking at. They're looking at when are the times he's scrambling, what is the percentage of the times he's scrambling, and then what does he do on the scrambles?
Right. Let's go to Don in Alexandria. Don, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? I think you guys have got this solved by committee. It's water under the bridge, but I wanted Drake May. And the only reason I wanted him is because of physical stature. If you step back and look at it, it's physics. I looked at him and he says, I said, he's not going to hold up in the NFL.
All right, that
he's
was
just not.
everybody's concern. I'd say, listen, it's not earth-shattering. Everybody had that concern. Yeah. They decided to roll the dice that the talent
they felt like Jaden was better. Yep.
The fact that he's slender. And by the way, their credit.
He's a good passer.
But hold on, to their credit, Don, he played 55 games in college, didn't miss a game as far as I know.
It's different than the pros.
Different, but it's still the SEC, still pretty good. Still pretty close.
Yes, but also, like I said, Drake May is holding up, but he doesn't run. He's an excellent passer. He can be an excellent passer. All they need to do is just coach him up. I don't know, one of you guys said that. Coach him up. And he's got to listen. So there's two things that have to happen here. But he can still be a viable quarterback with us. They just need to cool it with the running, coach him up, get a little bit different scheme. And I don't know, we waxed the Cardinals last year. He said we ran a college offense. Well, a lot of those college offenses have 2 or 3 quarterbacks that they get hurt. They need 3 quarterbacks because they run the ball.
So are you anti-Cliff then? Are you of the – because I don't think Cliff is going to particularly change his system that much.
Probably
he is
not.
who he is.
No, I don't think so.
So are you anti-Cliff?
He's a contributor. He's a contributor.
So what do you want? So you want a new OC?
Well, he's either got to stop running so much, change the plays, less running, more passing. I mean, more. You're going to get hurt being sacked.
All right, thank you, John. Appreciate it, buddy.
This guy's got all the answers.
The hard part, and I don't have an answer for this, but I think it's shown statistically and just when you're watching the games, he does seem to be not pulling the trigger.
Yes,
on passes that are available.
Yes. He's more hesitant. He's more hesitant.
Yeah. Hesitant. I think
and
it's
maybe
rust.
it's lack of practice time with the guys, but like that's where the hits are piling up that he doesn't have to take the hits. Like if I'm just going to work on an outside of the pocket. He's scrambling. He's outside the pocket. So now it's scramble drill. He's not pulling the trigger on throws. Sometimes they're bad throws, and you don't want to have those bad throws. And I'll bring up Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is excellent at that, where he gets out and he makes some ridiculous throw 30 yards downfield on a scramble. I think sometimes he doesn't throw it out of bounds too. Like
Well,
maybe
he
doesn't
feels
want to take.
like-
Maybe he doesn't want to take the
He holds it
incompletion.
too long.
doesn't-
He doesn't throw it away.
He doesn't want to lose the down. He feels like if I can get 7 or 8 yards, maybe it's a first down, or maybe it's a third and short as opposed to a third and long.
Yeah.
He's just trying to march down the field a little bit more, and I just don't understand people who say, "Let's change the plays. Let's pass more." Well, what? What do you mean pass more? You want him to be in the pocket more? This team has to run. Maybe not him, but they've got to run. They've got to run the ball.
Yeah.
And the part that is really hard to know statistically, like you'd have to really break it down, and I'm sure there's some analytics people, is how many times the scrambling at 16%. I'm just going to bump it up to 16%. I think it was 15.9%. How many times could he have stayed in the pocket? That he has that
I don't
tendency to break out maybe too quick.
I don't think too. No. I think he should have got.
I'm sure
I think you can
someone
make
did the
argument that
numbers.
He should have gotten rid of the ball quicker. But I think when he takes off, I pretty much agreed with him every time. I haven't looked at it and go, "Oh man, you should have hung in there." That's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing there have been times where I've been like, "You should have thrown it," but there haven't been times where I've been like, "Oh yeah, you probably shouldn't have scrambled there." I think he scrambles pretty much when it's a disaster.
His runs are down this year too. When we talked to Barry Zerluga yesterday, down pretty significantly. I mean, it doesn't sound like much when it's a yard and a half,
Right.
but
The yards per carry.
yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Gus in Arlington. Gus, what's up?
Hey guys, I think the issue is last year we depended so much on Jaden to extend drives for us with his feet. He bailed out Clip a lot last year, and now this year he's trying to do the same, but he's just not getting the first downs because defenses are, spying him a lot better.
They've
So he's
contained him a little
starting-
bit. There was definitely a game early in the season I remember where he had nothing. They
And
defended him perfectly.
And so what the coaching staff needs to tell him is that he's not responsible for winning the game. He needs to stay healthy. The coaching staff has to win the game. They have to give Chris Rodriguez 20 carries a game and figure out something on the defense and not put it all on Jaden's shoulders.
Yeah,
I think a lot of it is going to
be.
be on his shoulders. That's kind of where I would push back.
Well, there's
Like,
just so many holes for next
he
year.
can't just be like a game manager. That's not why he was drafted at number 2 overall.
Right.
You don't
No,
draft
he's gotta
game
be a
managers.
star.
No,
Right.
but you could be, but he could just take more chances on throws. That's not a game manager, right? So you could
I agree
just
with that.
be a little riskier on your throws, pull the trigger a little quicker, and so you have less
He's
opportunity
had so many
to take
fits
off.
and starts this season that he hasn't had any continuity. He doesn't know these receivers. A lot of the
You're preaching
receivers
to the choir.
are subpar.
Yep.
The
That is
guys,
true.
Exactly
the
what I'm
guys
saying.
they're relying on are either underperforming or sidelined. It's been a mess.
Yeah.
Now he needs a bounce back in year 3. It needs to look a lot better and flow better in year 3. It can't look like this in year 3, or you're gonna have serious questions about him moving forward. Like, is he the guy for the next 5, 7, 10 years?
Oh, 100%.
Year 3 is
You can't give a
massively
huge
pivotal.
contract to a guy who gets hurt all the time.
No.
You can give him a contract, but not a huge
You can
contract.
offer him a contract that he might just turn his nose up at.
Right.
Let's go to Michael, Silver Spring. Michael, what's up?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yep,
sure.
One thing that the statistics aren't showing is you guys are assuming that when he's running, that he's immediately getting hit. Do the statistics say anything about how many times he runs and goes directly out of bounds? Because I feel like he does that a lot. Yes, he does get hit sometimes when he runs, but statistics aren't really showing how many times he runs and goes out of bounds.
They are factoring that.
Yeah, they do.
Because that's part of the total scrambles. So if you're running out of bounds, that's not a slide, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, they do factor that in.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is personnel and game management is another thing that needs to be addressed. We need to go back to the Alex Smith, like check down Charlie plays. You know what I mean? Like just get some easy throws out. When you don't have Eckler in, he was our main weapon to get Jaden completely in the pocket and not running the ball. We need to get McNichols more, one of those Texas routes where he goes out and then he goes in the middle, or just some sort of check downs where he actually has a place to go with the ball. If you don't have the horses to get the guys open out in the middle of the field as your wideouts, and you don't have the tight ends to really do it now that, Zach Ertz is gone, you need a guy like Eckler, or you need some plays to get guys to get these,
I
safe
think they
outs
have those
and have them go.
options.
That was exactly what Debo Samuel was brought in for. He's supposed to be that
Right,
guy that's
but
close to the line of
and-
scrimmage, makes things
exactly.
easier.
And also, defenses do adjust to that.
Yeah.
I mean, they can recognize if there's a guy out in the flat who's just kind of bailout. The defenses can react to that.
They include that.
Yeah. I mean,
It's-
Kingsbury knows what he's doing.
It's part of the problem is that what we're trying to do, and it's tough when you're not watching it visually and we're just talking about it, but you can go through a particular play where
Thanks for your call, bud.
Jaden took a hit and he could have just flipped a little short pass. Now,
Mm-hmm.
he maybe trusts himself to make a longer run than I think it was McNichols. I might be wrong.
Mhm.
And he's opting not to make that little dump off sometimes to run himself.
I mean, a great example, it's not necessarily a great example, but believe it or not, Brandon Coleman was open on that second down play.
Yeah.
Like he was actually
Early.
open. Yeah. Now it was stupid. The lineman's running that route.
I
But he was
hate that play.
I do too.
The percentage, I'm sorry, that's a low percentage
Jason,
play.
I'm with you. But the fact is, the guy had 3 steps on him. He was
open for a minute.
Maybe Jaden just didn't see him. Maybe he was like blocked.
Well,
for
there was a guy.
second.
There was a guy in front of him, and he
Maybe
he faked it, and the guy jumped, and he was trying to get around him.
Yeah,
but
so it just he didn't really. But
just
you
ran
know,
out of time.
If he had found a way, if he saw him, I wish he had thrown it because he was there, and it would have been 6.
Yeah.
But there's been a few instances where he's just not pulling the trigger.
And look, some of it is decisions, right? If you think of the Packers game against the Bears, which ended on the Caleb Williams interception, he's rolling to his left. Needs a yard. It's 4th and 1. Now, DJ Moore broke open late. I don't blame him for that. But he had a running back that he could have just tossed it to for a 2-yard gain. He tried to make the hero pass to win the game. There was like 25 seconds left. Maybe that's the smart decision. Had a bad throw and was late. But Jaden sometimes has that little 2-yard pass and then opts to run himself. Now, some would make an argument, well, because Jaden sometimes runs for 15 yards.
Yeah. Also, want to reemphasize again all of this criticism. It's the hardest position in all of sports. I can't think of another position. It's the hardest position in all of sports.
Yes, but based on what we saw last year, people are wondering, well, why isn't that happening again? The most yards he threw for in a game this year is 233 yards. All right, most yards he ran for in a game, 68 yards. That's both from the Giants game. So maybe that's a good thing to look forward to this week.
Yeah.
But after that Giants game,
Part of
he never went over 233 yards. That's even though he's only played half the games, that's
Yeah, but
kind
he
of
didn't-
unimageable.
He didn't have Terry.
Okay.
Yeah, that hurt.
You don't have to stretch the field guy.
And
You got nobody.
And also the defense.
Defense is
the
adjust,
defense
of
is
course.
the Commanders' defense has been bad.
Of course.
So opposing offenses have been on the field forever.
I mean, he had Terry in some of those games.
Not many.
Not many.
He had Terry in the Packers
first
game.
couple game, Terry was not impactful. Zero impact. He didn't have an impact till he got hurt.
Terry wasn't the same player in the
But
first
He
one.
didn't have an impact till he got hurt.
Point is, the numbers are way down. That's undeniable.
All right, but there are reasons for it, though. You can't just say, "Oh, it's just the numbers are down. It's all Jaden." It's
No.
not. There are reasons why.
Of course, there are reasons, but there's also some that's on him.
Yeah,
and that's what we're kind of discussing.
he's
Like,
gotta
how
get rid
much
of it
of this
quicker.
is on him? The not sliding, the higher scramble rate.
I mean, I think it's so fun. How ironic is it that last year he could do nothing wrong?
I know.
We didn't question one thing he did or
No,
didn't
you questioned
do.
a little bit the hits.
And
you did a little bit.
And maybe the hits, but this year everything's questioned.
Oh yeah, punching a
Everything.
lot of holes.
He's lost 8 in a row.
I'll
Everything
personally
is
say
questioned.
this: whenever he's taken, I've never had a problem with it when he ran because all hell broke loose. So maybe he should have thrown it away, but he didn't just run because he couldn't wait to leave the pocket. He ran
I think it
because it
happens
was
sometimes.
a disaster. That's
I
what
think
saw.
sometimes he leaves the pocket early.
Maybe I didn't see that.
But I don't think that's the greater problem. I think the greater problem is he just has to figure out a way to protect himself. He's going to
Protect
have to
yourself by
run.
get rid of the ball quicker. That's how you protect
one thing.
yourself.
But when he does run, he's got to protect
Man,
himself.
I hope he plays Sunday.
I hope
He has to play.
He has to.
I know. I
They
just hope he
can't
does.
baby him. He's got a boo-boo.
Because
Take
there's
some
still
Advil.
there's still a reason to watch because of all the things we're questioning.
Oh, yeah. If Mariota's under center, that's a hard watch.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take more of your calls next here on the Junkies.
Tease the season of Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, featuring the Callaway Elite family of drivers. You can get up to 8 yards longer with more forgiveness compared to other Callaway models. Now up to $120 off. So don't forget, they also have gift cards at Golfdom in any amount for the special golfer in your life. You can shop them in store or online. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, talking about these nuggets from the Ringer, which are a little concerning about Jaden Daniels. His scramble percentage has gone up. By comparison, he doesn't slide nearly enough, especially when you compare him to other quarterbacks who like to leave the pocket and scramble.
Yeah.
The only one that's kind of close is Josh Allen at 17% sliding rate. Jaden's at 10%. I mean, they're two totally different human beings. One's huge, muscular, runs over guys.
Yeah.
And then there's
You can't compare the two.
Jaden Daniels.
Can't compare the numbers. But every
I
time
would like to see him incorporate
Every
more
time-
sliding, running out of bounds, try to avoid contact as much as possible.
Will he, because you've expressed a lot of concern today.
Yeah.
Will he finish this game, start to finish, take every rep, take every snap?
Man, that's a coin flip.
I don't
it
think
really is a coin flip. I'm going to say yes if he starts. He's going to finish the
I
game.
think if he starts, he's going to finish, but I wouldn't bet a lot of money on it. I wouldn't feel confident placing the bet.
Will he have his best game of the year?
No.
His best game of the year so far has been probably.
He was good against the Chargers.
Yeah.
I think he does. He probably the potential for best game of the year is there because the Giants are just dreadful against opposing quarterbacks. Like it's right there for him. It's just a matter of
Yeah, but Jaden
can
hadn't
he
looked,
take
he hadn't
advantage
looked
of it?
right. He hadn't looked right probably since that Charger game.
Like, can he go for 250 yards passing, a couple touchdowns, and like 50,
run for
50
60 yards?
rushing?
You got him at 250. He hasn't come
I said,
close to
could
250.
he? I'm speculating. I think it could happen if he stays in the entire game.
You got to have the ball. We barely had the ball. We're going to throw for 250.
Chargers game, Jason, he only had one touchdown.
I know, but I just think he looked good.
He only completed 57% of his passes. I think
he just looked
better.
Who cares? But if it
You know,
threw
the
for
Bears
more,
game,
I mean, who cares?
except for the damn fumble, the Bears game was his best game.
I don't need 250 yards passing. What I need is accuracy. I need him between 65 and like 68%. If he throws for 210 or 215 and rushes for 40 and stays healthy, throws a couple touchdowns, or rushes for one and throws one, that's a solid outing. You would take that.
All I know is I heard Valdez compare him to Blake Bortles.
So-
Blake Bortles had a good year.
Yeah.
So
No,
I know he's better than
You're
Blake Bortles.
putting words in my mouth. All I'm saying is that I'm starting to think that Jaden's rookie year. Everyone is analyzing Jaden under the assumption that the norm is Jaden's rookie year. I'm willing to think that the rookie year is the outlier.
Right, this could be a CJ Stroud situation. Well, Stroud's not bad. Stroud's actually having a pretty decent year.
I'm still got all my chips in that, provided he stays healthy, he's a Hall of Famer.
And
he ain't a Hall of Famer.
And my Bortles
you
thing.
got to say that right now.
You got to play a long time and put up ridiculous numbers to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
Is
he's
Jaden
gonna
Daniels
do-
going to play 15 years and put up crazy numbers?
I don't know if he
come
has to play 15, but
on. But you get
okay.
my point.
I think he's going to.
Hall of Famers play forever and they
Okay.
put up crazy numbers.
And
Who get the last laugh?
And the reason why I
Well,
said
I'm just saying,
Bortles
it's just a
is that Blake Bortles had good years. You know, and
yeah, I know. I think he's special.
I have a hard time believing he just peaked in year one and he's just going to be
I think
mediocre, injury prone, and won't be.
I think
able
it's a higher possibility than what people are saying.
Maybe.
I have a hard time
Mainly,
believing that.
and then it's some of it might be Jaden, but it might be because that rookie season is when all of the stars align for the team. You know, you're gonna have players who go down during the season. You're gonna have adversity as a team during the season.
I know.
And if
But
you're
it would be different.
if you're unable to push through the adversity and
Well,
win,
he hasn't been
and
in the
play,
lineup.
and play well.
The problem is he hasn't been in the lineup.
When he has
enough.
been in the lineup, it
Not
hasn't been
enough.
that great.
The
Been
thing,
half
the
the
thing
time.
that the
Yeah,
thing
he
that's
hasn't.
different about Jaden, and I think we'd all agree with it, he has elite athleticism. Yeah. And he showed that he can make with the throws and read the field.
That's his
It's
number
a
one
little
weapon.
strange that this year he's not reading the field as well as he did last year, but maybe it makes sense that you didn't get to practice with Terry.
And that's why he needs to be out there
Well,
every
the
single
reps.
week.
Yeah, he's just not getting the reps. You suffer.
Haven't heard that much about the VR headset this year.
Haven't heard a peep about
I
it.
gotta imagine
where
he's
is
doing
that
all
thing?
that. I gotta imagine he's doing all
Probably
the
on
same
Facebook
things.
Marketplace. Maybe he sold it like Jason.
Is it you have to pick it up?
Hey,
Yeah,
do you
you
think
gotta-
meta
you gotta come
glasses
to
could
it.
do that? You think you could do that with meta glasses? I
don't know.
Upload Jaden what Jaden.
I would love to
To do
that.
what? I'm sorry.
Like, because the meta glasses we
You'd be
got.
so bad. He'd be a sack
I
every
sold,
time.
I sold mine, by the way.
You did? What'd you get for it?
Already?
250
Cash money?
cash.
Did you do the exchange in person?
Yes,
Very nice.
because he also gave me a gift card to his restaurant.
By the way, because you're off social media,
So I got more than 250.
You miss people all the time, like getting the beat down from like going, like selling things.
Yeah.
And people are like, okay, yeah, I'll buy that.
And they rob you?
Take they take your meta glasses and then they give you a knuckle
Hey,
sandwich.
believe me,
You know, in exchange.
believe me. Every time there's something left on my front porch,
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, this person could just shoot everybody in the house.
Right.
But it hadn't happened.
When you meet, you're supposed to meet at a police station.
Okay, right. Or
Well,
someplace.
I met at a bar, so there was.
Okay, that's fine. At least there's a lot of people
And I
around.
trusted this guy.
Sure.
Anyway, so yeah, I sold him.
Didn't you have to help move somebody like a desk or something back in the day?
Yeah, I had to move a couch out of my my third floor to someone's truck.
Here, Eric, I'll do this bet with you. Jaden's rookie season is his best season in his career.
Ooh.
Sure, I'll do it. Sure.
Are we talking passing, rushing,
I don't
everything
you know
combined?
us.
Like what?
I
what
think
you
you'll
three,
know.
you three can be the
We're
arbiters.
just gonna know. We're gonna
Yeah.
know when we see it.
You guys are the committee.
All right.
Okay. All right. It's nice to be on
Yeah,
the committee.
I'm still all in. The only thing that will sway me will be the durability.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, he'll figure it out.
That's why.
I am not as confident on his health though as I was last year, admittedly.
Do you think he'll play start to finish Sunday?
I can't predict if he'll finish. I think he will start, and he should finish. If he doesn't finish, it's
Hey,
catastrophic.
Valdez, at the Commander's White Elephant gift exchange, if there's a slide, Jaden should go grab the slide and learn how to slide more.
I mean, I
going
honestly do
forward.
You want a slip and slide?
Any sort of slide.
I
Like
do.
a play slide doesn't matter.
He should have finished the game on Sunday, but we're all overreacting because we're babying him and the gruesome injury a couple weeks ago. He should have finished the last game.
I want to let you know that if you missed any of our interviews, Mike Marr has them up on our YouTube page. We talked to Coach Carberry, Coach Keefe, and Paul Dottino from WFAN. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
The NBA Emirates Cup continues with the Magic beating the Heat last night 117-108. Desmond Bain with 37. The Knicks down the Raptors 117-101. Jalen Brunson with 35. Head coach Mike Brown. Brunson helped us in the first quarter.
You know, we were able to score with them or keep it close because Jalen had a big first quarter, which he obviously is more than capable of doing. That's just who he is when you're talking about, you know, an MVP candidate of the league.
The Wizards returned to the court Friday night against the Cavaliers. Chicago White Sox have won the draft lottery. The Nationals pick number 11. The Tigers keep Kyle Finnegan on a 2-year deal. John Morosi says the Nationals have had steady communications with the Orioles about Mackenzie Gore. Virginia beat Maryland Eastern Shore 84-60. UConn over Florida 77-73. GW against Delaware tonight at 7 p.m. Then they face Florida Saturday. Commanders practice at 1 p.m. today. Sunday they take on the Giants. Capitals are back against the Hurricanes tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west. BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia.
VA.
As the Commanders are getting ready for a Week 15 tilt against the New York
frigid one,
Giants.
dog.
It's going to be cold up there, and frankly,
It's cold here today.
I thought today was warmer than yesterday. Today didn't seem as bad as the last couple of days.
I don't know, bro. That wind blowing a little bit. It's a little chilly out there.
Yeah, I'll give you live Ashburn weather. Who's ready? I got just above freezing is my guess, like a 34 banger, something like that. I don't know. It's not loading, so I'll tell you when it loads.
It says 40 degrees, feels like 25.
Okay. Yeah, a little windy
in Ashburn. So
that tracks.
When it feels 15 degrees lower than what it is, that's a problem.
Well, dude, this is my theory. I think I've told you this story. I had been on the beat probably 3 or 4 years before I ever really had a conversation with Dan Snyder, which is not how normal NFL operations work. Generally, like the beat reporters, the people that are here every day, you get access to ownership like twice a season, whether those are on or off record conversations.
That's normal ownership.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, there's normal ownership, and then there's what was going on here. The first time Dan really talked to me was me and Steinberg, Dan Steinberg, DC Sports Blog, were walking from the annex to the bubble. They were practicing in the bubble. And I have a theory. From my home inside the Beltway, basically at the Maryland-DC line on Mass Avenue, to out here, I think it generally runs like 5-7 degrees cooler out here because you get a little bit of elevation. You know, we're 20, 25 miles west, and you start to get cold. I think there's more wind out here, et cetera. And I was explaining my theory to Steinberg. We didn't realize Dan was behind us. And Dan was listening to our conversation and with some language told us he disagreed. What do you think of my weather theory from D.C. to Ashburn?
I wouldn't know, man, because which one is farther south as you look at it?
I think it's probably even. I think it's I think it's elevation and
you can
wind.
get a little windy out here, but I don't know if the necessary temp is any different.
It always feels colder out here in the winter. Maybe I'm nuts. I don't know.
You telling me today feels better? I mean, warmer than yesterday, and I don't believe that at all.
It felt warmer at home when I took the girls to school this morning and had to do like put my trash cans away than when I got out here and walked from the parking to the.
And the reason I say that, you got to look at that. You went out of your car. You went out your house straight into your car. You're not dealing with that wind. You're walking in an open area with wind blowing. That's all that is.
Landfill, you live out this way. Do you think it's colder out here than it is downtown at the office?
I don't go outside out here, so
That's what I'm
I have
saying.
no idea.
Like,
Over a year ago when Joe Biden was president, he came to this building and we had to park in a different place. And then I had to walk like a block. It was a horrible day.
I remember once upon a time, Landfill, you and I went downstairs to Bonchon for a beer. Did you find we're probably talking 6, 7, 8 years ago.
6, 7.
It couldn't have been 6, 7, 8 years ago, though.
Why?
We ain't been there 6, 7, 8 years.
This was when I was going in like once a week to do shows.
You still only go in once a week to do shows?
Is there a back door that you were able to get to Bonchon without going outside?
I think technically there is, but I don't have access to the employee area.
We got to get you access.
I should have access. Yeah, it's an oversight.
I remember when we went to go get a beer, and we had a wacky posse with us. And Landfill, I remember it well. He got a Bud Light or a Miller Lite draft, Landy. Does that sound right?
Whatever it was.
Standard pint cup, like a draft beer cup.
That is correct.
I swear to God, he put it down in 3 sips. Like it was
Landfill and Mitch Tischler.
It was a powerful, but he wasn't like chugging it. It was just like it was a very powerful beer drinking performance. I'm still proud of you for that, Landy.
I'm big into liquids.
Landfill is liquid. Last night there was, for an NFL off day with this Hard Knocks program, it kind of becomes a thing, and I think I think if you're a Commanders fan, you're kind of locked into this Hard Knocks because the behind-the-scenes access is so cool. And then, unfortunately, so Lauren was up with the girls, and I was kind of just killing time. So at like 8:45, they had the previous week's Hard Knocks on, leading up to the new one at 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of watched the end of the previous week. I was like paying bills. Unfortunately, I had a bus lane ticket I had to pay. And you know how it's all kind of wonky. I was like on my computer, but paying attention nonetheless. And watching the end where they have the inside access to that Commanders-Broncos game.
Yeah.
Watching that, knowing the scene that's about to unfold in the next episode with the Minnesota game, it really felt bizarre. And then Hard Knocks starts. You and I are locked in on the chat PCC. I'm enjoying that function. I can't do it on game day because there's too much going on. But when there is, all right, for the Thursday night thing, we'll do the chat, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So sit down, lock in for Hard Knocks, and I thought there was a lot of Washington last night compared to the first week. Yeah. I think it helped that the Giants were on a bye. So the Giants basically didn't exist in this week's Hard Knocks. They kind of opened it and then we're done. Mm-hmm. It was cool to hear the Junkies on there. By far the highlight of the Hard Knocks, I thought, because we have heard about, and I believe, I'm trying to remember, somebody wrote a really good in-depth story. Maybe it was Nikki in The Athletic. I don't know. So whoever wrote that story, I'd love to credit you. If someone knows, maybe in the YouTube chat, let me know. About these really early morning walkthroughs Jaden does with Cliff and the coaching staff. It was very.
They all discuss it,
right?
Even the coaches have discussed it, and Jaden discussed it.
Right, it's not like a secret,
yeah.
But we've never seen it. You know what I mean? Because it's happening at 4:30 in the morning or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was very cool to see that on Hard Knocks. Did you notice the the headsets they were wearing?
Yeah.
I'm curious about those. If that's is that just like a Beats by Dre headset that they're all on a shared call? Or is that some specific equipment for that? I don't know.
I don't have a clue.
It was just kind of that I really enjoyed. That was like a cool behind the scenes look at something. And that's what Hard Knocks does so well. But, and I don't know this, Brian, because Hard Knocks is trying to form, they're trying to build a narrative to tell the story week to week.
Totally.
And my thought is Hard Knocks thought the story this week would be Jaden's return. So there was plenty of that for the Minnesota game. But they clearly also scheduled, because they had sit-down one-on-one interviews with Ertz.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing Ertz got hurt in that game, and Jaden, but Jaden's injury is not the story of that game. That he had to come out, and we got to discuss will he, won't he again, and just this year continues to be extremely uneven for Jaden, whatever. Like that, of course, is a story. But the amount of coverage in the Hard Knocks episode on Zach Ertz, and then him talking about, yeah, I'm older now. I don't know how many more years I have. I don't think about that. I just focus week to week on being the best I can be. And then the focus on the work he puts in. You know what I mean? Like, the weight of seeing all this Ertz content combined with knowing that injury is coming, and then the footage they had of Zach getting hurt. Like, we all saw it in real time. The hit was significant.
Yeah.
And then we all saw Zach need help to the sideline and get carted off. But when you have the mic, when you're able to hear it all and watch it up close like that, gosh, that was a raw, emotional scene, man.
Yeah, it was all that. I think the whole thing, Zach had moved up the ranks the week before.
With Shannon Sharp.
That's why I believe that they did so much sit down with him. I don't think, they went back and changed up stuff, but I think that they were planning to put a spotlight on him anyway. And just having that, all those things, and then you see what happened. Because he was talking about, I don't know when I'm gonna play, how long I'm going to play this thing, and then bam, it's done. But I think that's the mindset. I mean, that's exactly what football is, though. It can end like that, bang. And that is why when you see people trying to get their money and this, that, and the other, and you hear all the people saying stuff, that's why I have the mindset of a one-finger salute. Look, that is what can happen. And the people that's putting their mind and their bodies into that type of stuff, get what you can while you can. My mindset goes to that type of stuff. Because, you hear, you like we own all types of chats and different things, and you see the comments, and then you see the reality. You know what I'm saying? So whenever a person is in that, out there trying to get it, I'm with you. Go get it as much as you can.
Totally.
Because it can, like people, the little saying is, it can all end in a second. And you don't really think that can happen, but that's exactly what can happen.
Yeah, it did. It sure did. And I don't know. Ertz has been really, really good for this team. I think he's probably a Hall of Famer when you get to whenever his career's over and he's eligible 5-6 years later. I don't think he's a first ballot guy, but I think he's a Hall of Famer probably. The numbers would suggest he is. I think that was really tough to watch in that episode. I did really like, and it's a coach I've talked about a bunch, and I think if Cliff gets a head coaching job, I think this coach will be gone, unfortunately for Washington. But I thought you got to see a lot of David Rye last night, who's the Commanders' tight ends coach. And clearly there was like the angle of Ertz and everything. He's just been an impressive, young coach to me. That kind of stood out to me. It was also like seeing the locker room and Dan Quinn seemed legit disgusted after that game. And honestly, he had the same vibe.
Hell, he should be.
By the time he came and talked to us. Yeah.
When you look at that game, I don't think that's odd. Hell, that game was despicable. Anybody involved should be pissed off.
Right.
If you're not pissed off after that game and you're a part of it, then you have an unrealistic mindset.
Agree with that. And I think DQ made that clear. I thought he had a pretty clear, angry tone when he spoke with us. Now he tries to keep his cool, and he's not going to come in and yell at the media. Like you don't gain anything by doing that unless it's like a performative thing.
If it's what you feel at a certain time, you let it fly.
Sure.
But if the coaches that have come around and try to be that.
Totally.
Put on a show. And I think media can see through it just like players see through that BS.
Yeah.
I've seen coaches come in, have never yelled in their lives, and then all of a sudden now they want to try to show up because some people are there. And I'm like, you serious?
Right.
I went to a coach office and I told him straight up, I said, yo, bro, don't try to become somebody else when you got people around because people see through that BS.
Agreed.
Straight up.
Overall,
You could probably imagine who that was.
I would love to know how many times. I don't know how many times they've done this. Like the whole division is on Hard Knocks. But
Didn't they just do that once so far? Last year, I
did
think.
they do it last year?
They did it with the Bills and some other groups.
Maybe the AFC East.
I thought it was that.
I know they did the Dolphins. I guess that was 2 years ago when the Dolphins played the football team. Ron's last year when Tyreek went 3 for 180 and 2 touchdowns. And Van Ginkel had an interception at the line of scrimmage for a pick six. Other just little things I noticed in Hard Knocks. Think about this. They got a whole division. They got the NFC East. One of the teams was on a bye, and all 3 teams lost.
Yeah.
And, like, various degrees of bad losses.
Yep.
Like
it was.
Like, I can't imagine HBO or NFL Films, whoever like is actually in charge of that, was thrilled with the way that all shook out. But
you know what, though, Jay? I don't think they were upset because, like, the fact that they're telling these stories and things of that nature, like I say, the reality, the only reality TV we truly have is sports. Okay? Reality TV is produced. It's not real. It don't just happen and they show you what they see. Or they tell people, oh, let's do that scene again. Once you do that, that's not reality TV. So sports is the reality of it's real. And when the fact that all of them lost, how real is that? You know, you go into a game, you're expecting this, that, and that to happen, and then boom, everybody lose. And how do you tell a story? You just show what went down.
Right.
You know, and I think that's the thing where, you know, if you really what Hard Knocks shows is everybody's putting in work. Sometimes you get to that game, and no matter what happens, all the stuff you did just does not happen for you on the field that day.
So Lauren watched about half of it with me and then went to bed. And she liked when Devontae Smith was doing Pilates. She does a lot of Pilates. I've always heard you talk about, like, you would go to the Gold's Gym or whatever to do the deadlifts you wanted because you liked their things. I don't think it was cool in that moment to see. I don't think people recognize all the effort, even outside of the dedicated practice time, lifting time, that these guys are going through.
If players think something works, they're going to try it. You go back into the day, Lynn Swann took ballet.
Right.
Hell, Ray Brown, 6'5", 320. He was taking Pilates.
Was he?
Okay? Ray can go a split straight out to the side and split straight forward. You know, and that's the big-ass offensive lineman. So people go through all types of things to get to that point. But you know what? You got to be looking for it. And like, if I were to have a chance to talk to this team right now, I would ask everybody a simple question. Are you doing everything you can to make yourself the best to make this team better? And I would say be truthful to yourself. Look, don't lie. You got to be honest. And I promise you nobody can say yes.
Right.
Because you look at the damn production, you know somebody's slipping somewhere. You know, and I think that's the ultimate thing where you got to do whatever you can to find out how to get to your absolute best. That's dotting I's, crossing T's, lifting stones, figure out whatever the hell it is that's making you lack it. You know, I know guys say they watch film. Are you watching it enough? Are you intently watching you and seeing what you're giving off? We talk so much about watching film on other teams. How many of us are really watching on ourselves to see what damn keys are we giving to the other team? And that coaches can do that too.
Sure. It was honestly, that was a pretty rough episode of Hard Knocks between the ass kicking in Minnesota, Ertz getting hurt. It did sure seem in that Jaden was okay. And, perhaps DQ's comments, and we'll see if we actually get to hear from Jaden today. The NFL mandates that a quarterback talks to the media on Wednesdays. Last week it ended up being Mariota, but it was Mariota down in the locker room rather than a quarterback up at the podium. We'll see if it's Jaden today. We'll see if we get any information on that as the day continues. I did get to spend a little time with Jaden last night. He had a charity event at Union Station. very cool. I want to talk about that. There's something specifically I want to point out.
I like that event.
About Jaden giving away the bikes to kids last night. It was very fun. But there's a lot for us to discuss, okay? The Nats continue to have really good luck in the lottery. The Nats just made a big trade. But elsewhere in Major League Baseball, everyone's spending lots of money. You know what the Nats aren't doing?
They have good luck, but they don't have good luck.
When we return, Bobby Blanco, Masson Sports, will join us to talk us through everything going on in Natstown as the Hot Stove League is cranking up in baseball. Neil Greenberg at 11. Dan Duggan covers the Giants for The Athletic. He'll join us at noon. Busy day. B. Mitch and Finley live in Ashburn as the Commanders are getting ready to play the Giants. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. Starting things off, the news of the day, the Colts have officially signed veteran quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. The NBA Cup, Orlando Magic win over the Heat 117-108 with Desmond Bain scoring 37. Jalen Brunson 35 as the Knicks take down the Raptors 117-101. Head coach Mike Brown, second quarter was where we got it going.
After that first quarter, everybody on our team just started getting aggressive. We just said, forget what we're supposed to be doing offensively. If they get up in you, just attack.
The Wizards are back Friday against the Cavaliers. Kyle Schwarber is back with the Phillies on a 5-year, $150 million deal. Several teams have contacted Paul Tivoni about the national starter Mackenzie Gore, including the Orioles and the Phillies. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest, DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Thanks, bud. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Listening wherever you're driving around the DMV. Traffic wasn't bad today. Did you ride all right?
Yeah, it's cool.
It appears, I don't want to jinx anything, whatever was going on, like directly on the Legion Bridge that was impacting my drive to Ashburn appears to be over. Do you think I'm speaking too soon?
I think you're speaking a little too damn soon. I think you just jinxed the hell out of yourself.
Yeah, that's always possible. A lot happened yesterday in baseball. A lot of teams spent a lot of money.
Tons.
Kyle Schwarber got big money to stay in Philly. I mean, if you're the Phillies, you got to keep Schwarber. The Mets closer, Diaz, the Dodgers signed him. I
The
think
Dodgers just signed everybody. don't
yeah,
they?
dude, it's tough because I think for most baseball teams, they're trying to just wait out 26 to figure out what's going to happen in 27. But like these big money clubs,
Yeah, like the hell with it.
yeah, they're
Let's
just going
go.
to try to get another ring.
Yeah, let's go.
Helping us make sense of everything that's going on in Major League Baseball, as well as the Major League Baseball Draft Lottery, is our friend Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. Bobby, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing well, man.
We're good, man. Let's start with the biggest news that the Nats again did well in the Major League Baseball Draft Lottery, which I think was yesterday or last night or something.
But
they still got kicked down the list because they don't spend enough money. Get us up to speed with what happened in the draft lottery.
Yeah, so the Nats are the luckiest team in baseball when it comes to the draft lottery ever since MLB implemented it 4 years ago. There's a rule that if you are a revenue-paying team, so it has nothing to do with how much money they spend in terms of their roster or stuff like that. It's all about revenues in terms of the league, how much you either receive revenue from the league or you are paying revenue from the league. So because the Nationals are a big market team, they pay revenue, and that means that they cannot participate in the lottery in back-to-back years. Of course, they selected number one overall last year or this past summer and selected Eli Willits, the high school prep shortstop out of Oklahoma, because they won the draft lottery this time last year. And they landed the number 2 overall pick in the very first lottery and selected Dylan Cruz. So they could not pick in the lottery 2 years ago and then now this upcoming year. Yet in both of those times, I think it was 2 years ago, they actually won the number 1 overall pick because they were ineligible. They had to redraw. And then yesterday, they actually won the number 2 overall pick, but because they were ineligible, they had to redraw, and they are now down to the number 11 overall pick in next year's draft. So, again, it has nothing to do with how much money they spend. It's all about the revenue that the league makes in terms of just overall TV rights, stuff like that. And because they are a big market team, they cannot participate in the lottery in back-to-back years. Small market teams like the Orioles up the road can participate in back-to-back years, but not 3 years in a row. So that's how that rule works out. It's kind of weird. And unfortunately for the Nationals, had that rule not been in place, they would have selected in the top 2 each of the past 4 seasons, the first 4 years of the draft. So they are a very lucky team in terms of they always get the ping pong balls bounced their way. Hopefully they can maybe hand off some of that luck to the Wizards But
Wiz never get
because-
that luck, man.
Bobby, why
They-
do you think they do that though? Like, is it to keep stuff fair or level or what?
Why is that rule in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's to. I think the general idea is that usually big market teams spend more money, and so they have more money available to them anyways to build rosters. So it's trying to make it a little more fair, so they can't just get straight back to back years of top draft picks. And so, ideally, the ideal situation, which I don't think is the case here in Washington, but you can't have a team that spends a lot of money on the roster, but then also wins the lottery in back-to-back seasons and has back-to-back number one overall picks when they weren't one of the worst teams in baseball. So that's the general idea. And the teams like the Orioles, the Rays, the Guardians, teams like that who don't spend a lot of money have a better chance or are allowed to pick that high in consecutive seasons.
Doesn't that kind of
If
just
they win.
reward the teams that don't spend then?
Yeah, but if you think like the teams I just mentioned, those teams are usually in contention right now. They
especially
figure
Tampa.
out Tampa, Cleveland, the Orioles, despite this past season, have been really good over the past handful of years, making back-to-back playoff years, postseason appearances, past couple of seasons. So, yeah, I mean, yes, that is true, but I think it's just it's a matter of how those teams decide to choose the money that they do have, and it's a convoluted way of trying to level the playing field, and it's up to each individual team to be smart with their money. Sorry, my son is homesick with me, and he's chiming in.
That is all good.
Hey,
Tell him we say hello.
We understand.
Yeah, man, we've all been there.
I'm with my son every day. JP.
So, last thing. If they are paying into these revenue streams and they are considered a major market team by the revenue, why the hell don't they spend like a major market team?
Yeah, again, it's up to each individual team to spend their money how they so choose. And what we did hear from Paul Taboni this week at the winter meeting, saying that they and some of the lower some of his assistants that he's hired in the front office, saying that they have been given permission and were allowed to go out and spend money on new player development technology, systems, stuff like that, that they wanted to implement as soon as they took the job. So that is a good sign that, ownership has given this new front office the money, resources, and the freedom to go out and acquire this tech, these systems, whatever it may be that they want to implement to help the Nationals develop players not only in the minor league level but at the major league level as well. So that is a good sign that some money is being spent. You might not see it directly reflected on the active roster right now this offseason, although they're not going to be done. But that is a good sign that some money is being spent behind the scenes to help the team get better.
That is good. And because I've had my friends that work in baseball tell me how far behind some of their player development stuff is. And honestly, just like the amount of scouts, the staffing, that's all good. But that's a Band-Aid. At some point, you got to
catch up with player development.
Right.
Sign better players.
Right. No, but like this dude Taboni, if you believe in building it the right way, especially you get the kid that was in Tampa and Tampa just develops. Like, okay, that's a long haul. And it looks to me like we're punting on 26. And the trade they made last week, I believe, they trade Ferrer. They get this stud catching prospect from Seattle. I'm guessing Seattle just recognized they had a logjam with Cal Raleigh, so they wanted to move on. And how good is this kid, Harry Ford? I might just call him Henry Ford, but we'll go with Harry Ford for now.
Yeah, his full name is actually Harrison Ford, but he says that no one calls him that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no. I mean, I think you're right. Just to kind of put all in one perspective, like I think Saturday's trade of Ferrer kind of signifies what Paul Taboni is trying to do here. His eye is set far more on the long. I know, Calum. Far more on the long term than in 2026. So you trade a player who was going to probably be your closer entering next season, with 4 years left of team control, to go acquire a catcher that's now going to likely fight to be your catcher of the future. And yeah, Harry Ford was blocked, of course, by Kyle Raleigh, the runner-up of American League MVP. I wonder if it was more of a Paul Taboni kind of noticed that hey, they don't really have a place for Harry Ford, who came up and made his major league debut at the end of this past season. they're not going to have any need for him coming up soon. And Taboni mentioned that he scouted him when he was with the Red Sox coming out of the draft. So he knows this kid pretty well, knows the talent that's available, that his potential. So I think it was probably more of the Nationals identified that and tried to go after and make that move to try to acquire this guy for the long-term future. He had a really good AAA season, set career highs in power numbers. OPS, has a good on-base percentage, draws a lot of walks, a good eye at the plate. He has some work to do behind the plate, but he's super athletic, very fast. He steals a lot of bases, which is unusual for a catcher. So I think they got a top prospect. I mean, MLB Pipeline has him as the number 3 ranked catching prospect in all of baseball, and he's a top 50 prospect in the sport. So that's a huge boost for the Nationals farm system. I know you're not going to see maybe the paid dividends this season, although he could challenge Keibert Ruiz to be the starting catcher coming on spring training. But it is a huge boost for the Nationals, and it does show that Paul Taboni is looking more long-term than in 2026, maybe even 2027.
I think the path for the Nats is long-term. Like, as much as I would love to be in on Pete Alonso, does Pete Alonso do anything other than, like, sell some T-shirts? Like, do they win 58 to 60 games or whatever? Maybe. But
right.
For them to get back right, they do have to rebuild everything, and I can understand that. And with, like, the possible looming work stoppage and everything, I came into this with zero expectations for them to spend this year. But I guess my counter, and it's awesome, if this dude, Harry Ford, ends up being a stud, I like it. But, like, the fact that Ferrer is what? A fireball lefty, correct? And, like, the thought is, like, well, in an ideal scenario, it's similar to the Soto and everything before that. You keep the fireball young lefty, and you don't have to give him up for prospects. You know what I'm saying? And I just
totally.
still have so much trouble with that premise.
Yeah, and I think a lot of fans do, and they probably agree with you right now. And look, I mean, of course it's a different regime right now, so you have to take that part of it, the equation. But fans have been promised, around this time years ago that, this team would be back to being competitive. I mean, I know that was Mike Rizzo's promise, and he's no longer here, so you're kind of starting from square one there. But, Paul Taboni made no such promises when he took the job. He did say, look, we're going to try to win every day. We're going to be competitive, but, we're here to rebuild this thing in the way that we best see fit. I think it just shows that when he came in and took a look at his organization from top to bottom, he just said there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I mean, we just cannot do this in one calendar year or maybe even 2. So, unfortunately, that's going to be the sacrifice that we're going to have to make to build this thing the way we see it. We're going to have to sacrifice some players that maybe a year or 2 ago were part of the long-term future, and now we don't really see them as much because we do need to rebuild the system. We do need to improve our player development, our draft strategy, stuff like that, in order to build this team the way we want to, the way that he did in Boston, the way that Blake Butera saw it was done in Tampa Bay, stuff like that.
All right, we're going to take the long view with these Washington Nationals. I don't think we have any other choice because it's going to be a long, long time. Bobby, last thing from me. Who feels worse, your little boy right now or you watching the Commanders on Sunday in Minnesota?
You know what? He actually started getting sick right after that game. He's been sick all week, so I think you can
they made the
argue
kid
that
sick.
It was the Commanders that made Callum sick. Yeah, unfortunately, that's how that went down. It's a shame too because I feel like we were talking this time last year about the Nats off season, and there was so much hype about the Commanders and Jaden Daniels last year, and there was maybe some excitement and positivity about the Nationals heading into 2025, like Dylan Cruz, James Wood, like this could be an exciting year, and then 2025 just hasn't been it, man.
Has not been it, brother.
Right
well, that's why 2026 is right around the corner. Thank you for the time, Bobby. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, guys, have a good one. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, Bobby. Take care, man. Appreciate you.
That's our guy, Bobby Blanco, covers the Nationals for Masson Sports. You can give Bobby a follow at Bobby_Blanco, BLANCO. Kind enough to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Got to spend a little time with Jaden Daniels as Jaden Claus yesterday. We're going to explain how that event went down and what I learned. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is a perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bum, bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun.
I love her.
Working part-time in the 5.
Shout out to Prince.
My boss is Mr. McGee.
Got to hear a lot of Prince in Minnesota because they play Let's Go Crazy every time Minnesota scores. And they put up 31. Washington scored 0.
Yeah, 0.
The 0 is still crazy to me. Expect to get some clarity on Commanders' starting quarterback this weekend in the Meadowlands. Dan Quinn probably going to address the media roughly 90 minutes or so. My guess is DQ provides no information today. Do you feel similarly?
Yeah.
But it does say we should hear from Jaden. We will hear from a quarterback today. So I'll let you know who it's going to be. Dan said Jaden could go back in. I kept him out. That would lead me to believe that Jaden plays today, or plays Sunday rather. But we'll see. What I know Jaden did yesterday was in conjunction with Raising Cane's and the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Washington. I know that Jaden Daniels went to Union Station, the East Hall, and gave away 100 bikes to little kids.
Nice.
It was a really cool event. You can see it on my Instagram. I put it up on social, Facebook, whatever.
Little girl stole the show.
The little girl?
Was the one that told you, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, she was so sweet, right?
You were stuck.
I love those events. I love talking with the little kids because I have little kids, so I feel like I'm in a good time of my life to kind of interact. But a couple things I wanted to point out. One, super cool that Jaden reached out to Malik Washington.
Yeah,
who's
that was good.
A young quarterback at the University of Maryland, just completed his freshman year, or his first freshman season of football. I mean, obviously, as a student, he's got more freshman year to go. And Malik told me, it's really cool for him as a young black quarterback to see another young black quarterback succeeding and figuring it out, and I can ask him questions. And I thought that was a really cool thing.
Yeah.
The other part of this, it is very obvious, getting to know Jaden a little bit, he is not in it for the limelight. Like, he's not in it for clicks.
He can care less.
Like, he cares about ball, but he cares about kids. And so the kids got there. I'm going to use rough times approximate here. The kids got there about 4 o'clock. Jaden got there about 4:10. He hung out with the kids almost exclusively. Him and Malik were walking the kids to their bikes, letting them pick out bikes, making sure the seat was high enough. And then what impressed me most with Jaden was the event was over. It was done. All the bikes were given away. All the kids had their helmets. He had signed everything. But the kids just keep coming around for more and more photos, more and more selfies. Hey, can we call my aunt? Hey, can we call my dad? And Jaden just kept doing it.
Yeah.
And I've been at enough charity events. You've been at enough charity events. You could leave. They have handlers. There are PR people with the job exclusively to get you out of there because you've committed the time you promised, and now it's time to go.
But then it's up to you if you want to stay longer.
And he had, whether he was interested or not, he didn't. He stayed. He did every last thing. This doesn't happen at charity events very often, Brian. I left before he did.
Well, that's normally what you do before anybody.
But not at work stuff. I was live, and then I had to tape a package, and Jaden was still signing and taking photos. And it was cool to see. It was authentic and sincere. And that's who that dude is. And I remember when I got a bike, I think I was in 4th grade, I got a bike for Christmas. And it's one of those gifts that sticks with you forever.
Oh, yeah. Why do you think every time I do any type of gift thing like that, I only buy bikes?
It's it was just a really cool, wholesome, genuine event. And obviously this year has not been the year anybody wants.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change how cool that was.
It doesn't change the impact that you have. Those kids, at that age right there, they care less. All they know is Jaden Daniels bought me a bike. That's what they care about the most.
Dude, and a lot of those kids, I honestly think cared more about the bike than they did Jaden because they were just so excited to get a bike.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You know, it's like Jay, ever since I was a kid, whenever I got, and listen, I remember my Schwinn, my 12 speed. I remember that, okay? And every time I just think about how good I felt. So I did an event with the PA last week. I did an event with Santa last Friday. We'll do another one this week. Well, there's going to be like 7, 8 people with bikes. I don't, they say bring an unwrapped toy. Okay, if you bring a boy bike, you got to bring a girl bike. You know, I've always, I remember the look that I gave my parents, and that's the look I think whenever I think about Christmas, I want to see kids get. And last year you did it with him when he did like Canes and Bowie.
Yeah, in Bowie.
I just, that whole story just makes me light up, you know, and you can see something about his childhood and a bicycle is the reason he's doing that right now.
Absolutely. And we asked Jaden about that, why bikes, and he talked about getting one as a kid and what it means to him. And there was one other thing I wanted to bring up, because we had a caller yesterday that you and I both very much disagreed with, who talked about Regina, Jaden's mom is always looking for the headlines, right? One, somebody said she was going to be on Hard Knocks. I watched Hard Knocks. I did not see her. Did you?
No.
Yeah, like, so wherever that came from.
And if she was.
And maybe she will be down the
and
road.
what if she is? They'll find her.
Right.
It ain't going to be her looking them, seeking them out.
She was on the sideline for like 3 seconds.
Right, but so, Landy, you know who else is on the sideline?
For a lot of people.
Of every NFL game? Like, every player's family.
Their family.
Like, wives and parents and kids travel to almost every game these guys have. And I just think it's like, of course the star quarterback's mom might be shown. But I thought that guy yesterday that called in said she was mic'd up and we were going to did we hear her?
I don't think so.
I don't remember it.
Nah, I wasn't really paying attention to that guy.
Well, I wanted to bring this up because people are like, oh, always seeking the spotlight. Jaden's mom was there yesterday because she's the head of his foundation, and this was his foundation event. When I go to these charity events, there's often players' family there. Somehow this has become more interesting to people. I'm there as a television reporter for NBC. I'm trying to put together a really good television story. So I asked Regina, you got 2 minutes for an interview? You know what Regina said? JP, I love you, but not today. Like, she wasn't interested in any of it.
Yeah.
Like, and wherever the narrative is that it's always seeking out cameras and all this stuff, I can tell you firsthand, directly, last night was not the case.
Well, I just say this, man. I don't think she seek cameras. I think cameras seek her.
Sure.
So, and the whole thing about it is a lot of times.
I just thought that was worth pointing out. Like, I had a direct experience.
Yeah,
no, thank you.
But the whole thing is that people just like to take narratives and run with it. Those who don't know, those people that work in our industry, those people who don't show up to those events, they just listen to something and they run with it. How about you get off your ass and go to some stuff sometime? You'll find out something is different.
B. Mitchell Finley, Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Commanders have officially placed Zach Ertz on the IR. They have signed running back Chase Edmonds from the practice squad, and have also added cornerback Kevon Seymour to the practice squad. The Colts have signed veteran quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad. The NFL announces it will return to Munich in 2026 and 2028. Chicago White Sox will win the draft lottery. They'll pick number 1 next year. Nationals pick number 11. The Tigers keep former National closer Kyle Finnegan on a 2-year deal. Several teams have contacted Paul Taboni of the Nationals about Mackenzie Gore, and some are interested in C.J. Abrams. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear Ozzy, that means it's time for, what did we come up with? Greenberg's if Ozzy's the Prince of Darkness, Greenberg's the Sultan of death. I don't know. Greenberg, what's your name again?
I was like a minion spreading the gospel of rock and roll.
Yeah, the minion of gospel.
The
That's right.
minion of gospel. Okay.
All right, our boy Neil Greenberg joining us from the Washington Post, kind enough to make time for his weekly podcast appearance via the Rude Guest Hotline. Greenberg, from an analytical standpoint, what the hell happened in Minnesota?
We actually have an analytical term for this. It's called poo-poo.
I think that works in real life, in everyday life too, bro. Neil.
It's one of the few times when like the analytics and the eye test converge. Yeah, I mean this was bad. I mean even like the adjusted scores that we do, to account for fluky plays and stuff like this, still would have seen them lose like 24-10. So yeah, this was about as bad of a game as you can possibly have. Everything that could go wrong went wrong in that game, from defense to the injury, etc. It was tough. It was tough to watch, and it's unfortunate because I get a lot of fans are upset. Any sort of goodwill that was built up last year, I think, is almost gone, and that includes for Quinn, Adam Peters, even Jaden Daniels, especially in light of how well Drake May is doing. It's tough. And, I mean, I get being upset, but, to come away with this and say that Jaden Daniels is brittle or can't stay healthy, to me, is a little bit silly because, the elbow injury was fluky. The injury against Minnesota, he was running downfield to make a play after his interception and just got bodied by a defender. And if you think about it, the one time he was actually hurt while quarterbacking last year, he played through it. Like we didn't even know he had broken ribs or whatever. So yeah, I don't get that narrative, but again, when you're this bad, people will just start clinging to anything to support their view of the team. But, again, I mean, this is just a team that's, it's not cursed, but it certainly feels that way.
You feel like it's a team that's damned. I agree with you a lot because we'll be talking about a little story later on, and I went back and I looked at a lot of the videos that the dude used in his story, And also remember he got hurt in the pocket a couple times this year, where they try to act like he's always running when he gets hurt. And I just think that, the narrative gets blown out of proportion when you don't have the wherewithal to go look at the actual videos and look at and know the actual story to be able to combat some of that stuff, where people just throw it out there and, like you said, people just grab anything. They don't know, they just grab it and run with it.
Yeah, it's an echo chamber of sadness, right? I mean, misery loves company. So when you're feeling down about your team, those type of narratives snowball a lot easier because, let's face it, it's a lot easier to be angry and point fingers, especially from the comfort of our own home, than it is to really critically think about the issue. And, again, anyone that's assessing grades or is saying that this team regressed or isn't as good as last year, I really do feel is glossing over the injury part of it, because I point to, again, how like Baltimore and Cincinnati did when they lost their quarterbacks. And, their quarterbacks have come back into better, I think, more stable situations. So they were able to get back into the playoff race. But we forget, last year was supposed to be a rebuilding year for Washington. And, a lot of people are mad at Adam Peters for not addressing the defense situation. But he's in a lose-lose situation, right? I mean, if he doesn't give Jayden Daniels weapons to work with, then he's squandering his first-round pick. And, if you're just building the offense, then you're neglecting the defense. Like, you can only do so much. And that's why rebuilds take time, because you can't get impact players on both sides of the ball efficiently in the draft and free agency, especially not now because teams lock them up.
Well, now, people do it with their fantasy football team, so you could definitely
that's the problem, right? You're exactly right. I think that is the biggest problem, because to us, and I'm saying us like the public at large, it's easier to address injuries because we can just go in the fantasy pool and find somebody because there's only 10 teams and they're only offense and it's not real. But I do think that that's part of it. I think that really does skew the mindset of what really goes into an organization trying to rebuild. And, again, last year, and I said this before on the show, probably the worst thing to happen to the club because it recalibrated expectations in a way that was really tough to live up to in year two.
Mm-hmm. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Greenberg at @ngreenberg. Check out his work in the Washington Post. So we're going to have a discussion about it in a minute. This article from The Ringer talking about Jayden's slide rate and all of these things. You got to look at the data and you got to look at the games and the numbers. I understand all that. But when a guy is in and out of the lineup as much as Jayden is, isn't it pretty hard to really get a consensus on what this year has been? They played, 13 games, and I think he started 6 of them? 7? 6, 7?
Boy.
As a statistician, as somebody that understands where to apply numbers to gather a conclusion, is it relevant when you've got a guy? So Jayden started 7 games, which means he's finished 4 games this year. Is it accurate to start to distill information when the sample is as maybe not small, but non-congruous as normal?
Yeah. I mean, I am not making any conclusions about Jayden Daniels' future, the team's future, the GM's future, the coach's future on anything I saw this year. And I actually think as a result, Washington is going to be very difficult to project for next year. And much like last year, when you're going to have to look at the extreme cases, like what if they are healthy and can get better on defense and have an easier schedule. I think the expectations are going to be out of whack next year too. But no, absolutely not. I mean, there's so much noise in football analytics to begin with to try to use them for a guy that's, like you said, in and out of the lineup. He's hurt. The players around him are hurt. They're playing a stronger schedule. There's just so many other things that go into it. No, I mean, I haven't written anything about this team this year that much from an analytical point of view because I'm not comfortable with it. Like, there's the range of outcomes for this team is too big for me to say with any certainty, like I know what's going on or I have any comfort level of what's happening. Yeah, I mean, you can look at the film and you can certainly point to instances where you can match them up to a data point, but I would not be drawing any lines between those data points this year because there's just too much chaos that happened with this team.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here. I want to make sure we get to some Caps. Huge game tomorrow night. I will be in the building, fired up. Going to go cover pregame for NBC4. But before we do that, I have a straight-up personal, selfish question for you. Shout out to me. I'm in 3 fantasy leagues, made the playoffs in all 3. That's hard to do, Brian. But I've been leaning on Jacoby Brissett for the last month in 2 of my leagues. Brissett is playing the Texans this week. I don't think I can roll with Jacoby against Houston, right? You
probably shouldn't.
No, Houston has one of the best defenses in the league, and they're going to be a relatively low-scoring game. Houston would not be a team that I am targeting in terms of playing a player. I think that defense is too good.
Mess around and find out situation.
You don't want to do that. I don't think. If you have any other options,
Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know. Maybe there's like a grandfather you can pick up and plug in.
I mean, Tua on Monday Night Football, Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Tyler Shook.
Hold on.
He ran for 2 touchdowns last week, B.
Yeah, maybe that's your look. Do you think you're favored in the matchup, or do you think you're an underdog?
Favored slightly.
Okay,
but I don't care about that fantasy. Who knows, dude?
Well, yeah, but that kind of helps a little bit. You want the
actually. I just looked. I'm the underdog.
Okay, then you want to go with the highest ceiling, which is probably like a rushing quarterback from New Orleans.
Hasn't Lawrence been playing better?
Yeah, but again, you want the upside. Like you want the upside to maximize your outs if you're an underdog.
Is Shook a running quarterback, or did he just run last week?
I don't know. Find out. F around and find out, right?
Yeah. There you go, Jay. Tell him, Neil. I'll be asking you all these questions. My question is he going to share some money with you? Because he's sure getting he's picking your brain.
Friendship is my reward.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
Agape love.
You know how much he's winning, huh?
Dude, my fantasy leagues are very low stakes.
I know.
It's not big money.
At least you're invited. I haven't been invited to a fantasy league in probably like 5 years.
Really?
I was kicked out of a family league.
That's because you're probably too good.
They look at you automatically.
Yeah,
say,
you're like
an
a
analytics
shark.
guy. Like, so I was down in Louisiana one year, and the guy wasn't there. So they let me pick his team for him. I don't follow fantasy football at all. I just picked this team. He won the league. I am banned from picking for anybody the rest of the so I can never pick for anybody else. I picked nobody that the fantasy thing said pick. I picked who I thought.
That's why I was politely excused from our family fantasy league. So.
Well, let me be clear. Like, if I'm starting a fantasy league, I'm not inviting you, Greenberg. If I'm going to play tackle football on Thanksgiving, I'm not inviting B. Mitch. There's certain things like if you guys are going to a vodka drinking contest, you probably don't want to bring me. I'm pretty good at that.
So Neil, you're going to be going to the tackle football game. I'm going to be going to the fantasy
I'm all
football
set.
game.
Let me start working out on the treadmill.
I think I can handle that vodka thing.
Yeah, you'd be all right in that too. Greenberg, how good are the Caps?
I don't want to jinx it, but they're good? Question mark. I mean, they're. This is a team that has a high ceiling, right? We just talked about that. Like, this is a team that when they get rolling downhill, you're not going to beat them. They just have too much happening. They have good goaltending. They have a lot of scorers. Tom Wilson is leading the team in scoring, but Alex Ovechkin is not far behind. So that's like a huge plus for this team. They got 2 other double-digit scorers. Ryan Leonard, I like him. I like his play style. I really do enjoy watching him play. This is a team that can hurt you if you don't take them seriously. And like I said, as long as Ovechkin is playing like he's in his 20s, which he has been, this is a dangerous team. So enjoy it while it's happening. We've had 2 years now, I think, where this team has kind of exceeded expectations, and big matchup coming up against the Hurricanes, who, it's a good spot to show that they're for real, and this isn't fluky.
It's a big spot, and I think that arena should be pretty juiced up tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, they're the best team in town again, right? If you want to see winning performance, they're really your only option. So I think that they're going to be pretty popular in the next couple of weeks.
Respectfully, that's not a high bar to clear. Especially once the Spirit season was over, there weren't really many good teams in town. I'm glad the Caps have turned this thing around. I think that should be a ton of fun tomorrow night. Last thing, what'd you think of how college football ended up drawing everything up?
Look, if head-to-head mattered in between Miami and Notre Dame, then Miami should have been ahead of Notre Dame. The fact that Miami gets to leapfrog Notre Dame the last week of the season without playing, that to me just shows that your polling doesn't really mean anything, right? Like you're not polling to get a list of the best teams, because in the end you're just going to put in there who you want to put in. And if that's the way you bill it, that's fine. But that's not the way that you bill it. You bill it to have all these committees and discussions about who are the 12 best teams, who are the 12 most deserving teams, and you can't tell me that one game settles the debate when I think one team was much better than the other one. So, again, you want to have it that way. I have no problem with it, but you seem like you moved the goalpost near the end just to, to make a point or to do whatever it is that you wanted to do. I don't think that that's the right way to go about it. So I do disagree with it. But in the end, now Miami needs to show them that they picked the right team.
I have some thoughts. I also think it's so easy for us to zero in on if they screwed Notre Dame out of this thing. The confluence of events that were required for Notre Dame to get screwed, I also think were so extreme that it's like, we just boil it down to, oh my gosh, Notre Dame got screwed. What if UVA just won the game? So many things could have happened that would not have screwed Notre Dame. Yeah. But it was like if A, then B, then B, then C, then C, then D. So many triggers happened for them to be thrust into that situation. I think there should be some
I still wonder how Alabama
understanding
just rolled up in there. That's what I'm
that's the other thing, too.
That troubles me right there.
Look, but
they lost the last game they played, and they lost 3 games total, right?
They had the best win in college football all year.
Who?
Bama.
Against who?
Going to Georgia and winning in Athens.
Then they
That's
lost.
The best win in college football.
And then they lost the next time they played them.
So are we really just looking at the best win for each team? Is that
I think
the criteria?
Bama's stretch of road
I think
wins.
the best win in college football this year was Indiana beating Ohio State in the championship.
Well, the other part of it is, how do you consider conference championship games? Because, these teams are just going to start opting out.
But if I'm
playoff has created
if you're
some
going
real
to play
questions.
it, and it's right before we make this decision and you lose it, I have to count it.
Right. They just made the precedent that every game counts, and head-to-head games count more than anything else. That's the precedent that they just set.
I am a believer in head-to-head games should count more. You play the other team, who wins matters. All right, we got to go, Greenberg. I think we can do this.
Love you guys. We'll talk about it more next week.
All right, man.
Thank you, bud. That's our friend
bye.
Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @ngreenberg. When we come back, article in the Ringer. The question, the headline, is about Jayden Daniels and what is happening this year. Is there enough to really dive into that? Let's find out. Be Mitchell Finley.
The Commanders officially placed tight end Zach Ertz on the injured reserve. They have signed veteran running back Chase Edmonds from the practice squad, and they have added cornerback Kevon Seymour to the practice squad. The Colts' new quarterback Phillip Rivers will also wear jersey number 17, just like Daniel Jones. Rivers added to the practice squad today. The NFL announcing it will return to Munich in 2026 and 2028. Wizards basketball returns Friday night as they welcome in Cleveland. Chicago White Sox won the draft lottery. The Nationals will pick number 11. The Tigers are keeping Kyle Finnegan on a 2-year deal. Several teams have contacted Paul Taboni about the Nationals starter Mackenzie Gore, like the Orioles and the Phillies. Virginia defeated Maryland Eastern Shore 84-60. Tonight, George Washington welcomes Delaware at 7. UConn holds off Florida 77-73. The Revs will play Florida Saturday in Sunrise. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. The Clusterbuster, CK actually sent us this article yesterday. And maybe you had already read it, B. You had already seen it. I didn't get a chance to read it till this morning because I was out watching people give away bikes. Stephen Ruiz is the author from The Ringer. Respected football journalist. And the premise is simple. It's the quarterback notebook. Ruiz at times hasn't been that high on Jaden going back to last year, but, that's all right. Everybody's entitled to their opinions. But the premise is looking at 3 quarterbacks that are struggling much more than they have in their career. And with some, the sample is large. With some, the sample is very, very small. Mahomes, seemingly everything's going wrong with the Chiefs.
This year, yeah.
This year. And I think there is some empirical data you can point to. But so he talked about Mahomes, and then he talked about Baker Mayfield, who started the season red hot and has been really, really poor since. And he talked about Jaden Daniels. The premise is, I'm just going to read the first paragraph here. Let's stick with the theme of quarterbacks who are scrambling too often, because that was also the allegation with Mahomes. Of all the concerning statistics attached to Daniel's sophomore slump, and yes, he's officially in that territory at this point, this one might be the most worrisome. Daniel's scrambling rate is up by 3 percentage points over last season. That's a number Washington wanted to bring down after Daniels scrambled on nearly 13% of his dropbacks as a rookie. His scramble rate is up to 15.7% in 2025. Now, there's some data here that is interesting to me, and I think this will happen over time. Of the top 5 scrambling quarterbacks in the NFL, and I'm surprised Lamar's not on this list, but Lamar's not on this list. Mahomes, Drake May, Josh Allen, Jaden, and Caleb Williams. How often do they slide? Get down without getting hit.
Okay.
Pat is at a 21% slide rate. Drake May is at a 30% slide rate. Josh Allen is at a 17% slide rate. Jaden Daniels, a 10% slide rate. Caleb Williams, a 23% slide rate. A 10% slide rate, I do find interesting. I do think in that Minnesota game, he did a better job of trying to protect himself. The play he was injured on was an interception return.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know you read the article.
I read the article, and this is where I'm at. Okay, you say that data is interesting. That data is bullshit. Excuse my French. Okay. A slide rate, he's talking about when the guy go feet first.
Yeah.
If you run out of bounds or you go head first and you don't get hit on either of those either, he don't count those. Okay? That's why I think it's BS. The video in the article shows Jaden sliding feet first. And a couple times he went head first and he didn't get hit. The rules of the NFL for quarterbacks giving himself up, whether head first or foot first, he's not supposed to be hit. So what difference does it make if you go feet first? And we saw him in that game. He stepped out of bounds 2 or 3 times and didn't get hit. So if I'm going to only look at the actual slide rate, it's going to be overwhelming because you know what? That promotes and that supports his article. So as I look at it, I'm like, this makes no sense to me. If I run the ball and I step out of bounds and don't get hit, that's a knock against me not sliding. If I go and I go head first and I don't get hit, that's a knock against me not going foot first. Then he took it farther by saying that, well, he's probably going head first because of the injuries to his lower body. The lower body injury happened in the pocket, right? When he had the hamstring thing.
Yeah, in
It's
Dallas.
in the pocket. So it's like this article is one that kind of gives you data to say something, but if you just dig into it, you find out it's misleading as hell.
Well, I found this pretty interesting in another article. I don't think they're trying to mislead. I think
That's misleading, JP.
Okay, I think it's painting with way too broad of a brush, and frankly, I think Jaden's season has been so uneven that it's pretty hard to draw much conclusions from anything.
I would say
he's started 7 games. He's played 4 full games.
He played 4
in the
full
middle
games
of December.
in
Like
4 full games, and he played 4 full games with a completely different type of roster.
right
every one of
each
them.
time.
So listen, I understand his year has not been what we expected, what he expected, but I refuse to let people say stuff because I know most people are not going to look at these videos, and pay attention to what's happening. I do. I saw the 10% slide rate, and then I'm watching the video, and I'm like, okay, he went head first, he didn't get hit. He went out of bounds, he didn't get hit. So what does that count for? So you got to slide to be considered slide rate? Or it's a quarterback that takes care of it. If I run out of bounds and don't take a hit, I'm taking care of myself. If I go head first and I don't get hit, I'm taking care of myself, right? So how do you not calculate those things into it? So that's what I'm saying about that's why I get so upset about with all these numbers people want to throw around. Those numbers are going to be whatever they are, but you better know how the hell they come into them. So right there, this is distorted numbers. That 10% is distorted by watching the video because in his article he states feet first slides. He states that. So the numbers are already distorted.
So what I found really interesting, Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler do a column every week for ESPN, kind of the Week 15 buzz, right? And Graziano put some notes in about Jaden towards the end of his piece. Said, we'll see if Jaden's back on the field. There's some thought to rest him. There's some thought to play him. I'm reading now from Graziano. There are people around the league who think Washington isn't doing Daniels a lot of favors with the amount of no-huddle offense and the sheer number of plays the Commanders run in games, though that might be an outdated critique. Washington ran the 5th most offensive plays of any team in 24. This season, it has run the 23rd most, but it also hasn't been as successful on offense, so time of possession is way down. Some also feel there's a discussion Washington needs to have about how much it is exposing Daniels to potential contact with design runs on first down. Daniels has the 9th most first down rushing attempts of any QB in the league this season, despite playing only 7 games. Over the past 2 seasons, he leads all NFL quarterbacks with 89 first down rushing attempts. It's a useful weapon in his arsenal for sure, and he'll need to continue to be able to run to be successful, but a leaner quarterback who came into the league with concerns about taking too many big hits might benefit from a change in philosophy, regardless of whether the Commanders shut him down for the rest of this season or not. I find that pretty interesting.
That's interesting.
If we're concerned about the sliding, maybe, they're also running him a lot. Now, I thought in Minnesota was one of Jaden's worst decision-making days. I thought there were times when he could throw it and he didn't, and he looked to scramble. The blitzes were also coming from everywhere, and I bet he didn't feel too comfortable in the pocket. Oh, by the way, he hadn't played in a month, so there's probably a little bit of rust.
Yeah,
I just think there's context to all
I
of
think
it.
it's context to everything, but I think when you drop back and you're reading one side of the field, and a color flashes right here to the backside of you. You're reading those two receivers, they're covered. I start to make a move. If I'm a running guy, I'm going to make that move. I'm going to go get these yards. There is a guy open backside, but you know what? I never look backside. Because based off of the flash of the color, and I saw my running back come over and hit one linebacker, but the other back is still coming. So I don't have a chance to look over there. People that go back and rewind their film and look at it, you can look at this all day. You know, you could always find the open receiver who I could have hit, but am I even reading that side of the field? Am I reading that quadrant or reading that third of a field? Most times when quarterbacks miss those guys open, they're not even looking that way. So if I start running to the right side, yeah, somebody's open on the left side, but I damn sure can't get the ball back there to him. Never saw that. Quarterbacks, everyone say read the whole field. I don't know many quarterbacks that read the whole field every time. You read quadrants.
It's so interesting you say that because I saw this from Wes Phillips, who used to be here. He was tight ends coach here a number of years back. He's now the offensive coordinator in Minnesota. And he said something that, like, if you really care about football and you want to nerd out and try to understand it better, the notion of reading defenses is kind of extinct in the NFL level because coverages have become so complex and camouflaged that most systems have now gone to progressions rather than trying to read a defense. I'm going to read now from Wes Phillips. A lot of teams have gone to more pure progression. We still have some coverage read type plays where maybe it's single high and you're working this side, two higher pressure and maybe you're working this side. But even in my time in the league, in the beginning, that was kind of everything. It was coverage reading. Here's where I'm going. This is the alert versus quarters. This is too high, so I'm going here. And with the coverage becoming more complex and with more versions where you're inverting the safety and playing cover two or dropping the safety and both corners are back and the two deep guys, there's so many different coverage. It's hard sometimes with the clicker to sit there and you have to rewind it a couple of times and go, what are they playing here?
Yeah.
There's more coverage where maybe it's quarters, but depending on this guy's release, this quarter's safety is going back to the post and it looks like single high. I think it's hard on a quarterback to sit there after the fact and go, this was cover three. You should have gone here with some of the disguise and complexity of the defense.
Who's saying that? A coach.
A coach.
A coach who dissects this, who understands. He has to look at the clicker 3 or 4 times before he knows what the hell they're playing. A quarterback dropping down who's reading one side of the field, in essence, because this coverage that I think I'm seeing tells me to read over here. And then I got some guy writing a damn article who goes run the thing back 500 times, and he finds a guy that's open on the backside, which I'm never looking for any damn way. And if I'm scrambling to my left, and that guy is coming this way, I could probably try and turn to throw the ball, but it's a guy right here behind me. So I keep running out of bounds, or I just go the other way, throw it out. I don't try to throw it back over here because that's going to be taking a hit, right? This whole article is about taking unnecessary hits.
And I think you can argue Jaden probably does it a little too much. But I think the concept of trying to I thought I just got this tweet from.
But that article that you told me from the other guys who are saying Graziano them, see, that article tells a story, but it never mentions names. Okay? What they're saying is the damn offense is predicating him being in a situation. They don't say anything about Cliff. That offense predicates that. That's who's calling the plays on offense. He's not walking up there calling a run on a play. That's what the plays are. And I think that's the problem with this stuff. The quarterbacks, they will throw the name and say everything, but we're going to give you a broad story when we want to say it's because of the offense. The offense has to change.
Nobody go anywhere. We're going to continue on this premise. We're also about to give away a Paisanos gift card. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley. You've heard me talk about my new garage door from Door Pro America, how much it's helped my family, how much it's better for my house, and how much it's boosted our curb appeal. Well, these guys could do the same for you. You don't just have to get a new garage door. What if you just need a repair or some maintenance? They can handle it all. They're based locally, and they've been doing it for over 50 years, keeping garage doors in the DMV running smooth for homeowners like me. And maybe you've been putting it off because you don't want to spend the money. Well, now is the time to act and save big. If you schedule an appointment with Door Pro America today, you get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls. Plus, you get free estimates on a new garage door. And while you're at it, ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. It's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it boosts your curb appeal and adds serious value to your home. So if your garage door is due for a little TLC or you're just ready for an upgrade, level up and score with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO, that's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. This Ringer article that said Jaden Daniels is breaking himself, I think, presented things very much one way. I think there's plenty of other evidence, including this Dan Graziano article that I mentioned, that presents more of a total vision. But my thing is, I don't think you can judge a lot from this year because it's just been so disjointed. The young man's played 4 total games and with 4 very different rosters. I liked this tweet from Nick Chappell. Nick said, I don't love this article saying he's officially in the sophomore slump tier now. This has been such a weird season for him, and it's hard to figure it out. He didn't get a full training camp with his best weapon and then didn't have most of them in regular season play for long. And him being in and out of the lineup all year makes it hard to be consistent and improve. He hasn't been great, but I think injuries all over that side of the ball hasn't helped. I think that's pretty fair. Jaden has not looked as good this year as he did last year, period. Some of that's on Jaden. I thought in Minnesota there were times where he could have made throws and he tucked it and ran. But by and large, I think to be trying to to summarize too much from this year is pretty crazy. I think if the concern is his running, some of that's on him. Some of that is how the organization has used him.
Yeah.
Like,
Totally.
I think there's factors to this, right? And I think maybe you got to reassess all of it. And some of that's on Jaden. I liked this. This is from, what is this guy's handle? Commanders 93 said JD's instincts seem to be scramble and run. Last season in the first 2 games, he was running a lot, new to the NFL and not established chemistry with the wide receivers. This year, later it changed and he started to throw more. This year he didn't have receivers, plus his own injuries brought him back to that instinct to run. I think he knows he can make plays with his legs. He's trying to make plays with his legs. If you want to talk about not taking as many hits, I think that will happen over time. I think we saw that in the Minnesota game, which was some value for the organization. I just think this year has been so wacky that you don't want to draw a ton of conclusions. But I think among many things that need to be overhauled this offseason, and I think there's going to be pretty significant, I think there's a lot of factors to Jaden not playing as well this year. I think we haven't really seen – I mean, dude, look at his game logs. Like, he's not playing very much. And so, like Sunday when he got in against Minnesota, he hadn't played in a month. He hadn't played since November 2nd. The numbers are ugly from that game. He was getting blitzed like crazy. It wasn't a great protection night. He hasn't played in consecutive weeks since that stretch of Chargers, Bears, Cowboys, and he hasn't played consecutive full games since mid-October.
Yeah.
The last 4 games he's gone into, he's come out with injuries. So, like, maybe it's a chicken and egg thing, or the injuries because he runs too much, or does he run too much because he's coming back from injury? Catch-22, paradox, whatever you want to call it.
He wasn't running when he got the hamstring.
That was in the pocket.
He was sitting in the pocket. You know, so it's like, listen, bro, we can make any story be what we want to be based on how we word it. He got hurt in the pocket. When a dude went at his knee,
Green Bay,
that happens. The hit the other day, you want him to just run away from the play? Because I'll be comfortable telling him to do that. If you throw an interception, just get away. You know what I mean? Then you don't have to worry about it, because if you're anywhere close, they're looking you up. And just so people out there who think football is nice, it's not nice. The first thing they tell you when you get an interception, decapitate the quarterback. That's what defenses are taught. Tear his ass up. So, if that's what you want him to do, like, let it understand he could throw the ball. If it happens to get picked, he ain't trying to make no tackle. And then you better not ever say nothing about, well, why didn't he try to make the tackle?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think it's silly to try to maybe not silly, but it's a bit of a jump to me. The slide rate should go up. You have true star quarterbacks. Pat Mahomes realizes to get out of danger. You'd like to see Jaden do that. Okay, I don't disagree with that. That will happen over time.
Slide rate will go up if you just add those damn head first and those running out of bounds.
The good news, people, whatever way you land on Jaden's running, everybody lands the same side on pizza. You know where I went last night, Brian?
Where you went?
The Paisanos in Georgetown. I got a pizza and a chicken Philly cheesesteak. The chicken Philly cheesesteak from Paisanos is phenomenal. And caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win a $50 Paisanos gift card. No one appreciates listeners to the fan more than Paisanos. Now, score 30% off any order of 30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizzas, wings, pastas, subs, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30 to save some cash. Order now at paisanospizza.com. Caller 10 right now. You're winning $50.
Important fantasy news. Greg Allman tweeting that Coach Bowles said Mike Evans has shown everything he needed to show in practice to get activated and make his return on Thursday against the Falcons. The Commanders have placed Zach Ertz on IR and signed running back Chase Edmonds from the practice squad. Cornerback Kevon Seymour has been added to the practice squad. The Colts have signed veteran quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad, and Rivers will wear jersey number 17. Daniel Jones is on the IR. The NFL announcing he'll have 2 games in Munich, one in 2026 and one in 2028. Chicago White Sox get the draft lottery number 1 pick. Nationals get pick number 11. Tigers will keep Kyle Finnegan on a 2-year deal. John Morosi says the Nats have had steady communication with the Orioles about Mackenzie Gore. GW against Delaware tonight at 7. The Revs will play Florida on Saturday. Gators lost to UConn 77-73. Commanders practicing in about 1 hour. That'll be Sunday for the Giants game. Capitals welcome in the Hurricanes tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. And check in with our friend Mr. Dan Duggan, senior writer for The Athletic, covering the New York Giants. Dan, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing well. A lot has changed. The last time we spoke was probably going into week 1, and things were looking a lot different for both franchises at that point, that's for sure.
They sure were, man.
UGLY.
Yeah, it's it has been rough. Let's start with Mike Kafka. Seems, granted, I'm watching on Hard Knocks, right? So that's presented in such a manner. But Kafka doesn't seem like a normal interim head coach. Like, he seems to be trying to run with this thing, and the guys seem to kind of like him and not be all that checked out. Am I reading that right? Or what is the vibe in that Giants locker room?
Oh, it's funny when you said you were judging it just based on Hard Knocks. I mean, the facial expressions and the body language during that clip they showed last night didn't exactly look like guys were ready to run through the wall as he delivered his F-bomb-laden speech. No, I mean, listen, I think that, it was 7 games that he took over. That's a long time, so I think he had a real runway to try to turn the tide, obviously personally for himself, but for the team. And they got out and, they played the Packers tough, lost a close game at home. They had the collapse against the Lions, they lost in overtime. And then they had that game on Monday night. I think a lot of the win came out of the sails, how embarrassing that game was. I really felt like he had a chance to seize the moment in one of those 3 games. And again, the first 2 were right there for the taking. So now I guess we'll see. Now you come back from the bye. Now, everyone can see the finish lines clearly in sight 4 weeks away. The schedule lightens, of course. But, I don't know. I think that I think he kind of had his chance, had his moment. It slipped through his fingers. And now, listen, they might go 3-1 down the stretch. I just don't know if that would really mean much when you consider the competition they have coming up here to finish things out.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's, getting that job or anything.
Definitely not that.
Yeah. So this weekend, it's a small number, but the Giants are favored in this thing. When's the last time the Giants were favored in any game? Forgive me for not knowing.
No, trust me, that's like a trivia question I have to brush up on because it's been a while, so we have to go all the way back to a different continent when they played the Panthers in Germany last year. And I want to say that was week 10 because that was Daniel Jones' last start. They went into the bye week and obviously benched him and moved on. But, yeah, so it's not great on the math there, but it's basically a full season worth of games probably because you've had, 13 this year. Probably 7 last year. Probably been about 20 games since they've been favored. Wow. And of course, they even lost that game. So the last time they won as a favorite, you have to go even further back, and I haven't done that research quite yet. But, yeah, that's you got to go pretty deep into the annals to find a time when this team has been favored.
Dude, when I asked that question, I thought you were going to say 9 weeks. I did not think it was going to be. Damn, dude. Oh, my gosh.
We're spanning continents, years, seasons, coaches, everything, yeah.
What do you think they need to do this offseason to start getting this thing back in line up there?
Clean house. I mean, I think that's the first step, honestly. I think before we start talking about rosters and, what pick they're going to end up, they obviously made the first step by firing Dable, but I think they need to complete the job, get a new GM here, start everybody on a clean slate, the coach, the GM, get two guys in there going to be aligned on the same timeline. And then, of course, I think it's just building around Jackson Dart at that point. So, there's still – I'm actually in the process of writing a series about sort of the pieces they have, what they need to add. So I wrote the offense today. I'll do the defense tomorrow. And there definitely are some pieces here you can build around. Andrew Thomas having an all-pro season at left tackle. Malik Neighbors will be back from a torn ACL. Jackson Dart, of course, that's the key cog. And then defensively, it's been such a disappointment, but there still is some talent there, particularly up front. So you'd like to think that, kind of get a new regime in here, get some fresh coaching, some new ideas in the front office, and try to build something again. I mean, Dart is the key ingredient. If he's the real deal, which I think he's shown flashes of that, if he is, then, listen, this thing can turn around real fast. But I think the first step really is just tearing it down and starting over, because I just don't think you can sit here and say, like, yeah, Joe Schoen deserves a fifth year based on how the first four have gone.
Specifically, we'll talk a bunch about Dart, but what about Abdul Carter? What the hell has gone on there?
Yeah. I think the words that have been used by teammates is grow up, and I think that's blunt, and it kind of sums it up, though. And I think it's, listen, he's 22 years old. I get it, but, you're a professional now. You signed a contract that has $45 million guaranteed. You're the number 3 pick in the draft. Like, a lot is going to be expected of a guy like you, so you can't be missing meetings, particularly this deep into the season. But it's a multi-layered thing, because he came in to a regime and to a culture with Dable that let everything slide. I think one of his biggest missteps was he kind of gave the keys to the kingdom to the rookies right out of the gates, and then it's really hard to put that toothpaste back in the tube. So if guys are getting away with being late to meetings and not showing up on time for this or that in OTAs and in training camp, when week 13 rolls around, it's hard to kind of try to drop the hammer. Now, Mike Kafka, in this role as interim coach, has done so at least. He's had some, bench him for a series against the Packers. That obviously didn't get the message through, so he had to bench him for a whole quarter against the Patriots. You kind of hope it's not going to take a third strike for the message to get through. But at least they're trying. But again, it just feels like it's too late. That's where I think just wipe the slate clean, have the new regime come in, set some standards that are not going to be as flexible and not be as permissive. Because on the field, listen, you look at the box score, 1.5 sacks is wildly disappointing, but he's definitely one of these guys that the metrics show is, up there in pressures and hurries and all these things. So you think that the talent is there. So you think at some point kind of he'll have a breakthrough, and all of a sudden, we look back and be like, oh, he's a guy who has 8 to 12 sacks every year. That's what I thought he was going to be this year. Obviously, it hasn't happened. But he's not a guy who doesn't have talent, and it's like, oh, wow, he's overwhelmed. I think it's just sort of the maturity stuff, and that might even sound on field. I think maybe he's not really taking his game to the next level, because he could obviously get by on natural ability. I think he's probably learning. You can't just go around, NFL tackles, at least not consistently, with just your speed and athleticism. I think there's more to it, and I think he's going to learn that as well.
I always felt, Dan, that when you have a coach in there, he has to be supported by the GM, the owner, whatever. And with a guy like Abdul Carter, if the coach is doing this, owner or GM steps in, then I think they can get it in line. But it's going to have to be a whole team that goes after it, because, some coaches like to let their players do whatever.
Yeah, no, and I think that's 100% what happened here. So that's why I think when you look to, like, at least they are going to have a new coach at minimum. I think one of the first tasks for that coach, again, forget, like, setting up the X's and O's and installing your schemes. It's going to be, like, setting a culture of accountability and professionalism, which, again, a lot of these young guys have been able to just kind of do whatever they want. And I'm sure, hey, that's fun. And for Dable, it's probably smart, because no one's going to complain to the GM or the ownership about you as a coach if, like, they can kind of do what they want and practice is light. But obviously, I think you see that, a little bit of structure and discipline is important for NFL teams. So I think that's got to be, one of the first things if I'm, John Mara sitting down with these prospective coaches. What is going to be your plan to instill some accountability and get this culture turned around?
Talking with Dan Duggan, senior writer for The Athletic, covering the Giants. You can give Dan a follow at @DDuggan, DUGGAN 21 on X. Dan, kind enough to join us via the Rude Guest Hotline. I know, obviously, the Giants made the big change to fire Brian Dable. Do you think Joe Schoen's gonna outrun the storm here, or is it going to be a total clean house at the end of the season.
Yeah, outrun's probably a good way to put it. 'Cause I think that's what it would be. It'd be like one of those movies where you have to like slide under the door before it closes if you're going to survive this. Because even if you had asked me at the time when Dable got fired, they didn't sweep the house clean at that point. They said, Shane's going to stay and he's going to lead the coaching search. And then that was like, 3 losses ago. So it's like, he needs something, I think, for them to point to and say, like, okay, like I know it hasn't been good enough, but, we have Dart, some of these pieces I talked about earlier. That's what they're going to need to cling to. But you can't cling to that if they go 2-15 and end this season on 11-game losing streak. And, the timing didn't work out great for him where he had his annual bye week presser on Tuesday, which was, 12 hours after just getting absolutely destroyed on Monday Night Football. So I would say the fan sentiment is overwhelmingly opposed to bringing him back. And, as much as teams and owners can say they don't care about that stuff, they do, particularly here. So, again, I think these next 4 games are ultimately meaningless. All these, playing a bunch of losing teams that are in the same boat as them, so I don't know how you can really distinguish yourself. But I will say for his purposes, they better find a way to win 3 games, run the table, whatever it is, so that way at least ownership can maybe lie to themselves, but tell the public, listen, we finished strong. Once we got the coaching thing straightened out, the talent started to flourish, whatever that, kind of sales job might be. Because as of right now, again, I think they want to keep him, but he has to give them some reason to. He had 3 wins last year. You're sitting at 2 right now. There has to be something tangible to point to, and there just isn't to this point.
Well, who's going to be able to let Jackson Dart know that he's not scatterable? He's the quarterback? Because this dude think he can run through everybody, man.
Yeah, listen, everybody's tried. It's become, probably the number one talking point around here, probably aside from all the turmoil, based from the coaching staff on up. But, yeah, he's kind of been a little defiant about this is who I am, this is how I'm going to be. Obviously he missed the 2 games with concussion. Even that, he kind of said, well, that wasn't really because I got hit. Blah, blah, blah. He kind of rationalized how that broke down. Everyone has said, he's got to start avoiding these hits. Teammates, coaches, even Joe Shane in his presser, they've all said that. I think that's going to be easier said than done because he's wired a certain way. You love that about him. I do think, again, another young guy probably needs to step back, maybe in the offseason. Maybe hopefully get to that point healthy and he can step back and say, listen, I'm the face of a $10 billion operation. I can't be on the sideline. You guys see it in Washington this year. And, when you're starting quarterbacks out, it ruins the season. It costs people jobs. It has major effects. And, again, injuries are going to happen. There's nothing you can do about that. It's just you need to not expose yourself unnecessarily. You go back to the first game back, basically his first carry in that Patriots game. He's trying to, squeeze out 1 more yard on the sideline and he gets sent into the next orbit. Those are the types of things, he needs to avoid. And, again, I don't know that he's going to. He has slid a little bit more in that game and even the game he got injured. But it's still it's not his natural instinct. I think it's going to be sort of a constant struggle to get him to understand the importance he has, and the only way that importance can be realized is if he's on the field.
It's funny, in D.C. we're having a kind of similar conversation around Jayden Daniels with running and sliding, but the hits don't look the same. The way Dart tries to lower his shoulder
on people, man.
He's going to have to learn that quick. It's funny, though, Dan, clearly things are a mess for the Giants. But the actual game on the field on Sunday, what are you expecting?
Yeah, listen, Dart adds an element to this, too. It's I've covered the team for a while, and there's been a lot of unwatchable December football. He at least, takes you above that. We're not watching Drew Lock and Tommy DeVito on Sunday. At least we get to watch a young quarterback with promise. So it is exciting, for even the stuff we're talking about here. It's fun to watch him play, and he is a very effective runner. So it's just kind of towing that line. But you go back to that Bears game, which was the first, the last game he had before the injury, and then obviously Monday night wasn't great, but he was playing awesome that game, and he was making big plays with his legs. Had a pretty long touchdown run. So I think it's going to be all about him these next 4 games. Listen, can the defense, stop when they play the Raiders, which looks like one of the worst teams in the league, and this weekend can they score against obviously a bad Commanders defense? That's all fine and dandy. It's just I just want to see him. That's what I think. Again, all of this is going to be about. Win, lose, whatever. It's just kind of all about his development. Does he start to heed some of this caution warnings he's been pounded over and over? Does he make developments? Because I think he's been really fun as a frenetic player where it's he's making crazy plays out of the pocket. You think that, I don't know if you guys assume you watched the game, the 2-point conversion play he had in New England where he's running around and going left, going right, and then flings it up and makes a play. You want to see a little more of okay, This was the play we call in the huddle. You drop back, get to the top of your drop, and throw it to the right guy. He's done some of that, but I think you want to see more of that. So yeah, I think it's all about him. And in this game, again, like I'm not going to be doing a lot of X's and O's breakdown of the 2-11 Giants and the 3-10. I think the Commanders are. So it's going to be mostly dart and vibes are pretty much all we're going to be monitoring the rest of the season here.
Dude, so I've been up there for some of these late season Commanders, the Redskins, before that. I've been up there for these late season Meadowlands games, and it's always super cold, and a lot of times both these teams suck over the last 10 years. What are you expecting that crowd? Like, will we see any planes with Fire Joe Shane? Will there be maybe 30,000 people in the stadium? Like, what are you expecting?
Yeah, the Plains has been sort of another fun running subplot here of a lot of these home games the last 2 years where, the fans have taken to the air to explain their displeasure with the front office, the coaching, the ownership, everything. But, yeah, like you said, a lot of these games have been just bad games between bad teams late in the year with bad weather. So I'm just looking right now. Like Sunday looks like 30, so not snow or not 10 degrees, but not exactly if you got to get out of the house for a day. I don't know if you want to go spend 6 hours in the Meadowlands watching these teams play. So I think there will be plenty of empty seats. I think the atmosphere will be pretty dead. But again, the only saving grace is Dart because even the fans are in the building. When he runs for a touchdown or whatever, they'll have some juice. Because again, I've covered some teams when it's been really bad late in the season. At least he adds a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough to create some sort of home field advantage. I mean, here's how bad it was. Some of their recent home games, they had to go to the silent count because the place was so invaded by Packers fans and by 49ers fans, back-to-back home games. I mean, so that kind of sums up where the Giants fan base is at. So when you have two bad teams with, I can't imagine it's going to be a huge Commanders throng traveling up 95. So I would think plenty of good seats probably available on your secondary market on Sunday morning if you want to come out and see this one.
Yeah, I believe it. Dan, we appreciate you making time for us, dude. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, Dan Duggan from The Athletic does a great job covering the Giants. You can give him a follow at dduggan21, 2 G's in Duggan. I'm pulling this up real quick, B, just to see what tickets will cost if you want to go to this game this weekend. Commanders at Giants. This is via SeatGeek. If you're looking to go, I bet you can get in that stadium for under $100. Even understanding it's New York and the pricing.
Yeah. That definitely happens.
My computer's going slow here. But like you said, we saw a lot of Commanders fans traveling in Minnesota. I think they probably booked that already. Yeah. Damn. B-Mitch.
How much?
Now, these are uppers.
You probably could get some lowers for under 100.
How much you think you can get uppers for?
25.
$26.
Hey, baby.
Wow.
Anybody want to go? I might buy you a ticket.
Dude, you can get lowers. if you'll sit in the end zone in lowers, $80.
Hey, man. Lowers is lowers, right?
Wow.
You don't need to be on the 50.
Wow. That tells you where we're at. It's what a year.
Yeah.
What a year. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love, the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to join today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Wide receiver Mike Evans looks like he's returning for Tampa Bay against the Falcons on Thursday, according to Coach Bowles. The Commanders have placed Zach Ertz on the IR and signed running back Chase Edmonds. They also have added cornerback Kevon Seymour to the practice squad. Quarterback Phillip Rivers is signed to the practice squad of the Colts and could play on Sunday. Chicago White Sox have the draft lottery number 1 pick for next year. Nationals get number 11. Kyle Finnegan gets a 2-year deal to stay with the Tigers. John Morosi says the Nationals have had steady communication with the Orioles about Mackenzie Gore. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
So, B, I've been trying to figure out my plan for Sunday, I guess. Are you flying up again?
More than likely.
I think that's crazy, too.
Why?
Man, air travel is such a pain in the ass.
Driving is a pain in the ass.
If there was a flight home, I wish there was a flight out of Newark at like.
What time is the game?
1.
Okay. What time you need to be leaving?
I got my show at 9 o'clock.
The game's at 1. It'll be over by 4.
The hell, last week was over at 3:30. Yeah, that it is what
show
it is.
you got at 9 o'clock?
All ears.
All ears might have to be shot and played another day.
it airs live at like 1. So I'm lucky.
In the morning?
It comes on after Sunday Night Football on TV.
Okay, then, but if you could get on a flight by 6, be home at 7 o'clock off the plane. You can go shoot that at the studio.
So I've thought about that. There is a flight from Newark to DCA. Tell me if you think I can do this. So Newark, I'm going to give you the exact time on it. I think it's at 6, but I just don't think I can pull that off.
Why not?
Game's not going to be over till like 4:30. And then ideally I'm in the locker room after the game. Like if there was a
JP, let me just break a little something down for you, bro. When you are doing stuff with the
I also
company,
think there could be some weather.
You can always listen. Don't worry about what the flight is. Well, get you a flight and move.
Yeah, the times won't work.
Okay, well.
I wish there was a flight at like 11. I need like a late flight.
They don't have that one.
So I was
on the train.
The trains suck too. I think I'm just going to drive.
Nah.
That drive's not bad. I've made it a zillion times.
What I'll fly there. I'll fly there, but I would not be driving back. I'll drive back. But I'm flying there.
Dan Quinn breaking some news. Let's go to the Commanders' head coach.
Jaden and where we're at. So he did re-aggravate his elbow injury in the game. No structural setbacks. However, through the medical evaluations, over the last couple of days, including this morning, doctors advised us we hold him this Sunday. And so Marcus will start. And we're really bummed for Jaden. Like, he is working incredibly hard to get back on the field with his guys. And so tough deal. He's absolutely going for it. So wanted to get that out as we got started, and glad to open up to you guys and get rolling as we get ready for the Giants.
Do you anticipate him coming back this season, and what's, again, the value, I guess, with
Sure.
only 3 games?
Well, I know that's why I wanted to come out. He's going to be out this week. He'll practice as we're going in a limited fashion. But let's see where we're at next week. We're always going to make the best decisions, John, for him, for the team, what the medical, opinions are. So we kind of just wanted to give you that information today, and then we can work into next week.
I guess also as you look forward with some other positions and all that, and we've talked about the young guys playing, et cetera, that 2024, the second and third round picks, you had a lot of those guys. Have you gotten the impact that you feel you've needed from them this year? I know people don't develop linearly, right? But have you gotten that impact from that group that maybe you need, and what you need to see from them moving forward?
Yeah, I think I don't want to do like an end-of-year assessment, like as we're going this week, but it's really important over the next weeks of what we can do, what we can get done. And so all of, last year's class, this year's class, when we get our chances to go make your mark, you've got to be able to go do that. So we can visit on that postseason, but I think right now I'm just kind of really worried about them developing and playing well in this game.
I just want to clarify one thing. You said after the game that he could have gone back in.
Correct.
So this was discovered further imaging on Monday.
Yeah, the imaging was good, so there's no structural setbacks. But just like most players, you talk to them on a Sunday, and then again, what Monday feels like, and not quite the same of swelling or strength and those things to go into it. So it was confirmed no structural in the evaluation at the game, and then again this week.
I know, again, you said post-game that, wasn't acceptable in all three phases. But just looking at the offense, how have you felt the O-line has developed together since Sam Cosme came back? And then have you gotten what you've wanted out of the skill players? I know there's been that rotation of injuries. But.
Yeah. It's hard to, not see the game. It really is, because there was a lot that I liked about our offensive line, 13 days ago or whatever. So having Sam come back and find continuity with Josh, these guys are going to play a lot of football together. And so I think that's like a good step, Nikki, where that continuity takes place. At the receiver spot, it's not just plug and play, and the continuity is important. And so having, Noah and Terry and Debo, Trey back into the whole practice, full speed reps, that definitely, it's a big deal for us. And, as we move forward, over these next weeks, I think we'll continue to see the benefit of that moving forward.
Coach, just back to Jaden for a second. Sure. On a lot of his runs, you could see when he's sort of done running, giving himself up, he's trying to fight for extra yards, and a lot of times I'll notice he sort of dives forward or head first. Do you mind that, or would you rather see maybe more like a base runner slide, or does that matter at all?
No, it's a great question, and it's a common one. So there's two different ways that you can give yourself up. If you're diving, they begin the spot where it is, and it's, roll to a side and dive that way. Either way, the protection is there. You're giving yourself up with the dive or with a slide. So both of them are techniques, and just matters, where you're at, what you feel more comfortable with, but it's pretty common both ways when you're giving yourself up. If you're not and you're straining for yards just, straight away, then that's a whole different topic. But as far as the play's over, I'm a slide or dive, those are both, effective ways to do it. And sometimes it's to one side this way, to my left that way, and that's pretty common for a lot of the QBs.
I know the initial injury was a dislocation. Can you provide any other information on what happened to aggravate it? Whether it was another
landing on it, full on,
like a bruise or I guess the question is, did he re-dislocate it?
No. Yes, there's no. No structural setbacks at all. So just sometimes the heavy hit of something can, cause, the re-aggravation, but no setback. So there's no dislocation of that. The structural part is good, but obviously the one thing you don't want to do is land directly on it. And so what's that, Murphy's Law or something like that, the one thing that can't happen. And so, there's no structural setbacks. So I want to make sure I was super clear on that.
Okay. And then obviously it was kind of fluky that he was chasing down a guy after an interception. As a coach, are you good with him doing that? Do you like seeing him try to make a play, or would you prefer that he not?
Fortunately, it's not a scenario we're in a lot with him. So I'm super thankful for that. And, it's not something that we, practice a whole lot or techniques of that, and so you get blocked, some as a person that's going after, but like the guy's a competitive player, and we're not going to live our whole life scared. I can promise you that, but we're going to do everything and all the time, like great decisions for him, for the team, and where we're at. But I'm fortunate that we don't talk about a play like that a lot.
Obviously, injuries are never a good thing, but for Benson, with obviously you guys, losing Zach Ertz for the year with the torn ACL, could this be an opportunity for him to kind of spread his wings a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's a good evaluation by you, and like Ben, like behind the scenes, as not necessarily behind the scenes, but in the practice, the work that he's put in, and Zach's made a big impact on that. Him and Yankoff both are like guys we see ascending and developing. We feel his speed. We feel his energy to go do that. So it is that moment where you do have, more chances, when an injury takes place. So, yeah, you're accurate on that, and we're looking forward to that for him. Don't like the circumstance how it happened, but when it does and you take advantage of it, it's a big deal.
How would you say that the time he's missing, the playing time, the game time Jaden's missing this year, has affected his development in his second year in the league?
Yeah, any player, it's really important. And at quarterback, the reps, are significant because there's like so many things that happen, on a play, where it can go, what's the check, what's the look. It's different than maybe a technique at another spot. So I would think most quarterbacks would say that there's a lot of value in the reps that they get and what they do. And some are practice, some aren't. It's the scramble to, keep my eyes downfield. It's this coverage that can go to a certain look. So all of those are valuable for sure.
And just going back to the O-line for 1 sec, would you consider that unit maybe the highlight of this season in terms of the play you've gotten and the fact that other than Sam at the start, they've been healthy and you've been able to consistently roll out those guys game after game?
Yes, and there's a number of things that I like, certainly, especially in the run game. Some of the combination blocks that you've seen, and especially on the left side with Laramie and Chris on some of the double teams and down blocks have been significant. So to see that part elevate, that'd be accurate. And we want to constantly challenge them and, again, hire to take it. But, yes, definitely one of the parts that they've, especially since Sam has come back, remained healthy. And that's a big deal. Like there's a lot of positions that, Coach said never say we're all set at. It's O-line and corners and rushers. And so to have those guys stay healthy and getting the continuity together, it's a big deal.
Hey, Dan, over the last couple of weeks, you've kind of discussed with us the benefit of Jaden playing. If he's healthy, why should he continue to play? Right. How about flip it? Do you see any benefit of him not playing at all this year? If he's healthy, shutting him down, do you see any benefit in that?
Sure, I recognize the question. It's an easy one to go, and we haven't really gone down that road yet to decide. He's out this week, and he's working hard to get back. But as far as what decisions are ahead, like we just haven't gone down that road. He's working incredibly hard to get back with the guys. So, we're really bummed they got, re-aggravated on this specific injury. Going into it, thought he had a good week. There were things to improve upon into the game to get started. But, we haven't gone down all the way yet. We just, kind of went through the first evaluations this week to get ready to play. So I'll have a better update as we're moving forward.
How's the team holding up? Long losing streak. You got 4 games left in the season. How do you avoid that so-called checking out kind of, you only have 4 games left and then it's pack your bags and go to your destinations?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to play for. And we talked about this being a, 4-game division tournament here for us beginning in the Meadowlands. And so when you have a career worst performance, you get back up off the mat and you swing first. That's what, that's what competitors and battling for it do. So that's what I expect to see from our team, how we go after it, the style and the attitude that we want to do that together. So that's what I'm, expecting to see fully this week in that game. A lot that we had to address and didn't like, but I certainly don't think that's anything that's indicative of what's ahead.
And Coach, just looking back to last week, we know that Jaden had the great practice and that he was trending in the right direction and such. Why was it important that he did get back on the field with his teammates and look to lead his squad?
Yeah, there's so much to gain from playing, and I think Howard we're saying that earlier about reps, and at that point we were probably talking about 30% of the season to go and to gain experience, and so all of that matters in your development. Like we're looking to keep developing him for a really long time, and so if there was a chance to improve over these next games ahead, like we were going to go after that as hard as we could, knowing that it would pay dividends in the future. And so when you have a setback like that happen, obviously, we're bummed for him, we're bummed for us, and that's the one thing you didn't want to happen, happened. So now we'll, move into this week. Marcus will be the starter, but we're pleased with where it was going into the game. Him coming back and being ready.
Being that this is the first.
That's Commanders head coach Dan Quinn with major news that Marcus Mariota will be back as the starting quarterback Sunday against the New York Giants. Marcus has been somewhere between fine and good in his starts. Too many turnovers, but certainly giving them a chance to win. We got to dive deep into what this means. Dan Quinn alluded to the decision about possibly shutting Jaden down, but says they're focused on this week. Nobody go anywhere. Maybe we open these phone lines up. It's not going to be Jaden. It's going to be Marcus, 800-636-1067. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talk about everything that went on in my house this fall and how my folks at Better Services came to the rescue again. They set up new appliances for us that match the other appliances that weren't destroyed in the water damage, and they really worked hard to find my wife the exact oven she wanted. It's got 2 ovens. It's a KitchenAid appliance, matches the other KitchenAid. It meant a lot to my wife how Better Services went above and beyond to get exactly what we needed for our kitchen. They can do the same for you. Go check out their showroom in Kensington. They've got all sorts of appliances from all sorts of the brands you want. They can give you next-day delivery or maybe even same-day delivery. This is a family-owned company that treats you like family just like they did my family. Whatever you need, maybe your appliances just need a repair. A lot of times, your dishwasher's not working right. You got no idea how to fix it, and you think your only option is to buy a new one. Call Better Services. Or say you need some handyman work done around the house. Call Better Services. Maybe you want to go bigger. Renovate that kitchen. Call Better Services. Check them out online at betterservices.com. It's BETTAR. Get better with Better Services.
Jaden and where we're at. So he did re-aggravate his elbow injury in the game. No structural setbacks. However, through the medical evaluations, over the last couple days, including this morning, doctors advised us we hold him this Sunday. And so Marcus will start. And
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Obviously, major news here in Washington as Dan Quinn reveals Marcus Mariota will get the start this week. Jaden Daniels will be down. Josh Johnson will be the backup, is at least how I presume this will shake out. We saw Jaden Daniels leave the game against the Vikings after taking that block that landed him on his injured left elbow. There's some interesting nuance to this where Dan Quinn said post-game he could have gone back in. We just didn't let him, which would lead you to believe he was okay. Now, 4 days later, Jaden can't play the following week. All I would suggest, and I thought Nikki Jabala did a good job trying to clarify this, in the immediacy of the game, when you have adrenaline and everything else going, if there's no structural damage, you could say, okay, let him go. 24 hours after a game where he landed on his elbow there, but he also had another situation on a scramble where he landed on the elbow, it's entirely possible that thing swelled up or was just super damn sore.
Yeah.
He was on the front end of the recovery from that injury anyway.
Yeah.
We were told 4 to 6 weeks. He made it back in 4. Then you take a couple shots to it. People have this desire to question if everything is being done the right way, and I can understand that. But I don't – people are going to say, should he have played last week? Hindsight, maybe he shouldn't have. I don't know that answer. People are going to say, well, is he actually hurt now, or are they just shutting him down? I think he's actually hurt again. The conspiracy theories are going to be significant. I find them somewhat unnecessary. I think the bigger picture is, are they going to shut him down? Because Dan Quinn did not shut down the shutdown talk. And my stance coming back from the bye week was, you got 5 games left. You got to let the young man play.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about you got 4 games left. He's at least going to miss one of them. My number had always been 2. If you get to the last 2 weeks of the season and it's just 2 weeks left, and at that point, at best, you're 4-10, like, I'm not sure that makes any sense. 2 games has always kind of been my Alamo of that's where I can draw the line. Because it's also, what is the point at a certain point? If he's re-injuring something now, this is the first of all the injuries where it's a re-injured, because it was knee, then it was hamstring, then it was elbow. Those are all 3 separate things in 3 different situations. This is now a re-injury. Where do you think this goes, B? What was your reaction?
Well, I just think it gets to a point, just like you said, he landed on the elbow, and the fact that he said it was no structural damage, okay, or structural setback. That was his words. So nothing else happened to it, but like you stated, it's very sore. When you get that thing, when you touch it and it hurts, that's the type of thing. I think Jaden is a tough dude. I think he could deal with a lot of pain. But I think when they go to touch it, if it hurts a little bit, they're like, okay, let's hold him out. And I think that is what the doctors are there for, to give the coach the proper information, whether they like it or not. You know what I mean? You got a lot of people sometimes that work with teams that they just answer what they think the coach wants them to say. But in this situation, they're answering it properly. And they are making the right decision. But I have no issue with him playing last week. You know, you look at that play, is a fluke play. If he doesn't throw that interception, probably don't happen. He goes through the whole game. Nobody said anything. But he landed on it. And you have to address it. At this point now, I mean, we're sitting at 3-10. You got 4 games left. Marcus starting. You got 3 games left after that. Whatever way they go, they go. I'm not sitting there waiting for it. I'm not on watch. I don't care.
It's going to be interesting. I want to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Dan Quinn says they're not prepared to have a conversation about shutting Jaden Daniels down, that they're focused on the Giants this week, and then they'll re-examine everything next week. Dan Quinn says there's no structural, no long-term problems for Jaden Daniels' non-throwing elbow. Is it the right call to maybe shut Jaden down at this point? You've got 4 games left. He's definitively missing one of them. So that would be 3 games left for Jaden tops. This is B. Mitchell Finley. Phone lines open whole last hour of the show. Big news breaking. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds, Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders coach Dan Quinn reporting that Jaden Daniels aggravated his elbow during the game against the Vikings. No structural setbacks, but doctors advised that they should sit him on Sunday. Marcus Mariota will start for the Commanders against the Giants. The team has placed Zach Ertz on the IR and signed running back Chase Edmonds. They've also signed cornerback Kevon Seymour to the practice squad. Mike Evans is good to go for Tampa Bay against the Falcons on Thursday night. The Colts have signed veteran quarterback Phillip Rivers. He will wear jersey number 17. John Morosi reports the Nationals have had steady communication with the Orioles about Mackenzie Gore. GW against Delaware tonight at 7 on Monumental. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to the folks on the YouTube stream. We got some news, people. You heard Byron Kerr there. Marcus going to start on Sunday. A lot of conspiracy theories floating around. I'll say this. At 3-10, if there's a question, you look at it differently than if this team was 7-6 and fighting for a wild card team. I think that's obvious and doesn't require like a lot of analysis. I want to let folks chime in. Dan Quinn, unclear if they're going to shut him down. Jaden Daniels, if I had to guess, wants to play. That's how that dude is wired. Let's let the folks talk. Joe is in Manassas. What's up, Joe? What do you think of the Jaden Daniels news?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I love the show as always.
Thanks,
I wanted to ask you no problem. And I wanted to ask you a couple questions. Like, him not being able to play seems a little weird, man. Like, I mean, I understand. Like, I don't want to get into that, but like, those aren't the same doctors that cleared Herbert after a week's surgery. You know what I mean? Like, that is not the case. To bruise, no structural damage, to not, it's a pain tolerance thing. I really think he should be out there, but that's beside the point.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Like, Herbert, if you look at the Chargers' schedule down the stretch, they desperately needed a win. And their backup is Trey Lance, who's terrible. Like, I think we can all allow some level of honesty in the discourse. No, not all injuries are the same. Not all situations are the same, period.
The man had surgery. You're talking about a bruise or, you know what I mean, a swelling or the pain tolerance. Like,
they were desperate for him to play.
He had a surgery on the back of his hand where they had a big pad on
we're
it
also talking about a non-throwing arm as well. But, but that being said, JP, I want to...
It's not the same. It's not the same, bro.
No, I completely understand. What I'm just saying is sometimes there's a little bit of desire more to play than other players want to play. And I understand you're going to say he wants to play. He's a football player. But he needs to be out there.
If you questioning whether or not whether Jaden want to play, you wasting your time right there.
Well, I understand that. I'm not questioning that. But like a week goes by, he could have went in that game. But I understand, like swelling, whatever, adrenaline, whatever you guys say. But a week goes by, he fell on his elbow, man.
Let me break it down for you. Sis, I see what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work. But let me help you out. In this day and age, coaches and doctors and front offices hold players out. It's not the players not wanting to play. So in this situation, believe me, it ain't that player that don't want to play. That's 100,000%. I'll put my life on that one. So people, and that's why guys get a hell of a reputation these days because everything above them hold them out of games, and the fans going to blame the player. That player wants to play. I guarantee you that.
I get the industry is to take what the coach says and pick it apart. But I also think we got to recognize maybe he's hurt, can't play. Maybe it's 50-50 and they're just not letting him play. I feel much stronger that whether it is ownership, whether it is general manager, I think somebody is leaning on the scale towards protect him for the long haul. And if the elbow is sore and swollen, whatever it is, they're like, at least this week, it's a no. Somebody that matters is saying no. Maybe it's just the doctors. But, like, Dan Quinn's not going to tell us that.
You're not supposed to. But that caller was trying to start a narrative that I am not going to let happen.
That you think he was trying to say Jaden doesn't want to play?
Yeah,
I don't agree with that either.
That's where he was trying to go, and that's why I know we're not going to let that happen. That's BS.
Let's go to line 4. Mike is in D.C. What's up, Mike?
Gentlemen, it's a bizarre year, but unfortunately, I think ownership has just gotten involved. It's not saying anything. It's not saying Dan Quinn doesn't want to coach hard or Jaden Daniels doesn't want to play hard. There's just a circumstance where a very, very valuable asset is unfortunately very, very vulnerable right now in this particular season, in this particular circumstance, with all these injuries, with a $6 billion investment team, and then you also have like a new stadium, and then the coaches are gone. I mean, we kind of know that it's 100%. If not all of them, most of them. So you can't, even though they're great guys and they have all the right intention, you have to protect the asset, and it is 100% an ownership decision. What do you think,
All
Brian?
right. And if it is, I'm cool with it. Because that's the only people that I think will come in and make that main decision. Ownership by way of Adam Peters. You know, the coach is supposed to get the player ready, and those people that's going to protect the asset, that comes above the coach. But, like, I'm not going to allow a fan to call in and say something as stupid and asinine as that dude. That's that little dude that called before with that dumb stuff.
Well, it's also like coaches get up there and lie every week. Dan Quinn prides himself on saying nothing. Like, a lot of coaches do this. I'm not blaming DQ for it. To assume that this is all driven by what you said he could play Sunday, and now you say he can't. Well, what happened? What changed?
But he could have played Sunday. He probably could have played Sunday.
He probably could play this
weekend. The thing is, like, listen, man, injuries happen weird, bro. There are guys who finish up games, and then the next week can't play. Because when you going, like you said all the time, when you have adrenaline going, and you go through stuff, sometimes you don't feel what you feel. But when you relax, you go, oh hell, that was that bad. And then naturally they'll say, oh no, let's just take a little break, take a week off. You know, but he was trying to start some other stuff, and I'm not falling for that.
Well, I mean, whatever. We moved on from that. I'm moving it forward. Steve is in Silver Spring. What's up, Steve?
Hello.
Yo, you're up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry,
You there,
man.
Steve?
You know what? I think that he should be playing, even if he didn't get hurt. I think he should be playing the rest of the season. You know, me and you the same age. He chose to be a football player. He's not a librarian. He doesn't drive a truck. You know, he chose to play football for a living, and he should be playing football if he's healthy. I agree with you. You know, these guys. We complain in the NBA all the time that it's load management and these guys are not playing, but they're still getting paid. If Jaden's healthy and he's not playing, then that's load management, and he should be playing football. I don't care if it's the last game of the year and he's 2-10. He needs to develop as a football player. That's my take on it. Thanks, B.
All right, man.
I think load management, to me, the premise of load management is to give people games off
when
they're healthy to keep them healthy. I don't think that's what this is. Does anybody think Jaden's at 100% and they're just benching him? No. I think that's banana land. Now, is he at, I don't know what the threshold is, 50%, 60%, 70%, and they're telling him he's not playing? I could see that. Maybe the injury is significant, though. Maybe it took 24 hours to swell up. Like, even Zach Ertz. Let's just try to pause for a moment from the conspiracies, because it's just like that's where everybody runs. Even Zach Ertz, who we all saw that hit and knew what happened, they couldn't officially announce that the knee was ripped up till they did the MRI the next day. Like, if I had to guess, somewhere between Josh Harris and Adam Peters, there was a conversation about what are we doing here? What is the long-term play here? How do we protect this young man? And at that point, whatever that threshold for health is may have changed. I don't think it has anything. And to call it load management misses the mark to me. I think load management is sitting down healthy players. I don't think anybody thinks Jaden is healthy right now.
Nope.
Healthy enough to play in the NFL is very different than healthy, but I don't think anybody could argue he's healthy. Let's go to Q Ball in D.C. What's up, Q Ball?
Q Ball.
My main man, B. Mitch. Listen, I just feel like this whole thing is a circus. But can I ask you something, B. Mitch? We saw the performance of that Denver game. It was dynamite. Even though they lost the game, I saw a lot of heart and effort out there that didn't exist prior to. I feel like Mariota had some momentum, even though the last drive killed him personally, probably. But I just felt like, do you feel like that momentum from that game should have carried over to allow him to start this past game that they look so bad in? And nothing to do with JD coming out there. We know he's got heart. We know he's got the passion to play. But clearly, I just felt like the momentum carryover from that Denver game, whether he was healthy or not, I just felt like Mariota should have got the start. What do you think?
Well, I just think when Jaden got healthy, I think he was going to start. So I think these guys understand who they're starting quarterback. Even Mariota understands that. So that's why I in a regular situation, maybe yes, but this one, no, because when he got healthy, he was going to play.
I don't know.
And I think it's that game, the momentum didn't carry over with any person. Defense, nobody.
Yeah, I think you've got a kid that has been hurt all year, more or less. He's played 4 complete football games. He's had 3 different injuries, but this is the first time he re-injured something. You've got a team that's 3-10 coming off their worst performance in 2 years. I think the scales can be tipped by owners, by general managers, where they say, listen, I know you want to go, but you're at least taking the game off. We're at least resting this thing. And then we'll have a discussion about the remainder.
And that is their right. You know what I mean? That's their right to step in and say that because for them, they have a hell of an asset to protect.
You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Our guy Jupe is on the line calling from the DMWV.
Yeah. What's going on, fellas? Hey, look,
what up, Jupe?
Let me start off by saying this. I got to give you guys the utmost respect and props, especially during times like this season. You're getting a lot of these sidewalk GMs calling in. In this other group, I like to call the ignorant, where they call in with the most ignorant things to say when they call in the group chat. Because for me, I be ready to fight people. I ain't going to lie. So I got to give y'all guys props on that. But look, at the end of the day, I like to keep it positive, and the one positive thing I feel like this team can take into next year is the mental toughness from all the adversity they went through this year. They should be so mentally tough for next year. Regardless of what happened with JD5, I hope he comes back and get a couple more games in this season. If not, it is what it is. But, let's just stop with the narratives. I feel like it's ticky-tack. We choose who to put these narratives on certain players and other players they don't. Toe Barrow, he should be injury-prone, but I don't hear people saying he's injury-prone, but they want to keep labeling him as the injury-prone. That's all I got to say for you guys.
All right, brother.
Thanks for the call, dude. Appreciate you, Jupe. We'll keep the phones going. Call in if you want. I want to let my man Landfill weigh in, but I think he's juggling all the phones. Let's go to Commander Tequila. Hello, Commander. How's North Dakota?
It's nice and cold. Cold. Negative. But either way, I want JD, He wants to play, I want to play, but he had an asset. He's a very valuable player. Very, very valuable player. If I'm putting money into this guy, this player that played great last year, that we were seeing good things coming this year, and right now
Landville, throw the commander on hold. He's in the frozen tundra of the
wind tunnel.
yeah.
Wind tunnel.
Good luck, Commander. I'm kind of worried about you, dog. Let's go to Larry in La Plata. What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. Long time. One of your callers mentioned that it could possibly be an ownership decision. And don't get me wrong, I love Josh Harris. But, Brian, let me ask you a question. What was Josh Harris famously known for and approved in Philadelphia to improve the 76ers? What was he famous for doing?
That's
Nothing to
basketball,
see.
bro. That's a totally different.
No,
That's
no,
a totally different sport.
Hey, Brian, Arvell Reese. Can you spell that first name for me? Can you spell the last name? Because that is a wonderkind. He's 20 years old. He could be even better than Micah Parsons. He could go number one. You had teams fighting over that young man coming out of Ohio State. I'm telling you, you can't rule out that possibility. He could be the next wonderkind linebacker. That's how.
What
good
does
he
that
is.
have to do with anything about Josh Harris and what he did in Philadelphia? One player is not going to change a football team, dude.
I think if
Josh,
I
mean,
that.
no, let me finish this.
But if you,
one player don't
if you
change a
have the-
football team. It never happens. That's basketball. So when you want to
I
talk
realize
about
that,
one
Brian.
sport, stick on that sport.
But I think he
Okay.
could. I think he could have a point here. If we think maybe the star quarterback is always going to get to ownership, they're always going to let the owner know what exactly is going on. And if Harris, I don't think there's tanking to that point of that he's trying to make. But it would not surprise me at all if Harris was like, "Let's just protect this kid." The season.
Harris saying protect the kid and tanking is two different things.
Yeah, I agree.
What that guy is trying to say is BS. Okay, all right. Let's be real, and let's just understand one thing. People can call in here and they can say what they want to say. If I disagree with him, I disagree with him. And when I'm going to talk to him, I'm going to talk to him. That dude was off base like hell. And don't come out ask me to spell something. I can spell more than your ass probably can spell. Let's get that straight. But tanking doesn't happen in football. It does no damn good to tank in football. If you need a quarterback and you're tanking football and there ain't none of them there, it doesn't help you, right? Basketball, that stuff works all the time. Give me a break with that crap about what somebody can read or something.
Let's go to Zeke in Southeast. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up? I guess they hit a nerve, huh, Brian? That's crazy. But I agree with you, man. Ain't no such thing as tanking, man. I don't think they're tanking. I think they're looking out for his best interest. Because why put him, first of all, why put him back in the game against a team that blitz heavily and put him in harm's way? And didn't Dan say that the doctors did not clear him for the game? So I don't know what it is, why people are so on tanking or down on JD, but I think everybody's just going down the wrong path. Let's chill out. Let's get through this season and pray for a better season next year. That's my take.
I did that
Thanks,
already.
Zeke.
I started that 5 weeks ago, Zeke.
Thanks, buddy. Take one more call here. Let's go to CP in Orlando. What's up, CP?
Guys, I appreciate you taking my call. I'm from Orlando, actually. Listen, as much as I would love to see Jaden play, it's the law of diminishing returns at this point. If he was coming back to a desk job after having a dislocated elbow, then yeah, by most standards, he would probably be okay. But he's coming back to a sport where you got elite athletes knocking him down after running and going at 20 miles per hour down to the hard turf, right? And so you got to protect your assets at this point and get him ready and get him fully healed so he can come back and get all the people around him to the best of their ability, surrounding him with everyone going full after off season, and then let's come back ready to go full tilt going into the next season. I mean, under the best situation, I would love to have him come back this year, granted. But at this point, with him still healing, it just doesn't seem like the best situation for him. That's not being a wimp. That's not him saying he doesn't want to play. I think the organization is looking at it realistically and saying, let him fully heal by football standards so he can come back mentally, physically, and come back ready to go and be be the guy we know he's capable of being. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense.
It's a good call, man. Appreciate you. We'll keep the phone lines going. Big news here. Jaden Daniels not going to play this week. Marcus Mariota gets the start. A lot of different theories on why it happened. I can't stress enough, he re-injured something. That probably gives you greater pause than when the injuries are different. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Landfill?
Breaking news from baseball, first baseman Pete Alonso and the Orioles are finalizing a 5-year deal worth $155 million, according to Jeff Passan. Dan Quinn said Jaden Daniels has aggravated his elbow during the game against the Vikings. No structural damage, but doctors advised that he sit Sunday. Marcus Mariota will start against the Giants. The Commanders have placed Zach Ertz on IR and signed running back Chase Edmonds. Also, cornerback Kevon Seymour joins the practice squad. Coach Bowles of the Buccaneers says Mike Evans will play Thursday against the Falcons. The Colts have given the jersey number 17 to quarterback Phillip Rivers as he joins their practice squad. NBA Cup tonight, Suns against OKC and Lakers against the Spurs. The Wizards return Friday night against the Cavaliers. Dallas Mavericks center Derek Lively II will undergo season-ending surgery on his right foot to address a lingering discomfort. The team announcing today. UConn beat Florida 77-73 tonight. GW against Delaware at 7 on Monumental. GW plays Florida Saturday. The Caps welcome in the Hurricanes tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Paul Henry at the end. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Big news breaking that Marcus Mariota is going to start on Sunday. I think it's crazy how, like, we were getting so many calls to sit Jaden. Then they play Jaden. Now people, I can't even really judge what the reactions are. Because the calls have been all over the place.
You know what it is, Jay. You know, when you say do something, when you decide to do one thing, people want you to do the other, and if you flip it over, they'll definitely jump on the other side. This deal is basically where, remember you said Tanner used to always tell you don't believe what the players say?
Right.
If they ask Jaden, you okay? He said, yep. Can you play? Yep. Well, the doctors go in to check, and that doctor is trained to feel for stuff and also listen and watch your reaction. So if I come in and I grab you and I'm like, grab your arm and I'm like, how does that feel? And you're like, oh, that's cool. But I see you kind of, it's a little tender to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And at that point, I tell the coach, listen, he's okay in his mind. But I believe you should let him stay out. I believe that it's still a little tender. We should err on the side of caution. And then the coach says this, that, and the other. And they come in, and Adam walks in, and probably Josh. Okay, we're going to protect him from himself. Remember the old sermon I always say, calm a fool rather than protect it. I'd rather calm a fool than resurrect the corpse. In this sense, he's a fool. And it's not in a bad way. This is in a positive way. That fool wants to play. He wants to be out there for his teammates. You got to calm that. You got to protect him from himself. He's not the one that's going to ever sit around and say, oh, I can't go. You know, just be chill. You don't need to go get him uplifted. He's ready to go anyway. And that's probably what happened. Because I've been to many a doctor, and they're like, does that feel good? I'm like, I'm cool. But you know what? They are watching me jump. They know the little thing that they see when something happens. But I don't know how to say, no, I can't go.
Well, and I think, and I don't know if you agree, but I think the calculus changes on if Jaden is a little sore when you consider the output we saw in Minnesota was dreadful. That's the worst performance this team has had in 2 years. Mm-hmm. You've got 4 games left. You're 3-10. I think at some point, listen, Jaden fought like hell to work his way back. They built him a special brace. He played last week. He re-injured the elbow. Mm-hmm. Like that, the calculations are different now than they were a week ago.
They are.
And
they are
and
different.
I think that's okay. Like,
but that's the ultimate thing. It is okay. But I think we have to learn to sometimes ask questions that are more simpler instead of making things kind of like lifted in a sense. Like it's not everything's not so drastic or so out there. Sometimes it's as simple as this. He's hurt, he play. He hurt, he doesn't play. He play. If he's not, people think if he's hurt, he doesn't play. If he's not 100% hurt, then they think he's 100% healthy. You got space in between there somewhere. You know, if you're 40% hurt, you're 60% healthy, right? But you're still 40% hurt. You probably shouldn't be out there on the football field. Because if the other guy's 100%, he's going to destroy your ass. Okay? I think the ultimate thing comes in, everything has become so mesmerized because of how we react every day to damn social media. And that's why everybody's response is so outlandish. We don't think about stuff in a human aspect. We think about how we're going to get rises off of everything. And that screws up the whole topic sometimes. We forget about the actual topic, and we start trying to win a discussion or an argument about something.
I want to let Landfill weigh in. I know he was answering calls, but Professor Landini, what do you make of Marcus going back now?
I mean, I guess it's not all that surprising. You know, Jaden left the game with an injury that he's not going to play the next one. Just overall, it's been a pretty terrible year, and I guess it's just going to keep going terrible for us.
I was just saying to B in the last break, what a mess of a season. Just an absolute mess. And this is just more of it. You know what I mean? Like, I still think you got a hell of a player in Jaden Daniels. At this point, through 14 games, he's finished 4. He's played 4 complete games. So if you want to make some declaration of what he is or isn't based on this season, you're entitled to that. I'm not. I think 2026 becomes vastly important because that's when you'd pay him, is coming off that season. After 3 full seasons, when you can enter into those discussions. They were excellent last year. Jaden was phenomenal. This year has been a mess. Hit these calls. My guy, Uncle David, is on line 1. What's up, David?
Hey, want to welcome Pete Alonso to Baltimore.
Hell yeah.
Here's my bigger problem. My bigger problem is with Kingsbury. I don't think he called great plays for Jaden last year, but he needs to change the plays that Jaden runs this year because he's not 100%. He's not the same player. And I don't think that Kingsbury is protecting Jaden enough from himself and from the other defenses. And I got a lot of problem there, so I'm glad Mariota's starting.
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Good call. Let's go to line 6. E is in D.C. What's up, E?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I think it was a good decision. We have to, account for, when you dislocate anything, yeah, you can go sit in an office desk. But if you're talking about, rolling around on an NFL football field, that's an entirely different ask, and especially when you're talking about re-aggravating something. And I just haven't seen enough consistency from him off the field with having the types of reps to do this. And I think they get caught in him being such an X and O's guy that you gotta, as coaches, I think he can hang with them in a way that makes them feel like they can put him out there on the field with rust when a lot of other quarterbacks you just wouldn't. But that still can be dangerous, and they have to be careful in how much they put on his plate just because how much they believe in his ability. Because even Cliff was like, man, okay, guys, like, this is pretty much as good as it gets. Like, he really believes in his quarterback when it comes to what's going on in between the ears. And so do I. But they still going to have another version of this. And it seems like when Marcus gets in there, Cliff's offense is working. So we got to be still, Jaden, to my point, it's not all Cliff, because when Marcus gets out there, the quick game, things are happening. So that means it's the same offense. It's the same signals. Nothing is different. You just go and know that 5 can give you more. So he's still going to have to make those reads, and I still think he needs that time. And my question to y'all right now is, if training camp started tomorrow, for example, where he is, forget the injury, but just with time, would he look the same? Because y'all was like, yo, he's got it. It's certain looks and certain things that y'all were able to see when he was coming into the league, and certain stuff that y'all knew right off the bat. Y'all was telling us on the radio, like, look, y'all, we don't say stuff every year. I know what that ball is supposed to look like, coming to that sideline, know what that ball is supposed to. I don't know if he has that same confidence right now as he looked in that second game when he threw that ball to Terry and Cincy. So where is that guy? Where's he been, and how do we get that guy back? You know, and that's what I'm really focused on. I think that is an off-the-field thing. That just doesn't happen on field. That happens off the field, man. So I want to know what y'all think about that.
It's an on-the-field thing. It's an on-the-field thing, but I just think that I agree with you that the confidence level may not be there right now. I think injuries and pain brings a different level of comfort, a comfort level. I can also say one thing to you. You can look at the offense and you can say it's the same, but you know what? Not 100% the same. I have this conversation with a few guys consistently that I know football and know this offense, and they know how defenses are going to prepare it, and they see something totally different. So I would just tell you, don't just look at the plays, look at the how the read aspect of it. And things are a little different when those two different quarterbacks are in there. They have the same mindset of an offense, but they're not running it exactly the same.
What a freaking mess. I mean, 3-10, underdogs to the Giants. I wonder if where's my phone? Has that moved with the Mariota news, or do you think Vegas had that baked in, B?
I don't know.
I saw it. You could find it as high as 2.5 at some spots. Now it is 2.5. So I think Vegas kind of knew that. One thing that was really interesting is I was looking around at fantasy stuff this morning, and they had Mariota listed on all the quarterbacks to play this week. It was all Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
So the fantasy people certainly thought it was going to be Mariota. What's crazy is whether it's fake or not, the outrage at every possible decision. Because when
it is not fake. It is the norm in this day and age.
But then people want to change. Let's all just approach this honestly. Dan Quinn said after the game he could have gone back in. Okay. Then on Wednesday, Dan Quinn says after the medical people have looked at everything and considered all the options, he's not going to play this week. That doesn't necessarily mean any of that is true. They could just be shutting him down, and this is how they're going to handle it. They're not going to tell you they're shutting him down, but that's what they're doing. It could be the medical people. That could be what's happening. Could be some combination of both. But, trying to not even nitpick, but trying to, consider everything the coach is saying at all times is the 100% truth, and that's why you have questions about it, to me, at best, is naive. And if it's something more than that, where you're out on this staff, so you want to be critical of everything. Okay, they've lost 8 in a row. You could be out on this staff. That's reasonable. But he said Sunday he could have put him back in. That was my decision. You know what Dan might have been trying to do after the Seattle debacle? Just show I'm taking care of my guy, so everybody knows I take care of him. A million things could be going on right now outside of if he is or isn't fully able to play. The videos are out now of him at practice. He's practicing right now. He looks pretty darn good. But you know what's not going to happen to him at practice right now?
He ain't getting hit.
He's not going to get shoved down to the ground and maybe land on his elbow again.
Let me just say this.
I just think we're searching for an overly simplistic answer that doesn't exist.
I'm going to try to give a suggestion moving forward. The Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, right? And they're sitting in first place right now in the NFC East, right? If you turn on that radio in Philadelphia, nobody cares. Just like they won, just like we were great last year, you forget about last year, it's a new year. Your thing about living and breathing organism.
Right.
We were great last year. Let's think about this year based off of this year. And stop worrying about how good it was last year to judge everything this year. And I think when you begin to erase last year and think about this year, we haven't seen that team this year at all. Not even in the first game we didn't see it. Not even no game we seen it. We didn't see it in San Diego, in L.A. This is a new team this year, and they are nowhere close to what the team was last year. And if we keep our mind on this and separate, because we are still, every time we see a bad play, well, last year they did this. Let last year go. Because I guarantee up there about 175 miles, nobody is judging them based off of last year. They want to run the Sirianni. They want to run everyone out of town right now. Learn to forget about last year and think about this year. And that's why I'm at a point where when I see stuff now, a lot of stuff I expect. Like last year, like you said, I expected this in a sense.
Certainly not a surprise.
Yeah.
If you came into today surprised, like if you came into today expecting undoubtedly that Jaden was going to be the starter this week, I would think that's a little. I had somebody that works in sports text me yesterday, do you think Jaden plays? You know what my reply was? I don't know.
That's been mine the whole time. Well, man, you over there, you supposed to know. How they are supposed to know if they don't know?
Right.
I guarantee they didn't know until the last moment.
Right. All right, nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley here for my guys at Paul Henry's Window Installation. There might be some confusion about what's going on in Ashburn. No confusion when Paul Henry's in charge. He's got new windows and doors in my house. It's cold as hell outside. It's windy. It might snow. My house stays nice and cozy thanks to my new windows, new doors from Paul Henry's. He built out a special sunroom on the back of my house. It is perfect in there. Paul's done tremendous work for me and my family, and he can do the same for you. All December long, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Plus, you can get an additional 5% off Vitex windows through December 29th. If you get the Vitex, that's 15%, B.
That's a lot of money that you get off there. But Paul did a great job for me as well. He did windows. He did doors for me. He built me a brand-new pergola. That pergola is outstanding for me. It's a place where I'd like to do all my cooking, keep myself away from the sun just a little bit. And like I said, Paul rolls in, and when he does the job, it's done right the first time. You don't have to worry about him keep coming back to fix this, fix that, because he makes sure when he comes in, he knocks it out. And like Jay said, they finish in time. They come out, they'll knock it out. Sometimes they finish way quicker than you expect. So if you reach out to Paul right now, you'll get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. And through December 29th, you can score an additional 5% off of Vitex windows. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Landville and I had a lot planned for today. We got to talk about this prison situation.
I definitely want to talk about that.
We got to talk about the most Googled list, which is fascinating.
You think those things came from down at what's it called at Jordan spot?
I don't know.
You know, they got rid of those drones, so I guess somebody need to use them somewhere.
We're going to figure it all out. Been a very busy show. Grant and Danny coming up next. Obviously, the biggest news in town, Jaden Daniels will not play this weekend. It's going to be Marcus Mariota starting. Then we see these videos. I saw one from Nicky Jabvala of Jaden out at practice, running around, looks the same way he looked last week, but the difference is in practice, there's nobody hitting him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no option of him landing on his elbow at practice. I don't know, man. People get crazy about this quarterback stuff. What Washington needs most is Jaden in 2026 to return to complete form and to have a good year.
Yeah.
And a lot of different things might happen to make that happen. But I don't know, dude. They're 3-10. I think trying to analyze everything in a vacuum is kind of silly. Here's what I do know. We got to make some bets.
Here first.
All right, young white Brian, what do you got?
Me and Jeff lost. Everyone else won.
Yeah.
I'm 2-0, dog.
I'm 2-1.
What I enjoyed most about my bet last night is I took the Michigan Wolverines to beat Villanova by more than 16 points. That's a big number between two big-time programs. And Kevin
Villanova's kind of like a little crippled right now, Jay.
Michigan was up by 40. They were up 36 points in that game.
Yeah, Villanova's not what they used to be.
Yeah.
Not right now. They just got – their name is the same, but their talent is not.
Yeah. Good. Good. I'm not sure how long my distaste – I know a lot – I have friends that went to Villanova. Shout out to Joe Coleman. I'm pro Villanova. Just not your basketball team, at least not this year. All right, what do we like tonight, boys?
Oh,
Lakers.
Landville's taking the Lakers.
Who y'all playing, Landville? I mean, who are they playing? I mean, I say y'all like it's your team.
Landville's big Laker fan.
No, he's not.
Spurs.
Ooh. That's right, Wembanyama not playing. Why am I
Notre Dame's playing Idaho. Ooh, I got a local game for us, B.
I know where Notre Dame's not playing.
GW is playing Delaware.
All right, give me the Suns plus 14.5.
That's a big number. I'm taking this on principle. Houston is playing Jackson State. They're laying 40.5.
Give me the under in the Spurs-Lakers game as well.
Give me the Jackson State Tigers plus 40.5. See y'all, Grand Danny, next.
Peace.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Huge news at the winter meetings with first baseman Pete Alonso moving from the Mets to the Baltimore Orioles. Orioles finalizing a 5-year deal worth $155 million, according to Jeff Passan. Dan Quinn said Jaden Daniels aggravated his elbow against the Vikings. No structural setback, but doctors advised that Daniels should sit Sunday, so Marcus Mariota will start against the Giants. The team has placed Zach Ertz on IR and signed running back Chase Edmonds. They've also signed cornerback Kevon Seymour to the practice squad. Dallas Mavericks center Derek Lively II will undergo season-ending surgery because of a right foot injury. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It is 2 o'clock and we are live on The Fan, taking you all the way up to 6:30. We will be with you from our Half Street Studios downtown in D.C. in the Navy Yard for the next 4.5 hours. And we are giving away Caps tickets in 2 hours at 4 o'clock. Danny, I'm feeling jealous today of our friends to the north in Baltimore. Must be nice to have a baseball team competitive enough to push some chips in and go get a big bat for $150 million.
Isn't that interesting? You can do that. There's players available. You can improve your baseball team, and you could sign them. Now, it requires forking over money. That's the pesky part of it. But if you do that, you can get a better baseball player.
My offseason intrigue and my excitement is in how young and out of the box can we hire people to fill out the coaching staff? And I'm curious about things like, are you going to trade my best players, which you should, by the way, to get prospects in the minor league system so that you can yet again rebuild this thing? That's where things are for the Nats. I'm a little bit jealous. There is some animus for the Orioles, who are in a division, by the way, where it's either time to spend or time to lose.
Kill or be killed out there. That division is the jungle.
Yankees, Red Sox, Blue Jays, fresh off a World Series appearance. The Rays were down, but they don't stay down very long. They're too smart, too good, too well run by Eric Neander and company. So they didn't really have a choice, and they've now added 2 30-plus homer bats this offseason. Still need to rebuild that pitching staff. We'll talk about the Nats, though, a little bit later on today with the hot stove cooking. Not anything here in D.C., but for the most part, teams are cooking on the hot stove. But I want to get into the massive news of the day out of Ashburn with the Commanders, where Dan Quinn has made it official. No waiting around. First thing on Wednesday before practice number 1 of the week. He has ruled out Jaden Daniels. He will not play against the Giants.
Jaden and where we're at. So he did re-aggravate his elbow injury in the game. No structural setbacks. However, through the medical evaluations, over the last couple days, including this morning, doctors advised us we hold him this Sunday. And so Marcus will start. And we're really bummed for Jaden. Like, he is working incredibly hard to get back on the field with his guys. And so tough.
Somewhat confusing to say that he didn't suffer any new injuries, that he didn't have the same injury that he had before. He would go on to say there was no dislocation, nothing's out of place. All of the imaging came back clean. Effectively, what he said is he's sore. And I understand if he comes out and just says there's some soreness in the elbow. We're at the Meadowlands on weird turf. We're not going to push it this week. But it's not really what he said. He said that the doctors advised that this player that supposedly would have gone back into the game on Sunday, a week later doesn't play in a game, and he already feels good about that to say it on Wednesday.
Very strange, isn't it?
Something doesn't quite add up here for me, but if we're just taking him at his word, which we probably shouldn't do.
Yeah, you should do it your own falling.
But if that's what you're taking him at, I guess the way I'm going to connect the dots here is he lands on the elbow. He wants to go back in because, as is generally the case, before things swell up and get sore and all that adrenaline goes
adrenaline's
away.
pumping.
You're ready to go back in there and play, and he could have finished the game. It's also, as Jay Gruden said, a left elbow, man. This guy's a right-handed quarterback. He doesn't need that elbow. Now, that's kind of a bit. I don't think he actually means that, but you get the point. It's not like a right elbow or a right shoulder or something. So he could have finished the game, I suppose. Now, some soreness and some swelling later, they're saying, okay, well, if this thing is barking a little bit, while clearly he's not going to redislocate it after what we saw on Sunday with how he landed on it, we might as well just keep him out of this game. My question is, do you think this has anything to do with where the game is? The Meadowlands and that turf, which is the turf where more people suffer serious leg, knee, ankle injuries than any other in the league.
Hard to ignore it. I mean, at a minimum, it's one of those, if you're on the fence, that can push you over. You know what I mean? Like at a minimum, it's a tiny data point. At a maximum, it's fairly significant. I don't think it's the reason.
But you're saying
if it's on the list of reasons, let's say there's 17, it's the 16th.
You're saying it's a factor, though.
Yeah.
It came up at some point in
I think somebody mentioned it.
What I'm wondering is if they're playing this game at home, if week 1 was in the Meadowlands and this one's at Northwest Stadium and the doctors are having a powwow and they're trying to figure out if this guy should play or not, is he playing? Is this solely about the elbow soreness that he's dealing with and would have to play through, or is the turf at the Meadowlands non-zero in this discourse? I'll never know the answer.
Right. How do you know?
I'm just asking the question out loud. But sounds like you had the same curiosity that I did listening to Dan Quinn.
Yeah. Again, I don't know if anybody's lying this time. And I'm not trying to cast any aspersions here. I'm just saying, I don't know if there's new data. I don't know what aggravation means exactly. I don't know what has changed since he could have gone back in, but we said no to that. You would think that therefore means by Wednesday, by the time you get home, by Monday afternoon, Tuesday, it'll be sore, but he'll be fine. Normal course of the week. We could talk about this later in the week if he's too sore to go, or if it's not responding the way we want, or whatever. To rule him out right now says we have a change in status, a spike in discomfort, or something that now again it's medical staff said, yeah, let's hold him out. Very interesting to me is all I'll say.
Yeah, if he could play in Minnesota on Sunday, it would make no sense that he couldn't play 7 days later with all that time to heal in the Meadowlands. Succinctly, that's where I'm at. I understand that the context of in the days that follow a game, swelling can occur and whatever else, but there's no long-term issues, which means this is soreness, which means either you're going to play through the pain or not. What I'd be curious about, I don't think this got asked. If this weekend was a playoff game, would he play? I'll bet you the answer is yes. And if that is the case, then they are doing the right thing. They're doing the thing that all of us have said that they should do. They should be extra careful. Even those of us in the camp of this guy's got to play football and he needs to be on the grass more and they should not shut him down. Even those of us loudly saying that, like me, I think most of us would acknowledge if he's sore and in pain, and he might play through it if he's Justin Herbert of the Chargers against Philadelphia in a gotta-have-it game for L.A., that is a different thing than Jayden Daniels with a 3-10 team that has already been mathematically eliminated from the postseason push. Let's go to cut 2 where he was asked about Daniels coming back to play again this season, because this, to me, was the most fascinating development of this press conference. I thought Dan Quinn answered questions differently today than he has in the past about Jayden playing later on this season. This is what he had to say today about whether or not we'll see Daniels again.
He's going to be out this week. He'll practice as we're going in a limited fashion. But let's see where we're at next week. We're always going to make the best decisions, John, for him, for the team, what the medical, opinions are. So we kind of just wanted to give you that information today, and then we can work into next week.
So that was today. I want you to think about what he just said, okay? Then I'm going to play one more clip for you from today, and I want you to hear how he answered a question from Scott Abraham of Channel 7, who asked him about the likeliness of him playing again and were there benefits to shutting him down. Okay, that was the question. Do you see any reason why he might benefit from not playing again this year? So play that clip for me.
We haven't really gone down that road yet to decide. He's out this week, and he's working hard to get back. But as far as what decisions are ahead. Like we just haven't gone down that road. He's working incredibly hard to get back with the guys. So, yeah, we're really bummed they got, re-aggravated on this specific injury. Going into it, thought he had a good week. There were things to improve upon into the game to get started. But, we haven't gone down all the way yet. We just, kind of went through the first evaluations this week to get ready to play. So I'll have a better update as we're moving forward.
The tone has changed, Danny.
Yeah.
Every answer over the last several weeks about Jaden Daniels and whether he's going to come back and play and whether they want him and need him back on the field has been he needs time on the grass. It's important. He's used that word over and over again. And today, there was less definitive he's going to play or he needs time on the grass. And there was a lot more we're focused on this week, as you just heard. There's a lot more. We haven't gone down that road. That is a different way to answer. Listen to Fridays, okay? So you've been hearing audio from today.
Uh-huh.
So then follow me here. This was Friday before he plays against Minnesota and re-aggravates or whatever happens with the elbow. This is what he said when he was asked about why he was playing in the game. Why bring him back? Why does he need to play?
Yeah, it's really important for him, for his teammates, for for any of the guys, honestly. And looking into it with 5 games, that's like 30% of our season. There's a lot. All of these matter. And as he's developing, there's certain things he's working on too to go ahead and be as competitive as hell, and like taking care of things that he can. And so it's really important, John. And so as the process for that begins, we're ready to get rolling with that.
He did not answer the same question the same way today. He went from talking about 29% of the season left. It's important for him. It's important for his teammates that he plays. There's still 23% of the season left. So let's say he's not able to play this weekend. They're not being overly precautionary, but he's just too sore, the elbow's swollen or whatever. Fine. Then it's going to be less than 23% the next time out. Now you're down from what was 29% of the season to 17%. Still a pretty decent-sized chunk. But Danny, he goes from the word important, telling you why they need to see him, why he needs to play, to today. We haven't really gotten into that yet. We're focusing on the Giants. He's out this week. So different.
Yeah, it's a very different tone because it's not he's ruled out, right, which is the extreme. If one's a 1 and the other's 100, it's not 100, but it's further down the line towards 100 than the 1 from last week, right? Last week I can't tell you how important these games are. It's so important. The importance is the word. Big important, guys. He's got to play. It's a third of our season. Important. That wasn't that. That was, I don't know. Again, if the first one's a 1 from Friday and 100 is he's out for the rest of the year, what's that? 37? It's not all the way, but it's now maybe the window's open or you've unlocked the door. Maybe you're walking that way. I don't know. But the point is it now seems like that might be on the table, right?
You've cracked the door, maybe even just opened it wide up to the possibility of a shutdown. That's the way I heard the press conference today. Now, maybe they don't. I don't think it has anything to do with how they play against the Giants, whether you go out and beat New York as a 2.5-point underdog. Think about this, by the way. At the Meadowlands against a 2-11 New York team, they are 2.5-point underdogs. That is telling. Yeah. But going there and winning, going there and losing, irrelevant. You're going to have to make the decision as to whether or not you think this guy can get through a football game healthy and whether or not you still think it's valuable and significant that he plays again before the end of the year, something we've been talking quite a bit about. The question then becomes, if you hear the tone change like we do, what do we think changed? And obviously him getting banged up again is going to be a factor. It changed for you. We talked yesterday on the phones, and welcome to calls. Has anybody else shifted in how they feel from saying he needs to play to don't let him play anymore? But there is this other possibility, Danny, which is Adam Peters may have intervened. Maybe the front office, which calls the shots and has to flip the switch from we're focusing on this year to we're focusing on next year. This is going to be the first game since they got eliminated from the playoffs. Maybe Peters wandered down the hall, walked into DQ's office, sat down in the chair in front of his desk, and said, "Hey, bud, Jordan McGee time, not Bobby Wagner time." Zach Ertz is unfortunately hurt. Gut-wrenching scene on Hard Knocks we'll talk about with him crying last night. If you guys saw that, it was just terrible to watch.
That's the phrase. It's gut-wrenching. That was really hard.
Rattling.
Yeah.
These guys and what they go through and put themselves through. Incredible. But I wonder if Peters flipped the switch, and this is part of it, where he goes, all right, 4 left. We're eliminated. It is now time to focus on 2026. Every decision we make is about next year from here on out. And maybe if a coach isn't making a call and the front office is making a call, Peters is going, we're going to sit Daniels because it's now evaluation time and it's protect the best pick possible so I can trade back and get the most for it time. I don't know. Very, very much on the table as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, how could you eliminate anything at this point, right? Because the rhetoric changed. If you were just to find till the end, I would disagree, and then we've gone over that a million times, but at least I'd understand it. You have kind of a thoughtful process, and this is how we're viewing it, et cetera, but something clearly changed. Something changed. And I don't know if it's, once you get on the plane and once you hop off and you get a night's sleep and something swelled a certain way, doesn't mean that you re-aggravated is the wrong word. Doesn't mean that you re-injured or it's, a new injury or you tore scar tissue or whatever was available in that elbow. But it just means there's enough discomfort to tell you that it ain't right. And when it's not right, you shut him down. So it all makes sense. But that's in addition to the tone of the discussion changing. In other words, if this was just a standard operating procedure for how this team has gone this year, this is what I thought of when I heard it. What would we normally do? And we're not going to miss the mark, guys. So he's sore. He's sorer than we thought he would be, but he's going to return to play. He's doing everything he possibly can. We're going to see Friday. Or we'll see later in the week. We'll let you know how it goes. You ruled him out on Wednesday. Tells you it's significant enough that you did it now, right? They knew when he walked to the podium, they go, yeah, there's no way it's going to be better enough for us to feel satisfied and comfortable Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday.
But here's the problem with that is that, and this is where I thought he talked out of both sides of his mouth, the juxtaposition of him reiterating that nothing serious happened, that the imaging is clean, and that this is, in the grand scheme of things, not anything new and not anything to worry about. So you're right. By ruling him out on Wednesday, they already know they don't want him to play Sunday, or the doctors have said as much. But is that just a throwing in the white towel for him on the year? Like, you go back and you didn't necessarily have a bad round. You got beat up a little bit, but you came over. There's no new injuries. But you've just decided now, okay, we've lost the war. The fight is over. Let's just let this guy get his hand raised in the middle of the ring and go back to our locker room. Anybody, anytime, anywhere, except for the last 4 games of the season? Like, I need more information because I don't know if you heard what I heard, but within sentences, he's saying the elbow's fine. He just banged it up and it's sore. And also, he's not going to play this week. But that's where I start to think, well, maybe they're deciding to go in a different direction altogether with Daniels for the rest of the season. You just shut him down outright. Well, let's open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067 with you guys. First off, did you notice a difference in tone in how Dan Quinn answered the questions? We played the Friday clip, and we played the clip from today. 800-636-1067. But also, do you think the door has been opened for the first time by this staff? They have been adamant every time it's come up that there will not be a shutdown, that this guy needs to play, and that there are only these limited opportunities to get him the work he needs, and they're going to take advantage of all of those that they can. That was not what he said today. Do you think Jaden Daniels could be shut down for the rest of the season? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant Paulson for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of the Fan. They're the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. That's why I like FanDuel so much. You can put points and rebounds and assists together or three-pointers made. FanDuel is the best place to combine all your favorite picks into one same-game parlay so you can track that SGP on the site live with live stats in an easy-to-use app. Right now is the best time to join FanDuel because new customers, that could be you, are going to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's right, bet 5, win, and get $150 to use on the site. So, bet on the players you love the way you want to. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Giants on Sunday, looking to snap an 8-game losing streak, but they're going to be without starting quarterback Jayden Daniels. He had no structural setbacks, but doctors have advised that he sit against the Giants, so he will sit. Dan Quinn didn't shut down the idea that he could potentially be done for the rest of the season. Other injuries around the NFL, Falcons wide receiver Drake London out tomorrow against Tampa Bay, and the Buccaneers likely to get back their wide receiver Mike Evans. Baseball, free agent first baseman Pete Alonso is finalizing a deal with the Orioles, 5 years, $155 million. And the Nationals selected right-handed pitcher Griff McGarry in the Rule 5 draft. He was last year's Phillies minor league pitcher of the year. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Jayden and where we're at. So he did re-aggravate his elbow injury in the game. No structural setbacks. However, through the medical evaluations, over the last couple days, including this morning, doctors advised us we hold him this Sunday. And so Marcus will start. And we're really bummed for Jayden. Like, he is working incredibly hard to get back on the field with his guys. And so tough.
Seventh time in 14 games that Jayden Daniels will miss a game with an injury this season. 11 out of 14 games, he's either gotten hurt during the game or he hasn't played at all. So there's been 3 games where he started and finished a game completely healthy this year for Washington. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. I think DQ could have saved himself a lot of time this season if he just recorded that we're bummed for Jayden. He's not going to play. Marcus gets the call. We're thinking about Jayden. He's an awesome competitor.
We're not going to miss a mark. Return to play. All the 7 different Mad Libs. Hold it up, play it, and walk out of the room.
We have heard that one a handful of times. But we feel like, speaking of things we heard different answers today on the shutdown questions. Hey, are we going to see him again? It has been pretty emphatically a yes answer to that. Either directly saying yes, he will play, or in a longer-winded way, Dan Quinn has talked about why it's important to get him back and why they hope that they do. Today, they haven't thought about it. They haven't talked about it yet. They're thinking about the Giants. Very, very different tone. What does that tell you? Did someone intervene? Was ownership or Adam Peters involved, do you think, at this point in dictating terms? Or are we overthinking it? It's just a week-to-week thing, and maybe he wasn't willing to talk about next week just yet, because you can't give the Philadelphia Eagles any competitive advantage.
No, they're waiting for one, and you can't give it to them.
If you give them a competitive advantage, they might beat you next week.
Then what happens?
Let's go to Ryan in Culpeper on Grant and Danny. How are you, Ryan?
Hey, guys. That sure did sound like Riverboat Dan. What he really said is, I wish we wouldn't have made the NFC title game last year. I wish this was year 1, and everybody was injured. And then year 2, oh, look at us. We made it to the NFC title game. And yeah, CJ5, I'm calling him CJ5 because he's just like CJ Stroud. Anyone, anywhere, anytime. If anybody wants to give me 3 number 1 picks for him, I'll give it to him right now. All right. Stay with me, guys. 1, 2, 3, Cancun. Woo!
Next stop, Cancun is funny. Thank you, Ryan. Much appreciated. Look, we mentioned the standing piece yesterday that if you're afraid he can't get through a game without getting hurt, then you should be advocating that they move him. That's not a real conversation at this point, nor should it be. Let's not forget how hard it is to find a quarterback who can play. It took 30 years of wandering around the desert with little blips for a year or 2 or 3 years at a time where it was passable. It is impossible to find the thing that it looks like they found if you can keep him on the field. So let's not forget that in this discourse.
It's worth waiting for, is what I would say. It's worth trying to figure out and pursue to all ends.
Now, you do have my attention when you compare Dan Quinn to Ron Rivera, because I remember many, many, many conversations before we ever started this regime where we compared the two. They're very, very similar, very comparable resumes. My joke has always been that they're not the same guy, but you find them on the same aisle in the coaching store. When you walk into Coach Authority and you're looking for a coach to walk out with, next to Ron Rivera on aisle 7 is Dan Quinn. They're right next to one another. One wears a backwards hat. The other doesn't really wear a hat. That's about the difference. I since have updated my file some last year. I think Quinn is Rivera like several years earlier in terms of more energy. And he is a better culture builder. Players adore and love him. All the stuff we said about Ron, but a lot of those were from the prime of his career in Carolina. I think Dan Quinn, who's younger, is a younger spirit as well.
Well, to me, sounds way more cynical. The biggest difference is Dan Quinn didn't want to do personnel, and Ron did. Ron wanted to half-ass that job and not go to the combine and not go to the Senior Bowl and go play golf because he was tired. Don't take both jobs then, right?
I'm just talking about them as head coaches.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, that's very different.
But my point kind of is there's a lot of crossover between the two.
But remember, in year one, and Dan Quinn gets to an NFC Championship game, nobody will ever be able to take that away from him. I think you could thank Jaden Daniels. He did a lot of good, heavy lifting, culture-building stuff, no doubt. But after year one of Ron Rivera, it was in Ron we trust. Anyone who didn't buy in was a maniac. How dare you question anything he does? And then it changed over time. Like, we have done this before. We've seen this movie if he can't get this thing back together. Jay's in D.C. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
Hey, look. First of all, everybody keep talking about, I wish we wouldn't have made it to the NFC Championship game last year. Those people must have not been on the plane with me and you, Danny. Remember last year, me and my buddy, we took pictures with you when we flew up to Detroit and all of that stuff, man. And that was a magical ride, man. I'm never going to take that away and say I wish that hadn't happened.
Agreed.
It's great that happened. But I'm also glad that this year happened because last year had us believing something that really wasn't what it should have been, but this year is now bringing us back to reality. So it's good that we had both, right? But what I feel is that there has been some change with how they're treating Jaden Daniels and everything. And first of all, let me say, listen, Grant, Coach Authority is diabolical. I loved it. I was so Coach Authority. That is diabolical,
Coach's
bro.
Authority.
That's funny. I think I do remember when it would have been the Tampa game when we flew out, what you were referencing. But yes, I mean, that for the record, the caller before him wasn't saying I don't think that he wishes they wouldn't have. I think that he's saying it sounds like when Rivera talked about toward the end of his regime, the worst thing that happened was the expectations got set too high after year one. I think he was comping how Quinn sounded to that. But yeah, fans will have that forever, man. That was the best year this team has had in over 30 years. And for my generation of fans, that was necessary. That was a prescription to fix a problem. That was medicine that we needed. That was good for the heart. You know, that healed the soul. Let's go to Lou in Silver Spring on G&D. What's up, Lou?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, it sounded a lot like he was addressing everyone's questions without answering any of the questions. So it definitely felt like they left it open to shut it down, which honestly, like, I really don't have a problem with at this point. I get it because I feel like you go from, last year's season kind of giving you enough clout to get you next season and your seat not getting hot and all that. But God forbid, if something really happened to Jaden at the end of this season, then you might be on the precipice of just a full-on blowout. But the team needs really wholesale change all across the defense. Got to tweak the offense. I told Smooter on the post-game show, I said if they don't do something with the offense to protect him and just get better quick outs, get the ball out of his hands, that Jaden will never even take a snap in the new RFK come 2030. Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, dude.
Well, 2030 seems a long, long time away right now. I'm just
really
worrying
does.
about getting him to take a snap in 2 weeks. Week 1 of next year, respectfully. But
I see the point, yeah.
One of the things he did brilliantly in his first year was the quick game, the fast processing, knowing where to go with the ball before the snap. And that has gone away. We talked about this yesterday. Some of that might be adjustments where people are squatting on your first look, and now you got to process and read through it, which he did really, really well last year. It does seem like the adjustment defensively has been made to take some of those things away, but he's not seeing it as well. I think a lot of that comes back to just being in and out of the lineup.
Yeah.
It's like being out of work for a week, coming back for 2 days. Being out of work for a week, coming back for 2 days. You might not be in the rhythm or as effective at your job either. And I really believe that has not only stunted his development, but what you're talking about, which is getting the ball out, helping the offensive line. Like when Mariota plays against Denver, the best pass rush in the league, the pass rush was not a problem. We did nothing but heap praise on the offensive line all of that week, saying they were amazing. They statistically had the best game against the pass rushing team that is number one in the NFL, and nobody had that successful a game keeping a quarterback upright and away from pressure in multiple years. So the game before, when Jayden plays against Seattle, the line's terrible. The game after Mariota and Denver against Denver has that game. You play against the Vikings, blitz happy, I understand, another great defense, and the offensive line's terrible again. It seems to me like maybe the quarterback's got to help a little bit more than he did in those games. Why isn't he? Well, some of that to me just comes back to not getting enough time to play, and I hope that fixes itself next year if he's able to string a bunch of weeks together as a rhythm player and rhythm passer. Let's go to Mark in Largo. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. Look, Grant, both of you guys, I wanted him to play too. But I do have some good news for you guys. This is not just the Commanders thing that's happening right now. That's why they're not the talk of the town. If you look at everybody that did pretty well last year, everybody, they either struggling to make the playoffs, or they're outside of the playoffs, or they're like Minnesota and Washington, they're totally eliminated. There's a chance that everybody that participated in Championship Sunday in January, there's a good chance that none of them will be there. Philadelphia acts like they don't want to go to the playoffs.
True.
Kansas City is on the outside looking in.
Yep.
And truth be told, if Buffalo loses to the Patriots and the Eagles, they don't have the tiebreaker over the Texans, so they could be out. And Philadelphia could, just say, you know what, the heck with it. We ain't going to be in. We don't care. Let Dallas go to win the division, and we're out of it. And everybody is out. But here's the problem that I think Washington, I think you have to look at if you're Adam Peters. This is out of all the bad decisions he's made in the last year and a half, this is the best decision he's made, even though I wanted him to play.
What decision are you referencing?
You think he said he dictated?
Jayden.
Oh, you think he went to Quinn and said, we're pulling the plug?
I think seeing Zach Ertz, what happened to Zach Ertz traumatized the coaching staff and management. I really do. I think it traumatized to say, do we want this to happen to Jayden? Is it really that important for him to play? Or should we just focus on, if we tank, here's the deal. If we tank and we get a top 5 pick, we could trade out of it with Pittsburgh, more likely. They'll give us everything in the kitchen sink. We'll get what we want, but we got to be adamant on free agency, and they're going to – and I'm going to tell you something now. They're going to have competition. They're going to have to overpay.
Well, they got to be aggressive.
Yes.
They can't sit back and do one-year deals with 35-year-olds. You want to get better?
They got to win the bidding on a couple guys, I think.
See New England's blueprint this offseason. They go out and they paid a ton of money for Milton Williams. They go out and they spend money on Stephon Diggs. I could go on and on, mostly on defense, by the way. But they fixed a lot of their problems in one offseason to elevate a young quarterback, and they said, we're not going to stink. The AFC's open, the division. We got one team to worry about, which, by the way, came back to the pack pretty sizably anyway. They knew they were going to have a soft schedule. They had a culture-building first-year head coach, and they said, we're going to throw a lot of talent at the problem. Now, they didn't think they'd be the 1 seed. They didn't think Drake May would win an MVP award, but I think they felt like they could maybe go 9 or 10 wins.
Yeah, they'll be better than 4-13.
And it's happening. But they spent big, aggressive money on studs. They didn't sign 27 guys, right? They signed a dozen guys. 7 or 8 of them were really, really good football players. And that's maybe the offseason you need to try to have if you're Washington. But you're going to have to throw some money at issues, and they got to draft better. There's no doubt about that. Let's go to Ed in Hagerstown on the Fan. What's up, Ed?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, bud?
I look at this from a standpoint of 2 years ago. They had extra time in coaching this, developing a young team, and mold the quarterback. Well, this year they humbled themselves, and I call it humbling. Is the fact that it appears at the start of this season they were playing well, but the preseason and also all the practices, they were very easygoing. Okay, if you want to play, no problem. We will, we'll base it on our laurels. Well, I think what's happened now is they got humbled, and I think this coming next year, they're going to have to go back to what they did the first year. Go back to basics. Get good get a couple of good offensive linemen to protect your quarterback and let him develop slowly.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I think a new approach to preseason training camp, et cetera, is warranted. Now, they were fairly soft, and Dan Quinn, was veteran deferential in year one, and obviously everything came up perfect. But the tone this year felt way more complacent. I think, to the caller's point, I think it's something that you and I both noticed kind of throughout.
I thought camp was way more laid back this year, and the preseason proof's in the pudding. Look at the snaps and the reps and the amount of work guys like Jaden got. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they basically decided. I thought the whole feel of the summer was a very we've arrived mode for them.
Yep.
You had arrived, and then you got kicked out of the club.
That's right.
So now what do you do? How do you get back?
They towed your car. How do you get back?
800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny on the listener lines. We are taking calls from people who are assuming, and we're doing the same, I think, that there's been a shift in their tone. You can hear it in the answers, and that maybe there's a philosophical shift as to the plan with Daniels, but we don't really know that. I guess I want to double down on the question of, are we sure that's happening? Like, do we think that he's actually possibly not going to play again this year, or is this as simple as he's out this week, and then with 3 weeks to go, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, they actually bring him back against Philadelphia, and maybe he does play the final 3 games. We'll get into that next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Window Nation. If you need to replace your windows, you've been putting it off because of cost. I'm glad you waited until right now, and Danny is too, because we've got an amazing offer for you from Window Nation. It's their end-of-year sale, but it is coming to a close, so you've got to take advantage. They're giving you 50% off all window styles. That is half off all their window styles. You could get 0% interest financing for 5 years. It is time to replace those old builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation.
And Window Nation does it right. They measure not 1, not 2, 3 times to ensure your windows fit perfectly and keep your home comfortable year-round. The installation crew finishes the job in a day or less, so you can enjoy the rest of the summer, winter, whatever the season, with minimal disruption. They improved the look and feel of my home, and my energy bills have gone down to a fraction of what they were. I love Window Nation. You guys will too. Hurry, this sale ends soon. Don't wait to put an end to those window problems. Schedule that estimate right now, this free estimate, at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
4 o'clock, we've got Caps tickets. You can win them right here on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Coming up at 3 in less than 15 minutes, I want to talk about Notre Dame not being a part of the college football playoff. So rather than playing in one of the preeminent bowl games available, they decided to pack up shop and end their season. Man. This is the team version of throwing a fit, stomping your feet, holding your breath, and getting sent to your room. Except they just sent themselves to their room.
Taking my ball and going home.
We'll talk about that at 3. But right now, Jaden Daniels will not play against the New York Giants. Dan Quinn has shut him down for this upcoming game. Doctors advised that he didn't play. Quinn also, though, in what was a little bit confusing, said that it's not a re-aggravation or any kind of a new injury. He just re-aggravated. And basically that sounds like it's soreness and some swelling that he's dealing with. But he's not going to play against the Giants. He was then asked, is the plan still that he's going to play again this season, or are you still going to get a double, triple down on this idea that you want him out there because it's valuable? And he just said, we haven't gone down that path yet. We haven't really talked about that. We're focusing on the Giants. Very, very different answer than he's been giving. So this door is now open. Danny, I'm going to go on record. I still think he plays again before the end of the year. I'm going to say yes. And that today, while everything on a transcript reads like, or what you saw looked like, the beginning of him saying he's not going to play. If you only saw this press conference, you should absolutely not expect to see Jaden Daniels again. I just think between what we've heard every other press conference for the rest of the year, how we know they view this, how we know Jaden Daniels views this, I think we will see him again against Philadelphia next week.
I do too. Even with us talking about all the, what do you want to call it, momentum, with the change in tone, with the shift, maybe that's the right word to use.
Yeah, it's just a different answer. He went from saying he needs to play, this guy has to play, there's a lot of benefit to it, to today going, we haven't really talked about it. We're not really sure. We're good about the Giants.
Yeah, like we got invited to something this coming weekend from some friends, and my wife and I were supposed to be in New York. Now we may not go. So it went from absolutely not to, oh, maybe we might actually be around. That's kind of the same level to me. There's still a chance that's, this is all moot. But there's also a chance now the door's been open for a conversation that says no mas.
Let's go to Tannen, Baltimore on The Fan. What's going on? Let's go to Shane in Nashville, listening on the Odyssey app on G&D. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today? I'm doing well.
Good, buddy.
We need a Where in the World is Shane sounder. I feel like he's in a different place every time he calls us.
Well, I'm down here. My sister owns a bed and breakfast down here. It's fantastic.
Not bad.
And I'm down here. My boys play December 30th, so I'm down here and getting ready for Tennessee to play on Illinois. So go Vols. So, but anywho, no, look, he's got to play. Evidently, this injury's more than what they're saying, or he be playing. I mean, I really do think that.
So you think that Dan Quinn's not giving us all the details?
There might be something to that, Shane, honestly.
Like, why shut him down on Wednesday if he's just sore, you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I think there's more. I wouldn't be surprised if there's surgery down the road. Let's call it what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if, of course, he's not going to give you all his cards. And it doesn't matter because Dan Quinn, and they're going to lose out. Watch and see, they're going to lose out. And how do you survive losing 12 games in the NFL? And I don't see how you can survive doing that.
Well, I promise you, I'll have to look this up to confirm, but it is really hard. I would imagine that there's never been a coach that has lost the final 12 games of a season and kept their job. I would have to imagine that. Like you think about the 0-16 Browns, Hugh Jackson got fired during the year maybe, so the interim guy was out. There have been a couple of those winless, hapless teams. But it's the whole league is designed to make it nearly impossible for 12 straight losses to go 3+ months without a win. You're talking about being one of the, at that point, 5 or 6 teams that has had a losing streak in one season that long in the 2000s. So if you lose to the Giants, it's on the table. It's probably going to happen. And now we start having conversations like, is this year worse than 2013? 2013 is the worst year in this franchise's modern history. And it has a place that I thought was so comfortably up the mountain.
Yeah, it was at the bottom of the ravine.
No one was ever going to be able to get there. Except that if you were to lose 12 in a row in a year where Jaden was in and out and hurt constantly. I mean, when's the last time, Danny, a quarterback has left with 4 different injuries at different points to miss time the following week in a season.
I can't remember it happening like this.
I wonder if that's ever happened.
Yeah.
Like a month ago, people are yelling at the mere mention that you were concerned about his durability, that this guy might be injury prone. Don't you dare call him injury prone. The rib was fluke and the knee was fluke. Has anyone ever gotten hurt 4 times and missed the ensuing game after on 4 separate instances in one season? That's hard to do.
This is fun for me. That 2013 year, they only lost 3 games by 21 or more points.
Well, I mean, I did this math. I posted it at Grant H. Paulson. Again, there are only, you got to go back to the 2013 Texans to find the last time a team lost this many games in a row and in the same season, 5 games by 21 or more. And it happens 0.4% of the time.
Yeah.
0.4 over the last 400 some NFL seasons.
I mean, that group in 2013 was outscored by 150 points, which is astounding.
Yeah.
By the way, 10 points a week. And that's like bottom of the barrel so bad you can't even believe it. And again, they only lost by that many points 3 times. This group is 5 and counting.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Do we agree with Notre Dame telling the committee and ESPN to shove it after keeping him out of the playoffs? That's next.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Giants on Sunday, looking to snap an 8-game losing streak, but they're going to be without their starting quarterback. Jaden Daniels is going to be out for Sunday. He aggravated the elbow injury he sustained against the Seahawks. No structural setbacks, but doctors have advised that he sits against the Giants. Other injuries around the league, Falcons wide receiver Drake London going to be out tomorrow against Tampa. For the Buccaneers, they could be getting back wide receiver Mike Evans. It's likely he's going to make his return. Baseball, Pete Alonso going to the Orioles on a 5-year, $155 million deal. They're finalizing that deal. The Nationals selected right-handed pitcher Griff McGarry in the Rule 5 draft. He was the Phillies minor league pitcher of the year last year. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He makes the worst face while he's getting his haircut. He's fine. And I have had to confirm that a million times. It's like, you're okay. You're not like, you don't feel like you're in prison or something. He has this like default scowl and kind of furrowing of his brow. And it looks like he's having the worst time in the world, but he's fine, but it looks awful. But I remember that vividly the first time. I was like, this is actually pretty cool. Just a couple of dads, or not a couple of dads, a dad and a son getting a haircut.
A couple of dads is funny.
Yeah, he's a dad.
You and another guy went for some reason. Notre Dame doesn't get into the playoff. We talked about it yesterday. We don't need to re-legislate. If you missed our discussion on JMU getting in, the state of the union on how the playoff is determined, worth a listen. A lot of calls, good conversation, I thought. Wherever you get your audio, you can podcast that. But we left one conversation on the cutting room floor to come back to today, and it's time to eat our leftovers. And that is that the team that was the first out, Notre Dame, that got screwed more than anybody else, because it's not a matter to me of someone that's in shouldn't be. I just think that one team that didn't get in was going to be really, really upset and probably deserved to be in. It was either going to be Alabama, and you've now ruined the SEC championship game moving forward. It was going to be Miami, and you've now rendered head-to-head games irrelevant. And why am I playing any out-of-conference games that matter at all that I could possibly lose early in the season? So scheduling changes forever. Or it's going to be Notre Dame, and they're just going to have to wear the fact that they lost to the two best teams that they played, even though they went on an incredible run down the stretch. And as we talked about quite a bit yesterday, Danny, you're going to have to explain away the fact that they were behind Miami on the final ranking that you did.
Yep.
After being in front of them for basically the entire season with only having one, and somehow got leapfrogged. Doesn't make sense.
Right.
But that's what they chose to explain away over the other things.
Yeah, so this is two discussions. One, they absolutely have a point. They should be livid. They should be beyond furious. Because again, it doesn't make sense. Had they been ranked behind Miami the entire time, because of the head-to-head matchup, even though their schedule was more difficult than Miami's, even though Miami wasn't playing better than they were down the stretch of the season with a couple of losses, bad ones I might add. Louisville's not any good, neither was SMU. Both beat Miami. Notre Dame did nothing but beat everybody else on their schedule, which you could quibble with. But the frustration there, I understand. You've got a point. Now I close that book, open a brand new one, where you decided to do something that I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding.
Which we'll get into. But first, I want to acknowledge that if I was the committee, I would have done the same thing. Notre Dame would have been my team out. In a world where 5 auto bids go to conference champions, Tulane and JMU were the highest ranked of them. You just followed the letter of the law. You just followed the rules. This is how it works. So those teams get in. There are now fewer bids for everybody else at large. That's where somebody's going to get screwed. And now it comes down to Alabama, Miami, Notre Dame for 2 spots. I would have had Alabama in, or you're never getting another SEC title game again. And I would have had Miami in because they played Notre Dame head-to-head and beat them. So Notre Dame, while yes, they're getting screwed, and yes, they should be angry, and I totally understand the frustrations of that fan base, it's exactly what I would have done. You said yesterday you would have also had the exact same rankings, and you would have kept Notre Dame out.
Sort of. I wouldn't have made the last minute switch. You know what I mean? Like the criteria that they had all season long for the rankings, they abandoned at the very end.
So you would have.
So like in other words, you can't, like what if you've done this for 7 weeks, which is what they did, where Notre Dame's as many as 6 or 7 spots ahead of Miami, and then they switched it at the very last second, despite nobody playing any different. Miami didn't make the conference championship game, and Notre Dame didn't do anything. I can't do that.
So then you would have had Notre Dame in, and Miami out.
If I was bound to the rankings that I had established for the previous 7 weeks, then I suppose so.
I mean, they weren't bound to them, obviously, but your point is, in a world where we've seen these rankings for 6 weeks, you're basing on that and resumes a field of 12, who's in and who's out.
If I come to it late, blind ballot style, I would have put Miami in over Notre Dame, right? But I didn't come to it late.
I'm saying in the reality of what happened, you're the committee. We the rankings were the rankings all year long.
You can't switch based on nothing.
So you would have had Miami out.
Yes, based on their rankings that we all seem to have agreed to.
And then when everybody yelled at you, well, wait a second, Miami and Notre Dame essentially were tied, and you went with the team that lost head-to-head, you would have said, yeah, I think we had a stupid rating for the Notre Dame and Miami juxtaposition all year long, but I just followed that. That's kind of what you're
No, I said we've got a bunch of things that we supposedly were considering, and then we stopped considering them at the last minute to make the switch. It's ludicrous to make the switch at the last minute. That to me is astounding. Like, no one should be talking about anything else besides that. That last minute switch is incredible.
So I'm just trying to get to the Notre Dame being left out point. But all I'm trying to do is get everybody on the record here. So for me, Notre Dame's out. I still can't quite figure it out, but it sounds like you would have Notre Dame in.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So that's all I'm trying to do. Point of the dude's story is they get left out of the college football playoffs. They decided when that happened that they would not be participating in a postseason game. Instead of going and playing in one of the great bowl games in America in a preeminent matchup against another great team that just got left out, I don't know what that would have looked like, BYU or somebody. Instead of doing that, they've decided, nope, we're not doing that because we don't want ESPN to benefit after screwing us over. We don't want anybody to make any money off of our name and our involvement with our program being involved and all the people that are going to fly and get hotels and take part as fans in this process. You're not going to get anything out of us. So they have, and there's estimates out there I've seen of tens of millions of dollars that they'll cost ESPN, basically tried to take their jab back after getting left out of the playoffs by not playing in a game. This is the team version, Danny, of the opt-out that you see from the talented players that are going to go high in the draft who decide they don't want to risk an injury. And so as a team, they're going, we're not going to play. So like Jeremiah Love, who's going to be in New York at the Heisman ceremony, who's one of the best players in America this year, possibly the best player in college football, the running back for the Irish. He's draft bound at 20 years old. He wasn't going to play in this game probably anyway, if I had to guess. The team is doing the team version of that, where they're going, we're not playing in any games.
Yeah,
you screwed us, so now you don't get to watch us play anymore.
Well, they're hiding behind, by the way, and some of the statements that I've read or comments from the AD and otherwise, they're hiding behind a lot of guys are going to opt out, and we want the team that took the field to start the season to be the same team that takes the field at the end of the season, and we were robbed of that by the playoff committee. Ipso facto, a couple guys opting out who are going to the NFL. That means we're not the same group, so we're not going to play anymore. It's a convoluted way, but they're trying to hide behind an attempt to show that we're together and integrity and other kind of stuff. Here's what happened. They got screwed and they're mad about it. And so this is their way of flipping the bird to everybody else.
And I just think it's really embarrassing. Another word I'd use is lame. Shameful feels strong, but probably accurate as well. It's just easier to be happy that they got left out when you see how they're handling it, because it's not how teams normally handle something like this. I think about Vanderbilt, not that they had the case that Notre Dame did, but a really, really good college football team that was scratching and clawing trying to get into the college football playoff.
And had a case too, not as strong, but had one.
And I think about what Clark Lee, their head coach, said at Vanderbilt about whether or not, when asked if they were going to play in their bowl game, do they want to continue their season? Here's what he had to say.
No, I mean, I can't speak to their process, but we love playing football here, and to realize that we get a chance to close out a special season with a special group of players on a great bowl stage in a great city against a really, really tough opponent. I mean, as a football fan, as a football coach, as a football person, it's hard not to get excited about that. So there was no way that we were going to end this story early, and I'm so excited to be taking this team down to Tampa, and I got a chance to spend, I think, like 23 days or so with them. We're going to soak up every one of those days, so looking forward to that.
I love that answer. I'm going to be around these guys, impact their lives more, enjoy them more for these next 23 days. It's the last chance we'll ever be together in this capacity. This team will never be the same again. Look around at your wedding. That collection of people will never be, all of them from your life, all meaningful in some way, in the same room again as long as you live. We got 23 days together. We love football here. We're going to go play some football.
Not the same, obviously. Not even comparing it, just saying. The closest I could fathom is we got upset in the finals of our conference tournament my senior year. And that was the last meaningful baseball game I was ever allowed to play, something I dedicated my entire life to for really 18 and a half, almost 19 years. And that's it. If they told me, hey, you guys get another tournament where teams that got upset in their conference championships are going to go play. I would. What? How much? I'll write you a blank check. You fill in the number, whatever you think's appropriate. Let me go do it. So many of their players, even though Notre Dame's nasty and awesome, are not NFL players. They're guys that are going to be, commercial real estate brokers in like 6 months. The idea that you would say no, thank you, because it didn't go your way, I'll never understand that. I'll never get it. For the pros, I get it. You're opting out. You got a career and a future to worry about, right? An unnecessary game for you, for Jeremiah Love, was going in the first round. Full endorsement if I'm one of these seniors.
I have never had any issue.
Zero.
And never would have a problem with the player with millions of dollars in front of him, or maybe no money in front of him, but the hope that he can get to the combine and have a shot. Absolutely.
An individual's a different story, 100%.
But there's always a way to field a roster. And frankly, the result of the game doesn't even matter that much. I think about Florida State, who got screwed way worse than Notre Dame did, by the way.
Yeah.
Go back to, what was that? That was December
2 years ago.
2023. So, yeah, that was 2 years ago when they got blown out by Georgia. Do you remember that score? 63-3 in the Orange Bowl. 63-3. Georgia beat Florida State in the Orange Bowl when the Seminoles were a top 4 team in America, maybe a top couple team in America, and they were told they couldn't make the playoffs. Do people remember why? It's not because they didn't have the resume. It's not
Quarterback
because
got hurt.
they didn't do all the stuff they were supposed to and go 13-1, and it's not because of the conference championship game. It's because their quarterback suffered an injury and wouldn't be available to play in that game. And because the committee decided, correctly, by the way, they were a worse team, and because the committee decided, and they were correct about this, that they wouldn't be able to win a playoff game, they said, we're not allowing you to participate, which is a hell of a decision. Now, they were proven correct on how uncompetitive the game would have been when there were only a couple playoff games. So they didn't want one of them in the semifinal to be terrible. So then they go to the Orange Bowl. They play 12-1 Georgia, I think it was. At the time, they were 13-0, if the standings in front of me are correct. So they hadn't lost a game. They've been perfect all year long. They got screwed on a 1 to 10 level, 10 out of 10.
Yep.
At the time, I didn't even have that much of a problem with it because there was only a couple playoff games. It's like a Final Four, essentially. You're basically giving someone a bye into the championship. But it's still a 10 out of 10 in terms of a unfair situation. The Notre Dame one is like, to me, where is that? Is that a 5? That's maybe a 5.5, let's say. You know what Florida State did? With all their guys opting out, with a backup quarterback, I think they were down to their third-string quarterback.
They were.
They packed up their bags and they went to the Orange Bowl. And they got beat by 60 against Georgia. That's what they did. Because it's a football team. What do football teams do? They play football.
If you give them a football game, they'll play it.
They play football.
Yeah.
I can't believe Notre Dame's doing this. Now, it sounds as though they pulled their captains. That's the way this went.
Yes.
They go to the captains and they go, hey, guys, should we play this game? I don't know if they pulled every single player or just captains. I've seen both, but the story I read was that they pulled their captains who are like their, you see this in the NFL, your leadership council or whatever, and enough of those guys voted to say, we don't want to play in the game on behalf of the players. If you can't field a roster, if there's not enough guys to go play in a game, I guess that's fine. Bet you there would have been enough guys you could have gone and played football with. But that's what happened. And so they decided they weren't going to play any more football. And I wonder what people have to say. Do you think that, first and foremost, do you have an issue with it? Or do you think they're doing something that's perfectly reasonable? You screwed me, I screw you. 800-636-1067, because it will cost ESPN millions of dollars. I mean, it's a jab back that lands on the chin for sure. Also, is this going to be the norm? That's really my main question.
I think the toothpaste is out of the tube on this one.
Do you think this will be the new thing that whatever team?
Oh, yeah.
I don't. I think this is particularly unacceptable, and it's like a Notre Dame only, like famous for being famous.
Because they now have the memorandum of understanding with the NCAA or whoever the committee is, whoever's in charge of this crap, that if we're in the top 12, we get in automatically. That starts next year. Doesn't start now, though.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd be in.
Do you think Alabama would have done this? I don't.
Don't know.
I think they would have played football. It makes sense to me that this was Notre Dame. Like, they would be the team to do this for me.
Interesting. There's something to that.
800-636-1067. Like, why can't you join a conference? You know what I mean? They got to do everything
This is the committee being like, you're being punished for that. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
the open invitation was there.
Will we start seeing this now? Is this going to be the norm, or is this a one-off Notre Dame thing? That is the question on Grant and Danny. Guys, it's Grant for Metropolitan Moving and Storage. I've been telling you, they're our official, unofficial moving storage company at the Fan. They have moved everybody at this station just about who's moved over the years. JP Flame of the Junks, myself, Danny, CK, our boss, my in-laws, Danny's dad. You name a relative, we have had them move with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They do a great job. Industry leader, preferred moving company. Savvy real estate agents know about them. DC's prominent move management companies, residential and commercial clients look to them for best service and results. And they want to share 3 decades of best in industry service and experience with you. They'll help you to stage your home or pack boxes or build a custom crate for a chandelier or art. They're even going to send a moving consultant over if need be before the move. Take it from me. Hit up my guy Justin at Metropolitan Moving and Storage, 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090. It's DCMetropolitanMoving.com, DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
Commanders looking to snap a 8-game losing streak on Sunday as they'll take on the Giants. They're going to be without their starting quarterback, though. Jaden Daniels will be out on Sunday. He re-aggravated the left elbow injury he sustained against the Seahawks game on Sunday against the Vikings. No structural setbacks, but doctors have advised that he sit against the Giants in New York. Other injuries around the league, Falcons wide receiver Drake London going to be out tomorrow against Tampa. For Tampa Bay, they're going to have back wide receiver Mike Evans. He's been activated and should be good to go against Atlanta tomorrow. In baseball, free agent first baseman Pete Alonso is finalizing a deal to join the Baltimore Orioles. 5 years, $155 million. The Nationals today selected right-handed pitcher Griff McGarry in the Rule 5 draft. He was the Phillies minor league pitcher of the year last year, pitched to a 3.44 ERA across 3 levels last season with 124 strikeouts in 83 2/3 innings. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
No secret. We were shocked, I would say mystified by what happened on Sunday. And just, where my head and heart go, and I know Marcus feels the same way, you just feel for those student athletes on our football team. As I said yesterday, as I said on Sunday, we felt we did everything we could over the course of the season. We lost our first 2 games. We're not hiding from that. We lost against a really good Miami team. We lost a nail-biter against Texas A&M, 2 great teams by a total of 4 points, and then we did everything we needed to do.
The AD at Notre Dame, when asked why they were packing up shop, there will be no more football for the Irish this year. They're not going to play in a bowl game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. What do you make of the decision? Could this be the new norm for teams left out of the playoffs? Take their ball and go home. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Tom, who's in Manassas on The Fan. What's up, Tom? How are you?
Hey, Bob. Doing good.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, first of all, I think Notre Dame absolutely belongs in the playoff. It is a mistake. And you referenced the year Florida State went and lost to Georgia. I believe Georgia's only loss that year was the SEC championship game, and they would have been the prohibitive favorites to win it all. So I think that was a way bigger travesty than what happened to Notre Dame this year. Explain to me why the Notre Dame AD is just bad-mouthing the ACC so bad. All they did was post some statistics on their socials about the 2, Miami and Notre Dame. And reports are that ESPN made the decision to air the Miami-Notre Dame game over and over on the ACC network, which I know upset them. But this guy is going out of his way to just destroy the ACC.
Or try to.
So much that,
Yeah.
the Big 12 commissioner even come out and said, basically like, hey, dude, chill out. But again, it's Notre Dame. I mean, they've been getting the benefit of the doubt forever. And sorry, but I am a Canes fan, and I think it's awesome that he got left out. Sorry, Mr. Clary. But, that's the way it is.
Yeah, there's a way to act when all this is happening. Like, if you want to back your decision to say, hey, we thought it was the best interest, and you have some of those quotes that sound kind of inspirational about the team, and they're together, and we do everything as a team, and we opted to do this as a team, whatever you want to do to couch it, you'll still get made fun of, whatever. When you start lashing out that way, it doesn't look like you have the higher ground anymore. You know what I mean? You're sort of giving away your standing. It's a lot easier to feel empathy, in my view, for a team that got screwed. And I think they did, maybe even more so than you do. But to me, I'm going, I'd like to have your back here. You're making it hard. You're making it real difficult for me to want to support you during this temper tantrum, which includes like, oh yeah, and they're stupid, and you're stupid, and the whole thing is stupid. That's not how you demonstrate that you want in and that you're the better man here while you got screwed over.
Yeah, I think you got screwed in a situation where someone was going to get screwed. So do I have empathy for you? Absolutely. But I think of all the teams, the team that has the most reason to get screwed was Notre Dame. So, like, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But on a binary, was what happened to them fair? Absolutely not. Well, I would have said the exact same thing. I think it would have been a bigger travesty to keep Miami out and to put Notre Dame in after they beat Notre Dame head-to-head and had the same record. The ACC thing is weird. There's this weird relationship.
Yeah, because the ACC invited them. They were like, please?
They proposed.
Please?
They had proposed over and over and over again. They get down on a knee. They ask Notre Dame. Now, Notre Dame, conveniently, when they send that text that, you up text, they need the ACC to answer. So they want the ACC there whenever they need their help and want them, but they don't actually want to get into the conference. So that has been strange. Claire, I want to bring you in on this because you are a Notre Dame fan, and you did say yesterday, by the way, that you thought this was the right play for Notre Dame.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's unfortunate because you look at some guys who are like freshmen who may be transferring to like smaller schools. They're going to be missing out on an opportunity. I feel for them. But also the ACC, all the time, I mean, you guys were just talking about it, the best thing to happen to the ACC would be if the Irish joined their conference. Meanwhile, leading up to this whole process, they ran this entire smear campaign that, honestly, did it make a difference? Who knows? But to say that ESPN has zero influence on any of this process, that's wrong. ACC Network is owned by ESPN. These are all things, and the college football playoffs are broadcasted for the most part on ESPN. So this is a whole kind of thing, obviously a tinfoil hat theory, you may say, but this is a real thing, and this is Notre Dame getting back at ESPN, and honestly, it's a business decision. You see business decisions all the time, from the players to the coaches to the programs. And also, quite frankly, it's a business decision that you do not play in the ACC because, quite frankly, why would you? You guys say we have a weak schedule. Look at the ACC.
If you played in the ACC, you would have gotten into the playoffs.
But look at again.
That's why you would.
I mean, I guess.
You would have had an ACC championship game.
But all the arguments as to why Notre Dame should not be in, besides not being in a conference, the weak schedule, all this stuff, it would be even weaker if you're in the ACC.
But you would have been Virginia. You would have just been in a win-and-in scenario.
But what does that do for Notre Dame? We are bigger than them. That's just the honest perception.
That's fine, but you said it wouldn't benefit you. This year specifically, if you were in the ACC, you'd be in the playoffs.
I mean, I guess this 1 year. But again, we will not have to worry about that down the road because if we are in the top 12, we are in.
If your point is monetarily it doesn't benefit them, it doesn't. You're probably right. They got their own TV deal. They get to keep it. They don't have to kick in to make sure that Syracuse feels swell or support NC State. There's no revenue share. They're not going to, take the crumbs from the Raycom Sports Network to broadcast a Thursday nighter with them and
Virginia.
Virginia, whatever. So I understand from that point, but from a competitive college football standpoint, there's something to be said for joining the conference, right? Because the committee clearly valued it.
That, though, talking out of both sides of the mouths for Notre Dame, we don't need them. We're big, bad Notre Dame, and how dare them think we should join them? Oh, by the way, how dare them say bad things about us? That's not cool. That's always what it is to me. It's like this. When it's convenient, the ACC's your friend. But in this case, you're like, how dare them? They're advocating for the team in their conference. What do you expect them to do? Put up a side-by-side with Miami and Alabama and act like Notre Dame doesn't exist? No, it was Notre Dame versus Miami. One was going to get in, so the conference advocated for the team in its conference that pays into the conference.
But I think we're not addressing the elephant in the room, which is the ACC is a sinking conference right now, and the only thing that would save them is Notre Dame. They just are. Look at the college football right now. Everyone leaves the ACC. It is a bad conference
right now. It is, for sure.
It is a really bad conference in a really bad spot that it has a failing network. And Notre Dame was kind of like the team that could save them. And now all of a sudden you're running this smear campaign when behind closed doors, you beg them to join the conference, and they have yet to join it.
But you act like they're running a smear campaign, and it was Notre Dame against Alabama. The ACC, with no dog in the fight, just decided to get involved and hate on Notre Dame. It really wasn't about Notre Dame. They just happened to be the other team. They're advocating for their program. It's not like they're posting a bunch of reasons Notre Dame can't be in or shouldn't be in.
They were.
No. It was literally the graphics are pro-Miami in a back and forth with Notre Dame. That's what any conference in America would be doing. All of them were, in fact. BYU was getting the same treatment. The graphics with them and Notre Dame and Miami were out there.
I mean, yeah, but BYU had a clear path forward. If they beat Texas Tech,
that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the ACC should have been advocating for Miami. And by the way, if Notre Dame was in the ACC, they wouldn't have advocated against Notre Dame.
Okay, and then it's fine that Notre Dame has to sit out an ESPN broadcasted college football playoff game, or not a playoff game.
I don't think anybody's saying it's not fine. I'm saying it's embarrassing and childish and really easy to root against them for that regard. It's just it's lame.
So a couple other teams, Kansas State and Iowa State, both opted out of bowl games also. Now, they have a different situation. They have coaching changes, and the guys left, and there's a million transfers. They basically were like, I'm putting words in both their mouths, but we don't think we can really field the team right now. Like, we got a whole bunch. We got to get our house in order, going to a bowl game and getting embarrassed. That doesn't help anybody. We got to kickstart our coach process, recruiting process, transfer stuff, figure out a bunch of things. We don't really think we can get ready for a bowl game in a couple weeks. So they got fined by the Big 12 for that. So teams are going to start, because of this coaching, because of the nature of the leagues and stuff, they're going to start skipping meaningless bowl games, I think, to a degree. This is a different animal, though.
No, and Notre Dame also didn't come out and say, hey, we got some really good players that aren't going to play. By the way, you're Notre Dame. You're not losing a bunch of people. You're bringing a bunch of people in. Marcus Freeman's not going anywhere right now. Maybe he ends up leaving to go to the NFL in the hiring cycle. But as of this moment, your staff is intact. So it's very, very different. But regardless, they came right out and said, here's why we're doing it, to get back at you. That's basically what was said. They didn't pretend like this was for any other reason. Mike, King George, which some people think is the greatest county in the Commonwealth of Virginia. What's up, Mike?
Not a bad county at all. Yeah, I think this is going to be the new norm, especially for top-tier teams like Notre Dame. You can't go through the year and have the kind of year that Notre Dame did, which quite arguably could, aside from two plays, one in the Texas A&M game and a questionable catch in the Miami game, would have gone unbeaten and be the number one team in the country, hands down. And to get hosed like that in such a shady way that the committee, having them ranked, and what, like you said a second ago, that Notre Dame using the ACC, well, ESPN was certainly using Notre Dame to get ratings to show that having all those Notre Dame fans sitting there every Tuesday watching the brackets come out and be in the hunt right there in the playoffs until the very last one.
Yeah, that part is just never going to be explainable for me, and I don't know how the committee does. I mean, they've tried. They've said whatever they've said, but none of it matters or makes sense. You just can't justify to me saying all along, you're in the lead, you're in the lead, you're in the lead, you're in the lead. It'd be like watching a race where you're saying which car's in front and nobody gets past, but then you say the other car won.
Right.
That doesn't make sense. John in Fort Washington, how are you?
Grant, hey, Danny.
Hey, dude.
They're annoying. Notre Dame's very annoying. I think they're going to recruit annoying players, like the guy on your basketball team. When everyone's running back, he's sitting there arguing with the ref on defense, and then his guy dunks it. Like, those are the type of players they're going to get because that's the way they're acting. You could have won all your games but one, and you would have been in. I mean, there's a million different scenarios. If I'm a coach, I'd say, hey, I think we should have gotten in, but you know what we could have done is not lost 2 games. So go play your game, put on your big girl pants, and get out there.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My college coach is now at Wake Forest doing great things, knocking on the door of national championships every year. It gets like 3 guys drafted in the first round every season. But one of the things that he explained to us very, very quickly and early, and that lesson got hammered home very quickly as a freshman all the way through at all times. Nobody cares. Nobody's advocating for you. Nobody feels sorry for you.
Yeah.
You got to do it. And you're going to get punched. You're going to get steamrolled. Things happen that you don't like. That's baseball for us. In this case, football. It's also life. There is the whole point of this used to be, before NIL, before all the rest of the garbage that mucked all this crap up, before it became about the billions. At a certain point, it used to be this beautiful, wonderful amateur sports thing. And I know no one's allowed to want that or pine for that or whatever because it means I'm a terrible person, but I digress for just a brief moment. And the whole point was, you're going to get knocked on your ass. What do you do? What did we just do? What these young men that are faced with a situation that probably isn't fair, not even probably, that isn't fair. I bet you there's another unfair situation coming. What if we taught them to send them out into the world, right? To say, what you can probably do is throw a tantrum, take your ball and go home. When you are punched in the face, when something happens that's bad, that negatively affects you, the best thing to do is to run down the person that by transitivity that you think may have had a hand in it, is to take shots at people, look petty, look small, whine a lot, and then refuse to participate. probably not the lesson we want to teach folks. You wouldn't teach it. You wouldn't have a high school kid do it. You wouldn't have a middle schooler do it. Why are we having 19, 20, and 21-year-olds do it? Just seems insane to me that's the lesson, that's the takeaway, that it's defensible to the Notre Dame administration.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I know you guys had a little Wendy's. I saw you were enjoying a delicious Frosty.
I'm going to thank Wendy's for dropping off delicious spread for us today. Including their new chicken tenders, Wendy's new chicken tenders, or the ultimate chicken tenders. They're giving you something more juicy, crispy, and dippable. Their new three-piece combo with fries and a Diet Dr. Pepper is the perfect way to eat their new tendies, plus an insane new lineup of sauces. Now, you don't have to settle for a basic tender with basic sauce. Got to have tendies. Got to be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's, Dr. Pepper is a registered trademark of Dr. Pepper 7-Up, Inc.
We are giving away Caps tickets on the show to a listener in 20 minutes. You better be locked in at 4 ahead of the Blitz. Next, our double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. What's up, guys? Grant Paulson here for my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I got 4 kids. I named them after presidents. Me and the wife like taking the kids to find some history around this area and to teach them a little something. That's what the family likes to do in our spare time. Well, there's a lot of historical landmarks where you can celebrate Virginia's history right now as we celebrate 250 years this year in America and in Virginia. You've heard me talking about our recent trip to Mount Vernon, which, by the way, right now, the lights that they're doing for the holidays, absolutely gorgeous and amazing. This is a date night. This is a family event. You got to go out to Mount Vernon. It's really, really cool. But there's a lot of other things going on this holiday season. For all of the list of events and scheduling for Virginia's 250th this holiday season, go to visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. Frying Pan Parks Holiday on the Farm all month long. Santa at Colvin Mill Run, December 13th, 14th. Holiday candlelight tours in Bedford County. Virginia is doing great. Go to visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia. Friday, we're back out on the road for a field trip. We're going to be at Craft House in Fairfax, Palace Way, Fairfax, Virginia, over in Fairfax Corner. If you haven't been out there, really, really good spot.
That's a great spot.
We've been there multiple times. Once this year during the winter, last year during a snowstorm as well. It's a fun location. They treat us really well. Service is great. Food is great. Drinks are bountiful. Lots of options.
So many beers.
So, yeah, so come on out and kick it with us. I would say have a little pep rally for the Commanders. It's less that. It's more just fellowship.
Let's
and
commiserate a little bit.
Let's talk about the rest of the teams in football.
All the other teams.
Time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
On fire last night, Jeeps. On fire. Every once in a while, the great shooters in basketball history, you can name them, top of your head. Steph Curry, Ray Allen, back to my era a little bit, little Glenn Rice. We talk about a Mark Price situation. Guys that are Craig Hodges all day long. And last night at Burke Elementary School, Danny Rouillet. I think, legitimately, I'm not even kidding, I think I shot 80% from the field last night.
Wow.
80%. Now, did I still dribble off my foot? Yes. Did I still get beat routinely on defense because I can't really fight over screens or keep up with anybody? Yes. Of course. Am I still not that good? Yes. But I'll be damned if I can't fill it up, GP. Knocking down shots to the point that people are shaking their heads. I didn't quite do the Jordan emote against Portland, but I could have.
On fire!
There it is. There's no camera, so I didn't have a camera to play to. There was no Magic on the sideline doing color commentary. There's no, who was calling that game? Was that a Marv Albert doing that one? When he's going, yes, yes. Could have been. Anyway, the point was, this guy's on fire. This guy's on fire. Last night, I was hot.
He's
from the field
heating
last
up.
night. That's what I got for you.
Good for you.
Thanks, man. That's it.
It's time for my double play. This time of year, I'm a big fan of Christmas movies. And I try to find which channels they're all on. I'm always looking for like listings of this movie will be on this channel at this given moment. And when you run into the right movie on the right night, you're in the right mood, and you got the lights on the Christmas tree, everything is okay. It's the perfect moment in the holiday season. By the way, you got the tree up yet?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Gorgeous.
Attaboy.
It looks awesome.
Did you put the tree up?
So they did it while we were in Minnesota.
Oh,
they wanted to make
okay.
sure that it was up, because if they'd waited until I
There
got
you go.
back, it would have been too long. So
Understandable.
wife, kids, they decorated. It looks great.
So here's my question then. I've got a couple. What is the movie you have to watch that you feel like officially launches you in to the Christmas spirit? Or do you not even have that same kind of need for Christmas content where it's like, I'm going to watch a Christmas movie tonight and I'm going to be in a good place?
Yeah, I will tell you what's happened a lot over the years is, now we didn't do it this year because we were away at the house in Southern Maryland. But normally, right after Thanksgiving, we watch Christmas Vacation
Christmas Vacation is my favorite Christmas movie.
because it's outstanding.
But interestingly, it's not a kickoff the holiday season. Like, I haven't seen it yet. I've probably watched 5 or 6 movies. I normally wait for whatever reason till closer to Christmas. There's one that I watch every year now that kind of kicks it off for me. It's Elf with Will Ferrell. And I've got to start my viewing with that. Soon thereafter, The Grinch. Jim Carrey's The Grinch. Ron Howard directed. And then I'm a big, big fan of a couple of other like deeper cut Christmas movies. I've told you before about this, and every year you act like you don't know what it is. Trapped in Paradise, which is the Dana Carvey, Jonathan Lovitz Christmas movie. I think Nicolas Cage is in it as well. Really, really good. One of my favorites. Me and my dad love that one. I'm also a big fan of Christmas with the Cranks. Which I don't think you've told me you don't love that one.
I don't love it because I don't really know it.
Okay, Jamie Lee Curtis, Tim Allen. Anything there?
I know those people. I don't know the film.
Okay. I like that one. But I kicked off now my season. Elf, check. By the end, my favorites, Christmas Vacation and The Santa Claus, will be how I wind things down. Where are you at on A Christmas Story, which is iconic and legendary and one of the best ever? But I've seen it so many times that I never seek it out now.
Enough of that movie. Enough of it. Enough. Because it airs all day.
Yes. But if it's on, will you watch it?
No. Just because
Really?
I've seen it a trillion times.
I'm in the same boat in terms of having seen it a million times. I can watch it when it's on. I just don't ever like the last time I put into a search bar A Christmas Story and turned it on has probably been 7 or 8 years. Just because of the fact that it's always available.
always on TV. It's too much of that one.
It's a good one though.
Yeah, I mean it's an all-time classic. So it's hard to explain it exactly. Like if I watch any of my favorite movies, like my favorite movie ever is The Empire Strikes Back. If it was on for 24 straight hours every year at like this one spot, I might get sick of that. You know what I mean? It's just so much.
Big development for us is that my kids for the first time watched Home Alone with me this week.
Nice.
Now, while I was with you in Minnesota, they actually liked it so much they watched Home Alone too. But my son was dying laughing every time, the bad guys fell or got hit with
Marv
an
got
iron.
smacked.
Yeah. And today on the way to school, dropping them off, my daughter said, "I really like Marv." And my son's like, "Marv's cute. I don't like Harry though." And like they're talking about the bad guys in Home Alone.
Right,
Just
right.
kind of hilarious to me. But they're in on Home Alone 2. Those are classics as well.
Yeah.
But we're in it now. December 10th. It's a mad dash. The only bad thing about the NFL, and I can't say anything else negative about it, because if there's a game on Monday, Thursday, Saturday, soon enough, Sunday, I get locked in and I'm going to watch every minute of every primetime standalone game. There's so limited time to watch Christmas movies. Like in a world, there's another multiverse where I would like 30 straight days to just watch a movie leading up to Christmas every single night. It'll never happen because there's always something. Tomorrow, Kirko in Atlanta against Tampa. Drake May in New England just got flexed into primetime against the Ravens. Steamed up. Sign me up. Let's do this.
Joe Pesci, by the way, just a super quick side note. What an unbelievable career, right? So he goes from, marquee actor early on to then doing a bunch of stuff that nobody saw, no one cared about for like kind of most of the 80s. Sort of went away. Then came roaring back with one of the great runs we have ever seen. Like he's doing children's movies. He's a bit part in Lethal Weapon. He stars in Goodfellas. He's in JFK. My Cousin Vinny does comedy chops. Like that guy can do anything and everything, and he's incredible. And it's with this sort of like roller coaster up and down of a career.
Where in that arc is like Casino, like that run of?
Then it comes later. So it's Bronx Tale, Casino.
So that was at the end of his hot stretch.
Yeah.
So when did he start?
He was in Raging Bull back in the, I want to say like 1980, 79, 80.
But what was his lane? In other words, he eventually settles into this like.
Because my point is there was no lane for a while.
Yeah.
Like he was a.
What do you need me to do?
Yeah, he was like a criminal informant kind of guy in the Lethal Weapon series. He's sort of like a lovable loser. And then it's like, what he could do is play a ruthless, unbelievable, hardcore gangster, a sociopath. Why don't we have him do that and knock it out of the park?
I think Marv got him that job. Or I guess Harry. He would have been Harry.
It might have. God, he was so good. So he does Goodfellas and Home Alone in the same year.
Not a bad year.
That's not bad.
Made a couple bucks.
Sorry about those.
Beltway Blitz next. We're giving away those Caps tickets as soon as we return. somebody to Capital One Arena with a buddy to see the Caps take on the Red Wings. We're giving those tickets away at 4 o'clock every day. Let's do it right now. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair. You're going to see the Capitals and the Wings. This is December 20th, a week from Saturday. Holiday season means we're spreading holiday cheer with the Capitals. It's their annual Caps holiday party at Capital One Arena. Details at thefandc.com/contests.
We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders. Let's start off on the ice. Caps not back in action to tomorrow night. They are at home tomorrow night, in fact. But they have been on a roll. Sammy Silber of the Hockey News joins us now. Sammy, it wasn't that long ago. A few weeks back, we're asking you how worried we should be about the Capitals. To your credit, you thought they would get right, and boy, have they. What has changed as they've completely turned their year around and are suddenly now maybe the best team in the East?
Yeah, I think you're looking at a team that, obviously, trusting the process can be easier said than done, but they, truly stuck with it. They didn't give up. They made some tweaks, here and there to their offensive lines, and you just see more chemistry forming. They look more organized. They're skating better. There's just an extra jump there that you didn't see a couple weeks back. So, and the most important thing too is consistency. They're playing a full 60 minutes, and it's paying off for them. So it's just a matter of them continuing to do the right things.
Some injuries, though. Give us some updates. What do we know?
Yeah, nothing new on Ryan Leonard. Still out for an extended period of time. From what I heard, it's a multitude of things that he's dealing with after that hit. And then John Carlson could play tomorrow, upper body injury, but possibility for tomorrow, practice fully today. And then Charlie Lindgren, obviously he can't dress on the road. And Garen Bjorklund's up here now, but skated on his own before practice, took some light shots, feeling a little bit better and trending in the right direction. So, not the most encouraging news on Leonard, but good thing to see for those other guys.
Little kid Leno, are we talking days, weeks, months? Like what kind of forecast is it?
It's tough to say. I mean, right now it's very vague in extended period of time. I'm not saying days, and I don't think it's going to be under 2 weeks, but that's my opinion. I think this is, obviously something that's going to be longer term. So not a positive there, but he'll be back and hopefully pick up where he left off.
How do the lines get shuffled without Leonard for a little while?
Yeah, you see, it's kind of, what happened when Dubois went down, right? It's by committee, stepping up to fill that void. You have Sonny Milano coming back into the mix. Chernaev is up here as an extra forward. Ethan Frank is on that top power play with Leonard out. And then, you kind of see Connor McMichael playing on that top line. And Beauvillier, who's a guy who can move up and down the lineup, playing on that third line to give it a spark there. And it's going to come down to those, your usual suspects. At the same time, your young guys, Lapierre, Milano, Frank, those guys to show what they can do and, try to pick up and fill the void here.
Sammy, I'll be at Cap One Arena tomorrow. Hopefully I bump into you. Thanks for the time as always. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd love that. All right, I'll see you guys.
Be good. Sammy Silber, the Hockey News, joining us on Grant and Danny's Blitz. Let's talk football. Thursday night football tomorrow. The NFC South, a matchup in prime time. The Falcons, who are just 4-9 and headed toward what should be a top 10 pick. It's a pick they don't have, though. The Rams have it.
Yeah, that's the Rams pick. Thank you.
We'll see if Terry Fontenot survives this season. You pay Kirk Cousins $100 million, you draft Michael Penix, and you're not going to have a quarterback at the start of next year because they're going to move on from Cousins' contract, and Penix is going to be hurt lingering in the next season, very possibly. But the more interesting team in that matchup is the Tampa Bay Bucks, who all of a sudden have to win. Now, they're right there, knotted at the top of the NFC South. Frank Schwab joins us from Yahoo Sports. Frank, who do you think wins the South, and what is going on with Tampa Bay?
I just wonder. It comes down to Baker Mayfield, and I don't want to be the guy who just analyzes football based on quarterbacks. I think that's boring and often wrong, but it's not hard to see Baker Mayfield struggling. In the last 4 games, he has a 65 passer rating. He's just not playing well, and that's as the Buccaneers are getting healthy around him. So it's kind of troubling. They did not have a bad loss until last Sunday. Every loss they had was to a team with a winning record, some of the best teams in the NFL. So to see them lose to a Saints team that only had 2 wins coming in, I don't know what to make of them anymore. I'm perplexed. I think they win that division because I don't really trust the Panthers either, but I don't know. I've gone from thinking the Buccaneers might be a sneaky team in the playoffs. It could pull out a win or two, just because they're getting healthier and kind of underrated a little bit, to just not knowing what the heck to make out of them after that face plant against the Saints.
Frank, my wife likes sports, not the way that I do because I'm a crazy person, but she follows things pretty loosely as her job allows. When I told her that Phillip Rivers was going to quarterback a football team in the year of our Lord 2025, she was like, "That's not a funny joke. Stop making it." And no, I said, "No, it's really happening." And then showed her the news story. I don't really have a great question other than to say, like, we seriously can't do better than that?
Yeah. I mean, there's some guys sitting around right now who are free. Extent. 44-year-old quarterbacks don't play well. They're usually not playing. They're sitting on a beach somewhere. And you look at this, he's got to go against, I think he's going to start this week. You don't sign that guy if you're not going to start him right away. What, are you going to wait a couple weeks? There's 4 games left in the season. Either you sign him to play him or what's the point? So I think he's going to play this week against a fierce Seattle defense. They still have a game left against Houston, who has one of the best defenses I've seen in a few years. I hate to say this, but I'm worried about Phillip Rivers. He's the kind of guy who his playing style has always been, and I respect the heck out of this, as much as anybody I've seen in all my years covering the NFL, he is as good as standing in against the imminent hit as I've seen. He will stand in knowing he's going to get crushed, but he knows, hey, I could deliver this pass under duress. I don't like the idea of him doing that at 44 years old when he hasn't taken a hit in 5 years. Look, on one hand, what the Colts have to lose. On one hand, it's like, hey, Phillip Rivers wants to come back and play. That's his prerogative, I'm sure. But again, I just don't see how this turns out in a positive way.
What is your best stab at an AFC Championship game matchup right now?
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. This is the first time I've gotten to this point in the season, and I really mean this is, I've covered the NFL 25 years. First time I've gotten this deep into a season and said, I have no idea who I want to pick to make a Super Bowl. I'm not saying I'm always right, but at least I have an idea. I have a team that I'm like, okay, yes, I really like. I have nobody this year. I'm gonna get. I think one of the teams is going to be the Houston Texans, though. I really do. I think that they're the only team where I look at them and say, yeah, I could see this coming together for them. Their defense is just awesome. It's the best defense I've seen in a while, and that's better than anything else in the AFC, right? So I think if I had to say, I'd pick Houston against Denver in the AFC Championship game, because at least I could bank on their defenses. And I think Denver's been underrated all year. I just think because their offense has been up and down, people like to downgrade them. I mean, they're underdogs this week at home. Why? The Broncos are a really good football team. So I'll go with the team that I think is underrated in the Broncos, and the team I think is peaking at the right time in Houston.
Might be a 3-2 game there in the AFC title game.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of muddled, NFC North. So the Vikings are not going to win it. That's the only thing we know. Green Bay 9-3-1, Chicago 9-4, Detroit 8-5. Predict the order of standing there at the end of this season, the NFC North.
Yeah, I think right now, I think the Packers win it. I wonder if you're asking me to get me in more trouble with Bears fans who already hate me because I called them frauds earlier this year. But I think the Packers win that division. I think they're the best team. And then I've been saying this for a couple weeks now, and I even more think that the last game of the season, game 272, Sunday night on Week 18, is going to be Lions at Bears with the last playoff spot on the line. And I guess I'll pick the Bears just because the Lions have been so bad outdoors. Jared Goff doesn't play well in cold weather and all that, and it's going to be like minus 58 degrees on its Soldier Field on a Sunday night. But so I'll go there. I'll go Packers, Bears, Lions. Although it wouldn't surprise me to see the Lions finish in second, and the Bears miss the playoffs. Although that's not bad. It's not like the Bears expected to be some NFC North champion this year. It's been a nice growth season for them, but I still think there's a ways to go with Chicago.
Who's your MVP right now, May or Stafford?
I think I really do think it's Stafford. I think they're a better team. They played a tougher schedule, but they're both really, really good. I just think Stafford has really stood out as, he's really had a great year. Great. And remember in August when none of us knew if he was going to play, like he's doing that cryogenic chamber in the trailer to fix his back or whatever that was. Like it's kind of an amazing story. I will say though, in the back of my mind, I'm kind of saying, why isn't it Josh Allen? Like, I mean, who has done more for their team than Josh Allen? I watched this guy with an absolutely horrible supporting cast. I really believe. I think if you put a replacement level quarterback on the Buffalo Bills, they'd be like 4-9 right now. Like they just, or maybe less, maybe like 2-11. They're a bad football team around Josh Allen, and every week it's like, oh hey, Josh Allen scored another 6 touchdowns. Like it is incredible what he's done for that team, but that's not the formula for MVP. The formula for MVP is let's pick the quarterback off of a number 1 seed, which I think gives Drake May a bit of a head start on Stafford because Seattle might end up getting Rams for that number 1 seed. But it's going to be one of those 2 guys because record means so much to these MVP voters. I'll pick Stafford, but saying in the back of my mind, if you're really asking me, I think Josh Allen might be the actual MVP.
Frank, great as always, buddy. We'll talk soon.
Yep, appreciate it, guys.
You got it, man. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Our pal Nikki Jabala, The Athletic, joins us to break down the local 53. So, Nikki, what changed between he could have gone back into the game on Sunday, talking about Jayden Daniels, of course, and we know enough to rule him out here for the next week on Wednesday?
Yeah, so Dan Quinn said that he came out of the game sore, like how he felt, Monday, Tuesday. He went through some of the precautionary testing, found that there's no structural issue, nothing long-term to be concerned about, but that he was sore afterwards. So they're going to hold him out for at least this game. They'll see how he is next week.
So sometimes it can be different in the room than like watching on the feed like I was, and you were there with Dan Quinn. It felt like his tone changed a bit on the questions about shutting him down or the value of playing again. Instead of kind of saying all the positives and running through the list of why they wanted to see him, he kind of said something to the effect of, we haven't really gotten there. We haven't talked about that. We're focusing on him not being able to play this week. Did you feel that too, or am I reading too much into it?
No, I think what you felt is what a lot of us felt. And I think he still feels like those reps are important, but you got to weigh in everything else too. I mean, they just lost Zach Ertz as well, who was one of his, most reliable targets. And you want the kid to play. You want him, to be out there if he's fully healthy. But, if he can't fully be himself, if he can't do all the things, that he normally would because of, the whatever he's feeling with his elbow currently, and if he doesn't have, somewhat close a full group, I guess the feeling maybe that, you're putting them at greater risk than you're reaping in any rewards. So I think that's something that they're weighing now and over the next few weeks as they monitor his health.
We saw this on Hard Knocks last night. I know you're on the team every day, Nick, and you covered so closely. But I think outside looking in, it's easy to sort of think of these guys as kind of anonymous, just uniform numbers and, sort of automatons running inside them. But you could see how moved everybody was by that Zach Ertz injury and what he meant to them, and that kind of, comedy skit where they spliced him running a route together with like the 100-year-old guy scoring a touchdown at whatever, practice that was, that funny video. But go into that a little bit, what he meant to this roster, the young people, and for them trying to really do this, culture establishment.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn mentioned this, he was the first guy that Adam Peters signed. He came in with the familiarity of Cliff Kingsbury's system, so he had not only, his own resume as a player, but he was huge in helping others sort of, get up to speed on the offense. And then he's just naturally a leader. I mean, you look at his experience, the way he carries himself, he's incredibly process oriented. I mean, what Coach Ray said on that in his cameo on Hard Knocks was totally accurate. I mean, you guys have been out there. You see him, in his routine even pre-practice, and it's exactly the same every time. Like he sticks to it, and he's incredibly hardworking. Guys respect him. He's always willing to help other guys. He's been, a really good mentor to Jaden and others on offense and across the team, really. So, yeah, and I think they recognize the fact that, he's, whatever year he's in at this point in his career, he's 35. You don't know how many chances you're going to get to be able to play. And he, after a few trying seasons in Arizona, he finally got healthy here and was able to play every game, since he signed. So for this to happen is, just you hate to see it. I mean, I know these guys make good money. They, he's won a ring. He has plenty of accolades, but this is their livelihood. This is what they know. So when you suddenly lose it, on one play, it can be, pretty traumatizing.
Nikki Javala of The Athletic. Do you think we see him again this year?
No, I do not.
And did that change for you today, or have you felt that way since Sunday?
Zach Ertz?
Oh, sorry. No, I'm talking about Jaden, if that was...
Oh, I was going to say, that would be the fastest I've ever seen anybody...
It'd be a miraculous recovery.
Yes, that would be...
Yeah.
That would be Adrian Peterson on steroids, I think.
Right. Do I think we've seen... honestly, I keep going back and forth on this, too. I don't honestly know. After the game, I thought, yeah, he'll probably play again based on Quinn's answer. And then today, it's like, well, maybe they will shut him down.
Right.
But the fact that he was out practice, too, I mean, he wasn't doing a whole lot, but, practices are fairly light at this stage in the season anyway, and he was limited. But, yeah, I kind of go back and forth. I wouldn't be surprised either way at this point. I'd probably be a little bit more surprised if he did play. But I just, at this point, I just think the risk of re-injury outweighs the reward. But, I think that's what made it somewhat confusing when Quinn did say that he could have gone back in the third quarter. I think that's what's kind of throwing people. It threw me for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely thrown. So, Nick, my final one on this kind of Jaden subject here is, do you expect anything to be different if he does play? In other words, I'm not smart enough to know terminology or what should be done, et cetera, but I just want someone to say, hey, it's a problem he gets hit more than any quarterback, numbers approximate, in the sport when he does play. We've got to change that, and let's prioritize that. Would you expect that to sort of leak out and become a talking point or part of the background, or it's just one of those, hey, man, it's football, and we shrug our shoulders?
Yeah, I mean, this is a super vague answer that nobody will like, but I think when you look at just the stats alone, it's kind of taken out of context, because then the blame gets pointed at the offensive line, he's taking so many hits. The offensive line has actually been pretty good this season. They've been one of the more consistent groups. And then you look at his scramble rate. Well, look at each scramble. Where could he have gone in those? There's so many of those where I'm like, nobody's open. Where do you want him to go? And he got a good block from Jeremy McNichols, and yeah, he should take that right up the middle. Now, there are some where you're like, yeah, that was dumb. Don't do that ever again. But I think there have been more where I feel like, where do you want him to go? No, I think that's when you can maybe question, could they call something different? Could they, do something to spring somebody else free? I just feel like they got to get him more weapons in the offseason, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're headed toward the offseason at lightning pace at this point, and it's pretty clear that's what they need to do. We'll let you out on this one, Nikki. If they don't win again, which is on the table here, they're underdogs to the Giants, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles. They'll have lost 12 in a row. I just can't. I mean, that's such a crazy thing to say out loud. It doesn't really happen. Some of these 0-16 teams or 1-15 teams will have that, but even some of those, don't. I'm not suggesting anybody from Peters or Quinn is in trouble, but what would happen if they lose 12 in a row? How different? What does it shift in the building, or do you just kind of go 12 in a row or 2-10 in that stretch? No big difference. I just think it's so hard to do that.
I'm at. Did you? I mean, after that game against the Vikings, did you not know that they weren't bad? Like whether they lose 4 more, like they're bad. They're just not good right now.
Right, but teams that are bad win all the time. This weekend,
The
there's-
Titans won.
The Titans
Yeah,
won a
but
game.
they're not even competitive. They haven't been competitive for a long time at this point.
Right.
So yeah, it's 4 more games. It's 12 in a row, and that's a massive number. But they haven't been competitive. Gosh, for a long time. I mean, probably the first half of Kansas City, right?
Pretty
but for a
much,
full
yeah.
game, I don't remember the last time they
The
were really
Denver game's the
competitive.
only one.
Dolphins, they were competitive.
Denver, yeah, but that felt more, the way this season is going, like, I mean this respectfully to the team, like that felt more fluky than anything. That was an outlier compared to everything else they've put out.
Agreed.
Definitely. I guess that's my point. As bad as it is, maybe I shouldn't start the conversation with, hey, they shouldn't do anything severe. Like, this is really bad. I guess that's all I'm saying.
It's really bad.
Yes.
It's really bad. I mean, like, would you be surprised if they lost the next 4? I mean, I wouldn't, honestly.
No. They're going to be underdogs 4 times.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the number of teams that have lost 12 in a row over the last 25 years is a minuscule number. And it almost feels like rotten food to me. Like the smell when I open the refrigerator will be so bad that I have to question everything. It's not just we had some injuries or we'll get rid of this coordinator. It's like, how sure am I that these people really, I should just keep taking their word that they all know what they're doing?
Well, the thing that's so baffling to me is this is, almost entirely, it's the same coaching staff that they had last year. Much of the roster is the same from last year, at least the starting group was. They've lost so many guys to injuries, obviously. But, they brought in Debo, they brought in Laramie, but I genuinely feel like the receiving core has hurt them a ton. The injuries there. I thought they had a much stronger receiving core last year. I think, Olamide is still one of the more underrated players, and Diami, though, he showed up in spurts, like he could still, his speed, he could still take it over the top and like score one for you. They don't have anywhere near the depth they had there, but the team is generally close to the same. So for them to go to the NFC Championship game one year and then, fall off the face of the earth the next year, it just doesn't add up.
Whatever
It's
this is.
baffling.
Yeah, remember we were going, it's amazing. They got so much continuity in the coaching staff. Isn't that incredible?
is that a good thing now? Like, I don't know.
Man.
We will be reading Nikki's work in The Athletic. She does an amazing job covering the team. Thank you, Nikki.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
You got
Appreciate
it.
you.
There's our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. Hard Knocks last night, covering the NFC East. Had some really interesting Commanders scenes, including one with Kingsbury and Daniels we'll tell you about next. Hey guys, what's up? It's Grant. FanDuel is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. I'm a FanDuel guy because FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. I love that you can track the stats in the app. One of my favorite things about FanDuel. Right now, new customers, that could be you, can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Bet 5, win, get $150. That's what you're doing. Bet 5 and win, get $150 in bonus bets. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Sign up today. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders looking to snap an 8-game losing streak as they'll take on the Giants on Sunday, but they're going to be without their starting quarterback. Jaden Daniels has already been ruled out after he aggravated the elbow injury he sustained against the Seahawks on Sunday against the Vikings. No structural setbacks, but doctors have advised that he sit out against the Giants. NFL injuries. Falcons wide receiver Drake London going to be out tomorrow against Tampa Bay. Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans as well as Jalen McMillan have been activated off injured reserve and should make their return to the lineup tomorrow for Tampa Bay. Baseball, Pete Alonso signing a 5-year, $155 million deal to join the Baltimore Orioles. In Nationals land, they selected right-handed pitcher Griff McGarry in the Rule 5 draft. He was last year's Phillies minor league pitcher of the year. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Hard Knocks episode 2 last night on the NFC East. We were glued to the screen to see how involved Washington would be. So a couple of things that let me down first, and then we'll get into some of the good stuff that we did get to see. In Minneapolis, we sat 3 rows behind Jaden Daniels' mom, who NFL Films had mic'd up during the game and had cameras on. She didn't show up in the show at all, cutting room floor. Now, it's possible.
Other than a quick hug on the sideline.
Yeah, but I mean during the game in the stands.
I was bummed.
It's possible that we'll see her later in the series when they show a clip or something. Somebody got in my DMs and they're like, Jaden's mom didn't even show up. We never saw you guys. I said, yeah, they probably were going to go to her for some reaction shots after completions or touchdowns or first downs. And they didn't really get to do that because there weren't any of those things as Washington got shut out. So that was a big disappointment. That's number one. Number two, we got nothing out of all of the mic'd up content of Jaden Daniels on the sideline after the injury. And this is how you know that the Commanders and the league just go through all of the good stuff that HBO and NFL Films gets, and they go, all right, you can't use that. Because think about what they had. They've got the camera, and they've got him mic'd up on him the entire time on the sideline for all those conversations. Now, the camera's not in the blue tent, but you could easily just have the mic and a camera on the blue tent if you wanted to. There's nothing there. And I don't expect them to, to be saying, okay, you got a sprained AC, blah, 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 blah. But something, anything, where he's like, I want to go back in. And they're like, no, we got nothing.
None of it.
Out of that. That was the ultimate letdown. I was shushing everyone in the room. I'm telling my wife, here we go. Crestfallen. Just on to the next scene. What a complete kick to the shins that was. I don't know why I was expecting anything else.
I know. I hoped.
I kept saying this to you guys at the game. I'm like, we're going to see this conversation on Hard Knocks. I can't wait to see what he's saying. We saw zip.
Yeah, we saw more with the back of his head,
right,
trying to take pictures and video and stuff and maybe reading a trainer's lips than we did on the show.
The zoomed-in video that I have of Jaden talking to his mom, which I'm assuming was his mom, but he, at one point, and I just felt so bad for him, he looks like he's about to cry. And he's looking over, presumably at his mom. And I almost felt like uncomfortable eavesdropping, but I was like zoomed in on my phone taking this video, and I didn't post it, and I won't post it because it's just not for anybody else necessarily after I saw. But the video is like him looking seemingly at his mom, and he shakes his head no, which I can only wonder, maybe she's like, are you going back in? And then the next thing he does is he like nods yes, and like sadly just says like yes. And I'm assuming like, are you okay? And then the next thing is like a question about I don't know, but I'm guessing like, is it re-injured? Did you do this? And he gives her a thumbs up. But it's all like in this very forlorn way. And I have that video. That video 1 million times better than anything Hard Knock showed us last night. I'm not going to post it. Again, it just kind of feels like me eavesdropping in their kitchen. It kind of felt like him and his mom. I even said to Darius, I'm like, should I post this? This seems like something I shouldn't post. And what I've learned is anytime I ask that and then post something, I don't think I've ever posted anything I completely shouldn't or was inappropriate, but I deal with more crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just at a point in my life where I don't want to deal with the crap.
Yep.
I'm not going to bat 1,000. There's going to be times where I post something and it's going to lead to crap. But this one particularly, I was like, I don't need anyone yelling at me. I'm just not going to post this. Too many people are going to call me too many names. But we got nothing from Hard Knocks on that, and Hard Knocks should be ashamed for that. Ashamed! So should the Commanders for telling them they can't use it. I kid. We did get a few scenes that were interesting, though, Danny. I want to start with Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels getting early work in. These two dudes who get to the facility at like 5 a.m. in the bubble. It's those two and quarterbacks coach David Blau out on the field. They're wearing big old Beats headphones. I guess Danny's earmuffs weren't available. How big were those headphones, by the way?
They're massive headphones. Are you doing neck exercises also?
That was insane.
Yeah.
Those headphones think that the helmet that people wear when they ride bikes is small. This was on the field with Cliff and Jaden going through the game plan. I thought this was awesome access.
We'll start with curls. Retta, sticky, filthy, scubas, e-bop. We got pop, Philly switch. Going to like try to time this up.
It's not just a matter of being physically ready. Daniels has to have the game plan down pat.
All right, 3rd and 7 here. Let's go flip here, flip, heavy, scissors.
Daniels looks ready, mind and body. He'll be the starter Sunday against the Vikings.
Right, we'll break the huddle fast here. Still have a shot at the corner if you like that matchup. Good, getting good depth off of it. Good, good. Got time to ride the fake on that, and then we're good on Hulk. All right, let's get it, let's get it. Good job. Don't forget, you get man coverage, you like your one-on-one, you can give them whatever we want.
So this is obviously something they do late week, every week, going through some of the plays they're going to be running. What do you think exactly that was? What do you think they were doing?
I think it's with just one element of timing. That's why Cliff's out of breath, because he's running some of the motions and running some of the dummy routes just to sort of give you a look.
Yeah.
It's a visualization. There's nobody else on the field, so he's not wearing VR glasses to see 11 on 11. This is think about Drew Brees going through pregame warmups, like so famously, right? Where he would, drop back and make the throw and then look, that's where my 2 is, that's where my 3 is, that's where my 4 is, that's where my 5 is, and then I throw it away. And he would do that mental process. That to me is what that looked like, where it's like, here's the rhythm of the call, the rhythm of the play. You hold this handoff for 1,000, next thing. Your eyes go here, your thought process goes here because the timing is X. To me, it was just going through the mental exercise of where the players are going to be.
I also wondered if this was some of their checks, too. And we saw throughout the game many times.
Interesting.
On that Van Ginkel interception. Like, I think, because he's going with these, like, words. Like, you've got red splat 14 baseball. And he's like, if this is stuff you're yelling out to the receivers, like, hey, baseball, baseball, red, red. And this is also, like, you're changing something up. I think there could be something to that where you know the plays by now. You know the playbook, what have you. But this is the stuff we're putting in against certain looks. So, because at the end, he's going, if you get man, we can do this. I think this is to some extent, hey, if we get this look and we're trying to get out of it, here's the call. Here's what you're going to do, and that means curls, right? I think there was some of that maybe built in too. But I love that scene. Cliff gets to the facility at like 3:52 in the morning. You remember the Hard Knocks of the Cardinals? When we rode with him in his car?
Uh-huh.
He would get there at like 2:17.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, you know that like this is bedtime now, right now.
People are just shutting down.
And their point was, he looks like a handsome guy, and he is, but he's also a hard worker. He's just there with Jaden first thing in the morning in the bubble while dudes are still like waking up and trying to, clear the sleep out of their eyes. So that was cool. Zach Ertz was the star of the show, sadly, prior to his injury. And this is how Hard Knocks does it. I don't know if the plan was already episode 2 is going to be the Zach Ertz episode, or if you just do a bunch of interviewing and taping and talking about players, and you'll use it at some point after he has a big game. And in this case, you had to empty out all the Zach Ertz stuff because of what happened. But it just set up for really emotional television because we're hearing for the entire episode about how amazing Zach Ertz is as a leader, as a human being, how important he is in the building. And then you see him get his knee shredded, and you see Marcus Mariota coming over to apologize to him as he's on the cart. And you see all the players that are just devastated, and him sobbing as he's being taken off the field in one of the low moments, not only of his career, but presumably of his life, maybe with his football career coming to an end in front of our eyes. This was the clip where they're talking about Ertz's leadership.
I try and exhaust myself in this career as much as I can. I don't know how much longer I'm going to play, and my whole career has just been focused on the task at hand and how can I be better as a player.
I think the leadership role has probably emerged more this year. When things are going smoothly, that's leading, okay. But this year, in the toughest of seasons, that's when you really get tested the most. And he does not get tired of doing the things that are important, the fundamentals, that skill work. And so sometimes that's leading. That's showing the example to say, do the things all the time.
I just love sports. I love the competition. And I love to win.
Look, I'm just telling you, I've coached a ton of guys, been in all 4 divisions in the NFC, and best 2 guys I've ever worked with are Larry Fitzgerald and Zach Ertz. And Zach's shaking his head. Come on, bro. This is what I do for a living.
He's going to hate this.
And this is what I do for a living. But Zach is he's one of those players that you tell the young players, you may go your whole career and never be around a guy like Zach. Like the detail, the work ethic, the precision. He truly believes in his process.
That's tight ends coach David Rye, who was in this episode a lot, frankly. Visor guy, by the way. You always see him. He always wears a visor. He's like John Gruden. He hates hats, apparently, this guy. He's got very thick hair.
He wants the benefit of the front part of the hat, but not the restriction.
That's always been his thought, I think. And then the series shows us Ertz getting hurt, and it was brutal, man. That was tough.
Yeah. There's no way around that. That was stomach turning, gut wrenching, just awful.
We'll go around the NFL next. Also, I want to play the audio for you guys quickly when we come back, just to wrap up the Hard Knocks recap of what Dan Quinn said post-game. A week ago, we got the Denver post-game where he said, we lost, but we're not lost anymore. Well, we were wondering if he was going to say, we lost, and we are extremely lost. He didn't quite say that, but it was close enough. That's next on The Fan. We'll go around the NFL in just a moment. I want to talk about Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement. Just an amazing story. Has not played in the NFL since 2020. 44 years old, a grandpa. And he's going to be starting an NFL game maybe this weekend. But let's hear Dan Quinn's post-game address of the Commanders. We wondered what he would say in the locker room after his big speech. Sergeant Slogan talking about not being lost anymore. This is what he had to say this weekend.
Today was so far off course. We're the same team that took the steps forward a week ago, and we took them backwards today. Same guys. Walking off the field, all I can think about is, all right, how do you get better and what's ahead? You know, and there's 4 games against our division. And if we want to ever leave a mark, now's the time. We have to get our football right. If we do that, we'll win all of them. If we don't, we'll look like we did today. All right, that's our choice. We got to make it. Whatever you got to throw in for your crew, it's time to throw all your chips in. We have to get that done with all of us, all right? Everybody who puts the shirt on, all right? That's how it's got to go down. It has to.
If giving a speech got you a good record, Washington's the 1 seed. Like, he can give a damn speech. This is Sergeant Slogan, after all. This is what he does. This is where he's at his best, I think. Like, I thought that was a really good address to the team. And if you just hear that as a fan, you go, man, I like this guy. I like how he's addressing the roster. Like, this isn't good enough. Let's get it together. We got to push the chips in. We're all in this thing. It's now or never. It's a bunch of cliches, whatever. But it's like, that's a good football speech. Here's the problem. You watch Hard Knocks, and the team that ends up 6-10 looks like it's going to go 17-0 or whatever.
Right.
Because the music's behind it, and anybody can be made to look like they're giving a great
Yeah,
speech.
that NFL Films magic can make a 5-10 season, 5-11 season seem like they were on the precipice of the Super Bowl.
Totally.
You know?
And that's maybe what you're getting there. I always, when we get this kind of access or when you hear him address the team after the Denver game, after this game, you understand why he's so popular with players and why they love him. It just doesn't matter, though. If you're popular with players or not, that's great. If you give a good speech or you don't, cool. Set it to music and it sounds awesome and people want to run through a wall or they don't. Nito Torpedo. Are you winning football games? That's what matters. And, I mean, this is a guy that in his career is basically a 500 coach at this point. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
He had the incredible year when Matt Ryan, I almost said Matt Stafford, when Matt Ryan won the MVP award with Kyle Shanahan at the controls of that offense, they went 11-5. It's the best it's ever been for him in Atlanta. Last year, with Jaden Daniels playing like an MVP, they went 12-5. I'm not taking away from Dan Quinn's culture, but that was year 2, like early on in Atlanta. It was really good. From that point on, 10 wins, 7 wins, 7 wins, and then he started 0-5 and got fired. It fell off. Here you go 12-5, now 3-10. All time, he's 58-57. He is a 500 football coach with 2 really good seasons in there. Otherwise, it's mostly been, and really, if you want to just look at the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years that he's coached, he's 10 games under 500.
It used to be guys like him and Jeff Fisher would get way more time. Like Jeff Fisher had more deposits in the bank, right? Where he had a bunch of 13-win seasons, double-digit wins, and he basically won a decade without having a winning record, but just was coasting on the idea. Now we're more quick to sort of catch on and let somebody go, and they don't get as many shots for as long. I mean, Jeff Fisher coached for 22 years. That wouldn't happen now. But that's who he reminds me of, honestly. Good dude. Everybody likes him. Has an answer in these sorts of moments. I mean, how many times have you seen a coach when a team plays terrible? You can throw your temper tantrum. You can flip the table. You can, smash something and, chew everybody's hide. But that's the moment where you bleeped up. Everybody's bad. Everybody screwed up. And there's no one that gets to leave the game going, I did my job today. Everybody failed. And so that's a great moment to kind of pick you up. And you can see why dudes like playing for him.
I love his demeanor. I really do. And I legitimately think he is a great guy. Like, Rivera was known as a good dude, and I think he was. But I think with Ron Rivera, there was some strategy to a lot of it, and there were relationships that he would build for different reasons or whatever. I think with Dan Quinn, I really get the sense, and I don't think Ron Rivera is a bad guy. I think he's a good guy.
Yeah.
But I think, like, on another level, Dan Quinn is just a good human being.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that. And everyone I know that spends 5 minutes around him just falls in love with the guy and wants nothing but the best for him. That tells you a lot about someone and the quality. It also is kind of irrelevant to, are you the guy to get this thing turned around? So far, I think there's a good chance that he is. That's the hope. But this has been just a nightmare of a season. There's no doubt about that. Real quick on Phil Rivers. We can talk more about this later. This is one of the craziest NFL stories that I can remember, Danny. The Colts, in about 3 weeks, from the life comes at you fast department, have gone from gonna win the South and Daniel Jones
Walking
is
away with it.
MVP candidate to Jones out for the year. The Colts aren't making the playoffs, and their starting quarterback this week might be Rivers, who is 44 and hasn't played since 2020, who was a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame and is going to restart the clock. When he's been out of the league for 5 years, you need to wait 5 years, so this could have been the year he got in.
My goodness.
So now you restart that. He's got 10 kids from ages 2 to 23 is the span of the 10 kids. His 23-year-old has a child, so he's a grandpa.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's just like sitting at the house, just banging his head against the wall, dealing with children, and he's like, I'm going to go play football.
I should probably go play football.
But stick aside, he's got a high school football team that he coaches, just lost in the Final Four, wherever he lives. I don't know if he's in Carolina where he went to NC State or wherever. But Phillip Rivers at 44 is going to start an NFL game. How is this the best option for the Colts?
It just can't be. You'll never convince me. And this now it's a Disney movie, and it's like Rookie of the Year, but for football or something. But
he
like
apparently talks to Shane Steichen on the phone every week.
I guess
they're very close, and he runs. I actually heard someone say he runs the same offense as the Colts do, so he knows the offense really, really well. As if it's just he does it in high school, so
he runs it.
Yeah, well, that's what he coaches and calls the plays.
That's what I mean. Like he tells a 17-year-old,
right? He showed up at his presser today. Far be it for me to say he's not in great shape, but it doesn't look like he's been running as much as
for a 44-year-old. I'm sure he's in wonderful condition, better than the average Bear. But what are we doing?
He's about to go out into the pocket though and get blown up by NFL defensive linemen. This is legit stunning to me.
Yeah, I'm a fan of his. By the way, I always have been, even as brash and loud as he was, and
I love him.
Like there's a swagger to Phil Rivers. Like his sort of shot putting throwing style, noodle arm. It didn't matter. He was still trash talking on his way down the field. Never got the credit deserved because he never won the Super Bowl.
Hall of Famer, in my opinion. Better
Same
career
here.
than Eli. He put up numbies.
100%. But I can't believe that you don't have a better plan B. Like, in other words, you already did the Daniel Jones thing. You broke glass in case of emergency.
Well, they had
and
a
it
plan
worked.
B, and it was Anthony Richardson who
suppose.
broke his orbital bone in a pre-game collision.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had a plan C, which was Riley Leonard, who was their third stringer, who was the former Notre Dame quarterback, the transfer last year who came from Duke. They drafted him in the late rounds. He got hurt. So this is quarterback number 4, means plains in the mountain. But there's not a 27-year-old? Like, and what about Brett Rippon? Just retire. Brett Rippon was in Cincinnati when Burrow went down, and they went, we're not going to play you. We're going to trade for Joe Flacco.
Not you, though, right?
And he's like, you're going to trade for Joe Flacco? All right, whatever. I'm leaving. And then he went to Indianapolis. And then, lo and behold, everyone in your quarterback room has some kind of catastrophic thing happen, and you're like, oh, my God, I get to play on the Colts. And they're like, we're actually going to call Phil Rivers. Like, just leave at this point.
Yeah.
They're telling you.
Shut it down.
The league is telling you.
We don't value you. Dun, 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 dun.
Also, he retired on a one-day contract with the Chargers. So he played for the Colts at the end of his career in 2020 in the COVID year.
Mm-hmm.
But then, because he had been Mr. Charger, he retired for one day with the Chargers to make sure that was the last team. But now he's playing for the Colts again. So does he have to re-retire for one day with the Chargers after this? Or do you just...
I don't know the answer to that.
Do
I have to have another one-day contract ceremony?
That's what I'm saying. You're restarting the clock. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get into Daniels, Kingsbury, and the Washington offense next.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. PaisanosPizza.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels going to be out on Sunday after he re-aggravated his elbow injury. No structural setbacks, but doctors have advised that he sits against the Giants. Injury report for the Commanders today. 4 players didn't practice: Drake Jackson, Jonathan Jones, Chris Rodriguez, and Bobby Wagner. 2 rest days: Von Miller and Laramie Tunsil. Drake London going to be out tomorrow against Tampa. In baseball, free agent first baseman Pete Alonso is signing with the Orioles, 5 years, $155 million. The National selected right-handed pitcher Griff McGarry in the Rule 5 draft. College football, Michigan is firing their head coach Sharon Moore for cause. Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel saying university investigation found credible evidence Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. If you need any work done with estate planning, they are your guys. Elder law, real estate transactions, they'll take care of you. Probate administration, they can do it all. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family and all your assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. I wanted to get into a story that I saw today in The Ringer. So this was written by Stephen Ruiz. Stephen Ruiz has been at The Ringer for a few years, has done a lot of their quarterback rankings and evaluations, and he wrote about several things today. One of them was Jaden Daniels. He also talked about the struggles of Patrick Mahomes and some of the guys this year, the arrow going up and down. This is what he does. He does these columns where he kind of breaks down different QBs. But on the Jaden Daniels subject, he actually wrote about several of the things I've talked about that are my frustrations, anxieties, and what makes me nervous about this player, Danny. So I wanted to go into some of these things that he quantified with some numbers. I want to start with the scramble rate for Jaden Daniels. As recently as yesterday, we talked about this extensively.
Yep.
But this has been a sticking point for me all football season long. He scrambled way too much last year. For a guy that gets hurt a lot, he often gets hurt when scrambling, by the way. That is when he got hurt against the Packers. It's when he got hurt against the Seahawks. It's not when he got hurt against the Cowboys, because that was in the pocket. But it has been a big portion of when he takes the biggest shots, it feels like. When he got hurt against the Panthers.
Yes.
Is another example. When running out of the pocket on a scramble play. Well, I'm going to read from The Ringer here. It says, Jaden Daniels is breaking himself. Let's stick with the theme of quarterbacks who are scrambling too often. Of all the concerning statistics attached to Daniels' sophomore slump, and yes, he's officially in that territory at this point, Ruiz writes, this one might be the most worrisome. Daniels' scramble rate is up by 3 percentage points over last season. That's a number Washington wanted to bring down after Daniels scrambled at nearly 13% of the time last year as a rookie. His scramble rate is up to 16% in 2025. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like there's not some context where maybe guys were getting open less often, or you could say in games like the Seattle game, the pass protection wasn't great. But these are normal things that happen during football games and seasons. Occasionally, receivers don't get open. You want guys that get open more often. Occasionally, the line's not going to be great. You want lines that help you as often as possible. But this can be traced back to LSU. This was one of the things, data-wise, analytically, when you looked at all the numbers in college that you said, here's something that's a little bit unsettling. He scrambles at too high of a rate. Now, correctly, the point everybody made was you can learn to stay in the pocket. You can learn to not leave clean pockets, which I thought he did in college. And you can kind of turn that down, and that's true. But from year 1 to year 2, it's gone up.
It's not to say, and people take this, I don't think take this the right way to quantify it. It's not to say the scramble in and of itself is bad. Look at some of the huge plays over Mahomes' career. Again, the one of the marquee moments of this season that established that the Chargers were for real and the Chiefs might be in trouble was a Josh Herbert Huge, unbelievable third and long scramble where he, dodged a couple people, ran up the sideline, got a first down. Especially in this day and age of shells and everybody backing off and making you play underneath, it can be a weapon. It's did you give everything a chance? Or is it just like the Tampa game from week 1 last year, which brought that scramble rate up, right? Where my first read's gone, that's it, I'm out of here. My first read may or may not be dead, I got to go. There's a time and a place is one of the phrases we use a lot on this program, I would say. There is a time and a place. Doesn't mean you should never scramble, but it also means you shouldn't scramble every time.
Yeah, I would also say, and I'm probably to the extreme on this front, I would say that the lower the scramble rate is better for me, generally. Like, you're a quarterback, I want you in the pocket throwing the football. Now, I am old school and crazy. I get that. I think this guy can win from the pocket, by the way, and I want him to do so as often as possible. So I would be happier if his scramble rate was 12% than 16, or 10% than 12, or 6% than 10. Notice I'm not saying never run, because I think the design running game can actually be greatly beneficial. Lamar Jackson scrambles some. I think there are plenty of games I watch him where he should scramble more. But he and so many other running quarterbacks, dual threat quarterbacks, they do a lot of their damage in the design running game. I think the design running game makes it easier to dictate the types of contact you're going to take on, where defenders are going to be potentially, whether you're running into space or using the sideline as your friend or able to get down or not. When you're scrambling, there's an ad lib element to it. There is a spontaneity to it because things are breaking down around you that makes it a little bit more volatile, I think. But just generally, if you look at last year when Daniels, I believe, finished number 2 in rushing yards to Lamar Jackson among quarterbacks, he was far and away at over 600-plus yards, the number 1 scramble quarterback in the league in terms of yards. That's where most of them came from. But he had a scramble rate that was really high. And this happens with young quarterbacks a lot. I remember Drake Mays last year. Some other guys, if you looked them up, Bo Nix probably had a high one. It's what happens. It's the default. It's kind of how you've done it in the past. And my point at the time was, this is just something to monitor. He's got to get better at turning last year's, what were we saying last year was 13% into closer to 10%. And this year, even after it's gone down a little bit in his last couple of outings, I think because he's not 100% as healthy as he was early on or whatever, they're being more mindful to keep him in the pocket. It's now down to 16%, which is still up from a year ago. So that's something to note. But the other point that I've made a lot, we've talked about on the show a good bit, is what are you scrambling to do exactly? The idea of scrambling, for me, doesn't mean rushing attempt. Scrambling means leaving the pocket, right? And so when you leave the pocket, what is your goal? And if you watch that Minnesota game, there are a few plays. If you watch any game, frankly, there are a few plays where if he leaves the pocket scrambling to reset and throw, I get out of my seat and I give you a clap and I want to go up and kiss you on the cheek. That's the secret sauce, as you called it yesterday. And my point yesterday was, well, that's what we want the secret sauce to be, but that's not what the secret sauce has been. See the play we always reference in the Browns game last year to Terry McLaurin, when he gets out of the pocket, he gets into the flat, he stands, and he makes a ridiculous throw. He is at a fairly alarming rate leaving the pocket as a runner to run, not to continue to look downfield. I was talking to Toby about this before the show, and Toby, I'll tag you in on this, but essentially, you agreed with this take from me, which is, I thought last year as the year went on, early on, the Bucs game, a couple games, I thought, man, he's just running. He's like, things break down and he just takes off. No, take off to reset to throw. And as the year went on, I thought he got so much better at that. And you saw real growth and you saw big plays. And that, to me, was when he took off and the team took off. We saw it in the Detroit game and the Tampa game, was like a play-extending passer, which is what Allen and so many of the great quarterbacks in this league do. And he was doing it last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw there was an example we were talking about from this game. It was a 3rd and 2, so maybe the context of him running is just the fact that he doesn't want to put the ball in the air with the chance that maybe Terry drops it or it's not an accurate ball and he can just hold it in his hands and go pick up 3 yards and pick up the first down. But there was an example where he rolls out to his right. He's going parallel to the line of scrimmage and potentially could just throw it to Terry, who's wide open, but instead he tucks it and runs. And maybe that's a bad example of it, but it feels like this year there have been more of those versus running at a slower pace, understanding that I'm not running to run yet. He's going to tuck it eventually if there's nothing there. but it seems like this year when he's escaped the pocket, it's to run versus still trying to create.
And you can see the difference of like that jog with your eyes downfield and like you're still alive as a passer versus ball is tucked like I'm just a back, like running the football, trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. In the Ringer today, this is how it was written by Ruiz. He said, I'm not necessarily advocating that Daniels take fewer trips outside the pocket, but I would like to see the quarterback throw more often when he does escape. Only 39% of his out-of-pocket dropbacks have ended in a pass attempt this season, per True Media. That's easily the lowest mark in the NFL, and only Justin Fields, 45%, Drake May, right around 50%, are within 10 percentage points of him. The number was higher for Daniels last season at 42%, so this issue seems to be getting worse, meaning a year ago, and this year very similarly, right around 40% of the time, he is scrambling to throw. But the number did not change in the direction that they wanted it to. And the closest guy to him is Justin Fields in this stat. I don't want to be in any stat category with Justin Fields when you're trying to figure out run-pass balance.
I 100% agree. So, and again, now there's plenty of context. I think him being injured a bunch, being out of rhythm a bunch, not having time on the grass a bunch, having a makeshift lineup a bunch, and all of those things. I think defensive coordinators have figured a lot of stuff out too. So there's a lack of trust right now from Daniels. I don't mean like I don't trust McLaurin, like he's going to steal his watch or something. I mean, it's just I don't trust what I'm seeing. I don't believe things right now. So what can I do? I'm going to fight for survival, which is go to what brought me here, which is my legs and the thing that I can trust, right? So I may be turning down things that I'm not sure that I see just yet, and then that window closes very fast in the NFL. Not an excuse, I think it's an explanation, because we all agree, in theory, that the numbers right here are backing up kind of what we're seeing. The team wants this to go down, right? I mean, they do.
I would hope so.
They do. I think that's, well, I haven't heard that specifically, but one would guess.
It would be intuitive.
Yeah. So, and again, it's not to say there's never a place for it, because that 3rd and 6, when nothing's open, you get a first down, that's a backbreaker. That's 3 more minutes off the clock. That's, at least 3 more plays. That's a chance to score, et cetera. But there are too many moments, and if we're working back from where I am, which is he's being hit too often. Too much contact from defenders is happening to Jayden Daniels, and I want to limit points of engagement for them. Well, here you go, right? This is sort of the fader where you're going to do it and how you're going to do it.
When it matches what you're seeing, it worries me more. If these numbers came out, like I'll give you another example from this piece. Stephen Ruiz, The Ringer, wrote this. He's got this chart of how often quarterbacks slide and the percentage of the time that they slide. So as an example, Patrick Mahomes, when he scrambles, slides 21% of the time. Drake May slides 30% of the time. Josh Allen, 17% of the time. Caleb Williams, 23% of the time. Jayden Daniels slides 10% of the time. He has slid 4 times on 41 scrambles, and he had the video of the 4 slides and all the scrambles. So I'd have a few questions about this stat if I was talking to him. One would be a slide, I'm guessing, is like a baseball-looking slide. And if you just dive forward Lamar Jackson style.
Yeah, so reading it, the dives don't count.
The dives do not count, which is one of the ways he protects himself.
Yes.
And it's kind of his way of doing it. Running out of bounds, out of the sideline, also doesn't count.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just slides. So in and of itself, I think it's a flawed metric to begin with. But his point is the only guy that's close to him in this percentage is Josh Allen. Look at the body type difference.
Yeah, Josh Allen's a freight train.
Josh Allen is going to deliver the boom because he weighs 275 pounds. Jayden Daniels weighs 75 less or 70 less or whatever it is than that. So you probably should slide more than 4% of the time. But I said this yesterday when you and I were discussing Daniels' health and keeping himself healthy and what type of shift he needed philosophically. I don't watch him and that often think that he is being reckless. I don't think he's doing a Jackson Dart thing out there. So with that particular data, I'm a little more, I'm not going to be dismissive. The numbers are the numbers. I'm not as concerned because there's other ways to keep yourself safe than just sliding. This tells me he doesn't like to slide very much. I knew that. We see that.
Sure.
There's a lot of other ways he does it. But with this other stuff, one of my big concerns since college is leaving clean pockets and just scrambling. When things are breaking down, the great passers in the league hang in the pocket, hang in the pocket, hang in the pocket. Now it's open, and that means taking a shot sometimes, but you're going to make the throw and get the explosive and make the play. Part of the beauty of Jaden Daniels is the got to go, as I call it. The not there, got to go. And that's your 14-yard touchdown against the Bengals in the preseason game when everything's blocked up and covered, and you make Cliff right and you score a touchdown on that play. But when you have one of the higher rates in the league, when you're scrambling twice as much as the other guy that splits time with you this year in the offense and Marcus Mariota, which was the case until recently, I'd have to look up the numbers now, when you're not just scrambling, but you're scrambling to run at a higher rate than last year when you were leaving the pocket to reset to throw, that's going in the wrong direction, not the right direction. And we can all guess as to why, and I think there's a lot of good reasons why that is. But these are the types of things that make me really nervous, that I don't like seeing. This is stuff that should be trending right. And my point isn't even that it's his fault and not the context fault. It just doesn't matter. You know, we're 2 years in, and we seem further away from the destination than we were when this started. That's just a bad thing. That's all.
Yeah, on a binary, what would you prefer? That's pretty obvious, right? So where, and I think you referenced this, but I want to double click. So this isn't necessarily to blame anybody or anything, most specifically. It's an acknowledgement of where we are, right? When you go, hey, this year wasn't like last year. The most obvious thing is the amount of games missed, the amount of time missed, the amount of injuries, the amount of time is Willie. Is he going to play? Is he not? We've done that ad nauseum. This is the once he's on the field, what are we seeing? This is what to quantify it. You guys all saw last year. You guys all saw the plays being made. You were there early on. And it's, by the way, some of them were incredible. I think it was the first Giants game, if memory serves, where he's in the grasp. He's sacked. The play's over. He somehow wiggles out like he was covered in grease and runs for a 16 or 17-yard first down on a scramble. God bless you. That's the superpower. That's unbelievable. 2 guys in the league do that. Him and Lamar Jackson probably. And I don't even know if Lamar makes that play in that given game. So it's not to say that you never make a play. It's the trend line towards being able to deliver the football, which means less hits, less impact, less wear and tear. Even this one first down that's referenced in the story, which happened right in front of us in Minnesota, where there are a couple tight window throws on this 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 6. He doesn't love any of them, which isn't a crime in and of itself. But if you're there on time with some anticipation, you got a chance just to throw it for a first down. He scrambles. He avoids contact, I put that in quotes, by diving, sort of half sideways, contorting his body to avoid the big shot. You're still diving onto the ground, and it was a blow with the ground that sent you from the game. Now, I understand it wasn't of your own volition. You got knocked on your duff. But you see my point. You're still talking about one impact. I want to avoid all of it. Some of it's inevitable. I know you can't put him in bubble wrap. I understand that it's football. We always reference the Cincinnati game. That shot he took when he knew it was coming, an uncovered blitzer who put his helmet right in his chin, and he threw that dime to Terry McLaurin. That's part and parcel with the position. If you get hurt on one of those, what are you going to do? The extra hits, the extra wear and tear, the extra bumps, that's what I've been talking about and screaming into the ether that have to be limited. They just have to be for him to be able to be successful and grow as a player. And that's kind of the second part to me of what this article is about. It's not about is he less of an athlete or more or whatever. This is I want quarterback growth, and that can't happen, A, if he's hurt, but B, if this is still the trend line.
Sure. For me, it's a bigger picture, I guess, honestly, because this is some of the stuff that you saw in college and that, frankly, wasn't that big of an issue last year when these things were trending in the correct direction, on a really nice incline as the year went on. And I'm not sitting here saying I don't think this guy is eventually going to play at a high level again or anything. I think he will. I think he needs to be healthy and on the field sustainably. I think he is a rhythm guy that needs to stay in rhythm. And that's probably most quarterbacks, honestly. If you're in and out of the lineup constantly, there's not a lot of guys that aren't going to look rusty when they come back after these breaks. There's no doubt about that. I mean, that's just normal to the position. But these aren't things that you didn't see if you studied them at LSU that needed to be fixed or worked on or cleaned up or that an NFL staff didn't need to get with them on and go, hey, here's the direction we're going to go in here. And whatever progress was being made has been stunted this year. And then my question to that is, does that worry you? I'm not talking health. I'm not talking injuries. I'm talking about the scramble rate being what it is, the scramble rate to run versus the scramble rate to pass. These things not only not improving, but going in the wrong direction this year? Or do you just chalk it up to, hey, look, it's health, it's injuries. A year from now, he'll have played in every game. He's going to be on his way to the Pro Bowl. The team's going to have 9 wins, and we're going to be laughing saying, remember when he wasn't playing, wasn't in rhythm, and we all worried? How funny was that? Like, if you have to pick a side, where are you at on that? That you're worried about the development, or that this is injury related and that you're not going to spend a lot of time fearing the regression, because if he's healthy, he's going to get right again because he's that good. 800-636-1067. We'll take your temperature on this next. Curious to get feedback on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels going to be out on Sunday after he re-aggravated his elbow injury. No structural setbacks, but doctors have advised that he sit out against the Giants. Notables on the practice report today for the Commanders: Chris Rodriguez did not practice. Bobby Wagner also did not practice. Falcons wide receiver Drake London is going to be out tomorrow against the Buccaneers. College football, Michigan is firing head coach Sharon Moore for cause. Their athletic director, Ward Manuel, saying university investigation found credible evidence that Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Baseball, Pete Alonso is finalizing a deal with the Orioles, 5 years, $155 million. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
There's two different ways that you can give yourself up. If you're diving, they begin the spot where it is, and it's roll to a side and dive that way. Either way, the protection is there. You're giving yourself up with the dive or with a slide. So both of them are techniques, and just matters where you're at, what you feel more comfortable with. But it's pretty common both ways. When you're giving yourself up. If you're not and you're straining for yards just straight away, then that's a whole different topic. But as far as like the play's over, I'm a slide or dive, those are both effective ways to do it. And sometimes it's to one side this way, to my left that way, and that's pretty common for a lot of the QB.
That's Dan Quinn earlier today meeting with the media. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Some numbers came out in a piece done by the Ringer's Stephen Ruiz, who suggested that Jaden Daniels is breaking himself. That was the headline anyway. But he talked about his scramble rate going up, not down in year 2. And maybe more troubling, the scramble rate when he leaves the pocket is more often to just run and not reset and throw, which are a couple of the things that I like to monitor and feel like are big areas of need of development for him. Figuring out why that's happening is the team's job, obviously.
Yes.
And we've got guesses, right? We think the lack of practicing and game time is hurting him in that regard, clearly. I think there's times where receivers weren't open and you had to scramble more often. There's a lot of reasons for it. But the fact is, the result has been a regressive season where in a couple of important areas where you needed to take a step forward, you didn't. The hope is next year, if you can fix some of those things, meaning he practices more, he plays more games, and you have more receivers getting open, then he could show some of the growth that he didn't this year. But it's going to be hard to now. It's like you skipped one step on the staircase. You don't jump 2 down. Maybe you're a year behind taking the step that should have been this year. And we're asking, is there any concern for you guys just about his development based on this season? Play cut 7 from Dan Quinn about if all the missed time has affected Daniels getting better this year.
Yeah, any player, it's really important. And at quarterback, the reps, are significant because there's like so many things that happen, on a play, where it can go, what's the check, what's the look. It's different than maybe a technique at another spot. So I think most quarterbacks would say that there's a lot of value in the reps that they get and what they do. And some are practice, some aren't. It's the scramble to, keep my eyes downfield. It's this coverage that can go to a certain look. So all of those are valuable for sure.
So to me, I mean, there's a million factors, and I don't want this just to sound like a Daniels indictment. I mean, there's weeks where there's no Terry McLaurin, there's no receiver that's worth a darn. Like, how many guys on a scramble situation are uncovering? There's not many great separators when it's Chris Moore and a bunch of other dudes you haven't heard of, right? That's part of it. Defenses knowing, great coverages to play against this scheme and design. That's part of it. Daniel's lack of time on the grass, whoever's fault you want to put that on. That's part of it. The answer is yes to all of it. And I think you said it 100% correctly. It's incumbent upon the team to figure this out. A major overhaul, self-eval, room for improvement, paradigm shift, all the things that I've been screaming about here of late are essential for his growth, for his health, and all the rest of it. Because these numbers are for me more alarming. I think you're taking a development tact, which I think is a good one. For me, this is how it ends tact. And I'm saying for health and preservation, to get any of the things that we all want, which is him on the field producing magic, this has to change.
You talk about how many of those plays did somebody uncover and get open, which is a fair question that I can't answer. I want to know on how many of those plays was he looking to throw anyway. Because
part of it.
One of my critiques and complaints is that certainly this year more often and fairly regularly, when he leaves, it's not with the ball. You know what it looks like when a quarterback leaves the pocket and they've got that like ball placement up around the chest and they're kind of looking downfield and they're just kind of jogging along.
Are you hitting the sprint button on Madden, which means you're running, or are you just sort of, going whatever percentage?
He does not really leave the pocket with the just jogging. He sprints to the line of scrimmage to try to become a runner. Let's go to Chris in Oxon Hill. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Hey, appreciate y'all taking my call. I hope y'all had a happy Thanksgiving. I know I didn't get the call during the time. I just wanted to say, really, I don't feel like I'm worried. The reason why I'm not worried is because this is technically a second year. Yes, the first year went great. But, the one thing that we have to think about as we get in life, we have milestones. We have developmental milestones. And I feel like this is one for Jayden. I feel like he's going to get better and he's going to, he's going to learn from all the things that happened. We had a lot of injuries this season, so I feel like that played a major role as well. And, I always got to take it back to wrestling. I feel like Jayden is like Shawn Michaels in his early days. Yes, he had some wins. He had some good times. But as he's going to learn, he's going to turn into that heartbreak kid. He's going to start sending some other things from Sweet Chin Music, and we're going to be back in the winning column. Appreciate y'all taking my call.
Thanks, buddy. The thing that is so important for me in his getting to the point where you pass is that when he passes, it's really good. For the most part, like I know the accuracy's down a hair this year, but he's accurate. Ball placement's good. I'm looking at a chart right now of quarterback accuracy and efficiency on deep passes, 20-plus yards downfield this year. And the only guys that have a higher EPA per pass attempt are Drake May, Sam Darnold, Matt Stafford, and then like Jayden's right there. If you look at catchable percentage on deep balls, though, it's him and Bryce Young. Those are the highest in the league. So when he throws it, it's normally pretty good. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
For me, I'm not super worried because just for me, these are his instincts kicking in and what's comfortable for him right now during an uncomfortable situation. My dad always tells me, I always got these little things, great dad. He always tells me, the real you shows up in the pressure situations. And last year during pressure, you see that how calm, he's even laughing seemingly while he's so in the game.
Yeah.
It seemed like certain things didn't even bother him. And now I'm not suggesting that they are bothering him now, but a lot of this is attitude. He's a West Coast guy, and I'm looking at it's just kind of like his spirit right now, man. And they have to continue to build his spirit during this time and give him what he needs. And they just can't throw him out there, with no sense of understanding why. And I believe that they're clear, and he's doing it because that's what's comfortable in that moment.
There's no doubt.
I think you're right about that. I think that's right on.
I think his muscle memory, his entire life, anytime you're a little bit uncomfortable, you leave, you run, you take off, you go make a play. You're faster than everybody else. You're the best athlete on the field. And with more reps in the league, you got to rewire your brain to say either stay in the pocket longer, because I think there are times where he leaves it before he needs to, which is not specific to him. That's just any dual threat quarterback is going to do that. Or when you leave the pocket, that's not even a bad thing. Running into space and resetting, great, no problem. Now let's survey the field. Let's plaster. Let's get somebody open, and let's see if they can make a play for you. And that's not the easiest thing to do either. I'm not saying any of this is easy, for the record.
Hardest position in sports, man.
Yeah, this is tough stuff. Last year, you did it at an unbelievable level, and I think a lot of us expected that it would look somewhat similar this year, and it just hasn't. Paul in Centerville, what's good?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I am concerned about Jayden's development because I think you need to have the right coaches putting him in the right system. And Cliff Kingsbury, let me ask you this. 4 seasons in Arizona, did Kyler Murray get groomed into a primarily pocket passer who's strategically scrambling? No, he did not. Last year, Jayden had to run for almost 900 yards to make this offense work. Now, I'm sure he's running more than Cliff wants, but I have yet to see Cliff Kingsbury produce an offense or a quarterback that doesn't have to play a lot of hero ball to be successful. I think we need a different coordinator, different guys coaching him, and a different system for him to develop well. Thanks, guys. That's it.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I want to click on that next. It's a good call from Paul. Let's talk about the Cliff side of this. What should he be doing? Could he have been doing earlier to help develop Daniels in this way? We'll get into that on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are going to be at Craft House in Fairfax on Friday. So if you want to come out to our Friday field trip series, see us there. We're at Fairfax Corners Craft House location. Great food and drinks will be out there from 2 to 6:30 right here on the Fan. By the way, we've got a poll of the day posted, 1067 The Fan Twitter account. You can vote now. It's our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades, best-in-class service and experience. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. We're talking about areas where Jayden Daniels could improve, things that he and Cliff Kingsbury together might need to tweak about this offense. A caller just brought up that when you look at Kyler Murray or some of the other guys that over the years Cliff Kingsbury worked with, college and the NFL, maybe he leans heavily into this and is part of the reason why the passing side doesn't develop as quickly. I have said throughout the year, Danny, I do wish, like you see what Ben Johnson's doing right now in Chicago with Caleb Williams, where Caleb would obviously be more comfortable just, let's stay in the shotgun, let's do the drop back game he did in school, let's go read option mesh point stuff, and let's make you as comfortable as possible because comfort can mean easy, right? They didn't do that. To the detriment of off-season storylines, how he looked in practice, how he looked in the preseason, they got him up under center. They said, get your ass up under that center, put your hands under his butt, and we're learning the drop back game, and we're doing it over and over and over again. And what it's gotten him is a ton of open throws in the middle of the field and easy button stuff in the passing game that comes from the play-action Shanahan-style offense.
Those first down rollouts where a tight end on that side you're rolling out to blocks
100%.
down and then is able to leak into the flats, you got a free 6 yards.
Over and over and over again. Do I think Jayden Daniels would be way better off if Cliff did that with him? Absolutely. So I guess that means I agree with the caller.
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's got to be more elements of adjustment, right? And everybody needs to adjust. This isn't a one-person thing. Everybody loves to do a 100% goes on everybody. It's always a pie, and pies are delicious. But I do think Cliff needs to change his ways in certain regards, right? There's some elements of that offense that are really good, that are really, really, really good, that things that I like, in fact. It's the whole point of an offense is to get the ball into playmakers' hands with a chance for them to make some plays. He'll do that pretty decently at times, right? When you see some of the really creative stuff that they've done in their run game from that shotgun, et cetera. But I think it's time to add more counterpunches because it seems to me that their offense, to a degree, has been figured out this year. Just looking at how they've been defended, even teams that aren't playing very good defense have made it really hard for them to pick up yardage and points.
Just outside of the top 10 in offense. So maybe Cliff pushes back on that and says, have we? I don't know. I mean, we're one of the 10 best offenses in the league at moving the football. But there are certainly areas that have gotten a lot harder. It's not coming as easily as it did. They've gone from the no punts offense to Tressway getting plenty of work. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up? How are you, Chris?
Good afternoon. I'd like to use a baseball analogy because I know Jay Manassas loves baseball. To me, the question is Jayden Daniels Dontrelle Willis or is he Blake Snell? Dontrelle Willis came on the scene and totally blew the league away and then very quickly got figured out and never made adjustments. Snell, on the other hand, won a Cy Young very on, then had a couple of middling years, but he got back in the lab, and now he's an ace again. I think, in my heart of hearts, that Jayden Daniels is that ace. He's going to get in the lab based off of the work ethic we saw last year, the fantastic rookie season. He's not going to take this season lying down, and he's going to make these adjustments. I'm not worried about that. I am concerned about the instruction that he gets, though, from King. They need to be just as willing to tweak, as you guys said, as Jayden is committed to working on his game.
I think if it comes back to, or if the determinant here is work ethic, he's gold.
Yeah.
If the determining factor here is character and how many hours you put in, how early you get there, how hard you grind, then we could just pack up shop. I'll push the microphone away. And we'll get ready to watch him win 11 games next year.
Yeah, that's not the thing I'm concerned about. There's not going to be a clause in his contract saying, please work hard, please.
He's got those things in spades.
Right.
That part, for me, and that is, to Chris's point, what gives me, I think he was going with confidence. I would just use the word hope. But if I'm doing a pie graph of what matters at this position, that slice of pie of whatever that intangible variable is, the work habits, study, character elements.
You don't just do it for Instagram. You actually do it.
It's a big piece of my pie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say it's like a third of the pie, maybe bigger, maybe 40%. Like 60% is physical and 40% is that. Because if you have all the physical stuff turned up to 99, but you don't have that, you're still going to suck. You're going to be a bad NFL quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that. I don't worry at all about that slice of the pie. Let's go to Pat in Mechanicsville. What's up, Pat?
Hey, happy holidays, fellas.
You too, buddy.
You too.
Hey, yeah, my thing is you stole my thunder. I think I would like to see him go under center a little bit more. And but I mean, when you got guys out on the field with like Robbie Chosen, no offense to him and Burke and them guys, I mean, you got to get better. They got to have better talent around them too. And like you say, I don't have a problem with him working hard because he's going to work hard because he wants that big contract coming up soon. And go up north and get me Isaiah Likely, and I'll be happy, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I'd like someone to hold the ball when they go into the end zone. I'm being tongue in cheek there at a certain point, but yeah, it's they do need some more weaponry that they can count on, and maybe some guys graduate. Maybe Ben Sinnott is that dynamic tight end that you could really use that can do multiple things. We just don't know it yet. This is the time to find out. By the way. But yeah, I think at the receiver position, I think to me it's about a deep threat. I think they need somebody that can make defenses respected, even if that just means that guy's running, 25 sprints a game and only gets 2 passes thrown his way. They need someone that threatens the defense down the field because everybody's not playing on their heels. They're playing downhill towards this offense that, has fewer points scored than the Giants and only 6 more points scored than the Jets this year. Like they need more explosives.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to give you an audio vault, and we will set the table for the night and next couple of days ahead in sport with the NFL kicking off and Thursday Night Football for Week 15. This is the Fan.